The man's eyes were a little anxious, and the light bulb suddenly flickered. He looked up and found an abrupt pop-up window on the computer screen. System recommendation. After screening, you are qualified for our special risk management position. Would you like to submit your detailed resume immediately? Yes/no. The man thought it was just a spam ad and instinctively wanted to close the pop-up window, but accidentally pressed the confirmation button. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Soo-jin stood up and walked towards the door with a cigarette in his mouth. After opening the door, he saw a package on the ground. Soo-jin picked up the package and turned back to the house. He casually picked up a pair of scissors and opened the package, revealing an exquisite black briefcase and a transparent mask. Soo-jin picked up the briefcase to examine it, and as soon as he put his hand in, he touched a metal object. When he saw the full extent of the object, his eyebrows raised. A pistol? Oh, a high-end lighter included with a bag? Soo-jin immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! A gun. Was it a real gun? Soo-jin mechanically turned his neck, and when he came to his senses, he quickly dodged to the bed, pulled the curtains, and stuffed the gun into the blankets. He turned his head and glanced around the room, his pupils fixed on the piece of paper that he mistook for an advertisement for cashback for good reviews. He quickly ran to the table and picked it up. Congratulations. Your resume has been received and approved by our company. Basic office supplies have been distributed, and your internship assessment will begin soon. In 2 hours, you will be transported to a dying world. Please contact us immediately and help us ensure our safety through the early stages of the apocalypse. Once we have the ability to survive independently in the apocalypse, our mission will be complete and we will recall you. Seeing this, a fiery red line appeared at the top of the notice. As he looked in shock, the line swallowed up the signature at the bottom, Tiandao Liability Unlimited Company. After a moment, he picked up the transparent mask, carefully observed it for a few minutes, and then carefully put the mask on his face. The moment it touched his skin, the mask disappeared instantly. Before Soo-jin could react, the scene before him instantly diverted his attention. A line of constantly changing numbers appeared before his eyes. 1 hour 32 minutes and 11 seconds. 1:32:10. Soo-jin sat on the bed, his briefcase and pistol in front of him. It was hard to say he had regained his composure at this point, as the series of strange events had completely overwhelmed his common sense. In the final 10 seconds, Soo-jin stared at the clock, gripping the gun tightly. 3, 2, 1, 0. As time reached 0, his pupils shrank sharply, and a blinding light suddenly appeared before his eyes. The light spot instantly expanded, eventually transforming into a golden gate of light that stood before him. Soo-jin's eyes suddenly widened as the gate of light quickly lunged towards his face, instantly engulfing him. Chapter 3. Fu Qingdai suddenly sat up from the bed, her scream almost tearing the silent air. She was soaked, her thin white pajamas clinging to her body, and cold sweat ran down her back. Her eyes were filled with terror, her hands tightly clutched the sheets. She was breathing heavily. Her heartbeat was extremely violent. Every time she woke up, she felt this way, as if she had escaped from an extremely terrifying dream. This wasn't the first time. For the past 2 weeks, she'd been awakened by these dreams every night. In each dream, there was rain, hunger, cold, madness, cannibalism, and the entire world had become a living hell. The horror was so real, even the smell was indistinguishable from reality. Every time she woke up, she couldn't shake the oppressive feeling, as if the end had come. Fu Qingdai's breathing began to quicken, with fear evident on her face. She opened the curtains and looked out. The sky was slightly bright, and clouds were rolling in the sky like surging waves. Normally, such a celestial phenomenon would attract people's attention, with everyone taking photos and admiring the magnificence of nature. However, at this moment, she felt extremely depressed. She remembered that when she first had this dream, the celestial phenomena did not seem special. Later, the scenes in the dream gradually changed, and even the clouds in reality were exactly the same as in her dream. She couldn't help but shudder, and had a vague sense of foreboding in her heart. That day was really coming. She had tried to tell others, including her parents, but no one believed her. She was a student, and faced with this sudden dream and disaster, she was powerless. She didn't know what to do. The only thing she could do was to keep telling herself that even though no one believed her, she still couldn't give up. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Zhang Wan walked in and saw Fu Qingdai, crying with her head down, her face full of helplessness. Fu Qingdai raised her head, her eyes filled with anxiety and pleading. She threw herself into Zhang Wan's arms, her cry almost filled with despair. Dreaming again? Zhang Wan sighed, her tone filled with helplessness. Fu Qingdai nodded with tears in her eyes. Mom, Seriously, today's clouds are exactly like the ones in my dream. I'm telling you, the end of the world is coming. We have to prepare in advance. Let's move to a place where no one knows. Zhang Wan shook her head helplessly. Qingdai, you're just under a lot of pressure, so you think this way. I've already asked the doctor, and it's okay. The exam is coming up soon. As long as you prepare well and relax, nothing will happen. Fu Qingdai shouted anxiously. Mom, listen to me. Really, the dream and reality completely overlap. Zhang Wan continued to sigh. Just rest well these few days and stop thinking about these messed up things. Fu Qingdai's emotions completely collapsed. Do you believe me or not? Her crying became more choked, and tears fell uncontrollably again. Xingxingxin, stop making trouble, go eat, and go to school early. Zhang Wan lost her patience and stood up to leave the room. Fu Qingdai reached out and grabbed her mother's hand. Mom, give me some money. I haven't been eating well at school lately, and I want to buy some exercise books. Zhang Wan frowned. Didn't I already give you money? How much do you want? Fu Qingdai whispered. 500. She knew her mother might refuse, but she really needed the money. Only 500. Zhang Wan was clearly a little angry. What the hell have you been doing at school these past few days? I'll give you 50 yuan. Stop messing around and pack up and get ready for school. Zhang Wan quickly left the room, leaving Fu Qingdai feeling even more depressed. She wiped away her tears, feeling that she had no trust at all and was just a helpless student who could not change the situation. She stood up and walked to her desk, burying her head in her homework. The world outside was still noisy. Outside the door, the sounds of her father and mother arguing reached her ears. Fu Qingdai was in no mood to listen. She simply lowered her head and silently went about her business. At school, morning reading began. Fu Qingdai sat in the classroom, her mind still drifting in a dream world. Her deskmate, Xiao Ning, looked at her, her brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Ning, I'm telling the truth. The end of the world is coming. Fu Qingdai reminded in a serious tone. Xiao Ning glanced at her and sighed in her heart. She thought Fu Qingdai was joking, but as time went on, Fu Qingdai's behavior became more and more abnormal, and even she herself felt that something was wrong. Xiao Ning, if it rains, you must not get exposed to the rain. You must prepare food in advance and seal the doors and windows. Fu Qingdai continued, her eyes full of vigilance. Xiao Ning nodded helplessly, thinking it was just an insignificant joke. Fu Qingdai's condition was getting worse and worse, and her mother had started asking her to help take care of Fu Qingdai. Now, Fu Qingdai's symptoms were obviously getting worse. As time went by, Fu Qingdai's mental state became increasingly unstable. She began to become anxious and unable to concentrate in class. Although her classmates showed some concern for her, she still felt lonely and helpless. During lunch, Fu Qingdai searched the crowd for a familiar figure. Finally, she saw Gao Peng. She trotted over and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Gao Peng turned around and saw Fu Qingdai standing behind him, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Fu Qingdai was a famous campus beauty. Although her mental state had been a little off recently, she still attracted the attention of many boys. Gao Peng was a little nervous for a moment. He usually never dared to talk to her, but now she actually came to him on her own initiative. Fu Qingdai whispered, Gao Peng, can you lend me some money? I will definitely pay you back next month. Gao Peng was stunned for a moment, feeling a mixture of emotions. Fu Qingdai was the school belle, so he didn't dare refuse. He nodded, 100 yuan at most. He didn't have much money to begin with, but with the school bell coming to him, refusing would be embarrassing. Fu Qingdai smiled faintly, and Gao Peng's heartbeat quickened. He thought to himself that this might be a good opportunity to borrow money. He couldn't help but feel excited about the possibility of another encounter between them. As they were talking, not far away, a pair of eyes were fixed on Fu Qingdai's figure, quietly dialing the phone. Aunt Zhang, Qingdai is talking to a boy in our class. Is she okay? He's just an ordinary boy, but her condition is getting worse. You should take her to see a doctor. Chapter 4. Su Jin stood in front of the Longshan City Mental Hospital, looking at the huge sign, muttering to himself, Hey, your uncle, where the hell did this come from? Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden bang. He was so scared that he turned around quickly like a frightened bird and saw a blue and white trolleybus with a long braid rolling across the asphalt road behind him. A sparse number of cars followed closely behind. In a shop not far from the corner, the wooden windows were half open, painted in various colors, and through the windows you could see glass counters and ancient decorative styles. The sudden explosion came from an old man on the street corner who was collecting popcorn when his stove exploded. The sun was strong, and the air was filled with the smell of popcorn, diesel, and asphalt. The pedestrians still looked like yellow people. Their clothes were rather rustic, and the cars and buildings also looked rustic. Su Jin, wearing a windbreaker, stood on the hot street, feeling a little out of place. Passers-by on the street cast curious glances at him. He quickly took off his windbreaker, put it over his arm to cover his briefcase, and looked back at the mental hospital again, his heart pounding. He realized he had traveled through time. He had been in his rental apartment just a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing on this unfamiliar street. Although this world looked similar to the one he was familiar with, the details were completely different. It was difficult for him to accept this shocking experience for a while. In this dying world and the end of the world, everything before him still looked harmonious, and it didn't look like the end of the world was approaching at all. Su Jin took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Since the time travel was already a foregone conclusion, he had to quickly complete the mission and find the so-called client. The guidance he received from the mask showed that a red dot was flashing in the mental hospital, marking the target's location. He walked towards the security booth of the mental hospital, and the guard's eyes were fixed on him. Su Jin frowned, walked quickly around the security booth, walked to the shade of a tree, stood still, and began to search the pockets of his windbreaker and briefcase. Soon, he pulled out a wad of banknotes and an ID card from his pocket. The banknotes were printed with the words Longshan Huitong Bank, and the ID card had a unique design, with vertical layout, like a work ID card. Seeing all this, Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured. He knew very little about Tiandao Unlimited Liability Company, so it seemed he would have to rely on his clients to learn more. He still remembered that the company notice mentioned that there would be currency exchange and identity verification here, and all of this was thanks to the company's translator. Since the language of this world was the same as the one he was familiar with, he had to rely on his clients to find all the answers. He looked at the wall of the mental hospital. The wall was not high, less than 2 meters. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the wall, quickly climbing over. Entering the hospital, he trotted quickly, nervously looking around. He could understand every word the nurses and patients walking in the corridor said, and he could also understand the signs on the wall. The sign ahead indicated toilet. He went in without hesitation, and after washing his face, he felt a little more alert. Although he was still uneasy, he quickly turned his attention to the hall. Fu Qingdai in front of him caught his attention. She was wearing a hospital gown and sat sadly by the window with a blank look in her eyes. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and the trees were shady, but her mood was clearly out of tune with the surrounding scenery. Fu Qingdai lowered her head nervously, her hands tightly clutching the corners of her clothes, and she was filled with great worry. She had been waiting for a long time, and although she tried to explain to those around her, no one believed her. She was filled with fear for the future, and the doomsday dreams kept repeating themselves, and she was on the verge of collapse. However, the voice in her head told her that there was still hope. As long as that man came, everything might turn around. If he didn't come, then she could breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps it meant that the dream was just an illusion and the end of the world would not really come. Suddenly, Fu Qingdai's heart beat faster, and a black silhouette came into her eyes, like a bolt from the blue. The figure was almost identical to the one in her dream. Fear flashed through her eyes, and tears quietly fell. She knew in her heart that the end had indeed come. Su Jin had just come out of the bathroom, feeling a little calmer. The familiar smell of urine made him feel at ease, as if he had returned home. In the corridor, Fu Qingdai was sitting in front of him, wearing a hospital gown. Her young face looked particularly fragile. Although her appearance was exquisite, it seemed meaningless now. The person in his dream appeared in reality, and his heart beat faster involuntarily. He had prayed that the client would be a strong man, but the student in front of him was a mentally ill patient. What's worse is that she's a beautiful girl. This made him feel a little lost, but there was no way out. Su Jin walked to the hall, pulled up a chair, and sat across from Fu Qingdai. The moment their eyes met, the red dot on Fu Qingdai's forehead suddenly disappeared. She lowered her head, her hands twisted nervously together. Su Jin looked her over, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "The company has already contacted you in advance, right?" Fu Qingdai nodded slightly, her heartbeat quickening. The figure from her dream had appeared, signaling that the end was indeed near. "What's your name?" Su Jin spoke again. "Fu Qingdai." Fu Qingdai answered softly, lowering her head, and said shyly, "Brother, I don't know how to call you yet." Su Jin's heart moved slightly. He was silent for a while, and finally said, "The following conversation is limited to you and me. I hope you will not reveal my identity to anyone. Do you understand?" Fu Qingdai nodded heavily, her eyes full of seriousness. "I am the director of the company's Special Operations Department and an elite operator. My name is Li Haoqing. You can call me Director or Brother Hao. From today on, in front of outsiders, I hope that you and I will call each other cousins. Do you understand? I understand, cousin. Fu Qingdai nodded, finally relaxing a little. Chapter 5. Su Jin took the notebook out of his bag, his eyes locked with Fu Qingdai. I've already told you my name. I hope you'll tell me everything about what's going to happen next, he said, without taking his eyes off her. Everything about you, your daily life, your family relationships, the company, and your conversations, and why are you in a mental hospital? Fu Qingdai lowered her head, supported her knees with her hands, and said in a serious tone, I am not mentally ill. I was sent here by mistake. I am a student at Longshan Middle School, and my parents are the only ones at home. Su Jin listened quietly, nodding occasionally. All this surprised him a little. Fu Qingdai was not mentally ill, but instead gave him good news. Her lifestyle was very similar to Earth's, though this world was significantly more backward. The level of development and social conditions made adapting to this world a breeze. His childhood had been similar, so fitting in was not difficult at all. Fu Qingdai continued to describe her situation. When she mentioned the dream, Su Jin's pen suddenly paused. Are you saying there was something wrong with that rainstorm? It rained for 5 days, and then some people went crazy, and then people started eating each other, and the world was in chaos. Fu Qingdai whispered, yes. After hearing this, Su Jin's cheeks became stiff, and his heart seemed to be gripped tightly. Transmigration was already an unimaginable event for him, and the arrival of the end of the world was not unexpected. The emergence of a zombie crisis doesn't seem so strange, but the problem is that the infection method is actually rain. Water pollution is the most terrifying thing. Water is the basis of survival. Once the water source is polluted, can everyone still survive? Fu Qingdai noticed that he was uneasy and asked carefully, Cousin, are you okay? Su Jin suppressed his panic and forced a smile. It's okay, go on. The company was mentioned in the dream. When did the company contact you? When did you tell me I would come? Fu Qingdai thought for a moment and replied, I've known about the company and you appearing in the past few days. In my dream, a voice said it was from Tiandao Company and asked if I wanted to live. I said yes, and then he said the contract had been signed and that someone would be sent to help me. After that, there was no more sound. That's right, that's how our company works. Su Jin agreed, but he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Isn't this just forcing someone to sign a contract? Who doesn't want to live? Living means signing a contract. He just clicked the mouse, and he was sent here as a dispatched laborer. There was indeed something wrong with Fu Qingdai's words. She knew she would meet Su Jin a few days ago, and he was only accepted by the company a few hours ago. Is the time difference due to time travel, or is there something else going on? Can the company predict the future, or is there some hidden agenda? All of this was too complicated for Su Jin to figure out for the time being, but he knew that one fact was clear. If he didn't complete the task, he would not be able to have any connection with the company. He continued to ask questions. Let's continue. Ask your own questions after I finish. Fu Qingdai nodded. Okay. It's still a few days before the rainstorm. Do you have an accurate memory? Su Jin asked. Fu Qingdai answered seriously. There are still 7 days from today. I remember this very clearly. 7 days. Su Jin thought for a moment. Can you go home within 7 days? Fu Qingdai lowered her head, a little hesitant. I don't know either. I said I wanted to go home, but my mother kept asking me to stay here for treatment. She was very worried about me and always came to see me. Okay, let's skip this question for now. Is there any rental house near your home? The closer to your home, the better. Su Jin continued to ask. Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up. Yes. There are several rooms for rent in the same building as my house, and the phone numbers are posted on the windows. Well, continue to talk about your daily life and your parents' situation, Su Jin said. 10 minutes later, Su Jin stopped writing. He already knew a lot about the apocalypse, but time was running out. 7 days wouldn't allow for delay. Fu Qingdai seemed intelligent, but she lacked social experience. Further questions about her personal life might lead to misleading information. So, Su Jin changed the subject. How much do your family of 3 spend every month? How much do your parents earn? Fu Qingdai hesitated slightly and replied, Our family spends about 2,000 yuan a month. Is this a society ruled by law? Su Jin continued to ask. Fu Qingdai nodded. Of course, we have many laws. If something happens at work or school, do you need to find connections or acquaintances? Su Jin asked again. Of course you do. What else can you do if you don't? Fu Qingdai replied. Su Jin continued to ask, Do you think you are pretty? Fu Qingdai lowered her head and replied shyly, Well, why not? Do you think I'm handsome? What do you think of my style of dressing? Su Jin continued to ask. Fu Qingdai looked at him and nodded. He's quite handsome, and the clothes he wears are also very nice, but I feel very hot. Are there any places like video stores, vegetable markets, or internet cafes nearby? Su Jin asked. Fu Qingdai thought for a moment and said, I know of the first two, but I don't know of any internet cafes. What's the molecular formula for water? Su Jin asked. H2O, Fu Qingdai replied. Su Jin continued, do you have your period? Do you use sanitary napkins? Fu Qingdai blushed, her pretty face gradually turning red. Hurry up and tell me. Su Jin urged. Fu Qingdai whispered, yes, it's useful. After asking a series of questions, Su Jin closed his notebook and fell into deep thought. This world's legal consciousness was clearly weak, and personal relationships were more important. 7 days from now, the apocalypse could occur. 5 consecutive days of heavy rain, and the zombie crisis are beginning to unfold. Violent organizations in the rainy areas may quickly collapse, and the world's military might be unable to cope in a short period of time. While the water may appear to be the same as on Earth, the contamination of its source means that survival in the wild is almost impossible. Faced with these, the more than 7,000 yuan in Su Jin's hand was still useful. It was barely enough to rent a house and stockpile supplies. It would be best if he could settle down near Fu Qingdai's home. Moreover, the communication methods and cultural common sense of this world were not much different from those on Earth, so he could quickly integrate into it. However, for the next 7 days, he had to be careful and not provoke anyone. As he was thinking, Su Jin realized something. He picked up a pen, wrote H2O on a piece of paper, and handed it to Fu Qingdai. What am I writing? Do you recognize it? I don't know him. Fu Qingdai shook her head. Damn it, Su Jin cursed. Fu Qingdai looked confused. Why are you scolding me? Su Jin frowned, realizing that Fu Qingdai couldn't understand what he had written. He could understand all the languages in this world, but the words on the paper were completely incomprehensible to Fu Qingdai. He finally realized that the world didn't understand what he was writing, and that forced translation had created a huge problem. Renting an apartment or signing a contract required using text, which was undoubtedly a huge hassle. He then took out another piece of paper and handed the pen to Fu Qingdai. Write 2 words for me. Su for awakening and Jin for ashes. Write them with emphasis and slowly. Although Fu Qingdai didn't understand, she did as she was told. After finishing, Su Jin glanced at the words on the paper, then reached out and touched the back, feeling the bulge on the paper. He couldn't help but feel helpless. He thought he could confirm his identity through these words, but he found that the handwriting in front of him was completely different from the actual handwriting. The service provided by the company actually has such a big bug. The mask can't be taken off, and now he can only use this method to figure out his name. Helplessly putting away the signature paper, Su Jin took a deep breath and said, That's all I'll ask for now. Feel free to tell me what you want to say. Fu Qingdai nodded nervously, then mustered up the courage to ask the question in her mind. Cousin, are you an alien? Chapter 6. There is no doubt that I am a Namekian. Su Jin replied calmly. Fu Qingdai was stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with confusion. Cousin, are you wearing human skin? Her voice trembled. This is what we Namekians look like. Su Jin responded calmly. Fu Qingdai felt a little relieved after hearing this. Although she was still full of doubts, she gradually accepted the fact. Her head was full of questions. After thinking for a while, she finally asked her biggest question. Cousin, what exactly happened in my dream? Su Jin took a deep breath, lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said succinctly, Actually, this matter is a bit complicated, so I'll make it short. There are many civilizations in the universe, and we are just one of them. According to observations from above, you've been targeted by a group of interstellar bandits, the Trisolarans. They commit all sorts of evil, enjoying destroying life on a planet, turning it into fertilizer, and then plundering its resources. He paused, then continued. Now, those ruthless Trisolarans have spread the virus into your atmosphere. Once most of your people have died, they'll return in a few decades to reap the rewards. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale in an instant, and her eyes were filled with fear. Then why did you choose me? You should have notified those big shots. Why would this kind of thing happen to me first? She became more and more anxious, and tears kept falling. Seeing her crying so sadly, Su Jin couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Although he was also facing this sudden disaster and was filled with resentment, he could only pretend to be calm. He comforted her. Don't cry, Qingdai. The company chose you because you have a special body and antibodies to the virus. As long as you are alive, we can research an antidote. Then you guys hurry up and study. I'll cooperate with anything I ask. Fu Qingdai cried and stretched out her arms. Or we should call the police first, cousin. If you use an alien spaceship to contact them, they will definitely believe you. Su Jin smiled bitterly. Not at the moment. When I came here, I accidentally ran into the Trisolarans, and my spaceship was shot down and crashed. I don't know where it landed. All my teammates died, and I'm the only one left. Disaster is certain, and all we can do is take it one step at a time. Your most important task now is to survive. If you die, everyone is doomed. As soon as the words came out, Fu Qingdai was struck by lightning. She stood there in a daze, her face pale and dazed. Seeing this, Su Jin said softly, "You have to adjust your mindset. Many things haven't happened yet. We still have a chance to prepare. The situation may not be as bad as you think." Fu Qingdai's mood gradually recovered, and she asked in a hoarse voice, "Brother, I still don't understand why you came to save us." Su Jin sighed and said seriously, "It's simple. Where there are bad people, there are good people. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to maintain peace in the universe, and to implement love and justice, we have been protecting other civilizations in the universe." He paused, then continued, "Furthermore, the Trisolarans have attacked Namek many times before. Given this, we absolutely cannot sit idly by. We Namekians love peace, but anyone who offends Namek will be punished, no matter how far away they are." Fu Qingdai asked back speechlessly, "You don't sound very peace-loving." Su Jin said stubbornly, "We Namekians hate arguments the most." Fu Qingdai lowered her head helplessly. "I won't ask anymore. Brother, I was wrong." She sobbed and wiped away her tears. Just as Su Jin was about to continue comforting her, a cold voice came from behind. "Hey, Namekian, come with me." Fu Qingdai stopped crying. Su Jin turned around and saw a cold-faced female nurse, about 23 or 24 years old, standing behind him. Su Jin glanced at Fu Qingdai, then turned to the nurse. The nurse said coldly, "Come with me." After she finished speaking, she walked towards an open balcony. Su Jin took a deep breath, ready to negotiate with the nurse and practice his ability to integrate into society. The nurse stopped and looked at Su Jin coldly. "Are you Fu Qingdai's relative?" "I'm her cousin," Su Jin answered calmly. "Her mother came to see her this morning. Have you registered?" The nurse continued. "Of course. What's wrong?" Su Jin asked in confusion. The nurse said seriously, "There's nothing wrong, but the girl is in a serious condition now. She's often delusional and has been telling people that the end of the world is coming and asking everyone to take precautions." She paused and added, "But, to be honest, I also think she is a little strange." "What's strange about her?" Su Jin asked. "She's not like your average patient," the nurse sighed. "She looks normal, but what she says is so outrageous, like she's really seen the end of the world." Su Jin smiled bitterly. "I heard from her classmates that her grades have been declining recently. It might be because of too much pressure and stress that she said these words. Maybe she wanted to find an excuse for herself through these words. But Miss Ding, I have a request. I wonder if you can help me." "What is it?" Ding Jia looked at Su Jin puzzledly. "I don't want her to stay here any longer. Qingdai herself doesn't want to stay here. You know this environment. It puts her under more pressure and her studies are delayed. My uncle dotes on her very much and definitely doesn't want her to stay here, but my aunt won't agree. I hope you can help me. Next time her mother comes, you can say a few words for me so that Qingdai can go home with her mother." "That's absolutely not possible," Ding Jia said seriously. "We have a rule that unless her parents come to take her back in person, we won't allow her to leave." "Of course I understand. This is just a request. How about this? Let's add a phone number," Su Jin said with a smile, while taking out his mobile phone and turning on the screen. "This is my Xiaomi 6. It has an ultra-clear screen, which ensures that you can see every detail." Ding Jia hesitated slightly and looked down at the phone in Su Jin's hand. Chapter 7. When the phone appeared in Su Jin's hand, Ding Jia's attention was quickly drawn to it. Her eyes were fixed on the phone, and she asked in surprise, "What is this?" "This is a cell phone." Su Jin smiled, looking calm. "This is a cell phone." Ding Jia's eyes widened, clearly shocked by the phone's appearance. Su Jin smiled casually. "Sorry, I forgot that this phone is not yet circulated in the country and is different from those on the market." After saying that, he stuffed the Xiaomi 6 into Ding Jia's hand without hesitation. Ding Jia was holding the phone, stunned for a long time, and did not react for a while. Seeing this, Su Jin gently grabbed Ding Jia's finger and guided her to slide on the screen. He was muttering some technical terms that sounded difficult to understand. 10 cores, dual stems, thinner than a coin, gets smoother the more you use it, and it's way ahead of the curve. "It's amazing. Are foreign mobile phones so advanced now? What country's language is this?" Ding Jia's face was full of excitement. Although the screen of the mobile phone was written in foreign languages, she was not confused, but more curious. However, she did not realize that the topic had gone off track, and her right hand was completely grasped by Su Jin. It was not until Su Jin took back the phone that Ding Jia realized that the movement of his right hand was a little too intimate. He quickly pulled his hand back, a shy blush on his face. This is the language of Wakanda, Su Jin explained with a smile. Wakanda? There's actually such a country. What company could possibly make a phone like this? Ding Jia muttered softly, clearly captivated by this novel concept. Wakanda is a small country, but their mobile phone company is very famous. Can you guess which company it is? Su Jin looked at Ding Jia with a playful smile on his face. Jimmy, Ding Jia guessed casually. Smart, Su Jin praised, a glint of admiration in his eyes. This phone can take pictures. How about I take a picture for you? Su Jin decisively changed the subject and picked up the phone. Really? Ding Jia asked in surprise, clearly interested in the camera function. Su Jin took 2 steps back, then without a word, raised his phone and quickly snapped a picture. Then, standing still, he calmly opened the photo editing software and began retouching it on the spot. 10 seconds later, the retouched photo was handed to Ding Jia. Ding Jia looked at the photo on her phone. She was 2 shades whiter, with all the beauty effects on her face fully applied. Her heart was instantly moved. She exclaimed, Is this really me? Su Jin smiled and chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, it's just a phone camera after all. Not as good as a professional camera, but it's normal to take a photo of a beautiful woman that's only 80%. Ding Jia's face immediately flushed deeply, and his originally cold expression completely disappeared. No, this is already very good. So, where can I buy this phone? Ding Jia hesitated for a moment and asked the question that concerned him most. It hasn't entered the market yet. I only bought it through a friend's connections. Su Jin replied casually. I heard that even if it is released in the future, it may only be available to a small number of people. Oh, Ding Jia seemed a little disappointed, and then asked, Then how much does this phone cost? It's not expensive, only 20,000. Su Jin said casually, his tone was incredibly relaxed. 20,000, Ding Jia exclaimed, then realized his reaction was a bit off, and quickly added, 20,000. Isn't expensive for such a good phone. Well, it's quite convenient. It's also suitable for giving to relatives and friends. I originally wanted to ask my friends to get a few more, but unfortunately, I didn't get an internal quota before returning home. Su Jin's tone did not fluctuate at all, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Only 20,000. Not expensive. Get a few more, give them to relatives and friends. How rich is he and still so young? Does he have some background? Ding Jia's heart was in turmoil, and she felt that Su Jin's identity was becoming more and more confusing to her. At this time, Su Jin said softly, Miss Ding, we seem to have gone off topic. Yes. Ding Jia nodded quickly, realizing that he had been distracted. Let's talk about Qingdai. Su Jin turned his head to look at Fu Qingdai's position, his expression suddenly becoming serious. This child was originally quite lively, but I didn't expect that she would be sent here due to the pressure of life. To be honest, seeing her condition is really heartbreaking. I've observed her condition, and I don't think she's recovering well here. Changing to a familiar environment might be more beneficial for her. Miss Ding, do you really think she has to stay here for treatment? Ding Jia hesitated and replied softly. Actually, not necessarily. Su Jin nodded. I think so too. So, I hope you can do me a favor. When she returns home, I can arrange for someone to take care of her, and the medicine and treatment can be prepared on time. Besides, don't we still have you, Miss Ding? Can you leave me a phone number? Ding Jia struggled internally, his left hand unconsciously shoving into his pocket. When he reached for his cell phone, he hesitated for a moment before finally calling out a number. Okay, remember this. 800-820-8820. Su Jin picked up his phone and pretended to punch a few numbers. Then he feigned surprise and said, Oh, sorry. I just returned home, and this phone doesn't work here yet. How about you leave me your number, and I'll contact you after I've completed the paperwork. After saying this, he didn't care about Ding Jia's reaction at all. He quickly tore off a page from his notebook and handed it to her. Thank you for your help, Miss Ding. Ding Jia took the note, feeling somewhat bewildered, but she didn't say much. She began to realize that Su Jin wasn't simply someone seeking help. Miss Ding, I'm sorry to bother you with this. Su Jin said with a smile. Did I say I promised you? Ding Jia crossed his arms and looked at Su Jin with a half smile. Su Jin smiled faintly. That's right, I'm being presumptuous. But no matter what, I hope to contact you more often in the future to discuss Qingdai's situation. I can see that Miss Ding is a kind and beautiful person, and she is very responsible to her patients. I will definitely treat you to a meal when I have time. By the way, if my uncle and his family come over tomorrow, I hope you won't tell them I've been here. They don't know about my return yet, and I want to give them a surprise. Sujin's tone became a little anxious. You don't have to help me with other things, but you must help me with this. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you. Ding Jia nodded in agreement. Just as the two were about to end their conversation, a call suddenly came from a distance. Ding Jia glanced back, then turned back to Sujin and said hesitantly, I have something else to do. Shall we stop talking for now? Sujin nodded, signaling her to leave. However, just as Ding Jia was about to turn around, Sujin suddenly called out to her, Miss Ding. Ding Jia turned around and looked at Sujin. What's wrong? Your photos are still with me. Can you give them to me? I'll develop them and send them to you when I have time. Sujin said with a smile. Oh, okay. Ding Jia's cheeks turned red again, and her heartbeat quickened. Wait for my call, come on. Sujin said with a smile. The blush that had just disappeared from Ding Jia's face reappeared. She turned around and trotted away, but her heart was full of fluctuations. Sujin watched Ding Jia's back disappear, retracted his smile, took out Ding Jia's phone number from his pocket, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. He walked quickly towards Fu Qingdai, sat down opposite her, and said in a serious tone, Let's cut to the chase. This afternoon or evening, go talk to Ding Jia's nurse and tell her I'm looking for a partner. Tell her to bring us together. Remember, don't act too fake, understand? Fu Qingdai nodded seriously, yes. Sujin looked at her, and his tone became more serious. Okay, now tell me your home address. I'll go check it out today and try to settle me near your home as soon as possible. Remember, the one with 2 pieces of white paper on the window is my home. Fu Qingdai was silent for a moment, pursed her lips, and said hesitantly, Cousin, I have a question, can I ask you? Go ahead, Sujin said in a gentle tone. Are you only saving me? Fu Qingdai's voice trembled. Sujin raised his eyebrows. What else? A trace of fear flashed in Fu Qingdai's eyes. No, you have to save my parents and my friends. You can't just stand by and watch them die. Sujin frowned, feeling overwhelmed. Don't ask me for so many things. I'm telling you, I've been feeling upset and misogynistic these past few days. Fu Qingdai's body trembled slightly, and she stared at him with a firm gaze. Her voice was a little low. Then I might as well die. What's the point of me living alone? Sujin was momentarily speechless after hearing these words. He stood there, his mind racing with countermeasures. Fu Qingdai's words had touched him, and he knew that if she continued to be in this state of mind, it would be difficult to make any progress. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I can't care about others, but I will definitely save your parents, okay? Fu Qingdai was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head, obviously thinking for a moment. She nodded slowly, her eyes relaxing a bit. I understand. As long as my parents can be saved, that's all. Fu Qingdai's voice softened. Cousin, I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but I'm really scared. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she immediately pulled out 3 notebooks from her back and handed them to Sujin. Sujin took the notebooks with suspicion and opened the first one. He saw that it recorded all of Fu Qingdai's dreams, with every detail accurately written down. Even some parts that she couldn't remember clearly were marked clearly. Then, he opened the second book and found that it contained a large amount of common sense and newspaper clippings, which seemed to be the preparations made by Fu Qingdai in preparation for the end of the world. When he turned to the third notebook, Sujin saw a map of Longshan City inside, with some important buildings marked on it, such as grain stores, hospitals, and police stations. The rest of the map includes the address of Fu Qingdai's home, a simple hand-drawn map, and the locations of some supermarkets, pharmacies, and gas supply stations. You remembered all this? Sujin looked at Fu Qingdai in shock, obviously surprised by her attentiveness and preparation. Fu Qingdai nodded, her eyes firm. Cousin, I knew you would come to see me, and I also guessed you might be an alien. I was afraid you didn't understand us, so I made preparations in advance. Fu Qingdai continued. I still have more than 10,000 yuan. I buried it under the big tree at the door of my building. There is a tree at the door that is easy to recognize. I drew a red dot on the trunk of the tree and buried it right under the red. Mr. Duo, how can you, a student, have so much money? Are you a rich second generation? Sujin widened his eyes in shock. Fu Qingdai blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed to speak, and finally lowered her head. I borrowed it from male classmates in our school a while ago. I borrowed it from more than 100 people. Oh my god, Sujin was so surprised that he could hardly believe it. You are so young, and you can cheat men out of their money. I didn't lie. Fu Qingdai retorted in shame and indignation. Then her tone weakened again, and she whispered, I didn't say I wouldn't pay it back. If they weren't dead, I would definitely pay them back, even if I had to work and sell my blood. Great. Su Jin praised repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. A little girl in her teens, knowing that doomsday is approaching, can actually prepare so thoroughly. She's truly exceptionally strong. Facing countless doubts and misunderstandings, she still refuses to give up. That's truly remarkable. The information and money Fu Qingdai provided were clearly extremely important to Su Jin. Her intelligence and initiative impressed Su Jin greatly, and he secretly decided this would be a very high-quality client, unlikely to hold him back. Su Jin put away the 3 notebooks, looked directly at Fu Qingdai, and said in a serious tone, "You did a great job. Leave the rest to me. I'll wait for you outside. You're too thin. Remember to eat more these few days." "I know, it's all thanks to you, cousin." A hint of gratitude flashed in Fu Qingdai's eyes. She nodded, and the worries in her heart were slightly relieved. Chapter 8. Su Jin walked out of the mental hospital and looked up at the brilliant sun. His mind was filled with confusion. Although he had met the client and completed the negotiation, and the tension had eased somewhat, there was still a lump of resentment in his heart that he could not get rid of. The most important thing now was that he had completely severed ties with the company, and he couldn't return home until he completed the tasks assigned to him by the company. Things like tumors might not happen for more than a decade, so the most urgent thing now was to prepare in advance. He took out the notes and map Fu Qingdai had given him from his briefcase and looked at them while walking, planning his next move. The security guards in front of the mental hospital were watching him, but he didn't care and walked out with a swagger. When Su Jin reached the street, he paused, gazing far ahead. According to the map, Fu Qingdai's residential complex, called Talent Community, was approximately 9 kilometers away. His most urgent task wasn't to rent an apartment immediately, but to visit a nearby large market and learn about local food safety issues. He gestured at the map a few times, then walked to the right. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to have an idea and took out a rope from his briefcase. He tied one end to the handle and the other end tightly around his wrist. Then he covered the rope with his windbreaker and continued forward. This place was economically underdeveloped and the security was poor. If he ran into a motorcycle gang and lost his bag, it would be troublesome. Even during the day, he had to be careful. Soon after, Su Jin arrived at a vegetable market. The scene here was not new. The vegetables and fruits were common. However, seeing some vegetables he had never seen before, Su Jin couldn't help but stop and observe. For example, those radishes with strange patterns, or that huge single-leaf vegetable. The red vines spreading across the stall looked a bit unusual. He walked through the stalls, discreetly touching a few leaves, occasionally pausing to engage in pretentious conversation with the stall owner, asking for the names of the vegetables. Although he had no intention of buying them on the spot, he still wanted to take the leaves home to experiment. After all, the safety of the food was paramount. But plant foods weren't his primary target. He was more concerned with meat. According to common sense on Earth, large meat-producing animals generally didn't have toxins, while plants and seeds posed a certain risk. Therefore, Su Jin planned to sort these foods and determine which were the safest. He continued walking until he finally reached a row of butcher shops. Pink lights hung above the butcher shops, making the meat look bright and shiny, but Su Jin remained unimpressed. He noticed some large cuts of meat and animal heads shaped like bulls. Large cuts of meat shouldn't be a problem. At least they looked relatively safe. After stealing a few handfuls of vegetable leaves, Su Jin continued walking forward and came to the aquatic area. There were many large fish tanks here, with a wide variety of fish, but most of them looked like ordinary river fish. As he was observing, his eyes suddenly stopped on a huge gray fish. The fish had an unusual appearance, a large, ferocious mouth, and looked like a monster from another world. It pressed its mouth against the glass of the fish tank, its eyes fixed on Su Jin, seemingly observing him as well. Seeing the fish clearly, Su Jin felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. "Oh, this fish," Su Jin muttered to himself in disbelief. "Brother, I see you've been staring at this fish for a long time. Do you want to buy one?" The stall owner suddenly walked up to him and said enthusiastically, "Free scaling and tooth removal. Guaranteed freshness." "Huh, no, thank you." Su Jin swallowed hard and quickly waved goodbye. After a quick walk around the market, he breathed a sigh of relief. The food seemed reliable for now, but he couldn't let his guard down. He still had to continue with some experiments. He looked around again. Next, he decided to go to a pharmacy to see if he could find some necessary supplies. He walked into a nearby pharmacy. It was quiet and deserted. 2 clerks stood lazily behind the counter, chatting, completely ignoring him. Su Jin paused at the door for a few seconds before walking towards the health supplement section, scanning the shelves. He picked up a prominent multi-nutrient supplement and then pulled out a Centrum bottle he had previously bought from his bag, carefully comparing them. Knowing he would be sent to a strange place, Soo-jin not only bought a lot of food at the supermarket, but also cigarettes and vitamins. To ensure his body could withstand this sudden change of environment, he specially prepared several large bottles of Centrum vitamins. After all, food was a problem, but the lack of vitamins and trace elements could have a more serious impact on his body functions. After looking through them, Soo-jin breathed a sigh of relief, finding that the nutritional content of the 2 bottles of supplements was similar, and even unfamiliar ingredients could be recognized as somewhat similar. It seemed that even though he hadn't personally conducted the experiment, the food safety was already 90% guaranteed. He put down the supplement and left the pharmacy. His next goal was clear. First, rent an apartment in the talent park, then continue with further preparations. Not far away was a video store. As Soo-jin walked to the door, a strange feeling of nostalgia welled up in his heart. Through the glass window, he saw the walls of the store covered with movie boxes. The simple disc wrapping paper reminded him of his childhood. At that time, his favorite movies were Lin Jingying's zombie movies. Every time he rented one, it was the most relaxing and enjoyable time for him. After a moment of emotion, Soo-jin pushed open the door and saw the boss sitting behind the counter, looking at him lazily. "Boss, do you have any disaster movies?" Soo-jin asked directly. Chapter 9. The store was filled with the smell of plastic wrap and old paper. Soo-jin stood aside, looking around, silently pondering his next plan. The boss was busy behind the counter, searching for DVDs while asking, "Disaster films are quite niche. What kind do you want? Viral infections, mutated beasts, alien invasions, the kind of things ordinary people struggle to survive before the apocalypse," Soo-jin replied. His tone relaxed, but his mind was filled with complex thoughts. Got it. Wait a moment." The boss nodded, walked over to the shelf, and began selecting the appropriate discs. Soo-jin stood in the store, his eyes scanning the movie's wall. Although they were just simple movie covers, each one made him fall into deep thought. Movies, for a society, are often a condensed version of society. These films may help him understand how the world faces disasters and how to solve emergencies. Even if these plots are fictional, the ideas contained in them may be part of dealing with future crises. I talked to Fu Qingdai before, and she'd mentioned that she often rented DVDs to watch cartoons at home. Soo-jin planned to go to her house and borrow her DVD viewing equipment when he had the chance. But from what the boss said, I learned that disaster films seem to be a niche in this world, and most of the posters on the movie walls are kissing or romantic. This is not surprising. After all, the development of film technology is not yet fully in place, and the level of special effects is not yet mature. 2 minutes later, the boss came out with 3 CDs and handed them to Soo-jin. "These 3 will definitely meet your requirements." "Just 3? Soo-jin took the CD and looked at it carefully. "There are scratches all over it. Will it be stuck?" "These are the only 3. Don't worry, if you get stuck, I'll refund you." The boss smiled and said, "Brother, I've been doing this for so many years and I still don't know what you want to watch. I like this type of movie too. The others are not so good. These 3, without any romance, are pure disasters. I know what I'm talking about. How much is the rental fee?" Soo-jin's eyes lit up as he asked. "It's the same price as the one written outside, $5 per ticket and a $10 deposit," the boss replied. "Okay, I'll take it all." Soo-jin readily paid, and the boss smiled after accepting it. "Want to pick anything else? I have all the latest movies, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Please help me pick out something historical, urban, or military war. It has to be realistic. I don't want any crappy movies," Soo-jin said, a bit picky. "Don't worry, bro. I don't have any crappy movies." The boss turned around, picked up the disc bag, and started searching again. A few minutes later, Soo-jin had 3 more CDs in his hand. He took a quick look at the cover, took out the money and said, "Not bad. I'll take them all. Would you like to see the others?" The boss was smiling, obviously very satisfied with Soo-jin's purchase. There were usually a lot of people renting discs, but most of them only rented 1 or 2. Each customer would take a long time to choose. Soo-jin's willingness to pay this time made the owner think he must be a veteran movie fan. Soo-jin's eyebrows twitched, and he leaned forward slightly, whispering, "Brother, do you have that?" The boss raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. "What good movies?" Soo-jin raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. "There are good movies." "Aren't all of them good movies?" The boss looked confident. "That kind of good movie." Soo-jin smiled lightly, his eyes full of meaning. "No, I'm a serious business." The boss shook his head, his tone becoming serious. Soo-jin stared at the boss and sneered. "Brother, I've already rented 6 CDs from you. I'll have to come here more often in the future." The boss looked Soo-jin up and down, a hint of temptation flashing in his eyes, and finally asked in a low voice, "What type do you want?" As long as it's beautiful and exciting. I'm buying it sincerely, don't worry. But let's be clear about one thing. You have to let me try it out. I don't believe the cover. Soo-jin smiled provocatively. The cover? The boss was stunned, then suddenly understood something and nodded. Okay, come here. The boss led Soo-jin to another door in the store. They opened it and found a small room. The room was simply furnished, with a mattress placed directly on the floor and an old TV placed on a low table. Clothes and CD cases were scattered on the floor. It was obviously the boss's residence. The boss bent down to pick up the CD package on the ground, opened it, and handed it to Soo-jin. Here, take your pick, 21 discs, for sale only, not for rent. Soo-jin flipped through the CDs in the package. The covers were full of photos of beautiful women in swimsuits. He flipped through a few at random and asked, "Is this pornographic enough for you?" The boss smiled and said, "Brother, what you asked is very novel. If the pornographic disc is not pornographic, isn't that a crime? Okay, pick one for me to see." Soo-jin smiled, with a barely perceptible light flashing in his eyes. The owner pulled a disc from its case and deftly inserted it into a device that looked like a VCD. With the sound of the disc loading, the old TV screen flickered and the image began to play. "I'll speed it up for you," the owner said, picking up the remote and pressing a few buttons on the TV screen, causing the image to speed up. The two people in the video interacted passionately, sparks flying. Soo-jin watched carefully, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Although this was something he was accustomed to, as the camera zoomed in, his eyes were involuntarily focused on the screen. Every detail seemed so real, and there was no mistaking the movements or structure. When the boss saw Soo-jin staring at the TV so intently, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he patted Soo-jin on the back. Hey, is it really that serious, buddy? You've been holding it in for so long, you've already gotten in. Soo-jin raised his head, rubbed his eyes, smiled awkwardly, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The human anatomy in the footage didn't look much different from humans on Earth, and their muscles and movements were consistent with common sense, indirectly confirming the similarities between this place and Earth. If the apocalypse truly arrived, he'd be able to anticipate and respond accordingly. "Sorry, I was mesmerized for a moment." Soo-jin smiled and looked away. "How about this one? Take it if you like." The boss smiled and handed Soo-jin a CD. Soo-jin shook his head and tightened the bag in his hand. "I don't want it for now. I'll talk to you next time." "Thank you, boss. This movie is really good. The store manager recommended it. You were so engrossed in watching it just now. Why are you?" The boss suddenly stared at Soo-jin, his eyes fixed on the bottom of his windbreaker. Under the windbreaker, Soo-jin's hands seemed to be fiddling with something, but after a moment he regained his composure. The boss tilted his head and uttered in shock, "Are you okay?" "What do you mean I'm okay?" Soo-jin was stunned. He followed the boss's gaze and his face suddenly darkened. "Thank you, good people, live a peaceful life. Goodbye." Soo-jin sneered, quickly turned and left the room, and walked out of the store quickly. The boss was stunned in the store for a few seconds, then he burst into a rage. "Fuck you. It's not even 3 minutes old, and he's already dead. What the hell is this young man? 3 minutes, he's freeloading on cars and meals, and now he's even freeloading on movies. Don't even watch the movie, go see a doctor." Chapter 10. Along the way, Soo-jin didn't encounter anything special. He bought a backpack and read the information Fu Qingdai gave him while walking, thinking about the next steps. He took a taxi to the Talent residential area. He stood by the road, looking through the low wall at the old 6-story building. The buildings weren't too close together, and each one was covered in cracks, revealing its age. Although the buildings looked somewhat dilapidated, their numbers were clearly marked on them. Building number 7, where Fu Qingdai lived, could be seen from outside the complex. Soo-jin paused outside the complex, not rushing in. He took out the map Fu Qingdai had drawn for him and began to wander around the perimeter. After about 30 minutes, he returned to the entrance. Fu Qingdai's hand-drawn map was incredibly detailed, with every line meticulously measured with a ruler, and the proportions were incredibly precise. The map showed the locations of nearby supermarkets, printing shops, and other places, so it didn't take Soo-jin long to familiarize himself with the layout. He stepped into the complex and discovered that there wasn't a strict access control system, and the security guard at the entrance seemed almost useless. As he reached the door of Unit 2 in Building 7, he smelled a foul odor of slop. In addition to the normal entrance and exit, there was a 40-centimeter square hole on the right side. Food scraps, soup, and plastic bags were scattered around the hole, making it look rather messy. Next to it was a low concrete wall, separating the building entrance from the garbage outlet. This design reminded him of the old neighborhood where he lived when he was a child. Each apartment building had a dedicated garbage chute, and residents threw their garbage downstairs directly through the corridor. Although it was convenient, it was often blocked and had a pungent smell. There was an old tree standing in front of the building. Soo-jin walked quickly to the tree and circled around its roots. Sure enough, he found a red dot near the roots. Although it was a little faded, it was still very obvious. This must be where Fu Qingdai buried the money. Soo-jin looked around and saw that there was no one around. So he took out a pair of gloves from his backpack and began to dig carefully. After digging about 10 centimeters, he found a biscuit tin with a mottled pattern. He quickly picked up the box and opened it. Inside were rolls of banknotes and some coins. Although he couldn't tell the exact amount, it was definitely a lot of money. Soo-jin quickly put away the cookie box and kicked the dirt back in with a couple of kicks. Then, he looked up at the upstairs window, a flicker of joy in his eyes. Fu Qingdai lived on the 5th floor, and both the 2nd and 5th floors had rental phone numbers posted on their doors. If all went well, Soo-jin might be able to live across from Fu Qingdai's house, making his movements even more convenient. He immediately decided to rent an apartment, wrote down the phone number, and looked around. Soon, he spotted a middle-aged woman and walked over. "Sister, can I borrow your phone?" "My phone's dead," Soo-jin said with a smile as he approached. About 30 minutes later, Soo-jin stood at the 5th floor door. A middle-aged man in a gray short-sleeved shirt was opening the door with his key. "Xiao Su, you have good taste," the homeowner said as he opened the door. "Don't be fooled by the old age of this building. It used to be allocated by the work unit for people of status to live in. Professors, cadres, veterans, all lived there back then." The homeowner opened the door and gestured for them to come in. Old Fu across the street and Xiao Cheng, the security captain at the door, are both retired soldiers. Although the environment is poor, it's safe and comfortable to live here. My son used to live downstairs from me, and if he hadn't begged me to move out, I wouldn't have left. I've taken good care of the house. What do you think? The owner continued. Your son is so filial, earning money to help his parents. That's great. If I had that kind of talent, my parents would be thrilled, Soo-jin complimented. Not bad. Not bad. You're not bad, young man. The homeowner smiled with a hint of pride. Soo-jin nodded, then walked into the house to begin his tour. It had 2 bedrooms and a living room, complete with a bathroom and kitchen. While there was no electric toilet, there were tables, chairs, and benches. The total area was approximately 70 square meters. While not spacious, it was more than enough for daily living. The homeowner followed him and introduced. It's all furnished, enough for daily life. But you'll have to buy your own appliances. You can buy gas canisters outside the community for cooking. They cost 61 cans and require a deposit of 100. The morning market is just down the street from us. When the two of them arrived at the living room, Soo-jin asked directly without beating around the bush. Not bad. How much is it per month? 500 deposit. I see you're quite particular, Xiao Su, so let's just keep it for 1 month, the landlord replied, a hint of negotiation in his tone. Okay, no problem, Soo-jin readily agreed, then changed the subject. Brother, you said your son has moved out too, so is the house downstairs empty as well? Yes, it's empty. It's my son's house, and he never wanted to rent it before, so it's been empty ever since. The landlord replied. Then is the downstairs rented? Soo-jin continued to ask. Huh. The landlord was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The conditions downstairs are similar, the market is good, and the relationship is good. I can rent it. But how many people are you going to live with? Brother, I told you too. I came to Longshan from out of town to find a job. I live alone in this house, but I have a female friend, and I thought I could help her rent a house in advance when she comes over. This can be considered a favor, Soo-jin said with sincerity in his tone. I promise that renting a house for one person will definitely not make a mess. You want to rent a house for your friend? A hint of joking flashed in the landlord's eyes. Okay, no problem. But brother, there is another problem. It's a bit tight for me to rent 2 rooms now. When my friend comes over, my expenses may be higher. Soo-jin continued. That's no problem. I'll pay the first month's rent for both houses for you. You can come back to me in half a month to collect the deposit. You can even write it into the contract. Anyway, you can come up and take a look next time. If there's nothing messy or damaged, you can just not take the deposit and kick me out. The landlord pondered for a moment, then smiled and patted Soo-jin's shoulder. You're quite honest, young man. Okay, it's settled then. An hour later, Soo-jin stood in the quiet of his rented apartment, staring out the window alone. He chewed on some bitter, unknown vegetable leaves. Before him, the sun was setting, its afterglow casting a blanket over the earth. The entire world was shrouded in a golden glow. In just one day, he went from his original home to a strange world, experienced the turmoil in the mental hospital, and successfully rented 2 rooms. It all seemed like a dream. When he was outside, The tension and powerlessness he felt were forcibly suppressed by this unfamiliar environment and his rationality. But now, standing by the window, alone, his body and mind began to relax. Everything seemed calm, yet it was so real that it made him feel a little scared. Su-jin leaned forward slightly, resting his forehead against the window pane, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. The bitter taste grew stronger, and the panic and confusion that had been suppressed for so long in his heart began to spread violently. He was forced to go down this road of no return, and the shadow of doomsday lingered. How could such a thing happen to him? He was just an ordinary person and didn't want to go through this at all. He covered his chest, his heart in chaos. Chapter 11. Su-jin sat alone by the window, motionless for a long time, feeling powerless. His chest rose and fell violently, and his breathing became irregular. He had always believed that he was brave and careful, and could remain calm in the face of any challenge. However, this time, he was completely scared. From childhood to adulthood, Su-jin had always been an indomitable man in the face of adversity. Even after entering the workplace, he remained optimistic, never giving up even when he was being squeezed like an ox or a horse. But today, all his confidence vanished. At this moment, he finally felt truly helpless and terrified. He had lost his way. I was wrong. I was wrong from the beginning. He covered his face, his heart filled with regret. If he hadn't been drinking with the client that day, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. If he hadn't provoked the client, he wouldn't have been sent to this strange place by the company. Whether it was finding a new job or being forcibly sent to this place, everything stemmed from that choice. Is the company here? Can anyone hear me? Su-jin asked tentatively, his eyes fixed nervously on the empty room, hoping for a response. However, he was disappointed to find that he was just talking to himself. He closed his eyes, his thoughts in a tizzy. A person's value in the workplace is roughly equal to their market value minus the cost of switching jobs. Those who are overly dependent on their bosses and the company often face high job-hopping costs and are more vulnerable to layoffs. Su-jin once firmly told himself that only by maintaining a certain degree of independence could he avoid being controlled by the company. But now, he is deeply trapped and unable to extricate himself. What should I do? What if I get laid off? He whispered, his heart filled with anxiety. He had experienced countless workplace changes, and his colleagues around him were constantly laid off, but he always sat there steadily. But this time, Su-jin knew he had made a big mistake. Although the company hadn't officially contacted him, this job no longer had any meaning. He sat there until the sun set. The last ray of sunlight disappeared from the window, and the room fell into darkness. Su-jin rubbed his eyes, sighed, and finally got up to turn on the light. The light shone through the room, making the emptiness and loneliness more apparent. He took a deep breath and told himself that now was not the time to dwell on regret. It had already happened, and he could only let go of his illusions and prepare for the next challenge. Next, the most important thing was to complete the task. He clearly realized that the company no longer cared about him, but it was a good thing. At least it proved that no one would monitor him anymore. Since arriving in this strange place, he had always felt that he was being watched by countless eyes. Even going to the bathroom felt like being spied on. He had been holding it in all day, and now he could finally relax. All right, prepare for the struggle, prepare for doomsday, he reminded himself again. He had to make adequate preparations for the coming disaster over the next 6 days. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Su-jin's face. He frowned, then opened his eyes, his heart filled with struggle. After a night of contemplation, he finally decided to abandon his illusions. Although the unfamiliarity of this world still left him feeling lost, he knew he had to adapt quickly. Reflecting on last night's experience, he was thankful that the leaves he'd eaten had no side effects. Fu Qingdai's information clearly stated that the apocalypse was 6 days away. Every minute and every second was precious. Every opportunity must be seized. Su-jin decided to let go of his inner exhaustion, gather his thoughts, and begin recording his next plan. He first washed up briefly, then sat down at the dining table, took out the notes and a piece of bread given by Fu Qingdai, and ate while thinking. He and Fu Qingdai had already agreed that he would live across the street from her, and once she was successfully discharged from the hospital, she would definitely come to see him first. The next 3 days would be a critical observation period. If she didn't return, Su-jin would have to go to the mental hospital to find her in person. But at the moment, customers weren't the top priority. Preparing for the impending crisis was paramount. For 6 days, a large supply of water, food, and medicine had to be stockpiled. Water was the biggest challenge, as sources were easily contaminated and difficult to replenish. Considering both the volume and weight of water consumed, Su-jin had to make detailed plans for water storage. The problem of water storage needs to be solved, he thought as he recorded. The buckets should be stored as dispersed as possible to avoid causing excessive pressure on the floor. 40 100-liter buckets, and using wooden boards to disperse the pressure, will be absolutely safe. He continued to record, and then began to think about food reserves. Staple foods definitely need to be stockpiled, and it's best to buy them from a distant location to avoid being discovered. To avoid attracting attention, food should be packaged in cardboard boxes and delivered overnight. That way, even if neighbors notice, you can explain it as moving. Oil and protein shouldn't be neglected either. Soo-jin planned to buy barrels of vegetable and animal oils. For protein, he preferred powdered milk, as this high-calorie, easily storable food was both readily available and compacted. In general, food and water are key, and these are just the basics, he continued, his pen scratching against the paper. Next, Soo-jin turned his attention to weapons preparation. He knew that although this world already had advanced industrial technology, it was almost impossible to obtain firearms, especially since ordinary people could not legally own guns. According to Fu Qingdai's description, obtaining firearms was extremely difficult, with high legal risks and enormous costs. Therefore, Soo-jin ultimately decided to abandon firearms and rely on cold weapons instead. Steel pipes and knives and axes, those are enough. He pulled out a map from his notebook and searched for the location of a nearby slaughterhouse. Although he felt uneasy about killing living creatures, he knew that desensitization training was crucial. If zombies or mutants really appeared, he had to be able to remain calm in the critical moment. Chapter 12 School Beauty returns home. There are 5 days left until the end of the world. It's another sunset, 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Soo-jin returned to the rental house with a backpack on his back. He had changed into a vest and shorts that he had bought locally. This day was quite fruitful. I spent half a day in the bookstore, speed reading a lot of encyclopedias, which further deepened my understanding of the world. The remaining half day was spent scouting the area, studying market prices, making cost budgets, and getting close to the community security guards. The money in hand, it is barely enough. Of course, the supplies are calculated based on supersaturation. You only eat it, it will be enough for a family of 4 to eat for several months. If you don't need to purchase a large amount of other functional supplies, this money will be enough to last for more than 2 years. The purchasing power is truly impressive. When I got home, the first thing I did was put down my backpack and took out my handbag from it. She took out a notebook from her handbag, and then took out 2 plastic bags. One plastic bag contained rice, and the other contained stir-fried pork slices. There was no problem eating some vegetable leaves in the evening, so today I plucked up the courage to order a meat dish at a small restaurant outside. The taste was okay, and he was quite surprised that the restaurant had normal rice and chopsticks. As for the 2 meals on the table, they were leftovers. Soo-jin opened the notebook with one hand and opened the plastic bag with the other. Before I could open it, I felt a warm sensation coming from my fingers. Looking at the still warm food, Soo-jin was stunned for a moment. He had read some novels, and in those exciting stories there was always a space ring or something, and the food placed in it had an infinite shelf life. But when you actually see it with your own eyes, and the food is still warm, it feels so magical. Isn't this like time has stopped? The skills like time stopping in the novel are too low level and are everywhere. The food looks like it was just bought, so it seems like I don't have to worry about the food I brought from home expiring. After opening the plastic bag, Soo-jin picked up a ball of rice with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After chewing twice, his expression changed slightly, and then he took another bite of food. It's not that time stands still. The temperature didn't change, the rice became cooked again, and the taste of the dishes seemed to have changed a bit too. The space inside this bag is actually a thermally insulating environment, but the molecules can still move. I don't know if microorganisms and bacteria can survive, so I'll have to use a petri dish to experiment. Oh, so it seems that pills and other medicines will expire if kept in a storage ring. What is the principle behind this space? Soo-jin slapped his forehead and laughed at himself. Why think about that shit? Using science to explain metaphysics is unscientific in itself. Nothing has been normal since I traveled through time. But then I thought about it and felt a little sad. I have received scientific education for half my life, but I haven't learned anything else. What else can I believe in besides science? I can't always trust my ancestors. After all, I've never had enough to eat. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Soo-jin began to organize his notes while eating. Halfway through the meal, there was a knock on the door. Soo-jin was startled instantly, put down his chopsticks, and walked to the door in 2 steps. Looking through the cat's eye, it was Fu Qingdai. At this moment, she was standing nervously at the door, with no one around her. Soo-jin quickly opened the door and pulled Fu Qingdai into the room. Fu Qingdai was startled when she was suddenly pulled. After looking at Su Jin's face, he quickly calmed down and said nervously, "I'm out, cousin." "Well done. When did you get out? Was there any difficulty?" Su Jin asked in surprise. "Today? I got home at noon today. My mom just left for work." Fu Qingdai hung her head, not daring to look at Su Jin. "It wasn't difficult. I don't know what happened to that nurse. She kept talking on my behalf. Oh, and she told me privately that I still need treatment. So she asked you to call her and report the situation." Su Jin nodded repeatedly and pulled her to the dining table. "Sit down. Let's sit down and talk." Fu Qingdai responded softly, with half of her but resting on the chair. "Cousin, what should we do next?" Su Jin walked to the kitchen, took a glass of tap water, and pushed it to Fu Qingdai. He sat down and said, "Leave the rest of the work to me. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. Before I tell you anything, we have 3 rules. You need to keep them in mind, okay? Do you know what they mean?" "I understand. Just tell me, cousin," Fu Qingdai said in a soft voice. "Very good. First, never act on impulse. Second, never leave out any small details from my mind. Third, I must complete everything I ask you to do cleanly and beautifully. Can you do that?" "Yes." Fu Qingdai raised her head and finally looked directly at Su Jin. "Good. Very energetic." Su Jin gave him a thumbs up. "I can see that you are very smart. I also believe that you can do it. Although I'll be giving you a task later, you only need to follow one thing. Trust me wholeheartedly. I know you're still hesitant, but I'm not trying to brag. I never ask my clients to judge me by my win rate. Please measure me by my losses, because I've never lost." "Really, brother?" Fu Qingdai's eyes suddenly lit up, with hope flashing in her eyes. "That's right. Only the Trisolarans lie. We Namekians love to tell the truth. Why are the Trisolarans so evil?" That is, seeing that Fu Qingdai became more lively, Su Jin felt more relieved. Since this mission must be carried out, professionalism must be maintained. You must not collapse mentally, and the mental health of small customers needs to be maintained even more. "Brother, tell me what you want me to do next," Fu Qingdai asked. Su Jin was about to speak when his eyes fell on the socket in the corner of the wall. Then I suddenly remembered, I didn't check the battery that day. Although I brought 2 power banks, it was still a bit difficult to use them for the next few days. Mobile phones are quite useful now, and they will be of even greater use in the future. The wall socket has 2 holes, and the charger can be plugged in, but he didn't dare try it for fear of damaging his phone, so he decided to ask now. "Let me ask you a question first. What's the voltage of the socket?" 220 volts. "Do you have a scientist named Volt here?" "What is the unit of voltage?" "There is no scientist named Volt. The unit of voltage is named after the Chinese physicist Li Songxi. So the unit of voltage is called volt." "Hold on." Su Jin was speechless and couldn't help but sigh that the company's translation function was ridiculously powerful. It really could automatically adapt and convert cultures. Of course, no one else could understand what he wrote. But this is not important. The phone should be able to charge normally. Try it with a power bank before charging. The voltage of 220V is the same as that of most countries on Earth, which is probably not a pure coincidence. Using such a voltage should be a reasonable value achieved between economy and efficiency. That means science has never failed, and your own experience and common sense are always useful. "What's wrong, cousin?" Fu Qingdai asked curiously. Su Jin shook his head and took out another notebook. "It's okay. Now tell me about your parents. Be sure to be thorough and make no mistakes or omissions. This part is related to whether we can have a legitimate relationship. If you do it well, I can go to your house whenever I want, and it will be more convenient for me to help your parents. Let's start." Fu Qingdai nodded, but just as she was about to start, she hesitated and said, "Brother, after I've finished telling you, can you tell me about Namek?" "No problem, you go ahead." An hour later. "Brother, I've told you everything I know," Fu Qingdai said, holding the empty cup of water. "Anything else?" Su Jin closed his notebook and said, "No more questions. I will go to your house tomorrow. You have 2 tasks." "What mission?" "Tell your mother to cook a few more hard dishes, and you can steal another 2,000 yuan for me." Chapter 13. Entering the Fu family. There are still 4 days until the end of the world. After a busy day, a lot of supplies of all sizes were piled up in Su Jin's home on the 4th floor. In the morning, I was responsible for scouting the area, and in the afternoon, I went to the wholesale market to shop. I first bought 10 buckets, dozens of bags of milk powder, 20 bags of salt, vitamin tablets, common medicine tablets, some gauze, alcohol, iodine, and I also ordered a lot of grain and oil from the grain store 6 kilometers away, paid a deposit, and arranged for delivery 2 days later. In addition, a large amount of plastic bags, toilet paper, and several portable plastic toilets were purchased. All the supplies, toilets are definitely the most essential need. As the end of the world approaches, the preciousness of water resources is evident. Even if the sewers are not affected, it is not possible to have the luxury of using water to flush the toilet. Then you can only buy a few toilet plastic bags. Zombies moved by smell? It might even work like a biological bomb. Although a plastic bucket would work, but considering that I might die, it's better to be decent if possible. In addition, based on Fu Qingdai's questions, I bought a batch of sanitary napkins. Although this thing is used for women during special periods, it has many uses. At least it can be used as an insult. I'll be able to buy almost everything in 2 days. Su Jin was thinking in his mind. Just as he crossed out the supplies he had already purchased in his notes, his stomach suddenly growled, and he looked up at the door. We have an appointment to have dinner at Fu Qingdai's house today. His parents haven't met her yet, but they already have a relatively deep understanding of her. This link is also very important, not to mention whether it is possible to communicate smoothly with Fu Qingdai in public. Gaining the couple's trust will definitely be of great help to future activities. Fu Qingdai's father, Fu Hu, was a soldier. Although he retired due to injury, his qualities should be incomparable to ordinary people. Even though he has been slacking off over the years and his body is not very strong, he will definitely be able to surpass ordinary people after a short period of training. As for Fu Qingdai's mother Zhang Wan, a female worker in a textile factory, it's okay if she can sew, which is also a good skill. I plan to buy a batch of ready-made clothes and thick fabrics tomorrow, and then buy some aluminum coils from the hardware store. Sew a cloth pocket on the clothes and stuff it with cut metal pieces to make a simple suit of armor. This protection is very simple, practical, and necessary. I must succeed today. Maybe through Fu Hu I can get some weapons like bows and arrows. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, there were sounds of footsteps and conversation in the corridor, followed by the sound of a key opening the door. There was a loud noise, and the door opposite closed. Su Jin bowed slightly and walked to the mirror to adjust his clothes. From the sound just now, it seems that Fu Hu and his wife are returning home together, which is just right. It is not difficult for 2 people to take it down at once. After a quick tidy up, Su Jin put his cell phone in his pocket, picked up 3 movie discs and a notebook, and walked out of the room. Standing in front of Fu Qingdai's house, he thought for a moment and then knocked on the door. Soon the door opened, and a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a slightly fierce look appeared in front of Su Jin. Seeing that it was a stranger knocking on the door, Fu Hu's eyes showed confusion. Who are you? Fu Hu. Su Jin was slightly surprised. Then his expression returned to calm. Hey, who are you? Do you know me? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Fu Hu opened the door, stood in front of it, and looked at Su Jin in confusion. Su Jin smiled, and then looked up and said, Excuse me, I'm your new neighbor. My name is Li Haoqing. Li Haoqing? How do you know me? I don't think we've met before, or did Mr. Li next door tell you? Fu Hu was obviously a straightforward person, and there was a hint of displeasure in his expression. It was a bit rude to address a young stranger by his full name right away. Su Jin said calmly, Of course I know you. You are Fu Hu, a soldier of the 2nd Squad, 3rd Platoon, 7th Company, 3rd Battalion, 571st Regiment, 191st Division, 12th Group Army. Your company commander is Huang Chongwan, nicknamed Huang Pao, and you have Yang Huai from the same squad. Su Jin told the other party's information like he knew it by heart, and Fu Hu immediately closed the door and stood in the corridor. His eyes were full of vigilance. Who are you? Su Jin's smile faded, and he gradually became serious. He looked directly at the other person and said, Let me introduce myself. I am Li Haoqing, the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Implementation Bureau. Country what? Fu Hu didn't react for a moment. He had never heard of this strange department. It's called the National Cadre Bureau. It's normal that you didn't understand it because your previous rank was too low. Our department reports directly to the top management. Su Jin took out the Xiaomi 6 and started operating it. After a few swipes, Fu Hu's ID card appeared on the screen. Holding up his phone and presenting it to the other party, Su Jin continued, I have your ID. As for how I know you, it's actually very simple. Back then, the National Cadre Bureau was selecting a group of soldiers for special training, and you were among the candidates. Although I hadn't joined at the time, I later read your information and saw that you were highly regarded internally, so I remember it quite clearly. You. Fu Hu was a little confused for a moment. He really doesn't dare to judge whether the other party is real or fake. He should have rejected a department he had never heard of. But it is strange that the other party clearly understands his resume and even produces his ID. The most important thing is the equipment. It's so advanced, so clear. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to have such a thing. Fu Hu pondered in his heart. Never mind. Let's stay calm first and ask him why he's here. I don't think I've ever been in any trouble, right? Director Haoqing. Fu Hu said tentatively, "Come here." "It's Director Li." "Oh yes, Director Li. What can I do for you?" As soon as these words came out, the seriousness on Su Jin's face disappeared, and he smiled again. "Old Fu, this is a coincidence. We are really neighbors now. I have an emergency, and I came here to borrow the TV. I didn't expect to see you. Can I come in?" Then please come in." Fu Hu extended his hand in confusion. Su Jin walked into the house calmly. The living room and dining room were connected. Fu Qingdai was wearing pajamas and lying on the table doing homework. When he saw Su Jin appear, his eyes lit up, and then he immediately turned back and lay on the table, pretending to study hard. Go, Qingdai. There are guests coming. Go back to your room and write," Fu Hu said, then turned around and smiled at Su Jin again. "This is my daughter." "Oh." Fu Qingdai responded unhappily and ran back to the house with her homework. Just then, Zhang Wan walked out of the kitchen with water on her hands. Seeing the unfamiliar face of Su Jin, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Fu Hu. He's a relative of an old comrade of mine. It's none of your business. You cook first, I want to talk to him alone." Fu Hu winked at Zhang Wan, who curled her lips and turned back to the kitchen. "Director Li, let's sit down and talk." Fu Hu looked at Su Jin and pointed at the sofa. Chapter 14 Mysterious Department, Psychological Game. The two of them sat down on the sofa at the same time. Zhang Wan brought 2 glasses of water, turned around, and went back into the kitchen to work. After a moment of silence, Fu Hu asked tentatively, "Director Li, can I ask you a few questions?" "Of course, but some things are confidential, so I can't tell you." "Of course. I'd like to ask when this National Cadre Bureau was established. What are its functions?" "The State Administration of Personnel Management was established 30 years ago. Simply put, it is responsible for predicting, intervening in, handling, and covering major national uncertainties. It specializes in risks beyond the surface and provides a safety net for national strategic security." Fu Hu narrowed his eyes. "You said before that my rank was too low, so it was normal that I didn't understand the National Cadre Bureau. Then why are you telling me that directly now?" Su Jin smiled, picked up his water cup and glanced at Fu Hu. "It's very simple. It won't be long before the whole country knows about this department." "Why?" Just as Fu Hu was about to continue asking questions, Su Jin took out a CD from his arms and handed it to him. "Would you mind putting this disc in for me?" "Don't worry, it's just an ordinary movie. You can watch it." Fu Hu stared at the CD, thought quickly, and turned to put it on. Su Jin crossed his legs, took out his notebook and placed it on the armrest of the sofa, holding a pen in his other hand ready to write. When Fu Hu turned around and saw his expression, he was suddenly confused again. "This has nothing to do with you." Su Jin raised the pen in his hand. "Old Fu, keep asking. I can tell you everything I can. It was indeed a bit presumptuous of me to come to your house this time. We are all family, and I don't want you to misunderstand." Fu Hu nodded and continued. "You said you were the director of the National Cadre Bureau, but I see you're only in your 20s. How could someone as young as you be given such a position in such an important department?" "Actually, I'm already in my 30s, I just look younger. But it's true that even being in my 30s in a department like this and at this level is not normal. But the reason behind this is simple. It's because people like me are hard to find. The tasks our department is responsible for are quite significant. They require proficiency in foreign cultures, proficiency in multiple languages, mathematics, physics, computers, even psychology, and so on. The number of people in the country who can meet these requirements can be counted on one hand. I just returned to China and rented a house. This area of the talent community is where the elderly used to live, so I chose this place. I didn't expect to become your neighbor." Fu Hu was speechless for a moment. Special strangers, departments I've never heard of. Although he produced some evidence, he didn't dare to believe the other party at all. Weird, full of weirdness everywhere. Even if the other party's explanation was reasonable, he still couldn't accept that a young boy could become the director of an important department. What else to ask? Just as Fu Hu was lost in thought, Su Jin took the initiative to speak. "Old Fu, I know you don't believe me, but you will know after taking a look at this. Go ahead and unlock the Xiaomi 6 in your hand and throw it directly to Fu Hu." Fu Hu was quick to take it and immediately held it in his hand to examine it. This thing felt particularly special the first time he saw it. It must be a high-tech technology. Now that I can have it in my hands to play with it, I naturally cannot waste the opportunity. What is this thing called? What are the words inside it? Actually, this is just a mobile phone. The system inside has been modified by our department and has been completely replaced with encrypted text that can only be understood by insiders. Su Jin said lightly. The technology contained in this device integrates the functions of almost every electronic product on the market. This product was secretly manufactured by a foreign department and has epic-making strategic significance. I am carrying out missions abroad to obtain the relevant manufacturing data. Fu Hu fiddled with his phone with great curiosity. When the screen locked, he looked up at Su Jin with narrowed eyes. Such important news? You told me too much. Su Jin nodded. Very good. As a candidate for the National Cadre Bureau back then, you're certainly quite alert. Actually, this matter isn't something to be ashamed of, as I sent all the production data back to China a year ago, and we started trial production internally 6 months ago. After our National Cadre Bureau releases this device, it will also be officially released in the domestic market as a civilian product. By then, everyone will be able to afford it, and it will definitely cause a sensation internationally. Right now, it's less than a month away. Is this true? Can everyone afford this kind of high-tech? Fu Hu's pupils dilated, his heart pounding. How much would it cost? About 18,000. Is this a price everyone can afford? Interest-free installments. While Fu Hu was still not able to react, Su Jin took the initiative and said, You must still have a lot of doubts in your heart. You are not sure about my identity, and you don't understand why someone like me would appear here. To be frank, I returned to China secretly without telling my superiors. My mission was actually completed long ago, and the declassification period will be over next month. Something happened in the bureau, and the deputy director position became vacant. It should have been mine, but I haven't been away from Longshan for many years, and someone in the bureau wanted to take advantage of it. So I communicated privately with my subordinates and rented a house here temporarily. It was an accident that I met you. I just wanted to borrow a TV. It's okay to tell you these things, as long as you keep it a secret for me. Fu Hu's eyes were still alert. So many things. Is it appropriate for you to tell me? Su Jin was speechless, lazily leaning on the sofa, staring at the TV. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You can't affect anything without me in the bureau. Besides, I can't hide all my cards while I'm abroad. I'll decipher the rest of the information and hand it over to the higher-ups. The position of deputy director will still be mine. After saying that, Su Jin raised the notebook in his hand. The text above is exactly the same as on the phone and is completely incomprehensible. Fu Hu was speechless for a moment and fell into deep thought. This matter is too big, and it came out of nowhere. Reason reminded him that he couldn't trust everything this kid said, as he didn't seem like someone from the system at all, but he couldn't find any flaws to refute it. The main reason is that the background is too vague. I don't understand it at all, and what I come up with is completely beyond my cognition. Old Fu, Su Jin stared at the TV. It's fate that we met. I've already told you as much. Almost all of my men are being watched right now. If you're willing to run an errand for me, I'd be very grateful. Money isn't a problem. My situation here will be over in 10 days or half a month. If you're looking for a job, there are still positions available in the National Cadre Bureau office. The starting salary is over 10,000 yuan. Starting salary of 10,000. Fu Hu's body trembled slightly, and he whispered, Director Li, I'm afraid. This is the reason why you came to live in my house and said so much, right? Su Jin chuckled. That's half right. Living across from your house was indeed an accident. So, are you willing to do me a favor? I also want to ask, which country are you on this mission in? My whereabouts are top secret and will not be made public in the future. It's okay, old Fu. If you don't want to help me, then don't help me. I won't affect your life. Thank you, Director. Have you eaten? Su Jin paused his pen and glanced at Fu Hu. I didn't eat it. Why don't you stay and have dinner together tonight? Fu Hu asked. Is it convenient? It's convenient. There's nothing inconvenient about it. I'll go see how the dishes are cooking. After Fu Hu said that, he glanced at Su Jin secretly, got up and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing Fu Hu coming in, he half closed the kitchen door. Zhang Wan stopped shoveling and immediately leaned forward to ask, Who is that guy? Who is that guy? Why are you here? Chill. Keep your voice down. There's something wrong with this kid. Chapter 15, Qualities of a Top Agent. What's going on? Zhang Wan asked in a low voice. Fu Hu frowned. I don't know. This guy suddenly appeared. He claimed to be a high-ranking official from the National Cadre Bureau, but I've never heard of this department. He has my ID and knows my resume. I really can't tell whether it's true or not. But he also has some high-tech equipment in his hands. It's definitely high-tech equipment, definitely not something that ordinary people can touch. It's possible that what he said is true, but it's also unlikely. I don't dare offend him. If he really is an official, it would be troublesome. Oh no, Zhang Wan said worriedly. Did he get scammed? Old Fu, you have to be aware of this. You were just an ordinary soldier before. What big deal could you be involved in? If he dares to ask for money, we'll call the police. Don't worry, I'll keep him for dinner. I'll try to trick him later. If it's fake, how can I fool a young boy? Just follow my lead. What's going on? The good things we bought today are all for our daughter's health. It's rare that she has a good appetite, and now a stranger comes and takes advantage of it. Zhang Wan complained, fanning her hands. Don't hesitate, just do it. Hey, tell Qingdai to lock the door. She'll eat later. The table is full of dishes and the cups are ready. Su Jin picked up the remote control and watched the movie faster. He had already taken 2 pages of notes. After placing the last dish, Fu Hu tilted his head and asked, Directorly, have you finished reading that? Su Jin paused the TV, closed his notebook, stood up and walked towards the dining table, looking at the couple with a smile on his face. I'm sorry to bother you two today. Let me introduce you. This is my wife Zhang Wan, and this is... Fu Hu extended his hand to introduce. Director of the National Cadre Bureau, Li Haoqing. Su Jin smiled and nodded at Zhang Wan. Sit down, please sit down. Fu Hu nodded repeatedly. The 3 of them sat down and fell into silence for a while. Fu Hu raised his glass and offered it to Su Jin. Director Li, you said before that meeting is fate. Let me toast you first. Su Jin raised his hand to decline. Sorry, I never drink when I'm not working. Fu Hu and his wife looked at each other, and Zhang Wan smiled and said, Yes, drinking less alcohol is good for your health. Then eat more vegetables. After saying that, Zhang Wan picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into Su Jin's bowl. Director Li, I heard you talking just now. I think you mentioned something called the National Cadre Bureau. I've never heard of it before. Could you tell me more about it? When did our country have such a department? No problem. Actually, this department has been established for a long time. Su Jin said halfway, turned around and looked in the direction of Fu Qingdai's bedroom, then turned back and said, Gentlemen, that is your daughter in the room, right? Why don't you call her out to eat together? No, that kid always eats snacks and never eats properly. Don't bother with her, Zhang Wan said with a look of resentment. Director Li, please continue. I wonder what your daughter's name is. Su Jin changed the subject. Secretly poked Fu Hu with a finger under the table. My daughter's name is Fu Qingdai, what's wrong? Fu Hu said indifferently. That child. Su Jin hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Did something happen to that child recently? I don't think she's in a very healthy mental state. The Fu Hu couple looked at each other again, and this time their eyes changed. Fu Hu suddenly remembered something and said, Director Li, you said you're well versed in psychology. Can you really spot the problem? Su Jin sneered, Of course. Anyone with sufficient expertise can spot the problem at a glance. It seems your precious daughter Mingzhu is indeed in trouble. Isn't she? Call her out, and I'll take a look. I can't guarantee I'm better than the top experts, but I'm definitely no match for those third-rate doctors. Without waiting for Fu Hu to speak, Zhang Wan stood up and called Fu Qingdai. Soon, Fu Qingdai also sat down at the table, lowered her head, and dared not say a word. Speak. Call someone. Call Uncle Li. Zhang Wan poked Fu Qingdai's shoulder and said, Uncle Li. Uncle Li. Fu Qingdai bit her lower lip, glanced at Su Jin quickly, and quickly lowered her head again. Director Li, can you please take a look at what's wrong with this child? Zhang Wan asked anxiously. Recently, she's always... Zhang Wan was about to explain her condition when Fu Hu interrupted her in a deep voice. Don't talk. Don't disturb others. Let Director Li have a good look. He is proficient in psychology, so it's a good opportunity to see how proficient he is. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after trying it. Su Jin lowered his head slightly and pretended to look at Fu Qingdai, pretending to be in deep thought for 2 minutes. Under the gaze of Fu Hu and his wife, he slowly spoke. This child, judging by her facial expression and complexion, she's under a lot of pressure. I even feel like she has some suicidal tendencies. Usually, at this stage, it's the pressure of studying that causes her problems. Zhang Wan immediately looked at Fu Hu with a look that said, What did I say? Fu Hu glanced at him with displeasure on his face. This prodigal woman was almost led into the ditch without saying a word. She is useless. Her recent studies have shown that math and physics have declined first. Yeah, isn't it? His math grades are getting worse day by day. Zhang Wan asked in amazement. Director Li, you can even tell that. This is normal, a matter of probability. Su Jin said. Qingdai, raise your head. I want to ask you 2 questions. Fu Qingdai raised her eyes and nodded timidly twice. What time is your school's lunch break, and what time do you eat? I'll take a break at 12 o'clock and eat at 12:30. So what do you eat for lunch? Who do you eat with? Every day is different. Su Jin asked more than a dozen daily questions in a row, leaving Fu Hu and his wife confused. Fu Hu's brows were furrowed, and his eyes never left Su Jin. It was not until the 20th question was asked that Su Jin picked up the water cup, took a sip, and a smile appeared on his face again. I think the problem is clear. What's going on, Director Li? Zhang Wan asked hurriedly. The first point, as I've already mentioned, is excessive academic pressure. But the second point is more complicated. She's in a premature relationship. I didn't. Fu Qingdai immediately retorted, pinching her thigh tightly with one small hand. You did, and that boy was not in the same class as you. I guess he was a classmate from the class next to you. His academic performance was not good, but he should be good at sports. He spent more than 2 months with you, and then he fell in love with someone else and dumped you. Maybe you want to find him again, but he humiliated you, right? Su Jin looked directly at Fu Qingdai. Hold on. You must hold on. Fu Qingdai's big eyes were filled with tears, and her thighs were bruised. Then she cried out and threw herself into Zhang Wan's arms, crying uncontrollably. Their daughter suddenly broke down, and Fu Hu and his wife looked at each other again, but this time their eyes were completely different. This is amazing. The hospital couldn't find so many problems, but they found the root cause by just asking a few questions. Is this the quality of a top agent? Oh, I told you. This kid is under a lot of pressure from studying, and he's still dating. There's nothing else wrong, but you insisted on sending the kid to a mental hospital. Zhang Wan was so excited towards Fu Hu, feeling very happy. Chapter 16, Blade Hanging Around Neck. Director Li, how should this child be treated now? Zhang Wan patted Fu Qingdai and asked. Su Jin looked directly at him and said, it's actually quite simple to treat her, but before we get into it, we still have to talk about the problem. The reason a child her age is in this state is not only because of the school, but also because of you too. What you just did is exacerbating her problem. Oh. Zhang Wan was a little embarrassed for a moment. Children nowadays are so pretentious. Back then that sentence counts. Su Jin sighed. Vladimir Su Kuan once said that there is only one truly serious philosophical question, and that is suicide. Humans are animals that need meaning to survive. The Fu Hu couple listened attentively. She's already lost the meaning of life after suffering a setback at school. If she returns home and is misunderstood by you too, her problems will naturally become even more serious. She might even develop serious suicidal tendencies and hallucinations. While she's still recovering from the hallucinations and her problems aren't too serious, you should quickly take care of her and don't push her too hard. She's already hallucinating, Director Li. What should we do? When can she go to school? Zhang Wan was horrified, and Fu Hu's face turned pale as well. Wu, Fu Qingdai cried like a fire alarm. Can you please not mention school? How many times have you heard her? Su Jin glanced at Zhang Wan. It's gotten so serious. Why didn't you intervene earlier? It's so severe that she's experiencing hallucinations. There aren't many psychiatrists in Longshan City who can help her recover, and there's very little treatment available in the country. Then, do you have any candidate to recommend? Fu Hu swallowed and said, I just returned to Longshan. How can I know the specific situation here? Su Jin shook his head. My teacher is definitely capable, but unfortunately he passed away last year. Then can you see it? Zhang Wan asked directly. Don't talk nonsense. Director Li isn't a doctor, so how could he have the time to treat patients? Fu Hu scolded him, then turned and said, Director Li, could you give us some pointers and tell us what to do? How to do it? This can't be explained in a few words. Su Jin sighed and changed the subject. How about this? We live across the street anyway. I'll be out during the day, and I'll be home about the same time as you guys at night. I'm not busy at night. You can let the kids go to my place, or I can come over to yours. We're all neighbors, so don't be polite. Help her with counseling for 2 hours a day. She should be able to return to school in 7 days. If she practices more physical exercises like singing and dancing, it will be much easier for you to help her recover her mentality later. Oh really? Zhang Wan stood up excitedly. Thank you so much, Director Li. What Director Li? Director Li. Fu Hu also stood up excitedly, glared at Zhang Wan, and raised his glass. Director Li, I toast you. I'm a rough man, and it's all in the wine. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Fu Qingdai lowered her head, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. Don't be like that. It won't be too late to call Director Li in half a month. Su Jin smiled faintly and turned to look at Fu Qingdai. Besides, we have to respect the wishes of the person involved, right? Qingdai, would you like to take some time tonight to chat with me? Don't worry, don't feel too pressured. It's just a chat. Fu Qingdai pursed her lips and nodded. That's settled. Su Jin spread his hands and smiled at the couple. I'll come over tomorrow. Now, let's continue chatting about whatever we want to talk about. The script has been written long ago, and the target has already fallen into the game. Naturally, Su Jin dominated the conversation that followed. Just the fact that he brought out his awesome Me-6 was enough to make the local natives dizzy. What's more, Fu Qingdai would occasionally throw out questions that had been designed long ago, helping him to establish his character. As for questions that cannot be answered, of course there are some, but the response can be just one sentence. State secret, no comment. An hour later, we were full and satisfied. Su Jin packed up his things and prepared to go home with the 231 yuan and 50 cents that Fu Qingdai had secretly given him. Fu Hu stood at the door and opened it. His dark face was visibly crimson. He was smiling, and it was obvious that he had been forced to drink a lot during the meal. Director Lee, I'm so happy to see you this time. Oh, if it weren't for you, I would have thought everyone was just being polite to me when I left the army. I didn't expect the superiors and my comrades to think so highly of me. And my daughter, I really don't know how to thank you this time. If you need any help, please feel free to help me as long as I can. Su Jin waved his hand. I'll need your help with something later, but it won't be a big deal. Don't be stressed. Close the door, and I'm going back. Wait a moment, Director Lee. Fu Hu raised his voice. Anything else? Director Lee. Fu Hu hesitated, his tongue curling a little. My National Cadre Bureau. After holding it in for a long time, I was too embarrassed to say the word work. Su Jin suddenly understood, and then smiled. Old Fu, don't be polite with me. There's nothing to be embarrassed about if you want to move up. You want me to introduce you to a job, right? Fu Hu nodded awkwardly. This relationship is already established, and he is really capable, an absolute master. There is nothing wrong with his identity. Even though he had already taken advantage of her, he still wanted this job with a base salary of 10,000. Old Fu, I won't hide it from you. I do have the ability, but I can't guarantee it 100%. The main problem is that I'm not quite sure what the Bureau's vacancies are. So, wait for my news, and I'll give you the results tomorrow, okay? That's great. Thank you, Director Lee. You can rest early. Fu Hu expressed his gratitude. Su Jin waved his hand, and the door was closed. He turned around and walked back to his house, took out his key, and was about to unlock it. The sounds of lively and cheerful discussions behind the door of the Fu family across the street were vague and harsh, echoing in the empty corridor. With a click, the sensor light above his head went out, and the corridor fell into darkness, with only the sound of Su Jin's increasingly heavy breathing. The hand holding the key suddenly dropped, his body swayed, and he weakly leaned his head against the iron gate, closing his eyes and sighing. I feel empty inside. I miss home. I used to not want to go home during the Chinese New Year. This time I really thought about it. I couldn't. After exhaling a few breaths, Su Jin wiped the corners of his eyes, opened the door, and went home. Dark clouds covered the city, and the cold wind was howling, wandering between the buildings accompanied by the pouring rain. The streets are deserted, only the walking dead. Rotting corpses wandered aimlessly on the streets. Su Jin squatted on the corner of the street, wearing a raincoat and observing the movements ahead. At this moment, a zombie behind him made a sound and suddenly attacked. Su Jin turned around and saw a bloody mouth coming towards him. Fuck! Su Jin's eyes were bloodshot and he opened his mouth to bite the zombie's face. Ah! Jin woke up from his dream, his whole body drenched in sweat. He covered his neck and gasped for breath, looking like muddy water. At this moment, his throat was as dry as if a razor blade was stuck in it. There was a human-shaped sweat mark on the bed behind him. After taking several deep breaths, Su Jin's heartbeat gradually returned to normal and he rubbed his face hard. I was dreaming. I think I was too nervous. He reached out to the right and touched the notebook, which he immediately opened to check. The grain store will deliver food tonight, and we need to buy some supplies during the day. Let's go to the slaughterhouse to practice first and deal with the rest in the afternoon. To adapt to stress as quickly as possible, you must desensitize in advance. I absolutely cannot collapse. If I collapse mentally, everything will be over. After encouraging himself several times in his heart, Su Jin raised his head. His bloodshot pupils were directed towards the date chart on the opposite wall with a row of red crosses drawn on it. Only 3 days until the end of the world. Chapter 17, Pretending to be a pig and eating feed. After getting up, washing and tidying himself up, Su Jin took an extra set of clothes and rushed out to the slaughterhouse. He asked the butchers at the market about the local slaughterhouse. There is one in the suburbs. From the description, the management is not very sophisticated and it mainly focuses on pigs. Although the mainstream meat-producing animals in this world are also similar to pigs, the pig species seem to be very different from those on Earth. It looks a bit like a wild boar, with small ears and a pointed head, and looks quite aggressive. It's quite good for practicing. As for whether the slaughterhouse is allowed or not, I don't think it will be a big problem. At worst, we can just pay money to get it done. Take a taxi to the slaughterhouse in the suburbs. Before getting close, the smell of blood was already wafting into the air. Su Jin closed his eyes and continued to prepare himself mentally. It's okay. I've had many fights, big and small, since I was a child, and I've even been involved in surgery twice. This time it was just a simple killing practice, just some blood, as easy as taking a shower. After building for a long time, He took a deep breath and took a step forward resolutely. After walking about less than 100 meters, Su-jin was already standing at the door of a huge iron factory. There was no door to the factory, and a strong animal stench mixed with the smell of blood hung in the air. The cement floor of the factory was covered in blood and swarms of flies. Dozens of workers in rubber shoes were busy pushing carts with bloody plastic buckets filled with internal organs on them. The manager should not be there. Seeing that Su-jin was dressed neatly, the workers just glanced at him curiously, but no one asked any questions. This is where animal carcasses are processed. Judging from the situation, the slaughterhouse should be behind the factory. Su-jin thought for a moment, took a detour, and rushed to the back of the factory. As expected, this is where the animals are slaughtered, an open-air tin shed. Several workers were present, some holding electric shock devices, and some holding long-handled tools, and they were divided into groups to slaughter the animals. The ground was covered with blood and mud. After observing in the dark for a while, Su-jin's eyes focused on one of them. A big man, about 50 years old, with tattoos on his arms. Everyone calls him Brother Lu, and judging by his actions, he seems to be the leader of this group. It seems that as long as we can bribe this person, the matter will be almost settled. After thinking for a while, Su-jin walked towards the big man. At this moment, Brother Lu was directing others to work. A figure appeared beside him, and he immediately stopped talking and turned his eyes away. He only took a glance at Su-jin, and his expression immediately became nervous. What do you do?" Brother Lu spoke in a rough voice. "Brother, don't be nervous. I'm not here for an inspection." Su-jin pondered his words. "My younger brother is Lin Shurong. It's a little embarrassing to say this, but since you're a straightforward person, I'll just say it straight. I'm here to learn how to slaughter. I haven't found a job yet. My father's friend introduced me to a pig-killing job. The person is an old friend of his. I'm afraid of embarrassing my father, so I want to find a place to learn in advance. Oh, I'm here to learn butchering." Brother Lu's expression relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Is this the place where you learn butchering? Bullshit, get out." Su-jin looked around and took out a $100 bill. He leaned over to Brother Lu and whispered, "I don't want to learn in vain. Find me a pig to practice on. I don't want anything else." "You?" Brother Lu stared at the banknotes, his tone slightly softened. "That won't do. As an outsider, who will pay for your medical expenses? Okay, be careful. I'll help you keep an eye on it." After putting away the 200 yuan, Brother Lu led Su-jin to the center of the venue. 3 hours later, in the shade on one side of the factory, the two people faced each other. Su-jin was breathing heavily. His face was light red, as if he had just wiped ketchup all over his face, but he had changed into a brand new set of clothes. Opposite him was Brother Lu, whose face was pale. Glancing at Su-jin's expression, Brother Lu stuttered, "Brother, did you enjoy yourself?" Su-jin pursed his lips, suppressed the urge to vomit, and nodded. "I'll come again tomorrow." "Come again?" Brother Lu's voice suddenly rose by 2 beats, and he started cursing in his heart. "I originally thought it was great to earn 200 yuan in extra money today. But this kid looks gentle and polite, but he is actually a psycho. He didn't come here to practice killing pigs, but rather to practice chopping people. The electric pig asked for a gentle shock, and I chased the pig around the yard and chopped it, and the pig's butt was cut into pieces. It would be bad enough if they just chopped it up randomly, but they also cut the pig open and ripped out its internal organs. His intestines and stomach were hanging on his neck, and he wouldn't stop playing until he vomited. This is not an ordinary serious illness. If we let this kid continue to come, something bad will definitely happen. Don't come tomorrow. Our factory manager is here, and he won't allow it," Brother Lu said. Then, on second thought, his voice trembled as he continued. "Brother, tell me the truth. Have you run into some trouble and come here to practice? Listen to me. Don't go down the path of crime." Upon hearing this, Su-jin's heart skipped a beat. "Finished. I practiced too hard just now. I suppressed my nausea and forced myself to adapt to the blood. It would be a big trouble if the other party called the police." Thinking of this, Su-jin's facial features wrinkled together, revealing an expression of extreme pain. "I already had a strong sense of discomfort and nausea in my heart, and the urge to vomit came up from time to time." He lowered his head, and the little residue in his stomach rushed to his throat, and he swallowed it with force. "Brother," Su-jin cried bitterly, tears and snot streaming down his face. "I won't hide this from you. I'm definitely not here to practice killing pigs. Brother, take your time. I guessed right. This guy wants to kill someone and is here to test his courage." Brother Lu's face turned even paler. "My woman ran away with her man. I want to chop those 2 bastards to pieces." Su-jin cried and cursed. Don't worry. You're so young. You can find any woman." I absolutely cannot let this kid do anything wrong. Otherwise, I will be jointly responsible, right? Brother Lu comforted her gently. Listen to me. This is nothing. What man doesn't have a little green hat on his head? In fact, I have worn this hat too. After comforting her for more than 10 minutes, Su Jin gradually stopped crying and wiped away her tears. He said in a hoarse voice, Brother, actually, after I killed the pig and listened to you talking about this, I felt much better. I don't need to get myself into trouble because of that pair of bitches. That's right. That's right. Brother Lu was very happy and was so moved that he wanted to treat the other party to 2 pork elbows. Judging from the tone, he seems to have let out a lot of anger, so it's not a big problem. He saved 2 lives and also got himself out of trouble. What a great kindness. At this moment, Su Jin raised his head and suddenly said, Well, can you return the $200 to me? The expression on Brother Lu's face instantly turned petrified, as if he had been numbed by an electric shock device. After a while, he resisted the urge to slap him, took out 2 crumpled $100 bills from his pocket, and slapped them on Su Jin's hand. Take it, bro. Go back and live a good life. Don't come here again. I'm really scared of you. Brother, thank you so much for your kindness, Su Jin said as his eyes glanced at a pile of feed bags not far away. When he saw the words clearly, he was immediately surprised. He immediately changed the subject and pointed to pig feed. Can I get 2 more bags of pig feed? That bastard took all my money, and today they only want to eat pig feed. I have to always remember that sooner or later when I make money, I will get back my lost dignity. This grandson, he even wants more. Brother Lu took a deep breath, covered his chest with his hands, and showed an expression of extreme pain. He waved his hand weakly. Take it if you like. Chapter 18 Doomsday Armed Forces. He returned home early in the afternoon to store pig feed, and then did market research and purchase supplies. It was not until late that Su Jin returned home exhausted. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he knocked on the door of Fu Qingdai's house. Fu Hu opened the door and immediately smiled and extended his hand to invite Su Jin in when he saw him. Directorly, please come in. Have you eaten? It's just perfect. The food has just been prepared. Su Jin smiled and said, I'm so sorry, old Fu. After a while of eating and drinking, the 2 of them were already sitting on the sofa. Su Jin was picking his teeth. Zhang Wan brought 2 cups of hot tea and went back to the kitchen to work. Fu Qingdai went into the house first to do her homework. After drinking half a cup of hot tea, Su Jin adjusted his sitting posture and looked at Fu Hu and said, Old Fu, I'll ask about your work for you. Fu Hu slightly bent his waist and leaned his head towards Su Jin. After thinking for a moment, Su Jin coughed lightly, took another sip of tea, and said, Your problem is more troublesome than I thought. This. Hey, don't be impatient. Su Jin raised his hand to stop him. The trouble I'm talking about is for you. It's just a small matter for me. Fu Hu relaxed his body and continued to listen with his ear tilted. The thing is, there is indeed a vacancy in the bureau. But you also understand that good positions can't be vacant for too long, and the same is true for our National Cadre Bureau. Now that it involves my application for deputy director, I can't personally help you with it. So, I need your cooperation in the work, but it may cost a little. Zhang Wan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, suddenly pricked up her ears and leaned back slightly. Directorly, how do you say we can cooperate? Fu Hu asked immediately. The director of our National Cadre Bureau is named Zhang Zhao. He has a son. He's not young anymore, older than your daughter, and he likes to wield weapons. My subordinates are under surveillance, and the director is surrounded by my competitors, so I'm planning to use his son as a breakthrough point. I'll also ask him to handle your matter and secure your position in advance. I've met this kid once, and I know he likes bows and arrows, but our director didn't dare let him play with them before. Now he's grown up, and his heart has become wilder. It's time for him to wield a sword and a gun. Help me prepare 3 strong bows. Compound bows with a weight of 50 pounds, 70 pounds, and 90 pounds. Each bow should have as many arrows as possible, the kind with the best penetration, like hunting arrows. Also, any laser sights, repeaters, and other archery aids. But remember, buy different colors for each bow type, and the same goes for the arrows. This. Fu Hu was shocked after hearing this. 3 bows with arrows, and they need the strongest penetrating arrows. Are you going to fight? Besides, I can't even draw a 90-pound bow right now. Is this really necessary, directorly? Tisk hi. Su Jin glanced at me and then quickly straightened up. Old Fu. So I'm not saying anything bad about you, but even though you're older than me, you're still far behind in this aspect. Of course I can't give him all these things. Don't I have to choose some after you buy them? You don't pay attention to your children or your job search, so how can you be so careless about giving him gifts? Why would I ask you to buy so many different colors? I can't possibly go all the way to buy the bows and arrows myself. You just prepare everything, and I'll match them after you buy them. This is all psychological advice. You keep the receipt, and I'll pick them out, and you return the rest. That's it. Zhang Wan in the kitchen looked relieved and stood up straight. Hiss. Psychology. I really learn a lot from following the director. Fu Hu said in amazement. After taking a sip of tea, Su Jin continued. I've finished explaining your story. Now let me tell you about mine. The director's son is a good lead, and your job will be easy, but I haven't been back home for too long, so the situation is unclear. I only have 70% confidence, and the remaining 30% depends on you. Fu Hu's expression gradually became solemn. Although he had been a soldier, he was just an ordinary soldier, and now he is just an ordinary citizen. It's impossible not to worry when you're caught up in a power struggle. Don't be nervous. Your mission is actually very simple. Whenever I go on a mission abroad, I always leave 2 trusted confidants behind and set up multiple secret contact methods in advance. Go to the solar power parts store in Erdogan and buy me a solar panel, a battery, a controller, and an inverter. After you make your purchase, my men will know about it soon. They will understand my intentions and the situation. Leave the rest to me. Just wait for your turn. Solar panels? How much do they cost, Director? Fu Hu just picked up the teacup and quickly put it down. After a moment's silence, Su Jin said, Someone will prepare the whole set for you there. It will cost about 14,000 yuan in total. 14,000. Fu Hu's eyes widened. That's too much, Director. We also need to buy bows and arrows. I don't have that much at home. Why are you in such a hurry? After you buy the things, just keep the receipts. You can return them in 2 days. Those are the signals I give to the people below. There can't be any mistakes. Don't ask for details. Su Jin knocked on the table, feeling quite helpless. I did some research on solar energy this afternoon. The photovoltaic industry in the world is not doing well. It is too expensive, extremely expensive. But he had informed Fu Hu in advance and could return the goods, so he expected Fu Hu not to refuse. Okay. As expected, Fu Hu put down his teacup and said bluntly, Then Director, when is the best time for me to buy it? Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after tomorrow, you must buy everything. It's just a small effort, and later you will feel relieved, and so will I. I understand. I've already arranged for you to take a day off tomorrow. Su Jin smiled and reached out to pat the other person's arm. Don't be nervous, old Fu. Everything is going smoothly. We've almost finished talking. I'll go check on Qingdai. Okay. Thank you for your help, Director Li. Fu Hu quickly stood up and accompanied Su Jin to the door of Fu Qingdai's house. When I opened the door, I saw Fu Qingdai, wearing a plain white pajamas, sitting at the desk, bored and scratching her exercise book, her pair of tender legs swinging alternately. When he saw his father appear with Su Jin, he glanced at them helplessly and then immediately lowered his eyes. Qingdai, listen carefully to your Uncle Li's lecture. Take it to heart. Fu Hu gave instructions and closed the door. As soon as the door closed, Fu Qingdai immediately stood up and sat obediently on the edge of the bed. Su Jin looked at the girl's boudoir, which was filled with various small dolls and a faint fragrance floating in the air. Then he stepped forward and sat on the chair, facing Fu Qingdai, and whispered, Is the soundproofing in this room okay? Well, speak more quietly. They can't hear you. Fu Qingdai responded in a low voice. Where's the money? Give me how much you stole today. Su Jin stretched out his hand for money. Fu Qingdai fumbled under the mattress for a while, took out a handful of banknotes and placed them in the other person's palm. When Su Jin took a closer look, his expression was very displeased. Chapter 19, Why do you always look at my feet? $32.80? And there are even small changes. What can I do with this little money? Su Jin was dissatisfied. It's enough to buy a rope for the 2 of us, one for each of us. Fu Qingdai looked embarrassed. Cousin, this is all I found. I asked my mom for money and she scolded me. She said she would buy whatever I wanted. I'm at home every day and there's no reason for me to spend money. Cry? Make a fuss? Do I need to teach you this? Su Jin scolded him. Besides, you can just ask your mother to buy it for you. Buy something practical. How come you're such an adult and your brain is not working? Fu Qingdai's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and she retorted, I told her I bought me food and rice, and she called me crazy. I asked for biscuits, and she bought me a box. What's the use of a box? Anyway, I don't want to steal money anymore. I'm afraid they'll see me and send me to a mental hospital. Qingdai, the money will soon become worthless. I'm in your house. What else can I worry about? Su Jin clapped his hands and scolded. You let me, an alien, work for you? If you don't steal, how can I support you? I came all the way from Orion and took a spaceship, and you. Su Jin stopped talking halfway when he felt a heavy feeling in his heart. Fu Qingdai sat on the edge of the bed, her head lowered, tears streaming down her face. Then she curled up her long snow-white legs and put her head in, without making a sound, but her shoulders kept shaking. After enduring for a while, I finally couldn't hold back my tears. Outside the door, a pair of stealthy figures were listening, crying. Lao Fu, I heard some noises and it seems our daughter is crying. How about I cut a fruit plate and go in to take a look? That's detoxification. Stop eavesdropping here and disrupting the director's treatment. Soon, Fu Qingdai's crying gradually subsided and she fell into silence. Okay, it's okay to cry. Su Jin comforted softly. Steal again. I believe you will succeed. Hearing this, Fu Qingdai raised her head and looked at Su Jin, with traces of tears on her face. Brother, after tonight there are only 2 days left. Is this the only way? Is there really no other way? Su Jin's heart suddenly tightened, and he shook his head slowly with a stern face. My grandparents and my friends. What should I do? Fu Qingdai said with a pained expression. I know something bad is going to happen, but no one believes me. If only I were older, so many people wouldn't ignore my advice. Useless Qingdai. Even if you become the richest man in the world, your parents are smarter than you. Su Jin reached out and tore off a piece of toilet paper on the table and handed it to the other party. Wipe your nose and eat it quickly, don't choke. The girl blushed and took the paper and wiped her tears carelessly. If you become an official, your parents will still listen to you. Why? Fu Qingdai said with a slight sob. Being rich is different from being powerful. Even if you become an official, your parents will still be able to distinguish between the big and small kings. This deliberate interruption, Fu Qingdai's mood calmed down a bit, and she said in a slightly hoarse voice, Cousin, what are you going to do next? Where are we going? Are we just going to stay here forever? After hearing this, Su Jin fell into deep thought. The zombies appeared, but there wasn't really a good plan, so the best thing to do was just wait. We still don't know what zombies are exactly, and it's hard to say whether it's a virus or some other mysterious force that infects people. But zombies are still living organisms. Theoretically, they shouldn't survive for long without food. Perhaps after hiding in the house for 10 days or half a month, the zombies would starve to death. With a stomach full of rotten intestines and stomach, he might explode before he starved to death while walking in this hot weather. Although the zombies in the movies never die, it is still a movie after all. If it is a mysterious force that prevents zombies from dying from lack of food, then it is not a big problem. Judging from Fu Qingdai's diary, the behavioral abilities of zombies are not much different from those of humans, and the description even seems a bit stiff. This kind of waste fog can only be so powerful in movies. In the industrialized modern society, it is almost like a sitting duck. As long as the state's violent machinery is in operation, eliminating these predators will be a piece of cake. Although this world is not as developed as Earth, it started industrialization early. According to references in bookstores and movies, there are just as many tanks, artillery, and missiles. Strategic astronomical weapon that is only known on Earth but not actually in existence and is comparable to a nuclear bomb, the Cold Dome missile system. Logically speaking, the technology in this world is not as advanced as that on Earth, but it may be because the natural environment, atmosphere, or elements are quite different from those on Earth, which is why they were able to develop such weapons that can change the weather on a large scale. This type of weapon has only been used once in world history, killing a record of 200,000 people and maintaining regional low temperatures for nearly a month. Based on a comprehensive analysis of the current military power in this world, fighting the zombie crisis can be said to be a piece of cake. The only question is how long we can hold on until rescue arrives. Thinking of this, Su Jin said, Our first priority right now is to survive the rain. We'll talk about the rest later. I have my own arrangements. Qingdai, if you feel too nervous, just rest well tomorrow and don't do anything. I need your help on the last day. What's up? Su Jin pulled out a medicine bottle from his pocket and said seriously, This is sleeping pills. Grind them into powder and give them to your parents tonight. Wait until they are asleep and then come out at 11 p.m. Then come out and help me. I need to take some safety precautions. I understand, cousin. Fu Qingdai nodded seriously. Su Jin smiled and took out his phone and earphones from his pocket. I like sensible people like you. I'll give this to you to play with and relax. Fu Qingdai took the phone with curiosity, put on the headphones according to Su Jin's instructions, and soon listened to the alien tune. The lyrics, but the melody was obviously very novel. As her attention was diverted by music and mobile phone, Fu Qingdai's expression gradually relaxed. She curled up on the edge of the bed, her slender arch of the foot slightly bent, forming a soft and seductive curve. The delicate white toes unconsciously touched the bed sheet and trembled slightly. A few minutes later, the phone was locked. Fu Qingdai raised her eyes and glanced at Su Jin, and her cheeks suddenly flushed. Taking off the headphones, he said awkwardly, "Brother, why do you always look at my feet? Let's see if you're good at running." Su Jin slowly turned his gaze back and casually opened the drawer of the desk. "Hey, stationary." Fu Qingdai narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the other person suspiciously. Su Jin opened another drawer with a stern face and was really surprised to see a drawer full of various candies. "Sugar? You've got quite a bit of sugar stored away." "Oh, I asked my mom to buy me some extra candy. I think it should be useful." Su Jin lowered his head and casually took out a pack of chocolate from the drawer, opened the package, and smelled it. "It says chocolate on the wrapper, and it smells like chocolate. It should be safe to eat, and there have been no reports of food allergies or poisoning since it came into this world." He hasn't had time to buy sugar yet, so it is still necessary to supplement fast carbohydrates. Unexpectedly, Fu Qingdai filled this gap, and the little girl didn't need to worry. After observing for a moment, Su Jin lowered his head and took a small bite of the chocolate. "This has become a habit in this world. I always eat only a small amount of unfamiliar food." The rich flavor of chocolate spread in his mouth, and Su Jin nodded with satisfaction. "Your candy here tastes." Halfway through his words, Su Jin's eyes suddenly widened. The blood spread from the chest and abdomen to the neck at a speed visible to the naked eye, until the bloodstains spread to the whites of the eyes, and the whole face turned red in an instant. Chapter 20: The Eve of Doomsday. Seeing this strange situation, Fu Qingdai immediately turned pale and started shouting. "Oh, cough." Just as she was about to shout, Su Jin reached out his trembling hand to cover her little mouth. However, her condition was very bad and her hands were out of control, so one of her fingers went straight into her throat. Fu Qingdai immediately pushed it away, bent down, and began to dry heave. When he raised his head and saw Su Jin waving his hands, he immediately understood, closed his mouth, and pulled him to the bed. With a stumble, Su Jin successfully fell onto the fragrant bed. But his expression was horribly ugly. His eyes were wide open, and veins on his forehead were popping out, convulsing and twisting on the bed like a maggot sprinkled with salt. "Poison. It's poisonous. Chocolate is highly poisonous." Ugh. Su Jin was extremely panicked and reached out to dig at his throat frantically. Fu Qingdai hurriedly picked up the trash can from the ground and prepared to deal with the situation. After tossing and turning for more than 10 minutes, Su Jin lay on his back on the bed, gasping for breath, and the symptoms subsided like the tide. "Cousin, are you okay? What happened?" Fu Qingdai was worried. "No, I almost died." Su Jin waved his hands weakly, and his heart palpitations subsided. "Food poisoning. He has been on high alert since he came here. I didn't expect that I would fall into a trap. Fortunately, the toxicity of local chocolate subsides quickly." After a few more minutes of rest, Su Jin felt that his body functions were normal and he could resume movement, so he propped himself up. Fu Qingdai hurriedly asked, "Cousin, can't you eat chocolate? Have you ever eaten it before?" "Well, I've eaten it, but I haven't eaten the chocolate here." Su Jin's voice was a little hoarse. He stood up, walked to the table, and picked up his briefcase. "I took out a bar of chocolates from my bag that I bought from the supermarket in my hometown." After scraping out some fine powder, he looked at Fu Qingdai and said, "Give me your hand." Fu Qingdai simply stretched out her fair and tender little hand and let the other party apply chocolate powder on the back of her hand. Hiss! A burning sensation arose from the back of her hand, and then it began to turn red. Fu Qingdai immediately retracted her hand, holding it in her arms, and said fearfully, "Cousin, what are you doing? What's this? Let's do a simple experiment, just wipe it." Su Jin took out a pack of wet wipes and threw it to the other party. It seems that the chocolate from each world is poisonous to the other. It works quickly just by contact with the skin. Severe allergic reactions, swelling of the respiratory tract, burning sensation in the digestive tract. I am afraid that eating more than one piece will be fatal. After packing up briefly, Su Jin walked towards the door and said as he walked, "I'm leaving. You have a good rest, and remember to come out the day after tomorrow night." "Remember." Fu Qingdai nodded vigorously. Exchanging a few words with Fu Hu and his wife, Su Jin quickly returned home. "The first thing I did when I got home was to mix 2 cups of salt water and drink it into my stomach." Then he continued to induce vomiting until he was vomiting all over the place. "I was leaning against the toilet door and was about to get up, but my foot slipped and I fell to the ground again in embarrassment." Wiping away the tears caused by vomiting, Su Jin felt sad. Eating chocolate could almost lead to a murder. How did I end up like this? Damn it, this life doesn't feel like a human life. It feels like someone is holding a knife to my neck every day. But time is running out. It's not time to rest yet. After observing for an hour, Su Jin walked downstairs exhausted. The time agreed with the grain store is approaching, and a truckload of grain and oil will be delivered soon. After waiting at the entrance of the community for more than 10 minutes, a van slowly drove over. Su Jin waved his hands and guided the vehicle to the entrance of the building. The vehicle stopped and two men jumped out of the door and started unloading the cargo. The rice, flour, and oil have all been packed in cardboard boxes, and you can't tell what's inside. As the grain store employee was moving the goods, he said, "Boss, this is the first time I've seen you like this when buying grain. You packed it tightly and delivered it in the middle of the night. What's so special about that?" Su Jin forced a smile and said casually, "It's nothing special. Our unit is a charity, and the warehouse was recently flooded. This batch of food is for poor children, and the packaging is also for easy labeling. I work during the day and only have time to do it at night. Okay, it's not easy for you either, so I'll waive the shipping fee this time. Just consider it a donation from me and my brothers." The two grain store employees stood in awe and began to speed up the transportation, which lasted for more than 10 minutes. "Boss, the goods have been unloaded for you. Let's go." "Wait a moment. What's wrong, boss?" The grain store employee stopped where he was. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jin said, "No, it's nothing serious. I heard there was a pollution leak at a chemical plant in our city, and the pollution is quite high. It won't have any impact normally, but if it rains or something, don't touch rainwater. Don't touch tap water either. It can cause cancer." "Oh, really? It hasn't been reported in the news. This is the first time I've heard of it. Thank you, boss. Only 2 days left until the end of the world. I was half asleep and half awake all night, and woke up with red eyes." The fatigue on Su Jin's face had accumulated to the point where it was difficult to conceal. "I grabbed the notebook beside the bed, got up without washing my face or brushing my teeth, packed up briefly, and went out to buy some." He did not stop working until he returned home at dusk. The gaps in the fourth-floor windows were completely sealed with tape, and the curtains were drawn. A small awning was temporarily built on the windowsill on the 5th floor to prevent rain from getting close as much as possible. The edges of the windowsills are covered with a thin layer of iron sheet, which is coated with thick lubricating oil. There are anti-theft windows installed on the 1st and 2nd floors, so zombies may be able to climb over the walls. But it's useless. Even if it has claws, it will definitely slip down after climbing here. Everything was done, and Su Jin knocked on the door of the Fu family. It was Fu who opened the door again, still with a warm smile on his face. "Director Lee, are everything ready?" Su Jin's voice was low and filled with deep fatigue. He tried to force a smile, but his face was too stiff and he couldn't smile at all. Hearing that the atmosphere was not right, Fu licked his lips and said, Okay, Director, please come in and take a look." When I entered the house, I saw 3 compound bows, more than 100 arrows, and many accessories in various colors placed on the ground. Solar panels, batteries, inverters, etc. are also there. Seeing this, Su Jin's nervous mood eased slightly. He nodded and said, "Very good. I'll leave these things with you. I'll go out the day after tomorrow and take care of our business." "Director, is there any accident?" Seeing that the other party was in a bad state, Fu said cautiously. Su Jin shook his head. "It's okay. I just received a message that one of my comrades died during a mission. I'm sorry I can't treat Qingdai these 2 days. I will come back the day after tomorrow." The next night, all supplies were inventoried and placed clearly, and all buckets were filled with water. Su Jin sat at the dining table, his skin stinging over a large area due to scrubbing vigorously in the shower. But at this moment, he was just staring at the cage on the table with his eyes fixed on it. His eyes were filled with fatigue, worry, and fear. Although the weather was hot, his hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably. There were more than 20 mice in the cage constantly trying to get out, and I was trapped in this world like a mouse, struggling to survive. Am I well prepared? Can I make it through this? Su Jin slowly glanced at the wall clock, and it was exactly 11 o'clock. After tonight, it will be the end. Chapter 21, Opening the Gate of Hell. When I pushed the door open, Fu Qingdai, who lived next door, also appeared. The two looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. Su Jin asked, "Are your parents asleep?" "Yeah." Fu Qingdai replied softly. "I gave them twice the dosage. They were sleeping soundly. I filled 2 buckets of water and turned off the water valve at home." After saying that, Fu Qingdai raised her head and looked at Su Jin. Her little face was tense, tears in her eyes, and she tried hard not to cry. But the trembling figure is enough to show the fear in the heart. Su Jin forced a smile and reached out to hold her in his arms. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Gently stroking Fu Qingdai's long black hair, Su Jin felt a growing feeling of pity in his heart. It's really strong enough for a little girl to be able to hold on to this point. It's hard to tell whether I was saving her or she was saving herself. Time is running out. Let's act. Gently letting go of Fu Qingdai, Su Jin took out a box. What is this? What are we going to do? Fu Qingdai asked. Su Jin said nothing, but just opened the box silently. Inside was a full box of glue similar to 502, and there was a stack of paper underneath. Seal the doors. Starting from the first floor, fill all the keyholes and lock tongues of all the residents with glue. Su Jin said softly. If someone turns into a zombie, they will be sealed in their own home. Our safety will be guaranteed. But what if they're fine? Wouldn't that mean they're trapped and dying in their own homes? Fu Qingdai asked, eyes widening. If they don't have water, they'll drink rainwater. What if they starve to death? Su Jin took out the stack of papers from the box and said, this is the information about rainwater pollution that I printed based on the community notice. Slip it in through the crack of the door later. I also prepared some glue remover. I can release it when the opportunity arises. Even though helping them is helping ourselves, we can't possibly save everyone. We've already done the most we can. As for dying of thirst or starvation, that's entirely up to them. If it rains for 7 days straight, the people on the first floor will definitely be doomed. Fu Qingdai took a deep breath, suppressed the trembling of her body, closed her eyes, and nodded. I understand. Let's go. Su Jin went straight down to the first floor and ran out of the building to look out the window. We have not yet reached the era of so-called entertainment to death. At most, they would watch TV and read newspapers. Although there were 3D games, families simply did not have the conditions to play them. Therefore, ordinary people generally go to bed early, and most of them go to bed around 10 o'clock. Seeing that there was no light on in the entire building, he began to take Fu Qingdai to pour glue and stuff the notices. He did some experiments on the glue after buying it, and the results were surprising. In terms of smell and properties, it is basically the same as 502, but it is much stickier than the 502 he has used. Comparing the development of the two worlds, this situation should not occur. I don't know if the materials used in this world are solid, or if the glue in my hometown was cut corners. The unit is 2 households on the first floor with opposite doors. The 2 men moved quickly, and soon all the doors of the residents in the entire unit were glued shut. In addition to his own residence and material storage room, there is also the Fu family. Returning to the 5th floor, Su Jin brought Fu Qingdai into the house. Seeing rows of long, foam-wrapped objects spread out on the floor, Fu Qingdai couldn't help but ask, Brother, what is this? The steel pipes are also used to seal the doors. Glue alone isn't enough, and the doors could still be broken open violently. I've divided the teams into groups, and you and I will take the steel pipes down together. We'll build a steel frame on each floor to hold the doors of the 2 households shut, and fill the gaps between the steel frame and the doors with wooden strips. Su Jin picked up the steel pipe and pointed at the wooden strip on the ground, saying, I didn't wrap it in foam when you take it. Don't make any noise, or you might wake someone up and cause an accident. Once everything is done, I will lock the door to the unit and turn off the main water valve. All that's left is to wait patiently. Fu Qingdai nodded silently. After another busy period, the doors of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 2 opposite households on the 6th floor were all supported by simple supporting structures. Blocked with glue, with a steel frame against the door. Except for jumping off the building, there is basically no chance of breaking the door. Even if it turns into a corpse, it can only wait to rot at home. In the foreseeable future, the possibility of neighborhood conflicts has been basically eliminated, and even the lifeblood of neighbors has been controlled. At home, Fu Qingdai sat in a chair to rest and watched Su Jin busy himself. Su Jin squatted on the ground and handed food or medicine to the table one by one. These are vitamin pills. Take one every day after you get home. There's also milk powder. Drink 1 cup in the morning and 1 cup in the evening. Su Jin chattered on and on. I have some vegetables here too. Take them back with your parents and eat up these perishable things as soon as possible. The power grid won't collapse that quickly, but it probably won't last more than a few days. In your free time, practice your arms and legs. You have to learn how to draw a 50-pound bow. Take a few more bottles of glue and seal all the windows while your parents are asleep. Don't let them open them. You dreamed about the end of the world, and your parents will probably be apprehensive when they see this rain. Although the short-term situation is safe, there's no guarantee that something unexpected will happen. I need to observe the situation for a few days before I come back to you. Fu Qingdai silently collected the things on the classification table. After everything was sorted out, Su Jin sat beside her and said, Qingdai, your parents can't run around either. I'll seal your door after you get home. You have the key to my house, and remember, you can't tell anyone about the supplies stored on the 4th floor, not even your parents. I wasn't going to show it to you, but I told you because you're trustworthy, and all those things are for you. You'll eventually have to learn how to survive in the future. For now, don't trust anyone except me. Let's go. Fu Qingdai nodded, picked up the things on the table, and followed Su Jin. He opened the door of his house and put his things at the door. Fu Qingdai suddenly turned around and threw herself into Su Jin's arms. A dull cry sounded, tears wet his chest, and the two hugged each other silently. 2 o'clock in the morning. Su Jin sat in the middle of the living room in his neatly dressed clothes, wiping his silver spear over and over again, occasionally looking up at the front. Opposite was the window, and the night was as dark as an abyss. Today is the day when the end of the world comes, but neither he nor Fu Qingdai knows exactly when the rain will start. Maybe tonight, maybe during the day. But no matter what, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The clock hands were clicking, and the sound was clearly audible. The time has reached 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 42 seconds. The next moment, a purple crack suddenly appeared on the horizon. A flash of light was reflected directly into Su Jin's eyes through the silver spear, and he suddenly stood up. At the same time, a roar resounded throughout the clouds, and thunder patterns rolled endlessly into chaos. Su Jin's pupils shrank sharply, and his hair stood on end. The world is roaring, heavy rain, pouring down to the ground. The end of the world is coming. Chapter 22 Global Rainstorm. The weather forecast never showed any rain, and it was even dry for the next few days. But the rain really appeared just as in Fu Qingdai's dream. Su Jin's throat rolled. He closed his eyes and felt a dull pain in his heart. There is so much that could be done in this world. The people live and work in peace and contentment, and their customs are simple and honest. Perhaps in a dozen years or so, we will enter the information age and live a life similar to that on Earth. But now everything is ruined. When he opened his eyes, Su Jin sighed in his heart, then lowered his head and mechanically wiped the silver spear with trembling hands. Only this numb action can temporarily suppress the fear in my heart. The night passed quietly, and the heavy rain continued all night. The sun rises as usual, but the world is now dyed a dark gray. Su Jin, who had been sitting in silence all night, finally moved. He dragged his heavy legs to the window and looked at the outside world in disbelief. The mouth that had been closed all night opened unconsciously in surprise at this moment. The dark gray is not the sky, but the rain. In the darkness of the night, he could only tell it was a heavy rain, but now that it was daybreak, he could finally see the rain clearly. The heavy rain fell to the ground like gray gauze, and when it hit the ground it floated in the water waves like mist. Seeing this, Su Jin suddenly shuddered. That's a good thing. He turned around and ran out, knocking on the door of Fu Qingdai's house. Qingdai, are you there? Brother, I'm here. Fu Qingdai, who had been curled up on the sofa and had not slept all night, immediately jumped to the door. Leaning against the door, he worriedly asked, Brother, what happened? Did you see the rain? I saw it. What's wrong? What color is the rain? It's just a normal color. I can't see anything special about it. Is there something wrong? It's nothing. Be careful and don't get caught in the rain. I'm going back now. Brother, Fu Qingdai was about to speak, but stopped herself as they were separated by a door. What's wrong? It's nothing. Just be careful. Don't stress yourself out. Su Jin responded and returned to his residence in a daze. The rainwater is gray, visibly abnormal, and ordinary people would never touch such rainwater without warning. In this way, the risk of infection and becoming a zombie will be greatly reduced, and the violent authorities will definitely treat it with the highest alert. But he could see the abnormality in the rain, but others were completely unable to detect it, which did not improve the situation at all. As for why he could see it, the only explanation was that the company was behind it, or that it was the function of the mask. I was just overthinking it, and it was all for nothing. Returning to the house, Su Jin walked to the dining table and stared at the rat cage on the table. The mice in that cage have become much quieter and are now lying in the cage to rest. The abnormal weather outside did not alert the animals. But this was also within his expectations, as these animals were intended for experiments. If rainwater can also infect animals, then the possibility of survival in the wild is basically eliminated. The nocturnal instinct of wild animals is much stronger than that of humans. The main purpose is to test the movement performance and survival time of organisms after becoming zombies. But now is not the time to test. We must wait until our mentality is adjusted and our energy is full before we can do such an experiment. Thinking of this, Su Jin smiled bitterly at himself. I am a liberal arts student and started working in sales after graduation. I never expected that one day I would have to set up a control group for biological experiments. He retracted his gaze, found the telescope, and walked to the window to observe. Although it is raining heavily at this moment, it still cannot stop the workers from making selfless contributions. In the community, People can be seen walking in the heavy rain wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas. The dark gray raindrops hit people, strangely blending into their bodies and disappearing. As for the passers-by who came into contact with the strange rain, there seemed to be no special symptoms for the time being. He put down the telescope worriedly and stood there thinking for a while. Su-jin opened the window, picked up the long-handled water scoop that had been placed under the window in advance, and stretched it out. I collected a thin layer of rainwater, knocked off the scattered raindrops at the edge of the balcony, and brought them into the house. In the scoop was dark gray, like rainwater. Transfer it carefully to the kitchen. After putting on layers of masks and a motorcycle helmet, Su-jin dared to turn on the stove and range hood and started heating the rainwater over a low fire. In less than a minute, the thin layer of water boiled away and evaporated. The gray substance did not evaporate with the mist, but instead accumulated at the bottom like smoke. The slightest movement caused a gray mist to ripple in the scoop. Staring at the gray fog, Su-jin's mind was turning. It is impossible to figure out what kind of substance this is. It is even difficult to call it matter. But at present, it seems that this thing does not rely entirely on water as a carrier. High temperature has no effect on it. It can be contained in a container, and it is still affected by gravity. After thinking for a while, Su-jin left the kitchen and took a ladle and 2 cans. He scooped up some water with a ladle and slowly poured it in along the side of the ladle filled with gray mist. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the gray mist dissolve into the water again. That kind of foggy state is too dangerous and spreads very easily. It feels safer and more controllable to put it in water for observation. The ash and water in 2 canning jars and seal them completely with plastic wrap. One bottle was placed on the balcony where it could be directly exposed to sunlight, and the other bottle was placed in a cool place. After finishing all the work, a feeling of fatigue came over me. After checking the safety measures and seeing if there was anything missing, Su-jin returned to the bedroom. Lying on his side in bed, looking at the heavy rain outside the window, his thoughts were in turmoil. After a sleepless night, it's time to take a break, otherwise you will find it difficult to deal with emergencies. It seemed like everyone upstairs and downstairs was cursing. I don't know how big a problem this rain will have. I hope those places that haven't been raining will realize the problem sooner and provide rescue as soon as possible. Exhausted, Su-jin slowly fell asleep with his gun as a pillow. There are 2 radios next to the bed in the bedroom. One is an ordinary radio, and the other is also an ordinary radio. The only difference is that one is preset to FM band, and the other is preset to AM band. At this moment, a low-frequency radio wave crackling sound came from the radio preset to the FM band. This is Chinese Broadcasting Station. Jinting, who was half asleep and half awake, stood up and picked up the radio. He endured the pain in his eyes and began to adjust the knob. After a few simple twists, the sound in the radio became clear. According to the latest announcement from the Meteorological Administration and the Global Environmental Monitoring Center, since early this morning, abnormal rainfall has occurred globally to the same degree. Preliminary assessments indicate that this rainfall event is widespread, and its duration and specific cause are still under investigation. The scientific community is jointly investigating the cause, but no definitive conclusion has been reached yet. Please stay tuned for official and authoritative information. To ensure personal safety and maintain order in life, we hereby issue the following reminder. Please be sure to carry rainproof gear when going out, and please keep it properly sealed. All subsequent information will be released simultaneously via radio and online platforms as soon as possible. Citizens are requested to remain calm, respond rationally, and refrain from creating, believing, or spreading rumors. Su-jin hugged his head, feeling a headache like needles. It turns out to be global rainfall, no escape? Chapter 23 Company News. Su-jin suppressed his headache and grabbed his phone. I set an alarm before going to bed, but now I look at the time and it hasn't even been 2 hours. I sat on the bed for a while and gradually accepted the reality. Then he stood up and walked towards the living room window. He could still hear faint shouting and cursing upstairs and downstairs. Standing by the window and looking down, Su-jin felt a little relieved. Just as I expected, no one has come yet. If an entire unit is sealed off inside a building, the people inside will almost inevitably seek help from outside. However, the intensity of the request for help will definitely not be too high, and the time window left for yourself is sufficient. There is a high proportion of elderly people in the entire building, most of whom are retired and would not choose to go out on a rainy day like this. As for some people who need to work outside, they will most likely think about taking leave. If they want to hire a locksmith, they will give up most of the ideas when they see the heavy rain, not to mention firefighting. In addition, Fake flyers claiming that rainwater is seriously polluted will also have a certain effect, although once you call to verify, you will find that there is something wrong with the content of the flyer. But for things like this, most people would rather believe it than not, just like someone getting a note for no apparent reason. Had been in your cup, but any normal person would not dare to drink water from the cup, as it would be like seeing a snake in the cup. In addition, the radio has already pushed the news of this strange rain, so people should be able to calm down more after receiving the text message. Even if we take a step back and assume that firefighters really come to rescue, it's not a big problem. He had a gun in his hand and had long been prepared to resist the law violently, so delaying time was not a problem at all. There was no problem in the community, so Soo-jin picked up the telescope and began to observe the streets in the distance. As soon as he saw it, his brows couldn't help but frown. Apart from the occasional vehicle, there were only 2 or 3 pedestrians on the street. 2 of them were wearing raincoats, and one was holding an umbrella. But suddenly, he threw the umbrella on the ground. The 3 people's gait was too slow, which did not seem normal for walking in the rain. Corpse transformation. Based on this situation, it can be confirmed that it is a corpse transformation. Soo-jin swallowed and pointed the telescope at the opposite floor. Most families do not draw the curtains, so people can be seen moving around in the house. I looked at 2 households and thought they were normal, until I saw the third one. In the living room on the 5th floor opposite, a shirtless man with a big belly stood straight in front of the window. His whole body was blue and his body was swaying slightly, with no expression of anger. Seeing this, Soo-jin put away the telescope and silently pulled the curtains. The zombie transformation has already begun. In less than a few hours, it has been infected. The tap water has been polluted. Soo-jin was feeling uneasy, so he turned back to the kitchen and scooped up some gray rain with water from another window. Then he went back to the toilet and took out an iron cage woven with thick wire, which was divided into 2 areas. Half of the cage is a normal cage, and the other half has a hamster wheel. The cages were specially prepared for the experiment. Now that the zombie phenomenon has begun to emerge, the top priority is to understand this creature in advance and prepare early. 2 mice were picked up with a clamp and placed on the left and right sides of a thickened iron cage. Soo-jin took a deep breath, put on thick gloves, picked up a rubber-tipped dropper to extract the gray water, and dripped the same amount of gray water onto the 2 mice. While the mouse was mutating, he took out another toy 4-wheel drive car from his handbag and disassembled it. The development paths of the 2 worlds are basically the same. Even the toys have many similarities. The 4-wheel drive cars are just different in style from those on Earth. The core technology is essentially the same. When he was a kid, he liked 4-wheel drive vehicles, so he knew a lot about them. Remove the outer shell, simply connect it to the connecting rod of the running wheel in the iron cage, and then turn on the power to make an electric hamster treadmill. It is perfect for testing the physical strength of mutant mice. Half an hour passed, and the mouse still showed no reaction. Soo-jin picked up the dropper and dripped another drop of gray water on one of the mice. 10 minutes later, the mice that were doused with double the amount of gray water were the first to mutate. The instinct to scratch his beard has disappeared from time to time and has been replaced by abnormal behavior. The mutant rat's appearance has not changed, but it seems to show a strong desire to attack people. But it was a mouse after all, and the pliers in the cage woven with thick iron wire could not clamp it. Looking at the mutant rats that kept charging towards him, Soo-jin stood up nervously and stepped back, slowly moving to the other side. Sure enough, as he began to move, the direction of the mutant rat's charge also changed. Soo-jin held the silver spear tightly and observed to prevent any accidents. The mutant mouse obviously has a great interest in living things, but there is a mouse next to him. Why is it always staring at him? Thinking of this, Soo-jin took out his mobile phone, turned on the recording mode, and placed it in front of the mouse cage, then returned to the bedroom. 2 minutes later, I returned to the living room to check the video. The mutant rat in the video immediately changed the direction of its charge after it disappeared, charged towards the mouse in the running wheel. After a quick look, Soo-jin had already come to a rough conclusion in his mind. It is highly aggressive towards living things and will prioritize attacking larger ones. The mutant rats seemed to still rely on vision to move, but it was not entirely certain. I don't know what effect the sound and smell have on it. As soon as he thought of it, he prepared to conduct an experiment. Just when Soo-jin was about to start, something strange happened. Suddenly, 2 lines of large characters appeared in the original field of vision. A new sample has been discovered and is available for recycling. After recycling, the company will provide compensation of equivalent value. Seeing this scene, Soo-jin's pupils dilated, and his nervous mood instantly eased a lot. The company is still here. The company is still here. It can still help me. The big words in front of my eyes disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Company. Recycling. How to recycle. Can you be more detailed? I don't understand. Can someone come and talk to me? Sujin yelled. No one responded. Sujin grabbed his head and took deep breaths. He should have known the nature of this company long ago, and they wouldn't have given him too many hints. But at this juncture, they said it needs to be recycled. Logically, it can be recycled. We can't wait until the task is completed before sending it to the company, right? But how the hell do I recycle it? Where do I send? A briefcase? Sujin's head buzzed, and he quickly grabbed the briefcase on the sofa, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. Yes, this thing has a different dimension. If you put something in it, the company might receive it. You can give it a try? Licking his lips and rubbing his hands, Sujin excitedly took out 2 items from his bag. He took out an extra-long screwdriver with a polished tip and stabbed the mutant rat. After a few stabs, the mutant rat was completely stabbed to death. There was no time to marvel at the mouse's strong vitality, so I used a screwdriver to dig at it for a long time to confirm that it was dead. Sujin carefully picked it out and threw it into a plastic bag. After wrapping it a few more times, he stuffed the plastic bag containing the mutant rat corpse into the briefcase. Chapter 24. Initial Clues. Confirm that the dead mouse has completely entered the space inside the bag. Sujin could come back to his senses. He fell into ecstasy the next second. A new line of prompts has popped up in front of me. Recycling successful. Exchange for items of equivalent value. Awesome. Although this company's work is simple and crude, its efficiency is also extremely high. Sujin felt secretly happy and quickly reached into his bag again. After a brief fumble, he took out a black paper box. Looking at the small box in his hand, Sujin felt inexplicably nervous. Apart from the little things the company provided him at the beginning, this was the first time he had formally interacted with the company. One is a mask that is suspected to be able to communicate with the company and provide barrier-free translation. One is a backpack with independent space. There is also a pistol that cannot be tested for the time being and does not require a magazine change. New things like this are definitely not ordinary items. After taking a deep breath, Sujin opened the black box in his hand with full anticipation and a sense of ritual. The lid of the box is opened, and the silver light enters the eyes. One with a perfect arc, round and smooth, full of avian interest. A familiar yet strangely shaped metal object came into view. Sujin's mouth slowly drooped. He reached out his hand with a trembling hand, took out the item from the box, and looked at it. After just 2 glances, he suddenly lost his temper and threw the box to the ground. Me? FCK. Isn't this fucking Gunzer? Sujin held the plug in his hand and shivered with fear. Damn it. No one plays with people like this. No one insults people like this. I was already anxious and panicked. The Doomsday Company sent him a Gunzer. Damn. Could it be that they wanted him to plug the hole to prevent the soup from leaking out after he dies? After a burst of cursing, Sujin calmed down. Holding the bird toys, I felt sad. I'm stuck with such an unreliable company that doesn't care about my life or death at all. I shouldn't have accompanied clients for drinks. If I hadn't. Feeling sorry for himself, Sujin suddenly came back to his senses and fixed his gaze on the ground. Next to the black box that was just dropped, a card popped out. It seemed to be an instruction manual. Could it be a misunderstanding? After all, the company is an extraordinary existence, so there must be misunderstandings. Seeing this, Sujin hurriedly picked it up and checked. First aid suppositories contain built-in first aid liquid. They automatically spray liquid when the temperature drops. They can be used multiple times until the liquid is used up. If you experience a burning sensation, this is normal, so please do not panic. Special reminder, if you must take the risk, please place it in the correct location in advance to avoid missing the opportunity. Do not force the shell open. The liquid medicine will lose its effectiveness easily and is only suitable for use with a plug. The risk of oral poisoning is extremely high. This is still Gonser. Sujin was furious and threw the instruction manual to the ground. It's even risky to place it in advance. Who can walk around the world with this thing? Even if I die, I will never survive by using this thing. After calming down for about 10 minutes, Sujin found a nylon rope, tied the emergency plug around his waist. This is definitely not for his own use. Considering that Qingdai might be in danger, he keeps it ready for her at any time. The experiment still had to be done. After calming down, Sujin took out 2 more mice for infection experiments. Originally placed in the running wheel has changed and is now launching a suicidal charge towards Sujin. But I could only keep running in place in the wheel well. Squatting and observing for a long time, Sujin picked up his notes and began to record. The gray component in the rain is 100% the source of mutation, but the speed of infection is strongly correlated with the amount of gray component absorbed. At present, all we can see is that the infection rate of this ingredient is extremely high. At present, this kind of crude and amateur experiment is impossible to measure the probability of infection, and there are not enough experimental mice. The infected mice showed a significant decrease in their motor skills, their limbs becoming somewhat mechanical, and they ran slowly, but they were not tired and felt no pain. After making a brief record, Su-jin took out the battery and put it into the four-wheel drive vehicle. The motor starts, driving the wheel well to start rotating. The mutant mouse was obviously unable to keep up with the speed and was temporarily caught in the cage and kept rolling around, but one could still see that it had a strong desire to adjust its body shape and attack. After more than 20 minutes, the battery ran out, so I changed a set of batteries and continued running. Jean didn't stop and switched to manual operation until 5 sets of batteries were used up. Turning the wheel bay, Su-jin could not hide the look of loss on his face. The conclusion was very disappointing. The mutant mice had almost no loss of strength and even became a little stronger, as if they were constantly adapting to their bodies. Another hour passed. After experiencing experiments such as confinement, burning, flooding, drilling, and stabbing, Su-jin's mood completely sank to the bottom. Suffocated to death or drowned, and even when his whole body was carbonized by fire, he could still move slightly. The infected organisms have a terrifyingly strong ability to survive. Only puncturing the torso will cause quick death, and they will not die even if the head is cut off. He didn't know where the puncture should be because he didn't understand the physiological structure of mice, but he suspected it was the heart. The only two things that have not been done at the moment are the survival time and the ability to infect the same type of people, which have not been tested. But at this moment, Su-jin was exhausted both physically and mentally. He picked up the mouse cage and placed it in the glass fish tank he had bought earlier, covered it with a wooden board, and went straight back to the bedroom. In the darkness, another radio pre-tuned to the AM band rang. Su-jin forced his eyelids open and hurriedly adjusted the radio. FM is mostly used for local broadcasting, with small coverage and strong entertainment value, while AM is often used for national or emergency broadcasting due to its long transmission distance and anti-interference ability, and is the preferred communication frequency band in disasters. Although it is not Earth, the technological paths are similar, and the application of electromagnetic waves is the same in the two worlds. He had done his homework in advance. Now that the radio is ringing, it must be that the higher-ups have noticed something unusual and issued a warning to the whole country. After simple adjustments, the radio content began to become clearer. Shah. The current report is the latest announcement from the National Disaster Emergency Command Center. All citizens are requested to pay close attention. As of 1 p.m. today, most areas of the country have been affected by rainfall of unknown type, which is widespread. This type of rainfall has potential biohazard characteristics and may cause irreversible effects on the skin, respiratory tract, and digestive system. It has been confirmed that sudden mass, uncontrolled incidents in multiple locations are related to this type of rainfall, with individuals behaving abnormally. All citizens are requested to immediately follow these orders. 1. Do not come into direct contact with rainwater in any form. 2. Use only bottled water or tightly sealed water sources for drinking and cleaning. 3. Immediately close all doors, windows, vents, and drainage systems to prevent any intrusion of moisture from outside. The relevant instructions will take effect immediately upon broadcast. Anyone who refuses to comply will be considered a threat to public safety. Subsequent updates will be released simultaneously via radio and online channels. After listening to the report, Su-jin felt refreshed and breathed a sigh of relief. Great, the violence machine is about to start. It can be seen that the higher-ups have fully realized the terrible severity of the gray rain, and they haven't even carried out the rumor-refuting procedure, which shows how urgent the situation is. Chapter 25 Silent Explosion. 5 days have passed in a flash. The rain was still falling, but the intensity was much smaller than on the first day, which was visibly smaller. It even felt like it might stop at any moment. Su-jin stood by the window, his face pale, as if he had a serious illness. After 5 days of extreme stress and fragmented sleep, I was mentally exhausted. There are nearly 20 zombies downstairs that came from nowhere. There was good news and bad news in these 3 days. His collection of gray rain cans dissipated over the course of 5 days. The remaining water was tested and found to have lost its infectious capacity. Moreover, the change in the rain intensity was obviously inconsistent with Fu Qingdai's dream. This shows that the company did not fully predict the future, but rather predicted this disaster, and many of the details were not accurate. Fu Qingdai's dream was just woven and pushed by the company. The current situation seems much better than what Fu Qingdai had dreamed of. The scope of this disaster was much greater than expected, but the difficulty was not as high as imagined. However, several bloody incidents had already occurred in the residential building opposite, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Zombies appeared in someone's house, forcing the person to commit suicide by jumping off the building, and then were eaten downstairs. Someone fought back successfully, but ended up hanging himself. There was also cannibalism. A couple dug out their son's internal organs and ate them in big mouthfuls. It was a horrific sight. The crying sounds upstairs and downstairs never stopped for a single day. Faced with all kinds of things, everything stimulates the mind of every ordinary person. Su Jin's already extremely tired and tense mental state, which was stretched to the limit, was made even worse. The greatest hope now is to wait for the rain to stop and for the army to show up to rescue. It won't be long before this disaster turns around. But what has always frightened him is that, since the last time he heard the radio, there has been no more radio, as if the whole country has been silent. There is no comfort to the people, which seems very abnormal. Feeling tired and depressed, Su Jin turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Anyway, all we can do now is wait. I hope the rain stops soon and the army comes out sooner. I don't want to experience this kind of thing again in my life. Time flies, and it is already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The influence of gray rain. The sky is much darker than usual. Occasionally, one can hear the roars of zombies and the sound of banging on doors from outside. Lying on the bed, Su Jin stared blankly at the ceiling, without a trace of expression. Suddenly, the radio rang. The noise at this moment is like heavenly music. Su Jin jumped up with a start, picked up the radio, and turned the knob, which was already at the maximum volume. Listen attentively with great anticipation. A slightly noisy but sad and panicked voice came from the radio. Warning, citizens, the state has ceased to function. Please fend for yourselves and seek your own survival. Do not trust. There was a scream, and the broadcast came to an abrupt end. Su Jin's expectant expression froze on his face. His mind was blank, and all the sounds in the world disappeared from his mind at this moment. Woo! The air raid alarm suddenly sounded, like a shrill wail tearing through the sky. Su Jin was shocked and ran quickly to the living room. Seeing the scene in front of him, his pupils dilated instantly, and even his legs began to tremble. The horizon in the distance, the direction of the core city. More than a dozen UFOs, suspected to be missiles, dragged white flames as they took off from the core urban area, streaking across the sky like meteorites moving in reverse. The missile disappeared, and a strong shock wave was clearly emitted. Then dark clouds began to grow and spread over a large area at the explosion site, like rolling waves. Buzz! A loud noise sounded like an iron hammer hitting the sky. The entire building where Su Jin was seemed to be suspended in midair and was suddenly pulled. The windows wailed and the glass shook, and for a moment the world seemed to have come to a standstill. Doomsday. At this moment it is no longer a gray rain, but a concrete natural disaster that is violently approaching. The clouds continued to move violently, rolling violently, and lightning began to jump in them. Downbursts occurred, and pillars of cloud descended like tornadoes, striking the earth. The torrents reach, the ground is frozen. Su Jin's pupils trembled, his hands held the edge of the windowsill, and his teeth chattered as he looked into the distance. Cold Dome Missile System, large-scale cloud movement, and the use of temperature and airflow to launch attacks are the typical characteristics of this weapon. This country's ultimate weapon. Without any warning, it was launched towards its own capital. Am I going to die? What on earth just happened? Perhaps the army should come out tomorrow when the rain stops. Why did this happen? An extreme feeling of fear and nausea surged into my heart. Su Jin quickly covered his mouth and nose, and ran to the toilet with a hunched back. He vomited a mouthful of sour water on the ground. An extremely sour and bitter taste filled his mouth. Su Jin coughed until tears came out of the corners of his eyes, and his heart seemed to be crushed by reality. Why is a modern industrial country so vulnerable? The core logic of the state apparatus is to maintain order. Directly declaring its demise will only lead to total social collapse, resource plundering, and military mutiny. No matter how large the area of zombie infection is, they have no reason to declare the country's demise to the people. Just because of the zombie infection problem, the top command imposed a devastating blockade on the capital. For several days, not even the shadow of the army was seen. If such a huge country is so vulnerable, then what am I? With the double natural disaster, all personal plans are as fragile as a blank sheet of paper in the current situation. Perhaps there was a problem at the highest decision-making level, or perhaps the understanding of the infection was not complete. But Su Jin had no intention of analyzing these things. He had completely lost his composure and was in a state of mental confusion. His body remained stiff for a long time. He inexplicably ran to the bedroom, grabbed one of the radios, and angrily demanded, "Don't believe what? Don't believe what? Speak." The next second, the radio was smashed to pieces. Doomsday. He had already made a judgment deep in his heart that the existence of the company had already made a conclusion about the world, and there was no need to question it further. But he actually kept fantasizing about waiting for military rescue. He always had a glimmer of hope in his heart, but now the whole plan has collapsed. There is no way out, and he will die in a foreign land. All that is left for him is the bloody reality. The city core was still bearing the brunt of the torrent, while a cold wind had already swept through the city, and dark clouds were everywhere. Sharp cries pierced through the cold wind and reached Su Jin's ears. Su Jin stumbled to the living room window, only to find that someone on the opposite floor was already standing on the edge of the window and jumped down crying. Nearby a residential building also committed suicide by jumping down from an upper floor, crying loudly. The crying sounded like the call of the god of death, and a series of suicide attempts began to take place in Su Jin's eyes. Until a woman on the 6th floor opposite stood on the windowsill holding a baby in her arms, crying and shaking her head at Su Jin. Then she jumped down with her child. "No, no, 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 don't jump, don't jump." Su Jin was so anxious that he jumped up and down, opening his eyes and yelling. Seeing that the group of zombies were about to share the bodies of mother and son, he no longer cared about anything else. Pull open the window and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. After 9 shots, only the empty sound of the trigger remained. Su Jin mechanically pulled the trigger and watched helplessly as the mother and son were torn into pieces by the swarm of zombies, leaving only blood rippling on the water. When people witness others being injected, they often subconsciously feel a pain, as if the needle tip is piercing their own skin. Now, they were in the same desperate situation, facing the tragedy of life and death. For the first time, Su Jin felt the unprecedented pain because of the suffering of others. Su Jin's finger on the trigger finally stopped, his stomach cramped, and a strong smell of rust rose in his throat. He staggered and bent over, retching a few times, but nothing came out. After standing there in silence for 2 seconds, he suddenly turned around, threw the gun to the ground, and it flew against the wall. "Where are the company people?" Su Jin fell to his knees, looking around, crying and roaring at the empty space. "What can I do? I'm just an ordinary person. Why did you choose me? I can't even save my own life. Who else can I save? Why don't you save yourselves? I'm here looking for a job. What on earth are you doing?" Su Jin cursed and hit, venting the fear and anger in his heart, and his hands were already covered in blood from hammering the ground. But the force of each hammer blow became weaker and weaker. In the end, Su Jin leaned against the wall, covering his face and crying bitterly. In the end, only sobbing and whispering. Hope has been completely shattered. In the community, suicides continue to occur one after another. The cold wind howled, and the crying voice floated in the wind. Zhang Wan, wake up." In the Fu family's bedroom, Fu, who felt dizzy and tried to hold on while supporting Zhang Wan and shouting. Ever since they received the text message, the two of them have been completely at a loss. Then Han Xiong broke out, and witnessing the mass suicide was a direct shock, causing Zhang Wan to faint from fright. Fu Qingdai stood at the door, her pretty face pale, her hands tightly grasping the door frame. She didn't dare to look out the window, but even hearing the sound made her unable to stand steadily. Fu, who shouted twice and turned around and said, "Qingdai, go get some water." Fu Qingdai quickly agreed, turned around, scooped a bowl of water from the bucket, and brought it back to the bedroom. Seeing that her father was still giving her mother first aid, Fu Qingdai felt extremely anxious and heartbroken, and was even more scared. After thinking for a moment, he quietly closed the door. He turned around and searched the living room, his eyes fixed on a chair. He gritted his teeth, picked up the chair, and smashed it hard towards the door handle. "Qingdai, what are you doing?" Fu, who shouted in the bedroom. Fu Qingdai ignored it and continued to bang on the door with gritted teeth. He accidentally missed the door, and because he used too much force, his finger hit the door handle, scraping off a piece of flesh. Blood gushed out of the wound. After hitting the door handle several times, it finally loosened. Fu, who happened to come out of the room, and looked at his daughter in shock and anger. "What are you doing? I want to go out." "Don't go out now. You stay here. Your mother is in such a state, and you're still causing trouble." Fu Qingdai lowered her head and nodded. When Fu Hu turned around and hurried back to the bedroom, he immediately opened the doorknob. There was a sound of door lock, and Fu Qingdai carefully opened the door. The door opened a crack, and a strong, pungent smell of smoke entered my nose. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The harsh sound continued to ring out. The lights in the house are flickering. The power grid is unstable and is about to collapse. The cold wind was still howling outside the window. Holding the heart talisman, Qingdai walked around the entrance and wanted to speak, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his words were immediately blocked in his throat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ground was covered in blood. Su Jin sat on a stool with his fists wrapped in bandages, a thick blood color showing through them. His muscular naked upper body was wet with sweat, and under the flickering lights, the outline of his muscles was coated with a layer of gold. Su Jin glanced at her sideways, and Fu Qingdai was immediately startled and hugged her hands to her chest. She had never seen such a look in the other person's eyes, only hatred and anger, like a beast. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Their eyes met, and Fu Qingdai spoke with a trembling voice. Brother, I'm scared. Ding. The lights went out, and the only light in the room was the flickering red light of cigarette butts. Squeak. The red dot dimmed, and the harsh sound of sharpening the knife stopped abruptly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chapter 26. Your daughter is the savior. The wind and snow howled all night, and the rain stopped the next day. Su Jin woke up from his sleep and sat up. The mental indulgence of the previous night made this night's sleep more peaceful than ever before, and my spirit was greatly restored. He turned his head to look at the window with a complicated expression. The regime was declared disbanded. The temperature plummeted due to the explosion of the Cold Dome missile, and the army disappeared without a trace. The current situation has deteriorated to a point where it cannot get any worse. There is nothing to fantasize about. There is no one to turn to. I can only rely on myself. The temperature outside is very low at this moment, probably close to minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the temperature indoors without heating is almost the same as outside. He exhaled a long breath of foul air, which turned into a light white mist in the air. Su Jin lifted the quilt and got out of bed wearing a thick down jacket. I squatted down and looked at the rat cage at the corner of the bed. It was wrapped with layers of clothes and had foam insulation at the bottom. The candle had burned out, but there was still movement in the cage. I felt relieved when I saw that the mouse was still alive. The source of infection remains a mystery. If these experimental mice were frozen to death, it would be a huge waste. Fortunately, I managed to get through this night. Even though I had put on several more layers of clothes and covered myself with many warm clothes, my limbs were still a little stiff and cold after a night's sleep. He only had one quilt and few winter clothes. If we hadn't had a few alcohol stoves lit and bricks surrounding us to keep warm, we might have gotten frostbite that night. Fu Qingdai came last night, and he also gave her a few alcohol stoves. The Fu family's situation is different from mine. They must have a lot of quilts at home, so getting through the night is not a problem at all. As for the other people in the building, it should be easy for them to get through. Every household has a gas tank, and there are enough combustible materials. Su Jin inspected the room. Seeing that there was nothing unusual except the bucket that was completely frozen, he scooped a few spoonfuls of lard for breakfast and went out directly. When I knocked on the Fu family's door, it was opened almost immediately. Qingdai's pale little face from the cold was revealed, followed by Fu whose depressed and lonely face. When he saw Su Jin, he was shocked. Director, let's talk inside. Su Jin raised his hand to interrupt and stepped into the door naturally. The room was in a mess, with a pile of ashes from a bonfire in the middle of the living room. Judging from the surrounding environment, it was obvious that the sofa had been dismantled and used as fuel. The family spent the whole night in the living room. After observing for a while, Su Jin looked at Fu Hu and said straight to the point, I was the one who sealed the door of your house. What? You. Hear me out, Su Jin said sternly. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Li Haoqing, Director of the National Critical Risk Intervention Implementation Bureau. I know. Fu Hu said hesitantly. Su Jin shook his head. You know me, but you don't know what the National Bureau of Cadres is actually responsible for. It's different from what I told you earlier. Our department is actually responsible for researching supernatural forces. It's unpopular among the various agencies and is small in scale. 30 years ago, our country unearthed artifacts dating back 2,000 years in the Northwest. Later, based on research, we named them the Mayan civilization. I don't know if they were aliens or had some special abilities, but by deciphering the stone tablets left by the Mayans, they predicted the course of subsequent developments, including this disaster. Our department was established precisely to study Mayan civilization. Fu Qingdai and Fu Hu's expressions froze on the spot. Su Jin continued. Initially, the country attached great importance to the discovery of Mayan civilization, but after 30 years of development, our department has almost been forgotten. We are even divided into two factions. Many people have long regarded this as a sinecure, but I am the only one who disagrees. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Fu Hu asked in shock. Are you okay? I'm thinking clearly now, Su Jin said solemnly. According to the prophecy left by the Mayans, a savior predicted this disaster. I followed this clue and found your daughter. Actually, I lied to you before. I had communicated with Qingdai before moving into your house. To put it simply, your daughter is the prophesied savior. I'm absolutely certain of that. Now that you've witnessed this disaster, I think you should have made up your mind whether to believe it or not. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fu Hu held his forehead with a painful expression. Infected by zombies, he just learned yesterday that his country was destroyed and his family was ruined, and now someone comes out to tell him that his daughter is the future savior. When the time adds up, the brain simply cannot digest this information. You mean you knew this would happen? Not only did you not tell the country, but you came here and put your hopes on my daughter, right? Fu Hu's tone was filled with anger. Su Jin remained calm and said, the country has known this news for a long time. Do you think it would be any use for me to tell you more? I asked you to buy a bow and arrow and batteries. Why? Do you think I want to hide here and not rely on the power of the state? Our department won't even approve my fucking budget. Hearing Su Jin's last shout, Fu Hu was completely stunned. That's true. After all, even the budget wasn't approved. Do you know what the current situation of the country is? Fu Hu asked in a trembling voice, with expectation in his eyes. The country can no longer be relied upon. We are the only ones left. Fu Hu's face quickly turned gloomy. He turned around and looked at his daughter again, and his heart ached again. Su Jin continued, Old Fu, you've been a soldier and you understand weapons. You've also seen the impact of the Cold Sky missile launch. Do you have any expectations for when the temperature outside will warm up? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe a week. It's summer now, maybe less than a week. Fu Hu said weakly, waving his hands. A week. Su Jin thought to himself. Cold Sky missile bought them a week of buffer time. The cold temperature outside is now taking its toll on the zombies, both indoors and out. According to conservative estimates, he would have 3 days to clear out the zombies in the community and gather supplies and manpower. Directorly, please go back. I don't know what you want to do, but I don't want to get involved with you right now. Fu Hu looked dejected. My wife is in a coma and hasn't woken up yet. I received the text message and heard the broadcast, but I believe the country won't collapse so easily. I have to wait for rescue. Old Fu, Su Jin shouted in a deep voice. What are you still dreaming about? The country is unreliable. If it were reliable, we wouldn't have seen even the shadow of the army until now. If it were reliable, how could they launch missiles into the city? Okay, let's take a step back and say, even if the armed forces are still there, in the current situation, is it your turn to save people? You're just an ordinary citizen. Why should they save you? How long can you wait for rescue? This time we were lucky that the cold sky didn't fall on our heads. If another wave of missiles hits us, will you survive? Chapter 27, I am the country, I am the army. Then tell me what else can I do? What can I do? Fu Hu collapsed and roared. Get out of my house, and don't drag my daughter into this. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Dad, Fu Qingdai anxiously tugged at the corner of Fu Hu's clothes. As long as we can survive, we can do anything. Su Jin grabbed Fu Hu's shoulders, his eyes wide open. If there's no country, we'll build one. If there's no army, we'll form one. If we can't hide, we won't hide. We'll fight those forced zombies. Everyone in your neighborhood knows each other. Your daughter had a dream about the end of the world, and you sent her to a mental hospital. There must be a lot of people who know about this, right? Just based on this, we can recruit people to join us. Qingdai is everyone's only hope. She can become the emperor. She can become the leader of the sect. I absolutely cannot let her be destroyed in your hands. Fu Hu was shocked instantly and stared at Su Jin in a daze. The situation is so bad. He wants to raise an army to fight back? And use Indigo? Old Fu, I know you're eager to protect your daughter, but if she follows you now, she'll just die. Su Jin said coldly. I can't just watch you lead her into this mess. Qingdai and I have developed feelings for each other over this period of time. But if you insist on persisting, then instead of letting her follow you and be torn apart by those zombies, I might as well give her a quick death now. Su Jin finished speaking. He suddenly drew out his silver spear and pointed it at Fu Qingdai. There's no time for you to think about it now. Do you want to stay and die? Or cooperate with me? Just one word. Fu Qingdai stared at the black muzzle of the gun and swallowed. Then he closed his eyes, pursed his lips, and put his forehead forward. No. Fu Hu stretched out his hand and trembled to stop him. I promise you. You can ask me to do anything. Su Jin took a step back and put away the silver spear. Seeing this, Fu Hu hurriedly hugged his daughter and protected her behind him, looking at Su Jin vigilantly. Su Jin sighed and said, "Old Fu, I never intended to harm you and your daughter. We really have no choice but to go this route. You've seriously underestimated the danger. I must give you a little provocation so you can face reality as soon as possible. Since you've already promised me, I will protect your daughter with my life. I hope you can protect her as well. I've stockpiled supplies for Qing Dai on the 4th floor in advance, and I've already given her the key." Fu Hu looked at his daughter. Seeing Fu Qing Dai nod slightly, his tense expression relaxed a little. Su Jin continued, "Sister-in-law must be overly frightened. It'll be hard for her to recover in the conditions you have in this room. I've stored some honeycomb coal and a coal stove on the 4th floor. Bring any iron sheets and wooden boards from the room. We'll need to break the windows and build a chimney. Take whatever else you need." After saying that, Su Jin sat down on the sofa that was still intact and waved at Fu Hu. "Go quickly. I'll wait for you here. Come back and set up the stove so we can talk. Don't let my sister-in-law get frozen." Fu Hu looked at his unconscious daughter-in-law, then at his daughter, hesitated for a moment, turned around, and took Fu Qingdai downstairs. 10 minutes later, Fu Hu returned with his daughter. I was stunned at the first sight after entering the house. Zhang Wan was still lying on the sofa, but Su Jin was standing in front of the living room window, painting the window with black paint and a brush that he had gotten from somewhere. "Director, what are you doing?" "You build the stove first," Su Jin said without turning his head. "That strange rain infected not only humans, but also animals. I have done experiments on mice, and birds may also be infected. Once animals are infected, they will be highly aggressive towards other living things that are not infected. It's not actually safe for us to hide in the house. Painting the windows black, at least it can reduce some hidden dangers." After looking at the supplies piled up all over the room, Fu Qingdai kept speaking well of Su Jin to him. Hearing this analysis, he felt a surge of admiration in his heart. After answering, Fu Hu began to clean the stove quickly. Roll the iron sheet into a roll and tie it with wire, then stick aluminum tape on the seams. Then piece together the sections, and a simple chimney can be quickly assembled. By breaking the windows and replacing them with wooden boards, a safe and secure heating system is now in place. The windows were painted black, but the firelight from the stove made the room warm. Fu Qingdai took a kettle and went to Su Jin's room to chop ice and get water. Su Jin and Fu Hu sat opposite each other in front of the stove. The two of them stared at the fire in the stove and fell into silence for a moment. Until Fu Hu spoke up, "Director Li, were you the one who sealed all those doors upstairs and downstairs when it rained? Did you also turn off the main water valve?" They won't die of thirst in the house, will they? It's been 6 or 7 days. I don't think I'll die. I usually have enough food, and there's water in the toilet tank." Fu Hu felt relieved and asked again, "How did you find Qing Dai?" "I have a colleague whose child goes to the same school as your daughter. I heard about it and went to see her." "Director Li, is there really no hope for this matter? Is our National Cadre Bureau not taking any action at all? And you said the prophecy is related to my daughter, so what's next?" Su Jin was annoyed by Fu Hu's questions and took out a cigarette to take 2 puffs. Just as he was about to light up, he turned around to see Zhang Wan, who was still unconscious, and put the cigarette back in his pocket. He said helplessly in a low voice, "No action, just a bunch of idlers. The prophecy said there would be a devastating disaster. The Savior could predict it in advance, but there is no one else. But my daughter is still a child. Because of a legendary prophecy, what can she get involved in?" Fu Hu raised his voice slightly. "Just because she's a child, we have to act now and help her share the responsibility in advance." Su Jin said in a deep voice, "Old Fu, I beg you to stop having illusions. Even if the army comes to rescue us, we must also save ourselves at this stage. The two things are not contradictory. I'll take all the responsibility. Qing Dai is just a mascot. She doesn't need to do anything or take any risks." Fu Hu responded in a muffled voice and said no more. Seeing the atmosphere cool down again, Su Jin asked, "Old Fu, do you have any other family members?" Fu Hu's whole body trembled, and he said in a trembling voice, "There's also a father. I couldn't get through to him on the phone a few days ago." After saying this, the iron tower-like man finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. It was not until Fu Qingdai came back with a kettle full of ice that Fu Hu wiped his face twice and tried to remain calm. Sitting between the two of them, Fu Qingdai looked left and right. Fu Hu took a deep breath and said, "Director, what should we do next?" After that, Su Jin stared at the stove with a gloomy look. "Then, of course, we'll recruit talents and build a team. You're an old resident, so you should know everyone in this building, right? Draw up a list of names and backgrounds for me, and I'll release them one by one." Chapter 28: Talented Community with Talents. By noon, All the steel pipe frames in the corridor had been removed. Su Jin walked out of Fu Hu's house again, holding a list in his hand. The content is naturally the information of people in the corridor. Fu Hu was familiar with almost all the residents of this unit, except for a few tenants. After a quick search of the list, Su Jin already had an idea. It seems that the proportion of elderly people in this community who have worked in the military and political systems is quite high. What we lack most at the moment is military force, and security forces need to be strengthened. The resident living opposite his storage room on the 4th floor was a former soldier named Wang Song, younger than Fu Hu, in his early 40s. Common sense suggests that soldiers are highly disciplined and have high combat power, and should be in good physical condition at the age of 40. It would be most appropriate to start recruiting from this person. Taking the glue remover, Su Jin went straight to the 4th floor and started spraying. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he knocked hard on the door of Wang Song's house. The person inside the room has turned into a zombie, and simple sounds can be used to identify it. But after knocking for a long time, and everyone downstairs started shouting for help, there was no response from Wang Song's family. After thinking for a moment, Su Jin took out the silver spear. Had already experimented with this gun last night. All 9 bullets are used up and will be automatically reloaded after half an hour. The props provided by the company are truly extraordinary, and this cheat code is super powerful. Point the gun at the cat's eye and shoot. The peephole was completely pierced, and parts flew into the house. Su Jin took a step back and looked inside through the hole. The ground was already a pool of black blood, and 2 bodies lay on the ground, both covered with white cloth. Just as he was about to continue observing, a faint voice came from inside the house. "Who is it? I'm your neighbor. Are you Wang Song? Are you hurt?" Su Jin dodged, stepped on the stairs, and leaned against the door with a gun in both hands. "Does it matter if you get hurt or not? Just go." Su Jin frowned. The 2 corpses in the house were probably killed after being infected. Judging from the bloodstains, they have been dead for some time. The other party is still rational, and even if he is suspected of being infected, the current level of safety is still very high. Thinking of this, Su Jin turned the gun towards the door lock. The silver gun is very powerful, and there is no need to worry about ricochets. Just 2 shots can break the door lock structure. Gently opening the door, Su Jin slowly sidestepped in, imitating the movements in the movie, and looked left and right with his gun. "Wang Song, are you in there? Who the hell are you? How do you have a gun?" Hearing the sound coming from the bedroom, Su Jin slowed down and moved over. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as I entered the bedroom. A middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting at the window, looking hesitant and about to jump down. Su Jin closed the door and lowered his gun. "Wang Song, calm down and don't jump yet." Wang Song, who was sitting by the window, turned around. He was almost frozen stiff, his face was pale, and his teeth were chattering. "You have a gun? You're not my neighbor. Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. Come down immediately and close the window. Don't give up hope. Let's talk slowly." Wang Song's face was filled with sorrow. What hope is there? The country is gone. It's raining all over the world. Do you think there's any hope for this world? There is a country only when there is a home. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Come down first and we'll talk. Su Jin continued to persuade him. My home is gone. You should have seen it all. My mother and my wife have turned into monsters, and my son is out of town. There's probably no hope for him either." Wang Song's voice was weak and mixed with tears. "Just go away, don't worry about me. I have to take care of you. Many people have lost their families just like you, including me." Su Jin pressed himself against the wall, staring at the other person. "It's okay if you don't want to come down. Your family members have turned into monsters. Are you hurt? I can find you some medicine." Wang Song turned around tremblingly, opened his shirt to reveal his bandaged upper body, and smiled bitterly. 3 days ago. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Wang Song's bitter smile froze on his face, and his body fell to the bottom of the building. Su Jin sat against the wall, holding his chest and gasping for breath. "Killed someone. I killed someone. It's okay. I killed a zombie. No, he hasn't mutated yet, but he's going to commit suicide anyway, and he's afraid to jump, so I'm helping him. I actually saved him." After comforting himself for a while, Su Jin stood up with the help of the wall and walked forward to close the window with fear. Then he went to the living room, found a mop stick and lifted the shroud from the body. Seeing the wound on the corpse, Su Jin's throat rolled, and he inserted the mop handle into it and scratched it twice. The probability of being infected by zombie attacks may not be 100%, but now is definitely not the time to verify it. So Wang Song must die. The 2 zombies on the ground must have fought with Wang Song, and their clothes were torn. There were knife wounds all over his neck, chest, and abdomen. But the most noticeable thing is the chest, where there is a deep wound. This is the fatal wound. Combined with the previous mouse experiments, it turns out that the zombie's weakness is really in the heart. The trip was not entirely fruitless. After thinking about it, Soo-jin took a deep breath and found a quilt in the house. He picked up the body through the quilt and carried it out through the nearest window. After throwing away the two bodies, he returned to the corridor with lingering fear. Picking up the list again, Soo-jin fixed his eyes on the 6th floor. This experience was really scary, and I was not careful enough. Let's not look for someone young and strong for now. There are 2 old men living on the 6th floor. According to Fu-hoo's description, they used to be researchers and had served in the army. But seeing that he is almost 70 years old, even if he turns into a zombie, the danger will not be too high. After all, the quality of the bones is still there even after the corpse turns into a corpse. Sunya in 601 is an elderly man living alone. Let's practice on him first. When we got to the 6th floor, we still had to remove glue and knock on doors. Soo-jin waited with his gun in hand. Soon a voice came from behind the door. Who are you? The neighbor downstairs. My door is sealed, and from what I heard it sounded like the people downstairs were also sealed in. How did you get out? Are you hurt? Hearing this, Soo-jin raised his eyebrows. The old man in this room is extraordinary and has a high level of knowledge. I sealed the door, but it can be opened now. I'm not hurt, are you? After asking this question, there was the sound of a door opening. The door seemed to be pushed from the inside and slowly opened automatically. Soo-jin moved slowly, and as soon as he saw the situation behind the door, his whole body suddenly stiffened. In the darkness, a faint candlelight flickered. Behind the candlelight, a thin old man was holding a hunting rifle, staring at him fiercely. Don't move, just stand there. Don't shoot. Soo-jin raised his hands and said calmly, I have no ill intentions. I came to save you. There are still many people in the building. I just want to gather with everyone for warmth. I heard from Fu-hoo downstairs that you are Mr. Sun, right? Hold together for warmth. Sunya gave a sad smile, which looked particularly cold under the candlelight. The country is gone. The world is hopeless. What's the point of holding together for warmth? How do you know there's no hope? The most important thing for us right now is to organize ourselves and fight the enemy. If we give up now, stop talking, Sunya shouted. Then his tone became subdued again. There's no chance of redemption. That rain infected not only humans, but also animals. Infected creatures were driven by instinct to attack living things. All major military regions are located outdoors, where there are many animals and bright lights are very noticeable at night. On that rainy night, all military regions around the world were likely attacked by infected creatures. Small animals can enter indoor areas, making it impossible for the military to effectively counterattack. Once outside, they're exposed to the rain, exacerbating the problem. The first thing to be hit wasn't the city, but the army. The army might have been destroyed immediately. Chapter 29, First Kill of Zombies. After listening to Sunya's story, Soo-jin was shocked and silent for a moment. According to Fu-hoo's description, this old man used to be engaged in medical device manufacturing and research and development, and had extensive experience. But now all the windows of the house were covered by him, and he had a hunting rifle in his hand. After his analysis, everything showed that this old man was not that simple. Grandpa, my name is Li Haoqing. Can you let me sit down and talk? Sunya looked at Soo-jin, slowly lowered the gun, and nodded. Soo-jin walked forward carefully, pulled a chair, and sat opposite him. How did you know that rain could infect animals? And the environment in the house, the analysis of the army. I used to work in military engineering. Sunya sighed, stroking his hunting rifle. I noticed something strange was happening to people, so I collected some rainwater and used it on our dog. The dog went crazy, so I killed it. I was worried that birds and animals would be infected, so I covered all the windows. It wasn't until yesterday, when the government announced the termination of its functions, that I realized it was all over and the military could no longer be relied upon. You know the inside story, so how can you be sure that you can't rely on them 100 even if the army is infected? It shouldn't be declared invalid directly. The city still has the ability to organize an armed counterattack. It will be much more difficult to organize one if its credit is bankrupt. Soo-jin asked with a frown. Sunya pondered. You're right. Judging from the widespread infection in the military, there's really no reason for the country to abandon itself. But I suspect there are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that insects might also be infected. If insects are infected, the extinction of humanity is only a matter of time. The top leaders can't protect others and can only rely on themselves to protect themselves. The second possibility is that the effect of this rain is far more complex than it appears to be. It must have other characteristics. There's no virus in nature that can jump species and mutate so quickly. This isn't a virus at all. It's a supernatural disaster. After Sunya finished speaking, he covered his face and sighed deeply. Su-jin was speechless, only in deep shock and worry. After taking another deep breath and wiping his face, Sunya looked up at Su-jin and said, "I've answered your questions. Now it's your turn to answer me." Ask. "They've locked up more than just my household, right?" "I've locked down the entire unit." "Why?" Sunya stared at Su-jin intently. "There's a little girl on the 5th floor who says the end of the world is coming, and I believe her." "Yeah, she's mentally ill. No wonder she has a cork tied around her waist," Sunya said sarcastically, but then his expression turned serious again and he began to mutter to himself, "That Qingdai kid. I know about her. I also thought she had a mental problem, but now it seems that's not the case. How did she know in advance?" "Do you believe in nature?" Su-jin asked in a low voice and stuffed the gunzer into his pocket. "Nature? I believe in science, but I also believe that nature will balance everything. Even though the organization collapsed after this disaster, there must be a solution." Su-jin looked at Sunya and said, "I believe there will be a counterbalance to this disaster. Qingdai has already explained the problem. Old man, I see you sitting here with a gun. You don't want to die, right? Come with me. Now is the time to organize a team and need people. I have a cage of mice. As a scientific research expert, you can help me conduct more reliable experiments." Upon hearing this, Sunya's eyes lit up and he looked Su-jin up and down. "Organize a team? Are you capable enough? Why should others trust you? Just because I have a profit on my hands. I am also the director of the National Critical Risk Intervention Implementation Bureau." Sunya narrowed his eyes and said, "Nonsense. The country doesn't even have such a department. Now I have it." Sunya glanced at Su-jin suspiciously, then nodded in sudden realization. Okay, you're right. You can have it now. I can help you." Then Sunya changed the subject. "But you have to know that I'm almost 70 years old, and I'm not far from being buried. This world is so rotten that life or death doesn't make any difference to me anymore. You have to be qualified to be a leader and have me work for you. If you're just a brainless loser, I might as well just shoot myself right now. So what do you want?" Sunya thought for a moment and threw the hunting rifle in his hand directly to Su-jin. "This is a shotgun. I still have 30 rounds of ammunition. Go downstairs and clear out those zombies. Their heart seems to be their weak spot. They react to sound, light, and smell. There are a lot of stray cats and dogs in the neighborhood, so you have to be careful. If you can do this, even if you are a lunatic, I will give you my life." "That's exactly what I meant. Just wait and see upstairs." Su-jin took the shotgun and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He picked up the bullet and walked out, saying as he walked, "Old man, you are also an expert on doors, right? I injected glue into the door, and I left the glue remover with you. If you can ensure it is safe, let him out. If you can't handle it, wait for me to come back. This room is cold. Go to Fu-hu's house and wait for me." "I see." Su-jin nodded and suddenly stopped at the door. He turned around and gave Sunya an awkward smile. "How do you use this gun?" Sunya laughed angrily. "Hey, I thought you were so awesome. Come back, I'll teach you." 40 minutes later, Su-jin stood in the corridor on the 1st floor. Under his down jacket, he wore another piece of anti-zombie suit with inserts that he had roughly sewn himself. He wore gloves on his hands and a motorcycle helmet on his head. A silver gun and a shotgun were connected to his waist with ropes, and a machete was also inserted into his side. "After all, I'm a layman. If I drop my gun when I'm nervous, it will be a hassle to get it back, so I have to be well prepared." In the dark corridor, Su-jin lowered his head and adjusted his breathing. Until his heartbeat calmed down, he kicked the unit door. Loud bangs echoed outside the door. The zombies, whose bodies were already covered in thin ice due to the low temperature, moved upon hearing the sound. The fragile ice shell outside his body broke, and he staggered towards where Su-jin was. Soon, more than a dozen zombies were approaching the unit door. At this moment, the sound of firecrackers was heard in the distance. The zombies that had gathered in front of the unit door turned around and rushed towards the location where the firecrackers sounded. At the same time, there was a series of rapid clanging sounds coming from the handrail in the corridor. Su-jin didn't hesitate any longer and opened the unit door. When he opened the door, he saw a dozen zombies with their backs to him. Bang, 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 bang. 9 shots in a row, all 9 used up. Su-jin slammed the unit door and retreated back into the corridor. After exhaling a breath of white air, he turned around and ran back to the 5th floor. Coming towards him was Fu Qingdai, who was standing at the stairs, holding firecrackers in one hand and a wrench in the other, with a happy look on her face. "Brother, did it work?" "Oh, success. I think I killed 3 of them. I didn't see clearly. Let's try a few more rounds later." Su Jin rubbed Fu Qingdai's head with satisfaction. Well done. Chapter 30, Night Talk at the Resident. The same operation was repeated several times until most of the zombies fell to the ground and the community returned to peace. The sun sets and it grows dark. Zhang Wan was awake, but she looked listless. There were also Sunya and another haggard old man in the room. Everyone sat around the stove, warming themselves by the fire. On the stove was a pot with simmering sauerkraut in it. Lard and sliced ham were added to the pot, making it look greasy, and the aroma filled the room. Shaoli, let me introduce you. Sunya patted the old man beside him. Wait you should call me Old Wei, right? We are old acquaintances and former colleagues. Old Wei, this is the Shaoli I was talking about. Wei looked up at Su Jin and forced a smile. Su Jin quickly reached out to shake his hand. Sunya sighed and said, Old Wei, you know my sister-in-law's heart well. Leaving this time will save her from greater suffering. You have to think positively and live well, not only for yourself, but also for the young people. Although we are old, we can still be of some use. Besides, our lives were saved by Shaoli. Wei nodded and wiped his eyes twice. The stew in the pot was still bubbling, and Zhang Wan went to get the bowls and chopsticks. Su Jin looked at Sunya and said, Grandpa, do you agree to help me? Sunya nodded. You are brave and resourceful. Although you seem a little bit mentally unstable, you are not bad. I have no choice but to help you. But I don't understand. Why didn't you clear out all the zombies down there and leave one or two? How many bullets do you have in that pistol? There are plenty of pistol bullets. Your shotgun is for saving your life, so it's better to save it. As for why I left 2 zombies behind, I plan to use the rest to practice shooting. There are bows and arrows in the room, and there's no shortage of bullets. It seems you're really well prepared. Sunya fell into deep thought after he finished speaking, then said seriously, You have killed a lot of zombies today, but don't take it lightly. The zombies' bodies are frozen, their ears, noses, and eyes are all frozen, but they can still react quickly. Their movement speed is about the same as that of an ordinary person walking. Su Jin pondered. This means that once the temperature starts to warm up, the zombies' mobility may increase dramatically. That's a very sharp observation. It seems I don't need to worry too much about you, Sunya added. But the problem isn't just about the surface freezing. With the outside temperature and the rain, a day and a night is enough to freeze all the tissue fluid in an organism. Those zombies should essentially be frozen meat. Common sense suggests they should be completely incapable of movement. But they can move. This is something that current science can't explain. Sunya paused. I hope you can get 2 zombies to help me dissect and study them tomorrow. There's a risk of infection. Do you dare? Are you sure? Su Jin hesitated. Although I dare to do such a thing and have prepared a lot of protective equipment, I always feel that dissecting zombies is too risky. Various tissue fluids in the body may seep or splash, and one cannot guarantee what the consequences will be. Sunya hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not sure. This situation is beyond our current knowledge system. I have some understanding of medicine, but I'm still a step behind a true expert. I can only say that I want to increase our awareness of the danger as much as possible. I know the risk is huge, and you can choose not to do it. But I think compared to the future cost, the risk is worth it. I understand. I'll bring back 2 corpses tomorrow, and I'll do the experiment for you to observe. Su Jin nodded, and then said, Old son, I have a cage of mice that I need you to do an experiment on. Why don't we start together tomorrow? Sunya nodded. There's a risk of splashing ice. I still have half a bottle of rainwater in my room that I collected earlier. It's perfect for use. Your rainwater may be useless. I still have to get ice for you. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jin said frankly, What do you mean? Sunya's eyes suddenly sharpened. How do you know that rainwater is useless? I can see the source of the infection, and that thing will dissipate in about 5 days. Hiss. Sunya took a breath of cold air. Several people in the room looked at Su Jin at the same time. Even Wei, who was extremely depressed, couldn't help but raise his head. You have this ability? How did you do it? What form does the infected matter take? Su Jin smiled bitterly. Maybe it's a talent. Can't Qingdai also predict the future? But my ability is useless. The infected substance is like gray mist. Without water, it will transform into mist and easily dissipate. Unfortunately, I can only see the initial state of this substance. Once it infects a living thing, I can no longer see any signs of its existence. That's great news. It turns out you have some special abilities too. No wonder you believe Qingdai. Sunya's face lit up with joy. It will dissipate in 5 days. Now that the rain has stopped, the source of the pollution will soon disappear. No, Wei said at the right moment, his voice full of fatigue. We don't know if it will rain again. The source of the infection has shifted from rain to living things. Do you see any signs of those zombies dying? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart sank again. Su-jin smiled helplessly. Everyone, stop harboring illusions. You can only rely on yourself now. Prepare for battle. Let's eat first. That night, the wind outside had gradually died down. The room was silent, and the hissing sound of burning honeycomb coal could be clearly heard. The faint light from the cracks in the stove added a touch of warm yellow to the darkness. Fu-hu, Sunya and the others found a good position, wrapped themselves tightly in quilts, and fell into a deep sleep. Su-jin huddled in the corner, unable to sleep, staring at the firelight coming out of the stove, lost in thought. After killing a lot of zombies in one day, I didn't feel much fear anymore. Instead, I felt an indescribable euphoria brought by revenge deep in my heart. Just a section, can I do it? Mr. Sun wants to conduct an experiment, and the characteristics of this infection are not yet fully understood. Should he wait until he finishes the experiment before recruiting new people, or start right away? Just as he was thinking, a small black shadow flashed past the stove with its waist crouched down, and gently pounced and lay down beside Su-jin. Indigo. Su-jin lowered his eyes. Brother, can I sleep next to you? Fu Qingdai was wrapped in a quilt, with only her little face exposed. Su-jin reached out and stroked the other person's head twice. He felt his hands were covered in oil and quickly rubbed it on Fu Qingdai's quilt. What's wrong? My mother is still not in a good condition today. What should I do? Leaning beside Su-jin, Fu Qingdai whispered softly, with a hint of tears in her voice. Su-jin looked up and sighed. After all, he is still young, and it is not easy for him to cooperate with him in killing zombies and persist until now without showing any weakness. It's okay, your mother will take care of it. It will get safer and safer. Sooner or later, we can live a normal life like before. Fu Qingdai shed tears silently without saying a word. Seeing this, Su-jin reached out and embraced Fu Qingdai, and a grunting sound came from his nose. Uft, this hair oil can be used to stir-fry a dish. With you here, at least we won't starve to death. Brother. Fu Qingdai's face suddenly turned red, and she lifted the quilt with a sigh. He wrapped his head into a ball and threw himself into Su-jin's arms. Chapter 31, Military Preparation. The next day, the cold wind blew again. Several people got up early and had breakfast. With the participation of professionals, the improvement of the level of infectious agent research is undoubted. Su-jin took ice in the morning, divided it into containers of the same size to hold different amounts of ice cubes, and then heated them to melt them into water. Each container contained a different concentration of gray matter and was numbered one by one. This is entirely dependent on his vision. Based on his naked eye observation of the concentration of gray fog, he drew color cards of different gray levels on white paper with a pencil for the two experts to refer to. Afterwards, under the guidance of Sunya and Weida, some simple error adjustments were made to make up for the defects. Gray fog, a supernatural and unobservable substance, has been quantified through experiments under the guidance of experts in a short period of time. It was already noon when we finished the experimental part. The two old men were still busy observing in the simple laboratory, lying on their sides. Su-jin walked out of his side-lying position, feeling a lot more relaxed. The Fu family was sitting in the living room, not knowing what to do. After sitting there for several hours, Fu-hu and his wife had visible anxiety on their faces. Su-jin took a quick glance and immediately understood. Out of concern for this family, he has not made any arrangements. Now we have to find some work for this family. Whether it is to distract attention or provide value to the team, if I take a break any longer, my mental problems will probably become more serious. Maybe being busy is a better way to rest. Before Su-jin could say anything, Fu had already stood up and said hesitantly, Director, what can I do? You wait. After saying that, Su-jin ran to the fourth floor. After running back and forth a few times, there were already a lot of things in the living room. Stones of various sizes, aluminum rolls for clothes, and a bag of pig feed. After taking 2 breaths, Su-jin put his hands on his waist and said, Old Fu, the stone and the things in the bag are all prepared by me for you and your daughter. You don't need to do anything else right now. Just train in the house to improve your physical strength. Mainly train your arms and legs, as well as your lung capacity. There are also bows and arrows. Let's open the doors of our 2 houses and remove the entrance hall. Use the quilt as a target and practice well. It will be useful in the future. Su-jin pointed to the pig feed bag on the ground and said, Eat a spoonful of the stuff in there before and after training. It will help you build muscle quickly and relieve fatigue. Fu scratched his head. Director, isn't that pig feed? What pig feed? That's the special training drink I prepared for you in advance. It's just that the pig feed bag is larger in quantity, so it's easier to put in. Su Jin said calmly. If you don't know how to train, I'll teach you. Although it is pig feed, it contains some really good stuff. Pure whey protein. The current global fitness market has not developed at all, and the market's value and awareness of whey protein are quite low. In the gym, Eat was once the slop from the rural pig pen. At first, he was ecstatic when he discovered whey protein in the slaughterhouse. Perfect protein, maybe even contains valuable disease-fighting veterinary drugs. Besides, it had given him a wake-up call at the slaughterhouse. I want to buy some strong medicines in the pharmacy, but they are all regulated, but there are not so many requirements for veterinary medicines. Later, I got antibiotics easily. Although the standards and specifications are definitely not suitable for human use. In today's world, those tiny impurities are nothing. It's a pity I didn't get testosterone. If there is testosterone, give Fu Qingdai 2 injections, and his muscles will definitely grow rapidly. There is no need to worry about side effects. If you really encounter danger, there is no need to worry about hormones sending Fu Qingdai to ascend to the steroid planet. The zombies will take her away first. After listening to Su Jin's explanation, Fu Hu was bewildered and said hesitantly, "Director, I have no problem practicing. But my daughter, what can a girl do? What if she runs into something and becomes helpless? If you don't practice, your hands and feet will become weak." Su Jin said sternly, "Old Fu, I won't be polite with you at this time. You are just uneducated and your ideas are old-fashioned. We're safe for the short term. Although Qingdai is a girl and grows muscles slowly, her muscle recruitment ability improves quickly. What I just told you." After hearing this, Fu Hu was still confused, but his expression did become serious. "Director, although I didn't quite understand what you said, I understand what to do." "Very good, that's it." Su Jin turned to look at Zhang Wan, who was a little embarrassed, and said in a softer voice, "Sister-in-law, I know you're scared, but since I'm here, as a government official, I have a responsibility to protect you, not to mention Qingdai's special circumstances. I'll protect you until the end, so don't worry." Tears welled up in Zhang Wan's eyes, and she nodded continuously. "Come into a good mood. I have a task for you." Su Jin looked at the supplies on the ground. "You can sew. I need you to redesign these clothes and fabrics. Sew pockets on them, and cut the aluminum rolls into pieces to insert into the pockets. First, we need to ensure flexibility, and second, we need to provide comprehensive protection without leaving any blind spots. I believe your professional qualities will not be a problem for you." After examining the clothes on the ground, Zhang Wan nodded. "This isn't difficult. I should be able to do it after I give it a try." "Very good. Sister-in-law, this is a crucial part of safety." Su Jin looked at Zhang Wan with a focused expression. "Our lives are in your hands." "Well, don't worry. I promise I won't make any mistakes." It was afternoon and we had lunch. After re-equipping and taking strict precautions, Su Jin hurried downstairs with a piece of thin iron sheet. "I'm not going to search for new people in the building today, and we'll perform a zombie autopsy later before it gets dark. My physical strength and energy are limited, so I must keep them in full condition to recruit new people and prevent accidents. In addition, it is better to procrastinate for a while longer. The longer you persist, the stronger your mind will be. It is better not to form a team in a hurry if you are weak-minded." Despite this plan, Su Jin still knocked on the 2 doors on the first floor when he reached it. I heard light footsteps and the sound of banging on the door, and walked out of the building with a sigh. The 2 households on the first floor were completely destroyed. The rain did not flood the house. He saw zombies running and knocking on the windows the next morning. The windows of the 2 households on the first floor were open, and it seemed that there were no zombies left. Outside the building, Su Jin had already appeared, and people on the building behind him and on the opposite building immediately shouted for help. Su Jin ignored him, quickly pulled out his gun, tested the distance, and shot the only 2 remaining zombies dead. Then find the zombie corpse nearby, cover the corpse with iron sheets, and pull it back. I don't know if this thing will come back to life. I'll cover it up with something, and if it suddenly attacks, I'll be able to react in time. Fortunately, the imagined vicious incident did not happen. 2 bodies were dragged away and placed in Wang Song's home. Chapter 32, Zombie in-Death Investigation. An hour later, Sunya paused his experiment and went downstairs. Su Jin was standing next to the dining table, his naked body with his limbs spread out, tied to the corner of the table and a stool. There are a lot of tools placed on the table. The other body was tied up tightly and thrown aside. After taking a quick look, Sunya nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, Shaoli. You are a cautious person and a promising candidate for scientific research. If this hadn't happened, I would be happy to take you in as my student. I'll instruct you on the operation and I'll take notes." "Forget it. I don't want to go through this kind of thing again in my lifetime." Su Jin panted heavily and swallowed his saliva continuously. By the way, Mr. Sun, aren't you an instrument technician? Do you usually do dissection? It's not completely unrelated, but I've seen a few autopsies. Let's get started. Sujin took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said, come on. Cut slowly. There may be high-pressure gas inside the body, so be careful to prevent splashing. The weak point is the heart, so we'll only focus on the internal organs. Cut 1 centimeter on each side of the clavicle, down to the midline of the sternum. Then, cut along the intersection to the pubic symphysis. Sujin held his breath, gritted his teeth, and began to cut. The feeling of flesh coming from the blade continued to stimulate his mind. Even with layers of protection, the visual stimulation, pungent smell, and fear of being infected still make people feel nauseous. The skin was broken, and the knife struggled to cut from the collarbone to the sternum. The blood gradually faded from Sujin's face. This is not as difficult as I imagined. Is there something wrong with the zombie's skin? No, it's because your knife is too blunt, the body is too cold, and you are too nervous. Sunya said calmly. Huh, Mr. Sun, tell me something else. Ugh. Oh, Mr. Sun, aren't you in the military industry? Why are you working in medical devices? Haha, you can see my temper. I don't get along with the people in the department, but I'm also good at other things. Do you know who developed the first nuclear magnetic resonance imaging system in my country? Newton. Who is Newton? You must be confused. It's me. Me. The more he cut, the more disgusting it became. Skin and fat layers were constantly exposed before his eyes. Sujin continued to cut, his voice trembling slightly. I didn't expect to meet someone of your status. Why do you live in this shabby place? Diablo. 20 years ago, the talent community was unaffordable for most people to live in. It became unbearable later on, but I'm used to it and too lazy to move. Sunya said, do you know what Lao Wei does? Mr. Wei, didn't you say you're also in the military industry? He's not just any military engineer. He was heavily involved in the R&D of the Cold Sky missile system back then. You could say he's a true weapons expert. To gain a firm foothold in the future, we'll need heavy firepower. Using weapons effectively is a technical skill, and only he can provide you with comprehensive guidance. Oh my God, this place is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As he spoke, the Y-shaped incision on the body had been made. Sunya waved his hand, covering his mouth and nose, and said, open it. Sujin pursed his lips and opened the left and right doors of the corpse, exposing the skeleton and internal organs to the two of them. Use the axe to split open the sternum, just to see if there are any changes in his bones. Sujin held his breath, picked up the axe, and gestured with his hands to signal Sunya to retreat. Grasp. Sunya retreated further, and Sujin immediately chopped down with force, sending bone fragments flying everywhere. Fuck. Just chop me if you want. Why are you scolding me? Sunya frowned when he heard it. This isn't a job for a human being. I don't feel this bad, even when I kill someone. Damn it. Damn it. Jin's sternum and ribs were split open, and his eyes were red and sweat was pouring down his forehead under the helmet. Sunya stepped forward, looked at the broken bones, and then at the internal organs. There's nothing wrong with the bones. Just cut open the internal organs. Cut them as you like, as long as you can see clearly. Which one do you want to cut? It's all been dissected. Cut it all out. Oh, okay. Sujin picked up the knife and hesitated for a moment, then froze in shock. Hey, sea urchin. That's fucking shit. Stop stirring it. Get out of the way. I don't know if you're scared or just a pervert, chopping stuffing. Even a murderer wouldn't cut it like you do. Sunya went forward to check and picked up a spare fruit knife. He began to study by provoking the internal organs. The liver and lungs are normal. The intestines are normal. The kidneys are normal. And the heart is normal too? Sunya looked puzzled and continued to dig deeper with the knife. The heart was broken and blurred due to the gunshot. After searching carefully, Sunya frowned and said, come and take a look. Is this black spot burned or just grown on top? I can't see clearly. Sujin leaned over and squinted to take a closer look. There was a black spot the size of half a fingernail embedded in the broken heart. It grows on top, like connective tissue. It's very hard, almost like bone. Even a normal, diseased heart wouldn't grow this kind of tissue. The gray substance you're talking about seems to be primarily affecting the heart. At this point, Sunya's expression changed. Cut that one open too. Wait a minute. Sujin's expression instantly became serious. He was no longer afraid of the cold and sticky internal organs. He reached out and directly reached into the abdominal cavity. When he took it out again, there was a stone as crystal clear as jade between his two fingers. Sunya was greatly surprised. Sujin breathed heavily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zombie crystal? What is a zombie crystal? Sunya asked hurriedly. It's produced by mutations in zombie bodies. If you eat it, you'll have magical powers. How did you know that? That's what it says in novels. Tisk, you're definitely a bit sick, even bringing back zombie crystals. Sunya said with a look of disgust. Isn't this a fucking kidney stone? Impossible. How can a stone grow like this? Sujin wiped the jade in his hand, treating it as a treasure. Sunya stepped forward and slapped it away with his palm. The stone fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, and Sujin's heart was broken into pieces. The stones I dug out 2 years ago were much prettier than these. Look, there's a bunch of stones in here. Stop talking nonsense and quickly dissect another one. Jean endured the heartache and picked up another corpse to dissect it again. With the experience from the previous time, this dissection process was obviously much faster. The two of them also went straight to the final goal and looked towards the heart. After a few careful cuts, the same black connective tissue was exposed to the two of them. But this time the size has obviously changed. Now it is about the size of a thumb. Sunya stabbed with a knife and then changed his position. He stabbed the zombie several times in various places and finally cut open its arm with a knife to check the muscles deep inside. After working for a while, he squatted down to check the previous body thrown on the ground. When he stood up, his expression was already filled with fear. What's wrong, Mr. Sun? Sujin also became nervous. After a moment's silence, Sunya pointed at the second corpse and said, This corpse's owner is thin and clearly hasn't exercised. The one on the ground is much fatter, so logically, their muscles should be stronger, but the opposite is true. Although the sample size is small, the only explanation is the size of the variable area in the heart, which means zombies are evolving. Sujin felt a chill all over his body. Sunya exhaled a breath of cold air. We should have anticipated this. But the black spots on the two corpses grew in different locations. If the goal was to cover the entire heart, they might not have reached their limit yet. No. What is this thing? Chapter 33. The same medicine in a new bottle. Sunya stretched out his knife and gently opened the heart. I was only looking at the front and completely ignored the sharp corner-like thing on the side of the heart. When the tip of the knife moved forward, the object behind the heart was suddenly exposed to the two of them. A bright red olive-shaped meatball. The two of them leaned in to take a closer look. Sujin's heartbeat accelerated abnormally, and his pupils contracted. Is this lymph? It's not lymph. Sunya looked up at Sujin in shock. There are indeed lymphatic capillaries in the myocardial tissue. Even if there is a disease, they wouldn't grow like this, and certainly not in this location. This thing is not something that the human body should have. Is your heartbeat getting faster, and are you feeling very hungry? Yes. Sujin nodded tremblingly and looked at Sunya. You feel it too? How could this happen? It feels stronger and stronger. Sujin's expression was a little distorted. Appetite. The moment you see the full appearance of the meatball, an unprecedented strong appetite bursts out in your body. The meatball seems to have a great attraction that makes you want to eat it. Even when surrounded by a pile of disgusting internal organs, it was still difficult to resist this urge. Fortunately, the two of them are strong-willed and still maintain basic rationality. Sunya took a deep breath, staring at the meatball with a gloomy gaze, and muttered to himself. When people are extremely hungry, the brain's physiological mechanism will redefine taste. Offal, which is high in energy but smells fishy, becomes the body's first choice. Foods that were originally difficult to swallow will become delicious. Nutrition is the core. Mr. Sun, what are you talking about? Are you okay? Sujin hurriedly reached out and grabbed Sunya and shook him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sunya shook his head gently and said thoughtfully, I'm wondering, is this thing tempting us, or is our body craving it? That makes sense. I feel like eating it would have magical powers. Can you stop dwelling on that crappy novel of yours? You're already grown up, but why are you still so childish? After saying that, Sunya took a knife and cut off the meatball, then placed it on the table and prepared to cut the meatballs. Sujin stretched out his hand to stop him. Wait a minute, let me do it. I'm dressed warmly, and if there is any highly corrosive liquid when I cut it open, it will be troublesome. Sunya nodded and gave his seat to Sujin. Cut it, be careful. The sharp blade cut into the meatball. Once in contact, it felt like cutting into a tough, bouncy ball. I feel like if I cut it hard, everything that might be inside will come out all at once. Sujin turned the blade and stabbed down with the tip. A little downward pressure, as if piercing the pig's skin, then cut diagonally. There was some tendon left at the bottom of the meatball, and it was not completely cut off. The strong appetite that surged from their bodies began to double, like the torture of not eating for several days. Sujin gritted his teeth and slowly opened the meatball with his hands. Sunya's pupils then dilated, and the things inside deeply captivated the eyes of the two people. Logically speaking, Since the meatball is cut in half, the contents should also be divided in half. But the reality is not like this. Peeling off the flesh on both sides is like peeling a lychee. A complete and extremely clear and transparent water ball appeared in the middle, with no trace of being cut by a knife. It would be difficult to even detect its existence without a careful look. Sunya studied it for a moment, suppressing his discomfort. He looked up at Su-jin and asked, "It looks like a water ball. Your vision is different from that of ordinary people. Can you see anything special?" "Water ball. It looks colorful and beautiful, like a good thing." Su-jin was nervous. Although he was not sure about the details of the water ball that Sunya described, the things inside the ball were indeed colorful in his eyes, and the halo was rolling in the water ball. It is completely different from the gray fog form, full of beauty, and has no ominous feeling at all. "Pour it into this tray." Sunya tapped the tray that had been prepared on the table. Su-jin nodded. As soon as he twisted his hands, something strange happened. The elastic water ball first fell on the index finger, then slid down the index finger to the base of the thumb. The halo in the water ball passed through the glove and disappeared. The water ball dispersed in the tiger's mouth and evaporated into nothingness. "What's going on?" The water ball disappeared inexplicably, and Sunya's hair stood on end. Su-jin's hair also stood on end, and he looked at Sunya with a dull look. It seems that I have absorbed it." As he finished speaking, a surge of heat rushed to his head, his brain buzzed, his vision went dark, and he fainted. He could vaguely hear Sunya's anxious shouts in his ears. Shaoli, Shaoli, can the director still wake up? It's already daybreak. He has a high fever. Don't touch him. It will be troublesome if he transforms into a zombie. Based on my observations so far, it doesn't look like a zombie. Zombies don't dream, as their eyes are moving very fast. Wake up, wake up. Fu-hoo, hold the gun ready. In the darkness, Su-jin opened his eyes with difficulty. His vision was blurry. He tried to move, but found his limbs were bound. After another 2 minutes, Su-jin gradually regained consciousness, shook his head, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's going on?" "I can still speak. I'm fine." Fu Qingdai's originally melancholy face burst into surprise. Sunya squatted in front of Su-jin and poked Su-jin's face with a small wooden stick. "Shaoli, are you okay?" "Water. Find me some water, cough cough." Upon hearing this, Fu Qingdai hurried to the kitchen to get some water. She was about to feed Su-jin some water with the cup in hand when Sunya stopped her. "He's so fidgety. Feed him with a long spoon and stay away from him." Hearing Su-jin's low laugh, everyone in the room felt a chill down their spines. Sunya's face was serious. "What are you laughing at? An old person in the family is like a treasure. It's better to be cautious." "You bastard. You still have the time to joke around at this hour? You scared me to death." Sunya cursed, taking the long spoon filled with water and feeding Su-jin. "Do you remember what happened?" After a swig of water, Su-jin recalled, "I remember that I absorbed the water ball. I was half asleep and half awake, and I felt a stream of air rushing through my body." Sunya took notes with a pen, asked a few more questions, opened his eyelids, and observed him for a while, and began to relax. "You're conscious and appear to be all right. Do you need me to untie you?" Su-jin shook his head. "Don't be impatient. Observe for a while. I feel something is wrong with my body. My body feels light, as if it is about to float. As long as he is conscious, the rest are minor problems. Unite him and observe him." Sunya gave the order without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingdai didn't care about Fu-hoo's attempt to stop her and hurried forward to help Su-jin untie the rope. "Brother, are you feeling okay?" Fu Qingdai asked with concern. Su-jin patted her hands and stood up under everyone's attention. "As soon as I stood up straight, the feeling of being light and flying suddenly doubled." Su-jin looked at the wall on one side, and something came to his mind. "Don't be nervous. There's something wrong with my body. I need to give it a try." After saying that, he raised his foot and ran towards the wall, climbing up it in 3 or 2 steps. He twisted his body and walked sideways along the wall, his body almost parallel to the ground. Until he ran to the corner of the room, he fell to the ground with a thud, in front of everyone's dumbfounded expressions. Chapter 34, Light and Dark Twins, Power and Speed AA. Superman. Everyone in the room was stunned, watching Su-jin get up from the ground. Although he was in a very awkward state, the action just now was so shocking that it was just like a movie effect. It was a simple movement, but the lightness, hovering, speed, and fluidity were simply not something a human could possess. Su-jin stood up, squatted down, and jumped, easily touching the roof. Then he stood there and fell into deep thought. It would be impossible not to be ecstatic with such miraculous changes in the body, but there was also a lot of hidden worry in my heart. After all, It is the things in the zombie's body that are absorbed by the human body. There seems to be nothing abnormal now, but it is not clear whether there will be any abnormal changes in the future. But in this situation, there seems to be no need to raise concerns. Sunya stepped forward and excitedly felt around Su Jin's body. Superpower. This is a superpower. Have you evolved? Wada, who has always been silent, was also quite excited. After being depressed for many days, especially when Su Jin was in a coma, the tension reached its peak. Now it seems this is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Su Jin clenched his fists and swayed his body slightly. I don't quite understand what's going on, but I don't feel any discomfort. In fact, I feel stronger. As the old saying goes, there's an antidote within 7 steps. Right now, zombies are both a crisis and an opportunity to solve the problem. That makes sense. Sunya nodded repeatedly, no longer caring about staying calm. Although he has been able to think rationally, his reason has also been reminding him that the collapse of the country has a high probability of proving that the existing system is unable to resolve this sudden crisis. It is very difficult for a small, hastily organized team to survive. Now there is a turning point. Unique problems, unique solutions. Perhaps nature really is balancing things. The space here is too small. I'll go outside to do some experiments. You guys wait here. After saying that, Su Jin turned around and went downstairs. While going downstairs, I continued to experience new changes in my body. I feel like my speed and flexibility have skyrocketed. With a little effort, you can advance a long distance. I started trying it as soon as I thought of it. Standing at the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor, Su Jin stepped on one foot and rushed towards the platform below. Before he landed on the ground, he stepped on the wall again, turned around in midair, and jumped directly to the 2nd floor. The moment I landed, I didn't feel any discomfort. It felt like jumping up a few stairs normally. Looking back upstairs, Su Jin suppressed his joy and continued walking downstairs. Really is a treasure inside the zombie's body. The crystal stone turns into a meatball, but the substance remains the same in a new form. Su Jin stopped in front of the door of the unit on the 1st floor. After moving his body briefly, he felt something unusual. My body suddenly became lighter and softer. When I came out of the room just now, my body felt a little heavier, but I didn't feel it obviously. But when I reached the 1st floor, my body began to show significant changes again. During these few minutes, the only variable is light. It is darker indoors than in the corridor, and the corridor on the 1st floor is the darkest. Is it because of the light? Or is it that the changes in my body haven't finished yet? There was no point in thinking too much. Su Jin just pushed the door open and left. The sun rises, and the sunshine is everywhere. The area outside the community is already covered with morning light. Before he even stepped out of the unit door, Su Jin's expression had changed drastically. My once light body felt as if it were filled with lead. The feeling I had before was gone. After taking 2 steps and feeling it, I found that I had just returned to the normal state and had not deteriorated. It's just that the contrast with the previous lightness is too obvious. Walking to the center of the open space, Su Jin looked up at the building. Several heads gathered at the window, watching him. What's the matter, director? Fuhu shouted. The sunlight shone obliquely on his face, and Su Jin squinted his eyes. My body is still getting heavier, but it's within a tolerable range, and other than that, there's nothing wrong. At this moment, a scream came from upstairs, and Fu Qingdai pointed to the side. Look out, there's a cat. Su Jin turned his head quickly and saw a wild cat jumping out from the bushes and attacking him fiercely. The man and the cat were no more than 2 meters apart. Without thinking too much, Su Jin raised his foot and shot the zombie cat's lower body straight away. A muffled sound. Pus, blood, and fragments of internal organs spurted out of the cat's mouth and buttocks, and it flew away like a large bamboo dragonfly. The soup and water covered Su Jin's body. Fuck! Close the door. Sunya turned around and shouted, then leaned out from the balcony and yelled, Don't come back yet. Wait and observe in the corridor. Su Jin retched and spat wildly. Strength. Under the sunlight, his power will increase dramatically. But as soon as he gained superpowers, he was covered in zombie blood. It's okay. Maybe because of my special situation, I'm no longer afraid of infection. Running back to the corridor, Su Jin squatted in the corner of the 1st floor, observing the changes with a pale face. An hour later, Fu Qingdai's voice came from the corridor above. Brother, are you there? I'm here, I'm fine for now. While waiting, Su Jin had regained his composure. Apart from a fishy smell, there was nothing unusual about his body. I see. Are you hungry? Are you cold? Don't worry about me. Report my situation to Mr. Sun first. Fu Qingdai did not respond, and a minute later Sun Ya's voice rang out. Xiaoli, aren't you cold at all? Not cold at all. Su-jin lowered his head and looked at his body. Having just gained superpowers, he was a little excited, so he came out wearing a long-sleeved shirt. Neither I nor anyone else noticed this. The temperature outside is gradually warming up, but it is still around 20 to 30 degrees below zero. I actually didn't feel cold at all. My physical condition has indeed changed a lot. It's been an hour. You've been stained with quite a bit of blood. We should see some unusual symptoms while we're observing the mice. Your situation is special, and it seems you're very likely to be infected. Go to the 4th floor tonight and wait for a day. Once you're sure there's no problem, come back tomorrow. A day and a night will tell you the result. Water, food, and clothes are all in your room. Thank you. Please take precautions. After responding, Su-jin stood up. He squatted down and jumped directly onto more than 10 steps. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Su-jin stood shirtless in front of the window, looking up at the sun. I only slept for 3 hours that night, but I felt particularly energetic. It has been confirmed that one will not be infected if one comes into contact with zombie body fluids. Grasp and understanding of my current abilities. Light is a crucial factor affecting his ability. Speed and strength change with the different light levels, strength type during the day and speed type at night. The brighter the light, the more comprehensively the body's defense and recovery speed are enhanced, and the explosive speed is also very fast, but the physical strength is severely depleted. The weaker the light, the more flexibility and speed of the body will be enhanced in all aspects, but the strength level recovery ability is average and the endurance is long. This ability conversion was too fantastic. After thinking about it for a few hours, he completely gave up exploring the principle. In the sunlight, Su-jin felt the powerful strength of his muscles until there was a knock on the door. Chapter 35 The Frightened Elders. Here I come. Su-jin dressed neatly and opened the door. What caught my eye was Sunya, whose face was a little swollen. Su-jin smiled and said, "Old son, it seems I am really immune to infection. Those meatballs are very important to us. I studied my abilities last night. My strength and speed have increased. It will be much easier to protect myself from zombie attacks." Great. It looks like the situation will change dramatically in the future. Staying alive isn't as difficult as we thought, but we still need to be more rigorous. Sunya forced a smile. Let's observe your situation further later. Noticing the other party's unusual behavior, Su-jin frowned and asked, "Old son, did something happen yesterday?" Sunya looked embarrassed and hesitated for a moment before saying helplessly, "Something did go wrong. We made a stupid mistake. 2 mice are missing from the lab. They haven't been found yet, but I've moved everyone to the 6th floor. Is the impact serious? Are they all infected rats?" Su-jin's expression was solemn. "No," Sunya denied, but then changed the subject. "We've done experiments, and the organisms aren't 100% infected. It's related to the quality of the rainwater they absorb. The higher the quality, the higher the chance of infection. Rats get infected very quickly, and some of them have been tested and confirmed to be fine, so we've put them in another cage. The mouse in this cage is missing, but no matter how we look at this cage, there's no way the mouse could have escaped. We've turned the house upside down and still can't find it. The weirdest thing is, after the first mouse was lost, we increased our security, and when we monitored it in real time, there were no signs of the mouse trying to escape. But when we left for about an hour and came back, another one was gone. Where is the mouse now? He's still in the lab on the 5th floor. Old Wei has put on several extra layers of clothes and is watching from inside, not daring to move his eyes. Take me there. Su-jin rushed out first and took Sunya back to the 5th floor. Entering the side-lying laboratory, Wada was sitting in a chair, his arms folded, observing the mice. The mouse cage is woven with thick iron wire, with a glass tank nested outside, and the top is reinforced with thick wooden boards and stones. Although the conditions are simple, this combination makes it impossible for the mice to escape from any angle. "Mr. Wei, have you found anything?" Su-jin went straight to the point. Wada shook his head and said helplessly, "It's fine when people are here, but it disappears when they're gone. I really don't understand. If only there was electricity and a video recorder, that would be great." "I have it. Where are my things?" Su-jin said. Sunya's face lit up with joy. "No one touched your things. They were all moved to the 6th floor for you." "Okay, wait for me for a moment." 10 minutes later, Su-jin returned to the room. I deleted the pornographic videos on my phone, connected it to a power bank, turned on the video stand, and adjusted the camera position in front of the mouse cage. Wada and Sunya stood outside the door, shocked in their eyes, whispering to each other. "Look at that device. It's so clear. It should be fingerprint unlocking. What kind of technology is that? It's incredible. Capacitor? Ultrasonic? Impossible, too small. But the battery should be lithium, which consumes a lot of power and requires an external battery. I saw the interface and the design of the device. It's definitely civilian equipment. No country has the capability to produce something like this. Could this guy be an alien? Or maybe he's got alien technology. Could this rain be connected to him? Now that you mention it. He sometimes uses some formal language when speaking and always uses some strange metaphors. It really doesn't seem normal. Don't say too much. He's looking over here. What are you two talking about? After fiddling with his phone, Su-jin walked out of the room. Nothing. Sunya said nervously. Hey, Shaoli, what model is your video recorder? It's a foreign product, a new model. Let's go out first and come back to observe it later. Su-jin said. You too. I see we are very short-handed now, and we have been waiting for a long time. I will go downstairs to dissect the bodies and recruit some more people. We will come back later to observe together. You two should go upstairs and rest first. Lock the door. No matter how hard the rat tries, it won't get out of this room. Okay, go ahead and do your work. The two old men hurriedly made way for Su-jin. Su-jin looked left and right. What's wrong with you two? Sunya forced a grimace and said, I'm sorry, Shaoli, I messed up. Su-jin shook his head and smiled. Master Sun, you two are experts. It's already this late, so we should share the joys and sorrows. Small problems are inevitable. As long as you are fine, nothing else matters. I'll be leaving first. Su-jin went out, and the two old men looked at the empty door and swallowed their saliva together. Do you think he is an alien? Wada asked immediately. I can't think of any other explanation besides aliens. We can understand that technology, but it doesn't seem like our technology is advanced enough for interstellar travel, is it? Why don't you just ask him directly? It's uncomfortable to hold it in. No. Sunya pressed Wada's chest and said bitterly. That's not necessary. We've been getting to know each other for a while now, Shaoli. You can tell what kind of person he is. He's definitely doing things for our own good. The rain incident probably has nothing to do with him. He doesn't understand anything. He saved our lives, and everyone in this house is counting on him. Honestly, I haven't felt this bad these past 2 days since his accident, even after my wife died a few years ago. What if I tell him what's going on and he peels off his skin and reveals a monster underneath? Are you going to let me live? I don't think it's possible, Wada analyzed. His device's operating habits and size are more in line with the human body. Plus, the text seems to be hieroglyphics. It might be similar to our species. Not even close. I won't accept him looking any other way than the way he looks now. Sunya took a deep breath and said tiredly, Old Wei, let's just pretend we didn't see anything and help him sincerely. No one can stand it. Yes, Shaoli is a good person. I don't have much to say. Wada sighed, then changed the subject and asked, You said, Qing Dai is special. Was Fu Hu actually cheated on by an alien a long time ago, and the child is not his? Tiskomai, you're already old, and you usually don't say a word, so why are you so coquettish? Sunya raised his head and glared at him, cursing, Isn't it possible you're an alien? I'm just researching with you. Stop researching. We can't research everything. What if something goes wrong? Let's go. First day of self-discipline. Chapter 36, 302, on the verge of collapse. Several heads popped out of the 6th-floor window, all with terrified expressions. Su-jin wandered among the zombie corpses, his knife slashing down with his hands. Some were beheaded, some were dismembered, and some were cut into diamond-shaped pieces. But no matter which one, the heart was eventually removed. After watching for a while, Fu Qingdai covered her mouth and left with the help of Zhang Wan. The two old men and Fu Hu looked for a while and finally retracted their heads and silently closed the window. When Su-jin appeared, people in the community who often cried for help no longer dared to make a sound, and all the curtains were drawn. The neighborhood was completely silent, with only the sound of chopping bones. After digging out the heart of the last corpse, Su-jin's face was filled with depression. I have superpowers in me, so I am not at risk of infection. This time I thought of collecting meatballs from other zombies, doing some desensitization, overcoming my fear, and finally studying the zombies' weaknesses and fighting methods. It was indeed worth the effort. After a short period of practice, he discovered that almost all zombies had a fatal flaw, which might save his life in the future. With the new analysis and his own increased strength, he became more courageous. Having already dissected 2 corpses, and with the current practice, he could probably ensure that when encountering a living thing, he would not have any stress-related hand-trembling reactions and could fully exert his combat power. It's a pity that the drop rate of meatballs is quite low. All the bodies were dissected, but nothing was found. Come with excitement and leave with disappointment. After going back to change his clothes, Su-jin hurried back downstairs and went straight to the 2nd floor. I knocked on the door twice and heard someone answer. Just shoot to break the lock and enter the room. The person in the house was still observing through the peephole, but before he could react, the muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. Seeing Su Jin's face clearly, the man fell to the ground, stepped back repeatedly, and shouted in shock with trembling pupils, "Brother, don't kill me. I'm Chengdu, we even smoked a cigarette." Su Jin glanced around the room, put away his gun, and said with a smile, "Captain Cheng, I'm here to save you, don't be afraid." Chengdu, the captain of the talent community security team, is mainly responsible for strolling around in advance about transporting grain and oil that night, so we did have some contact. He is in his early 30s, and although his job is idle, he has strong self-management skills and is in good physical condition. Although he saw that Su Jin had no ill intentions, Chengdu obviously did not dare to relax. "Brotherly, you were just downstairs. I used those zombies to train myself and build up my courage. I'll encounter them again sooner or later. Do I look like a pervert to you? Get up." "Ah, yes. Yes." Chengdu was stunned for a moment, tears streaming down his face. He stood up and wanted to pounce on Su Jin. "Brother, I was so scared. I saw you several times and called you until my throat was broken. Why did you just come to save me?" Su Jin raised his gun and swung it back. "Don't come close. I need to confirm whether you have been in contact with Rain first." "Of course not." Chengdu wiped his eyes. "I don't know who blocked my door and threw a flyer. Later, I received a text message on my phone. Rainwater is dirty water. How can I dare to touch it? So what did you drink?" "I drank the drinks in the first 2 days after it rained, and then I drank the toilet water. I even drank the lubricant. I really ran out of water, so I drank urine today." "Oh," Chengdu cried. "Why didn't you come a day earlier?" Su Jin glanced at the table and saw half a cup of iced black tea, which made him feel relieved. It should be fine. This guy is very defensive. After all, he even drank urine. But what about the lubricant? Why didn't you drink less? You wouldn't have to suffer this much. Who knew things would turn out like this? I thought someone would rescue me soon." "Yeah." Su Jin nodded. "Okay, let's gather upstairs for a while, and I'll take you there. Someone will help you. Do you know what's going on next door?" "I know. Sister Lu is a widow. We were still talking when you were dismembering her body. She lives alone. She has a water dispenser at home with 2 buckets of water, so she has everything she needs." Chengdu finished speaking and licked his parched lips. "Third floor. Something must have happened in room 301 above me. I heard sounds of fighting and screaming. Room 302 has a new tenant, a female college student. I don't know much about her situation. The description is very comprehensive and can provide effective information in a timely manner. Chengdu seems to be a reliable person at present. This is normal. It is difficult for ordinary idiots to persist until this point." Su Jin already had a simple judgment in his mind. "Okay, pack up all the useful supplies at home, and I'll rescue Sister Lu from across the street, and we'll go upstairs together." Inside 302, firewood was burning, and the room didn't feel cold at all. Even if you wore thicker clothes, you would still sweat. Li Fong sat on the bed with dull eyes and messy hair, looking as if she was breathing hard. 2 sickly boys were slumped on the ground in the 2 corners of the room. "Li Fong, is there really nothing to eat?" one of the boys said weakly. Li Fong turned her head woodenly and glanced at the boy with resentment in her eyes. Originally, Chao Chengping and Li Kai were asked to do group work together at home. "We had a big drink together in the evening and couldn't go out the next day. There was only a few snacks in the house, and these 2 bastards ate half of them. Without them, I wouldn't be so hungry." Seeing that Li Fong didn't say anything, Li Kai asked weakly, "Did you hide some food? You should have hidden some. Otherwise, how can you be more energetic than me?" "Get out." Li Fong spat out one word and fell silent. "Who are you telling to get lost? If it weren't for that fucking group project you were doing, would I have ended up like this?" Li Kai fumed. "If you hadn't flushed the toilet, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Who told you to flush after you poop? How can you be so selfish? Can you please think of others?" "Okay, stop talking." Chao Chengping stood up unsteadily and stared at Li Fong as he took off his clothes. "If we don't die of thirst, we will die of starvation. Even if we don't starve to death, we don't know when we will get carbon monoxide poisoning. Now there are monsters outside and a murderer guarding the gate. We can't survive. We can't survive." Chao Chengping swallowed his saliva and said, "Li Fong, go wash your butt." "Are you crazy?" Li Fong's eyes showed fear as she reluctantly shrank towards the head of the bed. "Wash your butt. Do you have water?" Li Kai instantly became energetic. Chao Chengping's face gradually became ferocious as he said, "Yes, I have water. I collected water the day the rain stopped, and I even drank it. Nothing happened. Now I won't hide it anymore. There's only so little water left, and drinking it is useless. Li Fong, go wash it for me." "Where's the water? Where's the water? I want a drink." Li Kai crawled over and grabbed Chao Chengping's trouser legs. but was kicked away by him lightly. Drinking your mother. A glass of water is useless. Chao Qingping's eyes gradually turned red, staring at Li Fong. I'm asking you one last time. Are you going to wash it or not? I won't wash, are you crazy, Qingping? Li Fong's eyes became moist, and she kept shaking her head and shrinking back with tears in her eyes. I'm not crazy. I'm going to die anyway. I want to be a man before I die. Chao Qingping roared. You don't want to wash it, right? You don't want to wash it. If you don't want to wash it, then don't wash it. My mouth is tasteless. Take your hand away and let me clean it. After shouting, Chao Qingping seemed to have a last burst of energy and threw himself onto the bed. Li Fong cried and fought with Chao Qingping. Qingping, don't be like this. Didn't you say you treat me as your sister? Yeah, I've always treated you like my stepsister. Hands off. Li Kai, save me. Didn't you say you like me? Save me. Hearing the sound, Li Kai forced himself to stand up against the wall. At this moment, as if a moment of light had returned, he roared, Chao Qingping. What are you doing? We're about to die, and you want to stop me? Chao Qingping held Li Fong down and looked at Li Kai with red eyes. The muscles on Li Kai's face twitched a few times, and he finally spoke. Add me in. Chapter 37 Moral Decline and Human Collapse. Break the door lock of room 301 with one shot. Su Jin's eyes were like an eagle's, and he stood still with a gun. Soon the door was pushed open, and a lifeless face appeared from behind the door, and then fell down again in an instant. After 2 consecutive shots, the 2 zombies in the house were shot in the heart and fell to the ground. Although he had little experience with guns, he believed he could accurately shoot the heart within 5 meters. After waiting for a while without any response, Su Jin stepped forward and squatted down, ready to cut out the heart. But just as he squatted down, a child about 1.3 meters tall came out from the side naked. In a dimly lit environment, Su Jin's agility is significantly enhanced. Feeling the attack coming, he rolled backwards towards the corridor. While still in a crouching position, he immediately kicked out his legs and pushed the door with his shoulders. With a dull thud, the child's head was crushed by the door and his eyeballs fell out. At the same time, the muzzle of the gun reached in through the crack of the door and shot it again in the vest. The whole family of 3 is here. Su Jin opened the door and looked at the corpse on the ground with a bitter expression. No, I overlooked a problem. The meatball is behind the heart, and I always hit the heart. What if the meatball gets exploded? Wouldn't that be a pity? The zombie's fatal point and the treasure are located in the same place, so it is too difficult to get the meatball. It's safer to use a knife. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do. Su Jin squatted down and cut out the heart, but unfortunately the 3 zombies still did not find any trace of the meatball. He shook his head helplessly and took off his gloves. Let's save people first. We can collect the supplies in this house later when we come back. Turning to 302, Su Jin knocked on the door. After knocking for half a minute and shouting a few times, no one responded. Still shooting to break the lock. After standing in the corridor and waiting for 3 minutes with no movement at the door, Su Jin pushed the door open and walked in slowly. There was no one in the hall until he entered the master bedroom. Su Jin put down the gun with a helpless look on his face. There were 3 young men in the room, and a woman lying on the bed with her upper body in disheveled clothes, as if torn, with only one foot wearing a sock. Were slumped in the 2 corners of the room, wearing only their underpants, both with half-dead expressions on their faces. Judging from their chests, it seemed like they had just vomited. The 2 men glanced at him, one huddled up in a ball, and the other continued to be in a daze. Su Jin turned his gaze back to the bed. There were mud strips all over the bed. Jin took a deep breath, wiped his face, and said blankly, Did you 3 take a bath on the bed? Woo! Li Fong cried loudly. Let's do it. Is there any use in talking so much nonsense? Chao Qingping closed his eyes tightly, his voice full of fear. The murderer entered the house. I didn't expect that I would not become a man before I died. But I can't blame myself for this. After all, it stinks so much that I really can't react. Su Jin scratched his eyebrows with his little finger, not knowing what to say for a moment. I don't quite understand what's going on. The reactions of these 3 people are also abnormal. Even if he misunderstood that he was here to kill someone, how could he explain this scene? His reaction was a little too indifferent. Looking at the woman, Su Jin said coldly, Hey, what's going on? Explain it to me. If you cry again, I'll kill you. Li Fong said nothing, just kept howling. Su Jin was displeased, his voice even colder and harsher. Answer me. If you don't, I'll rape you first and kill you later. Tisk. Chao Qingping turned his head away in disdain. Su Jin turned his head to look at Chao Qingping, a knot forming between his eyebrows. It feels even more confusing. I need to sort it out. What the hell is going on? Just as Su Jin was still frantically analyzing the situation, Li Fong finally stopped crying, turned around, and looked at Chao Qingping and Li Kai with hatred. He pointed at the two and said hatefully, They want to violence me. Kill them. Kill them, and I can do whatever you want of me. Did I succeed? Did I succeed? Chao Qingping stretched his neck and cursed. You stinky bitch. You stinky woman, you bitch. How dare you secretly drink urine behind our backs? After a burst of insults, Chao Qingping turned to look at Su Jin and said sarcastically, Go ahead. Bitches are meant for dogs, and dogs eat shit. You two are a perfect match. Su Jin stood there in a daze, his expression constantly changing. He realized that he had never expected such a simple thing to be so tortuous. I came to save someone myself, but was scolded for no reason. I was completely out of temper. On his hips, sighed, and walked towards Li Kai, who was closest to him. Just as he was about to ask a question, he caught sight of 2 pieces of used paper on the ground, and his eyes became confused again. Kicking Li Kai, Su Jin said, You were involved too, right? Li Kai did not reply, but sat up straight as if he was determined to die, leaning against the wall with an expression as if he was ready to be killed. I ask you, what's with the paper on the ground? Haha, he kidnapped them himself, useless things. Chao Qingping sneered. I can't figure it out. You've already done it, so why don't you just hold your anger? Why are you so cowardly? Do you have any special hobbies? Su Jin asked, stretching his head. Although it is very uncultured, boring, and immoral, and the victim was right at the scene. But he really couldn't help but ask. There was a temptation to explore UFOs. Li Kai looked at Li Fong with trembling eyes, and heard Chao Qingping's mocking laughter in his ears, which made his heart ache. It was impossible to hold your breath in that situation, but I was really dizzy at the time, and I didn't want to have any regrets after I died. Now when I think about it, I feel only regret. I cannot hurt Li Fong anymore. After all, she is the woman I once loved. But as a man, I can't lose face before I die. Li Kai glanced at his face and said expressionlessly, I'm dizzy with 3D and can't play in first person. Hey damn, you're quite funny. Su Jin was so angry that he kicked Li Kai to the ground, turned around and scolded Chao Qingping again. You two bastards, you are already in such a bad state, and you still have the leisure to talk about other things. You have no brains. He then took 2 steps back and said in a deep voice, I'm not in the mood to listen to any more of your nonsense. Perhaps you have some misunderstandings about me, but I can clearly tell you that I'm here to save you, not to harm you. Jin in shock. Su Jin continued, Originally, I should have helped you move to a safe place, but considering your previous behavior, I decided to hold off for now. I'll bring you food and water later. Just stay in the house and wait for processing. The condition of these 3 people is really bad. They have no quality, no morals, no hygiene, and no spirit. Bringing him back hastily might have a negative impact on the existing team. How to deal with this matter still needs to be discussed with Mr. Sun and Mr. Wei. Anyway, these 3 people will definitely not be part of the core team. Turning around and walking towards the door, Su Jin said as he walked, I'm warning you, if anyone dares to take a step outside, I'll chop him into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Qingping suddenly appeared and knelt before Su Jin, saying in a mournful voice, Brother, I was wrong. I'm so sorry for scolding you just now. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Do as I say and you won't suffer. Go back. Kicking Chao Qingping away, Su Jin went out directly. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he looked back at the unlocked door, turned around, and went straight to the door opposite. He dragged out a sofa and blocked the door of the 3 people's room before going upstairs with peace of mind. I didn't seem to ask the 3 people if they had ever been exposed to rainwater. It's better to be safe. Chapter 38 Future Strategic Plan. The door was locked again, and Li Fong in room 302 stopped crying and sat down on the bed to rest. Chao Qingping was feeling uneasy, his eyes moving around a lot. Unexpectedly, the murderer who just came was not a madman. He came to save people. I can survive now. But he also offended the leader. What should I do? I don't have any bargaining chips in my hand. What if he takes revenge for me? In today's world, even if you get killed, no one will care. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Chao Qingping's face gradually turned pale, and his eyes began to lose focus. Li Kai, who was standing by, had already put on his pants and was walking towards Li Fong with a guilty look on his face. Li Fong quickly retreated upon seeing this. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, Big Brother has already said you can't do anything rash. If you dare to touch me, I'll tell him. Li Kai's throat moved, and he hesitantly reached into his trouser pocket. He took out a damp, burnt yellow, hard-shell sock and handed it to Li Fong. Li Fong, I just acted on impulse. Put on your socks quickly, don't get cold. Li Fang instantly put on a mask of pain. Get out of here. Li Kai stood where he was, his hand holding the socks frozen in midair, unable to stretch forward or retract it. Finally, he put it back in his pocket and sat back in his original place quietly. When he turned his head, Chao Qingping in the other corner had curled up into a ball, shaking all over. Li Kai weakly raised his hand towards him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Li Fang took a look and said angrily. Now you're scared. I wish he were dead. On the 6th floor, at Sun Ya's home, Zhang Wan stopped sewing simple armor and was cooking in the kitchen. Fu Hu carried stones with both hands and kept doing squats. Fu Qingdai was carrying 2 bricks, and after squatting a few times, her slender long legs began to shake wildly. Continue for a few cycles, and then the exercise is over. He walked over to the pig feed bag, picked up the spoon on the bag, reached in and scooped out a spoonful of protein powder. But when the spoon reached his mouth, it stopped. Turning her head to look at Su Jin, she said with a bitter face, Brother, can I not eat this? It smells like pig shit. Eat quickly. Fu Qingdai ate the feed with tears in her eyes, and powder spurted out of her mouth. Su Jin was sitting at the tea table, checking the notes on the mouse experiment, while the 2 elders sat opposite him and drank hot tea. Taking a sip of tea, Sun Ya said, You've read the content. The infection is latent and delayed, but the sample size is too small. It may also be caused by individual differences. Some individuals absorb less gray matter and will not cause infection. For this reason, I've arranged for Chengdu and Lu Min to live across from us. It's not locked, just sealed. Although there doesn't seem to be any risk at the moment, these 2 people are in a different situation than us and aren't as wary of rain. You and Fu Hu's family can rest assured, as can Old Wei and I. For the rest of us, it's best to quarantine for a while for observation. As for those 3 people you mentioned earlier, their willpower is so weak. Plus, they're short on supplies in their room. I suggest you observe them carefully and let them air out in their own room for a while. Su Jin closed his notes and said, In 2 or 3 days, the gray matter outside may all dissipate automatically, and the source of pollution will shift entirely to living things. We have to prepare in advance. I want to find some cars to surround the community and then slowly deploy personnel in the community. Will it work? Waita asked. The warmer the weather, the more active the zombies are. It's hard to stop them with cars alone, and the noise will attract more zombies. We can't just stay in the community forever. That would be waiting to die. I've thought about this. Most people are locked indoors, so the number of zombies on the streets shouldn't be large. Even if we can't stop them, cars can provide some buffer. Su Jin continued, Right now, we need to buy time and space. The meatball has the ability to grant people supernatural powers. I plan to divide them into groups and distribute supplies to the living people in the community one by one, and let them continue to wait indoors. I will hunt the zombies trapped indoors, search for the meatball, and collect supplies. I believe we should be able to find some. Then we can release the normal people inside and train and reorganize them. With an organized and regular team, and some people with special abilities, our safety will be greatly increased. Then we can gather firepower to find a stronghold in a hard-to-defend location and conduct a citywide search and rescue. What do you 2 think? Waita nodded in agreement. Sun Ya waved his hand and said, I agree with the reorganization, but I don't support your idea of establishing a stronghold in the city. The sheer number of zombies will severely inadequate our firepower. Su Jin listened attentively. I suggest that after the people in the community are reorganized, they leave the city and go directly to the military area. There will be no shortage of food, medicine, and fuel. With the guidance of Lao Wei and me, we can use heavy firepower to quickly expand our positions. Your plan is too slow. The people in the city can't wait that long, and the long-term risks will be even greater. Su Jin frowned. The military zone is very dangerous. You've guessed that the army may have suffered the first wave of impact, so the zombies there should be densely populated. And in the suburbs, the number of wild animals will skyrocket, and they are almost all infected creatures. And what about insects? We don't know if they are infected yet. Sun Ya pressed his hand. The infected creatures are not afraid of cold. We haven't found any insects so far, so the chance of insect infection is very small. Also, based on observations of infected specimens, the infected creatures don't tend to swarm. They wander aimlessly until they find a target to attack. That means the army, transformed into zombies, has likely dispersed after such a long time. The infected animals in the wild have their original animal nature distorted, and they won't stay in settlements. The zombies roam over a large area, and the overall population is sparse, making it difficult for sound to travel. What about the city? If a major operation begins, the noise will attract zombies, and the noise of the zombies will stimulate more zombies. The probability of a zombie tide is very high. Without heavy firepower, all operations could be overwhelmed in one fell swoop. It seems too radical, right? Su-jin said hesitantly. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Sunya's eyes were filled with worry. Old Wei and I are already old enough. We could fall to our deaths if we were to die. What would you do if we died? Could you find another weapons expert? Those heavy firepower weapons are different from guns. You can't just pick them up and use them. Su-jin lowered his head and smiled. Don't think too much. I will protect you too. Sunya shook his head and said sternly. Shaoli, we admire you very much, and I'm very touched. But you can't protect us forever, and you may not be able to do so. Not to mention the distant past, Lao Wei has a heart disease, and the medicine he has is only enough for less than a month. He asked the pharmacy to buy all the imported drugs, and now he can't even get them. Mr. Wei. Su-jin quickly turned his head to look at Wei-da. Why didn't you tell me what medicine you needed? I have to find a way to get it for you in advance. Wei-da waved his hand and said with a smile, You will feel better after taking the medicine. You won't necessarily die if you don't take it. There is no need to take risks with me. After saying that, he slapped his knees and stood up. Okay, it's almost time. Let's go see how the mice are doing. Chapter 39, New Infection Type. The three of them went downstairs one after another and headed straight to the laboratory on the 5th floor. Pushing open the door of the second bedroom, Sunya and Wei-da rushed into the room, first to observe the rat cage. Su-jin unplugged his slightly hot phone from the power bank. While he was still clicking, Sunya's frightened voice rang out. Another one missing. Rat number 6 has disappeared. There's nothing wrong with the cage, no holes. Su-jin frowned and opened the video to watch. Don't worry about that for now, just watch the video first. The two old men looked at their phones at the same time, then looked at each other before turning their gaze back to their phones. Enable double-speed playback. Everything is normal with the rats in the cage in the video until the timeline reaches 35 minutes. The mouse with the number 3 marked on its body began to move strangely and followed the other mouse closely. After waiting for 2 minutes, the mouse's mouth opened. Su-jin and others' hair stood on end. In the video, the mouth of mouse number 3 was open normally at first, but the corners of its mouth on both sides extended all the way to the middle of its body, were covered with bloody threads, and the twisted flesh inside was clearly visible. He swallowed his own kind in one bite. After swallowing the same volume of prey, mouse number 3's body swelled up twice as much. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the body shape returned to normal. Su-jin put down his phone, his whole body stiff. Sunya and Wei-da both looked at mouse number 3 in the cage, which appeared to be behaving normally, and felt a chill run down their spines. Just as Su-jin was about to speak, there was a loud knock on the door downstairs. I could vaguely hear someone shouting and cursing. The three of them were collectively startled and looked outside the door. You two go back, I'll go check it out. Su-jin made a quick decision, picked up the handbag at hand, and stuffed his phone into it. Then ran downstairs. Jumped directly from the 5th floor to the 3rd floor in 3 or 2 steps. Hearing that the sound came from room 302, Su-jin kicked the sofa away and pushed the door open with a gun. As the door opened, the first thing that caught my eye was Li Kai struggling with Chao Qingping. When the two saw Su-jin appear, they stopped at the same time. Without waiting for Su-jin to speak, Chao Qingping slid down to his knees in front of Su-jin, pointed at Li Kai and cried, Brother, he's gone crazy, he's turned into a monster. He killed Li Fong. You're talking nonsense. Li Kai's eyes were bloodshot. It was clearly you who killed her. You strangled her to death when I wasn't paying attention. You're crazy. I know you. Before he could finish his words, Chao Qingping interrupted him. He drank rainwater. He must have gone crazy after drinking the rainwater, brother. He's just pretending. Kill him now. Su-jin kicked Chao Qingping to the ground, then retreated out the door with a cold look in his eyes. Both of you don't move. Stand still. The two were silent as a mouse, neither daring to move. Back off. The two men retreated tremblingly. Su-jin stepped into the room and took a look at the bedroom door. Li Fong lay on the bed with her arms and legs spread out, unresponsive. There was a pillow next to him, and at first glance it looked like he had been suffocated to death by the pillow. After taking a quick glance, Su-jin retreated back to the door. At the corner between the 3rd and 4th floors, Wei-da and Sunya were lying on the railing, looking down in the direction of Su-jin. Sunya whispered, Shaoli, isn't this unit cleared? Are there zombies coming in? It's okay for you two to stand there and watch, but just stand behind me and don't cross the line. Su-jin said coldly, one of the 3 people died. One of these 2 must be the same as that rat. We can be considered to have caught up with them. Wei-da and Sunya looked at each other, then hurriedly walked down a few steps to get a clearer look. A whole new type of infection has just been discovered. The infected people have a certain degree of mutation in their internal organs and minds, and are naturally aggressive towards living things, but can hide perfectly among their own kind. I didn't expect human samples to appear so soon. Now is a good time to observe and get to the bottom of things. Su Jin gritted his teeth. The gunpoint turned to Chao Qingping. Tell me from the beginning, what happened? Chao Qingping shrank his head and said hurriedly, Just now. Li Kai suddenly fell to the ground. Su Jin and the other two listened carefully to each other's stories and observed their expressions. After hearing this, the gun turned to Li Kai. Now it's your turn. Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. He did it all himself. He suffocated Li Fong to death. Li Kai frantically gestured to explain. He suddenly went crazy when he woke up from his coma. He rushed over without me noticing. The two people told similar versions, and there was no flaw in their expressions. Su Jin turned around and glanced at Sunya and Wei De. They both shook their heads at the same time, their expressions grim. I can't tell, the pretender is quite good. With such disguise and intelligence level, there was no reason for him to kill someone after having already met Su Jin. Only viable explanation is probably that the murderer had just been infected with a mutation. His nature had changed, and he was unable to control his behavior the first moment he woke up from the infection. Su Jin narrowed his eyes, and his sharp gaze kept moving back and forth between the two of them. Finally, he waved the gun at the two of them. Both of you, take off all your clothes. All of them. Brother. Chao Qingping wailed. It really wasn't me. This isn't necessary, is it? Li Kai started to take off his clothes without saying a word. The two elders' eyes quickly locked onto Li Kai. Soon the two of them became completely naked, allowing Su Jin's gaze to scan their bodies continuously. Normal. Everything is normal, no different from ordinary people. Pull it open and roll it up. Su Jin said, pointing the gun. Roll. Where are you rolling? Chao Qingping asked tremblingly, and turned his head to see that Li Kai had already opened the book. Brother, I've cut the skin, there's nothing to roll. Turn around. Su Jin continued to scold. After studying the back, there is still no problem. Su Jin's forehead was already covered with sweat. Kneel down. The two men stopped arguing and did as they were told, kneeling down with their backs to Su Jin. Open it yourself. Brother, please let me go. Stop torturing and humiliating me, okay? Chao Qingping was still crying and yelling. I shouldn't have scolded you before. I was wrong. Li Kai clenched his teeth, turned his head, and looked at Chao Qingping with tears in his eyes and murderous intent. Su Jin and two other old men are studying the binary black hole system. A scream came from the stairs. Su Jin turned around nervously and looked back to see Fu Qingdai standing behind him. He covered his little face tightly with his hands. Qingdai, who asked you to come here? Su Jin asked angrily. I didn't see anything. Fu Qingdai said in a muffled voice. Who asked you? What are you doing here? Su Jin was furious. Go back. The meal is ready. My mom is calling you to eat. I see no one is downstairs. Fu Qingdai was still explaining when a series of chaotic footsteps came from upstairs. Fu Hu looked anxious as he held a bow and arrow, with Zhang Wan following behind him. Behind Zhang Wan, Chengdu, holding a bottle of wine, and the bewildered Sister Lu appeared. The small staircase was suddenly blocked. But when everyone looked downstairs, they were suddenly petrified, as if struck by lightning. Who told you to come down? And you? Chengdu, didn't I tell you to isolate yourself in the room? Do you still want to stay here? Su Jin didn't say anything, but Sunya spoke angrily, looking at Fu Hu. Fu Hu swallowed his saliva and said, I heard my daughter screaming, and I got anxious. Chengdu kept glancing downstairs, licked his lips and said, I also heard the noise and felt something was wrong, so I ran out. Who knew cough? Now is not the time to joke. One of these two people has been infected. All of you should go back quickly. Su Jin raised his hand and shouted. Who's infected? Chengdu asked with a glare. This all looks pretty normal. Su Jin fixed his gaze on Chao Qingping and raised his gun. I already know who it is. We'll talk about this later. Go back to the house immediately. Chapter 40. Candlelight Night Talk. After shooting and killing the two suspects, Su Jin hurried back to the 6th floor. He took a look at the isolation room where Chengdu and Sister Lu were, and only returned to the opposite room when he saw that they were already in the room. Things have come to this point. How can I even think about eating? Several people had already sat down and sat in a circle waiting for Su Jin to return. Seeing Su Jin appear, Sunya immediately leaned over and asked, What's going on? Who is the murderer? They are all murderers. Kill them all. Su Jin said with a cold face, took out his cell phone and showed it to several people. In the mobile phone footage, Chao Qingping and Li Kai looked like zombies, twitching on the ground with their hands covering their necks. After a few lashes, he was shot dead. Zhang Wan patted her chest, seemingly still not recovered from the shock. Fu Qingdai pursed her lips and glanced at Su Jin strangely. Putting away his phone, Su Jin said, I need to talk to Elder Sun and Elder Wei alone. You guys go ahead and do your work. We'll need you later. Fu Hu and his wife and daughter consciously avoided the area. There were only 3 people left in the hall. Sunya opened his mouth to ask, but Su Jin answered first. The man on the left is the real murderer, not the other one. Furthermore, the murderer's infection and mutation aren't in the heart, but in the brain. This type of infection, judging by the mice, should produce some changes to the body in addition to their original temperament, and may even give them special abilities. But when it comes to withstanding damage, they're completely different from zombies. They're more like ordinary creatures. Decapitation, bleeding, poison, all of these can be fatal. The 2 old men's faces immediately turned gloomy. Sunya said dejectedly, that is to say, you poisoned them, and you have no ability to tell who is infected. But how do you know the infection is in the head? Su Jin lowered his head, then raised it again, dissecting it from head to toe. He lit a cigarette and took out a bottle of white wine from his bag. Su Jin picked up the tea bowl, drained it, poured in white wine, and drank it all in one gulp. Then another bowl was filled. Being in a strange world, he must require himself to stay sober at all times. Now, he chooses to drink for the first time. Sunya and Wei didn't say anything. With pain in their eyes, they just watched Su Jin drink and smoke silently. They were all smart people, and the moment they saw the mouse's special mutation and perfect disguise among the group, there was no need to say anything more. This is a nearly irresistible force. It doesn't matter how contagious the opponent is, or how strong its ability to mutate is. Rather, this existence directly disrupts the foundation on which human beings depend for survival and development. Trust. Sunya's eyelids drooped and his face was full of bitterness. Now everything is clear. Apart from the possibility of the army being destroyed, the country discovered this special type of mutation early on, and it has even spread to the decision-making level. The rainstorm affected too wide an area, and people were treacherous and protected each other. There is almost no time, cost, and ability to identify. The organization collapsed from top to bottom, and the chain of trust was broken in an instant. Perhaps someone was still making a last-ditch effort, launching a cold sky into the city. But in this situation, all weapons are useless. The radio said not to trust. It turns out it means not to trust anyone. Surrounded by smoke and slightly tipsy, Su Jin's eyes were filled with tears. A heavy rain turned the entire world into an atomized society, cutting off all the ways for organizations to rise and rebuild civilization. The strategy formulated at one moment is destroyed at the next moment and becomes nothing but empty talk. This despair was just like the shock he felt when he first saw the cold sky erupt and the country fail. It turns out that what really puts humanity in doomsday is not the loss of weapons and survival resources, but each other. But I just saw hope. Every time I find hope, it is immediately shattered. A blunt knife cuts my flesh, and I wait for death in agony. The funniest thing is, I'm working for a company that's almost omniscient and omnipotent and beyond common sense. But after providing me with a little help, the company disappeared, and I felt like an abandoned pawn. Time passed by little, and Su Jin was the only one left in the living room, with wine bottles piled up at his feet and cigarette butts all over the floor. It was dark outside. Sunya sat down opposite Su Jin again, holding a candle. Seeing him lying on his back, he whispered, "Are you giving up?" "Give up." Su Jin straightened up and laughed with drunken eyes, but his heart was still burning with anger. A rotten and stinking world. A company that played him to pieces. The most difficult beginning has already been overcome. How could I choose to give up? Revenge is the right thing to do. Live in this world, live with Fu Qingdai, and then kill the bitch who sent me here. I will never give up again, no matter how difficult it is. The candlelight flickered in Su Jin's eyes. This time I am fighting against people, and even against heaven. I hope you're not just talking drunkenly. Sunya looked at Su Jin with admiration. Of course I'm not drunken, but what about you guys? Su Jin asked, can you still hold on? Sunya smiled slightly. You are the leader. You are the core. If you don't want to give up, we have no right to give up. Given the current situation, the difficulty and risk of expanding our team have reached an extremely high level. Even if we obtain a major weapon, we can't trust others with it. But there may be a solution. We saw an infected human today, and we still have the sample of rat number 3. Lao Wei and I will study it again tomorrow. Let's study it. Whether it's the characteristics or the mechanism, we must design a solution. We can't do it alone anyway. We must rely on the majority. Su Jin sighed sadly. One of the solutions may lie in those meatballs. You've seen the mice too. They may have many mutation abilities. Perhaps God will lend us a pair of eyes that can see the traitor. That's right, we should still trust nature. Sunya smiled, picked up the half bottle of wine on the table, and poured himself a bowl. Actually, I admire you a little bit. Oh, your adaptability is simply unmatched. You can find clues from the moment you dissected the corpses to the time you took the initiative to perform large-scale dissections. Today, you were not sure who the murderer was, so you directly killed 2 living people and even chopped them alive. Tisk. Sunya took a sip of spicy wine and hissed. Most people definitely can't do this. If I didn't know you were doing this for the good of everyone else, to save others, I would definitely stay away from people like you. Are you praising me or scolding me? Su-jin tilted his head and smiled with squinted eyes. It's a compliment, but heroes emerge in troubled times, and you're even more of a hero. You'll definitely succeed, I'm sure of it. Sunya nodded affirmatively, then changed the subject. But people like you might become tyrants if you succeed. Tyrant. Su-jin sneered and raised his wine bowl to clink it with Sunya's. After drinking the strong liquor, his eyes were like water. Yes, the world needs a tyrant, but it won't be me. Chapter 41, Binding Equipment, New Intelligence Analysis. Jean woke up with a headache and a hangover. Look outside, it's already noon. I looked around and realized that I had fallen asleep without knowing when, and was moved to lie on my side. Fu Qingdai moved a small stool and sat beside the bed, leaning on her hand and looking at him. Seeing him get up, I quickly stood up. Su-jin half raised himself and turned his head to look at Fu Qingdai. What are you doing here if you're not exercising? Fu Qingdai was about to speak, but her face turned bitter when she heard this. I just finished practicing to see how you were doing. Brother, did something serious happen? Did you poison those 2 people with chocolate yesterday? Su-jin took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, there is indeed a problem, but I can handle it. Don't tell your parents about this. I didn't say it. If you don't let me, I definitely won't dare to say it. Fu Qingdai hesitated. Then what is it? Can you tell me? You're still young, and I'm afraid you might talk nonsense, so don't ask. Jean felt a bit refreshed. He continued. But remember, we won't stay in this building waiting to die. We'll have to go out one day. Don't trust any strangers you meet outside. If someone around you is injured, be very vigilant. If someone makes you feel uncomfortable or weird, just kill them. After saying that, Su-jin reached for the head of the bed, picked up the silver spear, and handed it to the other party. I'm giving you this gun for self-defense. Take it. Then what do you use? Fu Qingdai did not reach out her hand, but looked at Su-jin instead. Brother has superpowers now, and he's not afraid of infection, so the gun isn't that useful anymore. Su-jin said earnestly. Besides, I have another one. I'll find some more guns later. Su-jin threw the silver spear to Fu Qingdai, opened the window, pointed outside, and said, shoot it into the sky and try it out. Fu Qingdai picked up the pistol, pointed it out the window, and pulled the trigger. Shoot. What are you holding back for? I opened it, but I can't press it. Push harder. Push harder. Is it rusted? Fu Qingdai's pretty face flushed red, and the finger that pulled the trigger was no longer bloody. Su-jin frowned, picked up the gun, and shot out the window. Bang. The gunshots were normal. After staring at the pistol in thought for a moment, Su-jin concentrated on searching. I got the handbag from the side of the bed. I often carry this bag with me, and no one else knows about it, but will touch it. It seems that Sunya left it here yesterday when I drank too much. Opening the handbag and pointing it at Fu Qingdai, Su-jin said, put your hand in and see what's inside. What do you mean, brother? Fu Qingdai asked without stopping. Jean blankly. Nothing at all. Su-jin was helpless. It seems that the office equipment provided by the company to me is still bound and cannot be used by others. He had no problem with the space briefcase not being used by others, but he couldn't lend the pistol to others either, which was really a bit troublesome. Although it can be reloaded infinitely, it is time-limited after all. If there is sufficient ammunition, it is actually inferior to ordinary firearms. This whole thing is simply restricting the deployment of their already limited firepower. What a stupid company. Jean took out a bag of chocolates from his bag and handed it to Fu Qingdai. He said earnestly, you can't use the equipment on our home planet. I'll find you a weapon later. Just practice your archery first. This chocolate bar is for you. If you feel someone is against you, find an opportunity to give it to them. But don't be greedy, and keep an eye on your parents. Fu Qingdai took the chocolate and looked through it, then put it in her pocket and nodded. I understand, brother. Okay, it's all your business. Go get me a glass of water. Fu Qingdai hummed and stood up from the stool. As soon as he turned his back, he fell to his knees with a thud. He tried to stand up, but fell to his knees again. Jean awkwardly. then finally stood up tremblingly with her face flushed, holding on to the wardrobe. Okay, go and rest. You don't need the water anymore. Sujin laughed. Yes, I'll get it for you. Fu Qingdai responded stubbornly and walked out of the bedroom with her long legs shaking wildly, holding on to the wall. Soon, Sujin got up and stood in front of the living room window. The windows were wide open, letting the sun shine on his muscular figure. Under the influence of the power of light, the fatigue from the night and the headache caused by the hangover quickly subsided. Sujin unconsciously clenched his fists, and his mentality also improved. Just then, Sunya's voice came from behind. Shaoli. Sujin turned around. Sunya smiled and said, You haven't forgotten what we talked about yesterday, right? Of course I dare not forget. Okay, then come downstairs with me. Lao Wei and I have some new discoveries we want to discuss with you. The three of them sat down in the simple laboratory on the 5th floor. Looking at the mutant rat number 3 in the cage, which had been split in two and was constantly gnawing at the wire, Sujin asked in surprise, Why is it like this? We poked it a few times with a stick. It probably knew it had been discovered, so it stopped pretending and kept thinking about attacking us. Wei smiled bitterly. Okay, let's talk about our discovery first. Sunya clapped his hands. Old Wei and I didn't sleep much last night. We've been busy until now, and we've made some new discoveries. Combined with your discovery yesterday, this latent mutant creature is very different from what we imagined. Sujin listened quietly. Sunya continued, Generally speaking, creatures infected by rainwater can be divided into two categories, zombies and disguised mutants. However, they are not in the same camp. These disguised mutants are not contagious, and other zombies will also attack them. Sujin's eyes lit up. Don't be too happy. Sunya lightly pressed his right hand and said, The zombies attack them because they have the instinct to attack living things, but the disguised infected creatures have no interest in zombies and will only fight back when attacked. On the contrary, they maintain their normal biological habits and characteristics, and have a strong desire to kill and attack uninfected creatures. Sujin sighed in frustration. Will this infection enhance the creature's intelligence? Rat number 3's camouflage level is very high. I think it's possible. I don't think so, Wei interjected. Rats are naturally very intelligent animals. After being infected, they clearly sensed our threat and disguised themselves. This is normal behavior. But the fact that they still couldn't control their killing urges and devoured other rats when we weren't paying attention suggests that their intelligence level has probably not changed. How intelligent a disguised mutant is may depend on the intelligence level of its original host. Also, based on 2 observations of this infection, I believe there are 3 possible scenarios for biological mutation. The first is that the individual's mind becomes twisted and prone to killing, but they remain ordinary people. The second type is someone who possesses magical abilities like you, but their appearance doesn't appear to have changed in any significant way. As for the third type, it undergoes organic changes, just like rat number 3. Without the fur to protect it, it would have already undergone significant, observable changes in its flesh. As he spoke, rat number 3 opened its bloody mouth, which was almost half its body long, and continued to bite and hit the cage, making a slight banging sound. Sunya glanced at it and said, I discussed this with Old Wei last night, and we can basically confirm one thing. No matter how smart these camouflage mutants are, they have already significantly degraded compared to the abilities of a normal human. What are your strengths? Sujin asked. The 2 old men looked up at the same time. Delayed gratification. Chapter 42, A Glimmer of Hope. Delayed gratification? Sujin looked puzzled. Yes, they have an insatiable desire to kill and will strike when they find an opportunity. The man who died yesterday revealed his features, and they instinctively chose to kill him. Sunya smiled and pointed at rat number 3. And this one, after realizing it couldn't hide anymore, has been attacking nonstop until now. It gets tired and needs to eat, but even after resting, it will continue to attack endlessly. Shaoli, do you understand? Sujin's brows furrowed, but soon relaxed again. You two are saying, we can trick them into revealing their bloodthirsty natures so we can identify them? Right? That's exactly what I mean. Sunya slapped his thigh and leaned forward. We've already thought of the whole plan last night. It should work. There are still quite a few residents alive in the community. Shortly after the rain, they were notified via text message not to come into contact with rainwater or tap water. Normal people wouldn't come into contact with it, and the concentration of gray matter in tap water isn't too high. The warning came early, so only some people were infected. And the chances of becoming a zombie after being infected are much higher than the chances of being a fake infected person. We can also strengthen this conclusion by comparing the situation on the building. This is the first set of screens. As for those who may be masquerading as infected people who remain indoors, they won't remain motionless when they see a living person. Instead, they'll leave the room or go hunting for others. They're not infectious. The people currently alive are likely healthy. Naked body examinations can further screen for risks. This is the second set of screening tools. They are also afraid of being attacked by zombies and need supplies to survive, so they may stay indoors, Wada added. That's right. That's undeniable, Sonia continued. But just looking at the first 2 lines of defense, the risk of recruiting team members has been greatly reduced. So as long as we can build a third line of defense, we should be able to minimize the risk and boldly form a team. We can further ensure safety through teamwork and division of labor. Keeping people close together and preventing them from being left alone can help suppress the urge to pretend to be infected and cause civil unrest. Even if they are malicious, as long as we can control them, they can still be used to our advantage. Su-jin pondered. The third line of defense you mentioned is to identify them by luring out their murderous nature, right? But how do we do that? It's impossible. We can't lock up living people and experiment with them, right? They're not that stupid to pretend the infected are humans, not rats, right? You're right. We can't afford the time and risk of testing on humans, and the test can't reveal deliberateness. There's only one way, and that's to test on small creatures. Sonia pointed at the mouse. They also have a desire to kill alien creatures. The rat test is the best way to meet our needs. We can use the excuse of delivering food and water in the name of the country to release the rats. It's best to order and threaten them to stay in the bedroom and seal it. This will make it easier to find them and prevent them from escaping. We can track them afterwards, and this third line of defense will be established. There are only 2 or 3 normal mice left. Su-jin frowned. Besides, how can I track them? If the mice are swallowed, how can I know where they are? Yes. Sonia raised his eyebrows, his mood suddenly becoming much more depressed. So, we need to obtain a large number of mice. In addition to mice, we also need to obtain sodium fluorescein. We can use a colorimetric agent to track down those who have killed mice. With this sudden outbreak of freezing weather, where are the mice? Su-jin asked with a bitter face. And where can I get the reagent you mentioned? Actually, we've already figured it out for you. It's in the basement of Longshan Medical University. There's a laboratory there. It's one of the best labs in the country, with an independent emergency power supply and constant temperature and humidity. The lab mice are guaranteed to be alive inside. Even if there's not enough food, they can still survive by cannibalizing each other. The lab also has sodium fluorescein and a portable UV light. Once we find these, our tools will be complete. A university has such a powerful laboratory. Universities are research institutions, and their laboratories are usually better than hospitals. And you know Longshan Medical University, right? Of course I do. Sonia and Wada looked at each other, then quickly looked away. Wada took off his glasses and wiped them with the corner of his clothes. He lowered his head and said deliberately or unintentionally, "Yes. Xiaoli must know. Why are you two suddenly acting weird?" Su-jin's eyes bounced back and forth between the two of them. Ahem, nothing. Sonia changed the subject and said, "I just remembered something, Xiaoli. Can you use that meatball? Can others use it too?" "What are you talking about? We talked about this last night. The stuff in the ball of flesh isn't the same substance as the gray fog. I can use it to change things without getting infected, and it's probably the same for you. What's wrong? My organs are different from yours." No, no, no. Sonia waved his hands repeatedly and immediately took out a notebook from his pocket and handed it over. "This is the detailed plan we wrote this morning. Take a look." Su-jin hurriedly took the notes and looked at them, but he was still frowning after reading them. He raised his head and said, "I have no objection to this plan. I can even say it is the best solution at the moment. However, adopting this plan means that we have to abandon the path of urban development and can only choose the military zone." "That's right. We can only safely recruit within the community. The number of people we find should be enough to form a reinforced company. Expanding further will jeopardize the entire system." Sonia said, "Actually, you are worried that those disguised as infected will also target the military zone, right?" "Yes. After all, there are signs of infiltration at the top. They are smart, and they may target this area. You shouldn't judge mutants with normal human thinking. I think they'll kill wherever they can. Long-term development isn't in their nature. Furthermore, the higher-ups aren't necessarily as smart as you think. There are plenty of idiots, too. They just have more information than the average person." Su-jin pondered and closed his notes. "But everything is still speculation. There is no zero risk in every link. It's a gamble." "That's right. Wait aside. But we're most worried about you. From here to Longshan Medical University, the shortest distance is 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers round trip. And only Chengdu and Fu who can accompany you on this adventure. This is the distance between life and death. Shally, whether to do it or not is entirely up to you. If it doesn't work, we can think of another way. Su Jin turned his gaze to the mutant rat gnawing at the wire in the cage, his face revealing undisguised malice as he muttered. I think you've considered this, but you're unwilling to tell me. The new mutants possessing minds might mean that the zombies, as they continue to evolve, will also develop minds. Perhaps one day, the two might merge, and even produce mutants capable of controlling the zombie horde. The two elders lowered their heads at the same time, deep in silence. So what's there to hesitate about? If you're afraid of risks and put all the problems in front of you, then you won't have to do anything in the world. Su Jin retracted his gaze and smiled. We must seize this glimmer of hope. Chapter 43 Longshan Medical University Strategy. A map of Longshan City was spread out on the table. The three of them sat around the table and talked. Su Jin placed his hands on the table, looked around, and said, Only the three of us know about the disguised infected creatures. It's not convenient to explain to others for the time being. Let's have a brief discussion, and then you two will go into the details. I'll handle the work with Fu Hu and Cheng Du. The two nodded. Su Jin said, There's a key issue before we begin. To travel such a long distance, we need a car. What should we do if we have a car, but no keys? What kind of question is that? Do you think Lao Wei and I are just eating for free? You need a key to start the engine? Okay. Su Jin smiled. There's one more question. I don't know how to drive, so I need you to teach me, but I should be able to get the hang of it soon. If you say you can't drive, it means you can't drive a car in this world. Although the structure may be similar. But when it comes to risking your life, even the slightest mistake is unacceptable. That's a small matter. Let's get straight to the point. Wada picked up his pen and said, Longshan Medical University was established very early, closer to the city center. When the cold dome erupted in the center of the city, the temperatures there were even more severe than here, and the ice was definitely not yet thawed. The biggest obstacle was, the downburst brought by the cold dome must have destroyed a large number of fragile buildings, and many floor tiles may have even been blown away. So what I just said wasn't entirely accurate. The shortest distance from here is 6 kilometers, but the path is likely still blocked by debris and ice. So you can't go that way. Then you'll have to take the central highway, which will be much less obstructed, but will extend the one-way distance by 2 kilometers. After saying that, Wada searched for a route on the map. Then circle another point in the middle. This is Longshan number 3 Middle School. Be quick when passing through here. The heavy rain has kept most people at home, but there may be a large number of zombies out in the open here. Why? Su Jin was confused. Wada paused and said, The other day, a colleague of mine called me and said that his grandson was attending the school celebration and that the students should be on the playground. It's raining heavily, and it's the school anniversary. Su Jin was so shocked that his eyes widened. There is a leader opening. It was raining heavily. How could the school still open like this? Are schools so inhumane nowadays? Su Jin clapped his hands with the back of his hands. Isn't there no rain on the rostrum? No. It's nothing. The leaders came here in the rain. So isn't it normal for the students to get a few drenches of water? Sunya said impatiently. Is this important? Just listen and remember that there is a high probability of a large number of zombies here. Let's go ahead. Wada continued drawing. About a kilometer ahead, I remember the greenery on both sides is very dense, and it's easy for the strong wind to uproot and throw it onto the street. If the road is severely blocked, you'll need to replan your route. Start from here. Halfway through his speech, Sunya spoke and pointed his finger at the map. He turned to look at Wada. Old Wei, do you usually buy your heart medicine here? Did you pick up the medicine you ordered last time? Don't worry about it. There's no need to waste time and increase the risk. No, it's necessary. It's just something that comes naturally. Su Jin interrupted. Mr. Wei, what's the name of the pharmacy? What medicine do you sell? Seeing Su Jin's determined look, Wada forced a smile. Longxing Pharmacy. That pharmacy is huge and easily visible from the street. I always order my medicine from them individually. I always go through the second-floor entrance and pick up the medicine from the bottom shelf of the first row of medicine cabinets. I'll give you the medicine box later. Don't force yourself. Just leave immediately if you can't find it. Su Jin nodded. Then let's continue. From here, we'll reach Longshan Medical University. You'll need to go indoors. There are a lot of students in the school, and if someone gets infected, there's no way to escape. You need to be extremely careful. As for this part of the map, Old Sun is the best person to teach you. Sunya took over the conversation and said, I helped introduce 2 pieces of equipment to the laboratory of Longshan Medical University. I have given lectures there several times, so I have a good understanding of it. I'll draw you a diagram of what's going on here later. I'll also write you a detailed description of the sodium fluorescein and portable ultraviolet light later. Besides that, is there anything else you need us to prepare? Looking at the map of Longshan, Su Jin was lost in thought. Cars make quite a lot of noise to begin with, and if there's a lot of debris on the street, bumping into something is almost inevitable. I'm worried about triggering a chain reaction among zombies. But after all, we're driving and can get away anyway. I'm worried that if such an accident really happens, it will attract a large number of zombies back. So I need a device that can make a loud noise, like a bomb. Can you two make a bomb? A bomb? Way to look thoughtful. Sunya asked, are the shotgun bullets I gave you still there? Exist. That's easy, Wada said simply. You can remove parts from microwave ovens and washing machines to make timing circuits. A resistive heating wire is also simple. Combined with gunpowder, you can make a simple detonator, almost like a time bomb. However, the device won't be very stable. You'll need to add more time detonators to improve stability, which will be a bit troublesome for you to use. Such crude bombs have negligible lethality in open areas. Given the characteristics of zombies, it's unlikely to cause any significant damage. However, simple blocking and diversion are sufficient. So simple. Su Jin's eyes lit up. Then can we make a gun? A crude one is fine. You're making a wish here? Sunya rolled his eyes. Anything else you want to add? Not yet. I'll just rehearse it in my mind now, and I'll leave the rest of the detailed supplementary process to you two. I don't go there often, and you know it better than me. Why are you pretending? I haven't been there much. Or maybe I haven't been there at all. The two old men complained in their hearts. When do you plan to leave? Wada asked. After thinking for a moment, Su Jin said, I'll prepare in 5 days. 5 days is enough time to prepare. Starting today, I will lead the team to hunt zombies throughout the community, count the number of survivors, and simply distribute supplies. There are quite a few zombies in the building. I think we might find more meatballs. If Fu Hu and Chung Du both use their special abilities like me, safety will be greatly increased. Besides, the people in the other buildings can't wait much longer. Even if they have enough food, they can't hold out without water. No, it's taking too long, Sunya retorted. The temperature is rising rapidly. Once the ice and the zombies' ice shells melt completely, their mobility will increase dramatically. The risk factor of your actions will increase dramatically. You only need half a day to complete the mission, so a quick return trip is the best option. No, hunting indoor zombies to obtain meatballs is necessary first. Developing new abilities and immunity is crucial. Su Jin analyzed. Actually, if we're driving, the zombie's ability to move again won't affect us. The car will slip severely if the ice hasn't melted. The most important thing is to fight indoors, which is where the risk is the highest. If Chengdu and Fu Hu collide and cause casualties inside Longshan Medical University, I can't afford such a loss. There are only a few core staff members I can fully trust. There's no need to argue about this. Low temperatures have their own strategies, and warmer weather has its own advantages. Chapter 44. All troops in action, new superpowers. 2 days later. The temperature has risen to 10 degrees Celsius above zero, and the gray fog hidden in the water, the culprit of the doomsday, has disappeared into thin air. Instead, there was a faint stench. Due to the lack of water to flush toilets, the sewers are basically idle. The surviving residents could only throw their excrement into the air. The plastic bag fell down, splashing in a circular pattern. But that's not always the case. A few gentlemen chose to reduce plastic pollution by sticking their butts out and spraying. If there were any neighbors still alive downstairs, they all tacitly chose to throw the package upwards. In addition, there are dissected zombies and the bodies of residents who committed suicide. The world has become a giant toilet and morgue. A glimpse of the leopard in the cage can reveal the danger of the doomsday. For 2 days, Su Jin moved between buildings, avoiding the Strawberry Tower and hunting zombies. The 3 members of the Fu family, Chengdu and Sister Lu, all followed behind and watched Su Jin take action. One reason is to make early preparations so that these ordinary people who have never experienced fighting can adapt to desensitization as quickly as possible. Secondly, it is to be able to move more things with these people. After all, the owners of many houses are no longer here, and supplies need to be redistributed. The third is to register and number the residents who are alive and appear to be okay for the time being. Originally, Chengdu and Sister Lu were still in the observation period, but upon closer inspection, there was actually nothing to observe. One of the 2 people has abundant supplies at home, while the other is so cautious that he would rather drink lubricant and urine. There is still half a cup left at home, which is enough to prove the problem. Moreover, now is the time when we need people, so we have to release them in advance. The morning of the 3rd day. A gunshot broke the silence of the neighborhood. Su Jin broke into the room and was greeted by an old zombie with a tall figure behind him. Fu Qingdai and others were watching at the door. Su Jin pulled out the extended screwdriver from his waist and stabbed it directly into his heart, then raised his leg and kicked the old man away. Then a kite flipped over and sat on the shoulder of the tall zombie. Before it fell from the sky, Fu Qingdai threw a fish tank over, and he caught it and put it on the zombie's head. The zombie's arms were restrained. Su Jin reached behind his back, pulled out a long piece of cloth, and threw it at the zombie's arm. He swung out several circles in succession, neatly and efficiently covering the zombie's right fist, and then did the same with the other hand. He jumped off the zombie's shoulder, and with a few light movements, the cloth ball wrapped around the zombie's two fists was tied tightly. Finally, he took out a huge, thick dog leash and tied it around the zombie's neck, then waved towards the door. Fu Qingdai and the others hurried downstairs, with the zombies chasing them, and Su Jin leading them from behind. Coming all the way downstairs, the zombie was tied to the security window. Jin took 2 steps forward, placed his hands on his hips, and said, "Qingdai, you and your father don't have to do anything else today. Just practice archery here. We used to use quilts, but today we're officially practicing, so we can't be careless." Fu Qingdai licked her lips, feeling nervous. I watched a zombie apocalypse a couple of days ago and could barely accept the bloody scenes, but now that I'm experiencing it myself, I still can't help but feel creepy. Brother, what if the security window falls down? What if the fish tank breaks? It's okay, I've thought of everything for you. Just bring your bag here. Su Jin waved towards Fu Qingdai. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingdai hurriedly took off her backpack and threw it to Su Jin. He took the bag and pulled out a can of foaming agent from it. He found the thing in the home of a zombie guy who was suspected to be dealing in hardware. Su Jin held the zombie's head with one hand, allowing the zombie to hit him with its fists, and injected the foaming agent into the fish tank through the gap. He took out another large bottle of glue and poured it into the fish tank above the zombie's head. Finally, he took down a crude heart protection goggles and put them on the zombie. Su Jin turned around and pointed behind him, saying, "Go forward and observe closely to get used to it first. After the glue dries, you can practice archery. If the security window falls off and he drags it with him, you won't be able to outrun him, and I won't be able to save you either. Old Fu, keep holding the spray gun and keep an eye on your daughter." "I understand, Director." After receiving a positive answer, Su Jin waved his hand and returned to the building with the others. They continued knocking on doors and searching. When it came to the room that responded, Zhang Wan and Sister Lu asked for registration behind the door. After a brief inquiry and consolation, he put down the supplies at the door. Su Jin stood guard at the side with a gun to prevent any accidents. The resident in the room opened the door, crying like other residents. He wanted to open the door and talk, but he saw the gun pointed at him. He could only take the supplies through the crack in the door and return to the room. At the door, Zhang Wan also shouted as before, "Don't throw away the water bottle. You can recycle it and use it next time." The water containers are plastic bottles picked up from the community trash cans. When distributing resources, water must be stored in sealed containers, which are indeed a bit scarce at the moment. Solve one household and move on to the next. This time, no one answered from behind the door, and instead there was the sound of zombies banging on the door. Su Jin directly broke the lock and killed the target. 2 zombies in the room were knocked down. Su Jin picked up the knife and cut out his heart with an expressionless face. This process has been repeated so many times that I've become somewhat numb. I am now completely desensitized to bloody events. He skillfully cut open the zombie's chest and searched for the heart. Su Jin's hand suddenly stopped, and the expression on his numb face suddenly became rich. Looking at the ball of flesh pulled out from behind the heart, I suddenly felt ecstatic. Chengdu behind him saw that he didn't move, so he hurried forward to check. Seeing that he was holding a round meatball in his hand, he immediately widened his eyes and said excitedly, "Director, this is the meatball you were talking about." He has been envious of Su Jin's powerful strength in facing zombies these past 2 days. He was told that it was because of the meatball that it became so special, and Su Jin promised to give it to him. He has been coveting it for a long time. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I have an even stronger desire to eat it. Yes, that's it. Su Jin closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He hadn't found this thing for a long time, and he was really worried that he might just be lucky and come across one by chance. Now I feel like a huge stone has been lifted from my heart. There are still so many residents who have not been checked. Judging from the explosion rate, there is definitely a chance to dig out another one in 3 days. Fu Hu and Cheng both have special abilities, so the chances of seizing supplies from Longshan Medical University will be greatly increased. Okay, stop looking and get back to work. After cutting off the meatball, Su Jin stood up and continued to work. At night, the city fell into complete darkness, without a trace of light. A zombie with its facial features sealed and fists clenched into a ball, looking like a humanoid doryman, was tied up alone downstairs. The living room on the 6th floor was bustling with activity. 8 people gathered around a large table. Although there were chairs, no one was sitting there. Everyone leaned forward, their gaze fixed on the bloody mass of flesh lying on a paper towel in the middle of the table. The 5 candles on the table trembled under the influence of breathing, and the red light they emitted made everyone's faces look strangely red. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths slightly opened, and saliva was faintly flowing in them. It was like some kind of cult ritual. "Hey, director." Chengdu breathed heavily. "This thing looks like an olive. Does it really have the effect you said?" "This isn't an ordinary olive. Have you ever seen an olive on a heart? Eating it will give you magical powers. Do you have any manners? My daughter is still here." Zhang Wan was ashamed and angry, and covered Fu Qingdai's ears and eyes tightly. Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth, her cheeks as tight as a rubber ball. Jin and Chengdu with disdain. "Let's start. Chengdu, you come first and hold up the paper." Su Jin signaled Chengdu with his eyes. He is the only one who has used the meatball, so its safety cannot be 100% confirmed. In terms of trust level, Fu Hu is higher than Chengdu, so he doesn't dare to let Fu Hu try first. Chengdu hesitated, and finally reached out and picked up the tissue and the meatball. After struggling for a moment, he brought it to his mouth. Seeing this, the 2 old men's faces wrinkled like 2 chrysanthemums and showed disgusted expressions. "Ugh, director, it stinks. Ugh, it stinks even more than olives that haven't been washed for 10 days. It's smelly and appetizing. Can you really eat this thing? Did you eat it like this back then?" Chengdu's face was grim, but mixed with anticipation. "You're so proactive. Who told you to eat it? Just hold it." Su Jin was furious. "Put it down. You're talking like you've eaten olives before." With a bang, Fu Qingdai was forcibly taken back into the house by Zhang Wan. Su Jin took a deep breath and stabbed the ball of flesh with the tip of the knife. As the tip of the knife pierced in, Su Jin's pupils dilated. I saw that charming, colorful halo again, and my appetite increased dramatically again. The meatball was completely cut open, and Su Jin picked it up with the tip of the knife, and the water ball containing a colorful halo fell on Chengdu's wrist. The water ball dissipated, and the light penetrated the flesh. The others' gazes quickly shifted to Chengdu's face. "How do you feel?" Su Jin asked hurriedly. "I feel a little hot." Before he could finish his words, Chengdu's legs went weak, and he fell onto the table. "It's a bit hot." Sunya hurriedly asked Su Jin. "Shaoli, were you like this at the beginning?" Su Jin shrugged. "I don't feel hot at all. Let's observe first." The night passed, and the sun rose. In the darkness, Chengdu slowly opened his eyes and was shocked as soon as he opened his eyes. 7 big faces appeared in front of me. "Huh, what are you doing? How do you feel? Do you feel any special changes?" Su Jin asked seriously. Chengdu sat up straight and touched his face. "Last night, I felt like I was going to catch fire. There's a heat running through my body right now. Can you control it?" "Let me try." You guys step back. Chengdu stood up trembling with excitement. "I've really changed. Maybe I have superpowers. This power is so palpable within me, it's like an instinct." Everyone stepped back, and Chengdu raised his hands, looking as if he was holding his breath. With a bang, his arms were wrapped in flames. "Oh my god!" Chengdu shouted in shock. The whole audience was shocked at the same time. "Oh my god, this is magic." Sunya covered his chest with his hands, feeling mixed emotions. Wei's expression was similar. He could barely accept the changes in Xiao Li's strength and speed. "Now my body is on fire. What have I learned in my life? Will it be useful in the future?" Chengdu was still trying out his abilities when the flames on his arms disappeared. He then opened his mouth and a huge fireball burst out of it. But the recoil of this move seemed to be very strong. A mouthful of fire spurted out, and Chengdu suddenly fell backwards. The fireball technique. Su Jin's eyes twitched, and he hurriedly supported Chengdu. "You're so strong, Chengdu. Can you spray from other places besides your mouth? From your butt? Can you fly? Even hovering in the air is fine. Develop it a little more, and let me see." Chengdu looked dejected. He looked around and leaned close to whisper in Su Jin's ear. "I think it's okay. Director, I'll show it to you in private." Chapter 45 Fu Hu's Ability. In a flash, another 2 days passed. Still repeating the work of the previous 2 days. Clean up zombies, count residents, and distribute supplies. In the meantime, the 2 elders Sun and Wei took some time to learn some car stealing and ignition techniques and driving skills with a few people. The task of hunting zombies has been transferred from Su Jin to Chengdu. The time left for them is too short, so letting Chengdu engage in actual combat to hunt zombies is the best option. That fire control ability is indeed very strong. Zombies can only be killed by heart puncture injuries. Although Chengdu's fire attack didn't kill the zombies instantly, it seemed to have a huge impact on their mobility. Ordinary flames burn zombies, but do not have much impact on their ability to move in the short term. However, the flames ignited by superpowers seem to have an attack bonus, which can significantly stimulate the zombie's painful reactions. At that time, you can kill him with one blow. Two uses have been explored so far. The first is that the flame wraps around the flesh and can even extend to the weapon to fight the opponent in close combat. The other type is to spit fire from the mouth and attack directly from a distance. Both are powerful, but Chengdu's combat endurance is really hard to describe compared to Su Jin. However, it seems that fire breathing is not limited to erupting through the mouth, but can also be done from any place with vents on the body. Chengdu strongly invited Su Jin to watch the sparring demonstration, but Su Jin politely declined them all. He was afraid that Chengdu would poop on him. Another zombie fell to the ground. Chengdu stepped sideways to make room for the back. Su Jin squatted down and dealt with the zombies skillfully. He was the best at this kind of work. Even though it was disgusting, he had to be in charge of it in order to save time. The zombie's chest opened, and Su Jin nervously opened the heart. Seeing half of a fleshy ball-like thing exposed below the heart, his pupils contracted and he clenched his fists hard. Good. Finally found it. Before the action, all three of them were finally fully armed. They were set to depart the day after tomorrow, so Fu Hu had one day to awaken his adaptability. After collecting the meatballs, Su Jin stood up and looked back at the others. All right, let's get back to work. There aren't many households left, so we'll take care of them all today. It was evening. Another cult ritual with 8 people gathered together. This time, without saying much, Fu Hu swallowed his saliva and reached out to pick up the ball of meat. Su Jin stabbed the flesh with his knife, and the flesh ball burst. Fu Hu immediately fell into a coma, but fortunately Chengdu caught him from behind and dragged him directly to the sofa to sleep. Su Jin waved his hand to disperse a few people, leaving only the 2 elders Sunya and Wei De. After thinking for a while, Su Jin said, "We'll set off the day after tomorrow. Is there anything else you need to add?" Sunya handed over a folded piece of paper and a medicine box. "Here are the detailed instructions for the operation and Lao Wei's medicine box. Take them and have a look. While you were out today, Lao Wei and I checked the car and filled the tank for you. We made 2 improvised time bombs and put them on the 4th floor. You can move them yourself. We are too old to do it. Oh, just tie the gas tank to the trunk. I'll smash the rear window for you. If necessary, just have someone in the back seat drop a bomb." Sunya paused. "By the way, Shaoli, I've been wanting to ask you. How did you tell them about this? I don't think they seem to have any sense of crisis." Su Jin smiled and said, "I told a woman that I was going to take people to find some supplies and stock up on medicine nearby. I won't go far. As for Lao Fu and Chengdu, I told them that we were going to the medical university to get some things. It might be risky, but it will be very useful in the future." Lao Fu didn't say much. After all, his wife and children are all under his care. Chengdu now has a new ability and is eager to try it out. Chengdu seems a little irritable. You have to suppress him and prevent any accidents. Sunya sighed. "I've been thinking for the past few days that it's not a good idea to keep it a secret. There's no one in our house who doesn't know the importance of things. They also need to be alert. Wait until you successfully get the things back tomorrow. Let's find a chance to tell them. After all, we have to conduct experiments on many households one by one, so we need to let them know so they can be on guard. Even if the news of our formation leaks out, we still have 3 powerful psychics, which is enough to control the situation." Su Jin nodded. "I think so too. The more people who develop superpowers, the more stable our base will be. Anyway, let's talk about this after I return from my mission the day after tomorrow. Remember what we give you. Be careful and cautious. Everyone is counting on you. Don't worry, you guys should get some rest early too." And Fu Hu got up from the sofa in confusion. He was not panicked when he saw 7 people staring at him. After all, he had already been watched twice. He rubbed his eyes and said, "How long have I been asleep? What time is it? Don't worry about the time. Just try to see what you are capable of." Upon hearing this, Fu Hu immediately perked up and sat up straight. Blinking your eyes, you constantly sense special situations. After more than 10 seconds, Fu Hu suddenly said in surprise, I do feel it. It's like a breath of air, and I can control it. Try to direct the energy to certain parts of your body." Chengdu instructed from the side. Su Jin didn't say anything. He was different from these 2 people. He was in a purely passive state, and all that changed were the basic values. Fu Hu stretched out his arms to check. Everyone gathered around to watch. "There's no change," Chengdu said in confusion. "No, there are changes. Try touching it. Chengdu reached out and pressed Fu Hu's arm and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, iron arm." Su Jin picked up the water cup on the table and knocked it on Fu Hu's arm, making a crisp sound. Hardening. Fu Hu was thinking about his physical condition and reached out to take Su Jin's cup. With a slight squeeze, the cup broke into pieces. Crushing the cup was not enough, so he stood up and walked to the corner of the room and picked up the seldom-used 90-pound compound bow. Just like pulling a slingshot, he repeatedly pulled the compound bow more than a dozen times before putting it down and walking back to the sofa. Su Jin's eyes showed joy. This bow couldn't test his limits, and since he pulled it so easily, his strength must have increased significantly. Not only has it become harder, my strength has also increased a lot. Fu Hu stood up and stretched his body. But other than that, I don't feel like there's anything else. Can your hardening ability only be used on your arms? Su Jin asked. Fu Hu shook his head and said, "It can be used all over the body, but it's difficult to cover the whole body. The area covered each time is limited, about the size of my 2 arms." "Oh wow, that's more than enough." Chengdu pursed his lips and said. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of Su Jin and several other men instantly shifted to Fu Hu. "You are so lucky." Wan. Sister Lu leaned over and whispered in Zhang Wan's ear. "Get out of here." After Zhang Wan finished speaking, she reached out and pulled her daughter aside, the corners of her mouth moving up and down wildly. Chapter 46 Director, please change your socks quickly. Ha ha ha, not bad. Fu Hu put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. How about my ability? Oh, I'm not an ordinary person now. Okay, that's great. Su Jin coughed lightly, feeling very happy. With this ability, our safety will be greatly improved in the future. I'll give you 1 day to practice and test it, and we'll set out tomorrow. The next morning, downstairs in the community, Su Jin and the other 2 checked each other's equipment. Crude armor, helmets, guns, arrows, etc. are all available. There were more than 20 pieces of bala piled up in the back seat of the car. Bala, to put it simply, is a rope with stones tied at both ends, a crude trip rope. Throw it out to entangle the enemy's feet. The materials are easy to obtain, easy to prepare, and efficient and practical. Zombies are non-intelligent creatures, and once they are tripped and have their legs entangled, the threat they pose will be greatly reduced. Of course, it is limited to single target use and obviously will not be very effective against a group. Halfway through the inspection, Su Jin looked up. Several women were lying at the window, looking down. Su Jin waved his hand and shouted, "Go back. Don't disturb us here. Finish your work and you'll be back in an hour or 2. Be careful." Fu Qingdai cupped her hands into a loudspeaker, shouted, and then closed the window. After making sure that no one was watching, Su Jin walked to the side of the building, took out the gas tank bomb, and started loading it into the trunk of the car. After everything was ready, Su Jin looked at Sunya and Wei De who were standing by to help with the inspection. "You 2 go up. No one is allowed to leave the house until we come back. Don't worry, we 2 will take good care of this family. You shouldn't waste time and come back as soon as possible," Sunya said, pointing at Su Jin's chest. "You carry your handbag every day, and now you sew it inside your clothes. It looks cumbersome. What treasures are inside? It's a family heirloom, the only thing I miss. Let us go." The 2 old men patted Su Jin's shoulders, one in front and one behind, then turned and went upstairs. Only 3 men were left, staring at each other. After a while, Fu Hu asked, "Who's driving? If you ask, you can open it." "Oh, okay." 3 people got into the car. Fu Hu drove the car, and Su Jin sat in the passenger seat. Chengdu sat alone in the back. Fu Hu was lighting the fire. Chengdu glanced at Su Jin. After hesitating for a while, he took out something from his arms and slowly handed it to Su Jin. Feeling something brushing against his ear, Su Jin shuddered and quickly turned around to look. "What are you doing?" "Director." Chengdu smiled awkwardly, his eyes rolling around. "Well, the frost sky missiles exploded over there, so the ice hasn't completely melted yet, right? I thought it was cold over there, so I got you 2 pairs of socks. Would you change into them first?" Su Jin took the socks, opened them, and saw that they were white high-waisted socks. He glanced back suspiciously and sneered. "Chengdu, you're really quite interesting. You were worried that I'd be cold, so you didn't send me clothes or pants, but you sent me socks? What the hell are you thinking? You don't need any clothes, and my socks are warm, and they can also prevent sprains." Chengdu raised his eyebrows dancing with joy. "Director, try them." "Problem." Su Jin threw his socks on the back seat, patted Fu Hu beside him, and sneered. "Hey, Lao Fu, do you think there's something wrong with him? Huh, give me socks." The car was on fire. Fu Hu put his hands on the steering wheel with a serious expression. After a moment, he pondered. Director, is this trip not that easy? I know it's dangerous, of course, but I've noticed that Elder Sun and Elder Wei haven't been behaving normally these past few days. It seems like they're hiding something big from us. Since we're going out together and risking our lives, what's there to hold back from us? Why didn't I see that? Chengdu said in confusion. Su Jin stared ahead in deep thought and finally smiled bitterly. Okay, since you asked, I'll be straight to the point. The infected aren't just zombies. There's another type of infected people who are just like ordinary people. These infected people may be lurking among the crowd. This is the biggest obstacle for us to survive and expand our team. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would become suspicious of each other. Before we could even recruit new members to form a team, our small team would be demoralized. But don't worry, Elder Sun and Elder Wei have already come up with an experimental method to detect these infected people hidden in the population. This time we are here to help them get the experimental materials. This time, we're all going out here together to fight. There are bound to be a lot of zombies inside the medical department, and we're bound to have a fight. I don't want you to have any regrets. Don't tell those women back home yet, at least until we've got the team together. It's good to find a way. Then I understand. Fu Hu looked relieved. I don't understand. Chengdu suddenly reached out and put his hand on Su Jin's shoulder, his expression slightly agitated. Hey, why are you trying to recruit a team? What's the point? We're not trying to save the world. Now that we have the ability to protect ourselves, we can definitely find a safe place to live. The impact of the gray rain has disappeared, and we can still farm. Why take such a risk? Hidden away is the difference between dying early and dying late. Su Jin grabbed Chengdu with his backhand, his eyes stern. There is no safe place in this world anymore, don't you understand? Well, even if you can find a place to hide for a lifetime, do you want to live in fear all your life, like a pig? Like a dog? There is no choice. We can only fight back. We must fight back. The greater the responsibility, the more people need to share it. We must rely on the majority, even at the risk of being untrustworthy. In this world, helping others is helping yourself. No one is stupid. If you are selfish, you will either die or be sacrificed. Old Sun and Old Wei, two old men whose families have all been wiped out and who are ready to commit suicide. What are they busying around for every day? It's for us. Do you think we can quit? Chengdu's throat rolled. He retracted his hand and nodded. Fu Hu said bitterly, yes, the director is right. I still have a wife and children, and Xing Dai is still young. I don't want her to have no future, and I don't want to see her living in this world. As he spoke, Fu Hu took off his helmet and took out a photo from it. My right hand gently brushed across the photo paper, which was a photo of a family of 3. Su Jin's face suddenly turned dark. After looking at the photo, Fu Hu turned to look at Su Jin. Director, this trip is dangerous. If anything happens to me, I hope you can help me take good care of Zhang Wan and Xing Dai. I can see that Xing Dai relies on you a lot. In fact, I support you very much. At her age, it's time. Hi. Chengdu reached out from behind and patted Fu Hu repeatedly. Old Fu, how can you force a pairing like this? Are you immorally blackmailing the director? I just can't stand people like you. Are you fucking sick? What does this have to do with you? Fu Hu turned around and cursed. What does it have to do with me? You're destroying the harmony of the team. You know that. You forced your daughter in and embarrassed the director. You're a scumbag. Chengdu took off his helmet in a sarcastic tone and pulled out a photo from it. It's really interesting. It only shows you. Isn't it just a photo? I told you I have one too. I brought it with me. Su Jin's face turned completely black. Director, this is my brother. What are you two doing here? Do you both want to fucking kill me? Su Jin roared and punched each of them twice, one each. Drive. The engine started and the vehicle slowly drove out of the community. Chapter 47 Restaurant. Central Street, Ingbin Restaurant. The restaurant's roller shutter was closed, and the only light inside came from the gaps in the blinds. Inside the restaurant hall, 23 people, wearing heavy clothes and wrapped in blankets, sat on chairs. Everyone was gloomy and sad. They were all residents nearby, and they all came out to find food and drink because they couldn't stand it anymore. But they didn't expect the zombies on the street to be so sharp and would chase them as soon as they showed their heads. Fortunately, the zombies didn't run too fast, and a manager of the Ingbin restaurant was guarding the door and saving people. Otherwise, all 23 people would have died. The hot water is here, everyone. Have some hot tea. Hotel manager Tan Hui carried a kettle and poured hot water into everyone's teacups. After a few muffled thanks were heard one after another, the hotel lobby returned to silence. Life was hopeless, and there had been no sunshine for a long time. Although there was plenty of food and drink in the hotel, people's vitality had been almost worn out. In the silence, a thin man quietly approached the person next to him. The man was tall and strong, with tattoos all over his wrists, as if he had a tattooed arm. The thin man spoke weakly and sadly. Brother, I feel like I'm really not going to make it anymore. I'd rather die. Please take the gun and shoot me. Say that bullshit. Where the hell do I even have any bullets? Just drink rat poison and die. There's plenty of rat poison out there. Hwabi said irritably, then added, You're such a loser. Wait until the weather gets hotter, then come out with me and kill those bastards. Find some brothers and get a few more guns so we can get out of town. Can a living person be killed by holding their urine? There are no brothers left, just the two of us, big brother. The thin man wiped his tears. Big brother, I really can't stand it anymore. I can drink rat poison and die, but I feel it's a loss. Before I die, I want to do something. A fight. Hwabi's neck shrank and his brows furrowed. Who the hell are you fighting with? You want to fight with me? No, that crazy girl. The thin man turned around and pointed at a woman who was taking care of her mother behind another table. I've been keeping an eye on her for 2 days, and she's the only one who looks okay. Brother, there are so many people here. I want to take her to the kitchen. Can you help me hold her down? I don't think I can do anything to her. There was a huge look of confusion in Hwabi's eyes. Knowing that my little brother is a good-for-nothing and lazy person, I am a little overwhelmed mentally, but I didn't expect him to go crazy like this. He actually thought this in his heart, and even dared to order me around like this, to help impress it? You fucking idiot, huh? You've never seen a woman. You can't live without women. The flower-armed man grabbed the skinny man's neck and tilted his head in anger. What's going on out there? You didn't even think about the death of your relatives and brothers, and you still have the mind to think about that thing in your crotch? You have a tadpole in your head. Did a donkey fuck your brain in your previous life? After cursing, the man with the tattoo stood up and swung his fist, knocking the thin man to the ground. When I looked up, everyone in the hall was looking at me. Hwabi didn't care and sat down to drink tea. Bad guy. The man with the flowery arm holding the teacup suddenly paused, his eyes shooting towards a man with glasses at the opposite table who had just spoken. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. Kid, I remember your name is Yu Hao, right? I mean, who were you being so arrogant to just now? Yu Hao glanced at him and said, We're all seeking refuge here, so why would I let you manage us? You came in with a gun fired. Judging by your movements, you must have been a soldier, right? Hwabi stood up with a sullen expression, twisted his wrist, and said, What do you care if I join the army or not? If you want to show off your power, go fight the zombies. The zombies have wreaked havoc on the city. You've been fed by the government, but I've never seen you charge into battle. What's going on? Hwabi laughed angrily, rolled up his sleeves, walked around the table and walked towards glasses. Don't worry about whether I dare to fight zombies or not. I'll discipline you first. If I can't beat the zombies, can I beat you? What's the matter? Yu Hao stood up and confronted him without any fear. Stop fighting. Hotel manager Tan Hui stepped forward decisively, his face filled with anger. You've made such a big commotion. Look how scared that mother and daughter are. There are even zombies outside. Everyone looked in the direction of Tan Hui's finger. The young woman hugged her shivering old mother and kept comforting her with a hint of tears in her voice. It's okay. Mom, it's okay. Once we get through this, I'll help you find the aliens and we'll be saved. She has gone crazy for a long time. Was it just me who scared her? Hwabi folded his arms and sneered. I'm not crazy. Ding Jia looked up, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at everyone. I beg you to believe me. I really have seen aliens. The Namekians are here to save us, and there's an alien spaceship. Let's find a car and leave. The aliens live in the talent community. You still live in a fucking residential complex? I really can't stand it. Hwabi strode up to Ding Jia, grabbed her by the neck and brought her to the gap in the curtains, saying viciously, All right, I'll treat you like an alien. Show me. We were fine before the aliens came, but now they've come and wreaked havoc on us. Wake up. That's not true. What happened outside was done by the Trisolarans. It was the Trisolarans who poisoned us. Ding Jia cried. She's teasing you, big brother. The thin man who was slapped down crawled out from the ground. Trisolarans? You make up stories so quickly. Hwabi threw Ding Jia back to his seat. Then he kicked the thin man again and knocked him over. Even a fucking psychopath wants to survive. You're such a loser. Just find a deserted place and die. You're an eyesore to me now. With this swing, Ding Jia's thick coat was torn open, revealing the clothes underneath. Hwabi glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and his expression changed. Municipal mental hospital? Good fellow, I thought you were crazy, but it turns out something happened in the mental hospital, and you ran away. Ding Jia couldn't help but shed tears of grievance. I escaped to seek help from the Namekians. They didn't call me, So I wore this outfit because I was afraid they wouldn't recognize me when they met. Seeing Huabi's misunderstanding, Ding Jia hurriedly pulled open his coat, revealing all the words on the uniform. No, I'm not. This is my work uniform. Stealing people's clothes. Wow, wow, wow. Ding Jia covered his face and cried. At this moment, she deeply felt the same grievance that Fu Qingdai had suffered. At this moment, Tan Hui came over again, stopped in front of Huabi, and said angrily, "That's enough. I rescued everyone here at this critical moment so that we could unite and survive. You even bully a mentally ill person who has taken my mother with him. Are you human? I'm not mentally ill." "All right," Huabi said angrily. "Tan Hui, you're a good man. I won't argue with you. I know you look down on me, but I'm a man of integrity, so I'll give you face. But if someone provokes me again, don't blame me for being rude." Huabi turned his gaze to Yu Hao. Yu Hao looked directly at Huabi, then turned his gaze to the side and said, "That old lady fainted. Is she okay?" Chapter 48 Dragon Star Pharmacy. "Mom." Ding Jia rushed to his mother's side and hurriedly began to examine her. He then looked up and asked urgently, "My mom is not feeling well and needs blood pressure medication. Manager Tan, do we have any?" Tan Hui sighed helplessly. "This is a hotel, and we don't have that kind of medicine. If you need anything else, I'll try my best to provide you with it." Ding Jia held his mother in his arms and examined her for a while and felt cold all over. "Medicine, I must use medicine." Muttering to himself, Ding Jia looked at Huabi and pleaded, "Brother, can I ask you for a favor? There's Longxing Pharmacy across the street. There must be medicine there. If you can help me get the medicine, I'll do anything." Huabi turned his head away, raised his hand to push Ding Jia away, and sat down quietly at a table in the distance. "Can someone help me? I beg you." Ding Jia knelt down and begged, but everyone in the hall lowered their heads and dared not respond. A few minutes later, Ding Jia stood up sobbing, wiping her tears and walking towards the rolling door with her body stiff. Everyone raised their heads and followed her gaze. Just as he was near the door, Ding Jiagong bent down tremblingly, and someone grabbed his arm and pulled it back. When I turned around, Yu Hao's face came into view. "Let me go, you're too slow." Thank you. Ding Jia cried with joy and bent his knees to kneel down to express his gratitude. But he was lifted up again. Yu Hao looked around. "I don't know how many days we have to hold out here, but the country has given up on us. We have to save ourselves. One day we will leave here, and we will definitely need all kinds of medicine in the future. I'm going to get enough this time. The more people we bring, the better our chances. Who of you is willing to come with me?" A group of people lowered their heads one after another, and only Tan Hui came over. "I'll go with you." "Okay." Yu Hao responded crisply, then walked to the window, opened the curtains, and observed the street scene. "The situation isn't that dangerous. It's only across the street. Go get a few knives and 2 long-handled weapons for self-defense. We'll be back quickly." "Well, wait a moment." Thank you. Ding Jia kept thanking the two of them, fearing that he would be negligent. "Go back and take care of your mother first. Write down clearly what medicine your mother needs, including all the ones that may be needed." Tan Hui patted his shoulder and walked towards the kitchen. Just as he reached the corner of the corridor, before he entered, Huabi spoke up. Tan Hui." Tan Hui stopped and looked back. "There are some things I shouldn't say, but you saved my life, so I advise you not to get involved in this. That old woman will be a burden sooner or later, and it might be a good thing for her if she leaves now. And that woman is crazy. Can you trust a crazy person?" Huabi raised his eyes and looked directly at Tan Hui. "Don't be a pushover. In this world, people like you die the fastest." Tan Hui pondered for a moment, then smiled inexplicably. "The world will continue to deteriorate. If I die, it will be a relief. At least I can still be a human being before I die. Thank you. I warned you. You are asking for death." After saying this, Huabi stopped talking. A few minutes later, the two were ready. After opening the ground lock of the rolling door, Tan Hui threw the key behind him. Yu Hao wanted to stop him, but he was a beat too slow and the key had already been taken away. Clenching his fist, Yu Hao shouted, "Listen up. If the two of us go out and come back and can't get through this door, I'll lure all the zombies outside in. You guys figure it out." After saying that, Yu Hao walked towards Ding Jia and whispered in his ear, "The rolling door will easily make noise. Go to the kitchen and get 5 iron basins. Go up to the 3rd floor and throw them towards the alley behind the restaurant. Throw 1 every second. When we hear the noise, we will act immediately. When you come back, use the same method to pick us up. Understand?" "I understand." Ding Jia nodded nervously. Yu Hao forced a wry smile. "At the moment, I can only choose to believe a mentally ill person. Others are really unreliable." Walking back to Tan Hui, Yu Hao said in a deep voice, I have a rough idea of the situation outside. It's not particularly dangerous. Just follow me closely, and we'll get through it in one go. Clear. 3 minutes later, the dull thud of an iron basin falling to the ground was heard at the back of the restaurant. Several zombies wandering on the street heard the sound and rushed in one direction. Yu Hao, who was hiding in the gap of the curtains and observing, felt that the time was almost right. So he squatted down and, together with Tan Hui, opened the rolling door a little. Roll outwards, and the street is right in front of you. At the same time, a burst of urgent shouts came from behind the two of them. Close the door. Director, you said that the disguised infected people are lurking in the crowd, and we're going to camp at the military base, so we will definitely need to issue guns in the future. What if the method of Mr. Sun and Mr. Wei cannot be 100% verified? What if the disguised infected people get the guns and shoot us from behind? In the car, Fu Hu stared at the road ahead with a worried look on his face. Su Jin looked at the chaos outside and said, "It's not a big deal. You have to trust the two elders' experiments. Suspicion is the biggest threat to the team right now. Moreover, each of us has acquired different abilities. Perhaps there is an ability that can detect abnormalities in disguised infected people without the need for experiments. Old Fu, you know that Qingdai is very special. I suspect she may have this ability." Fu Hu fell silent. He didn't want his daughter to get involved in too many things like this. Su Jin saw something was going on and was about to say a few words of comfort when Fang Cheng spoke. "Actually, I think if there really is a traitor lurking, it wouldn't matter if I sent out a gun. I have a plan that can reduce this hidden danger." "Oh." Su Jin's eyes lit up. "Tell me about it." "Set all the guns to a left-of-center trajectory. If someone tries to do something bad and misses the first shot, the others will have time to react." "Genius." X2-inch. The vehicle continued to drive at high speed. There were not many zombies on the street, and the speed of the vehicle was so fast that it basically did not pose a problem. But as the distance got closer, the relaxed atmosphere in the car completely disappeared. Trees fell and bricks flew on the streets. Buildings were dilapidated. Zombies were rampant and garbage was everywhere. It's completely different from the previous neat and orderly society. Fu Hu and Cheng Du's cheeks were as hard as rocks, and sadness flowed in their eyes. The wound in my heart was torn open again by the bloody forest. The city where I have lived for half of my life suddenly became like this in a short period of time. The country is gone, the home is gone, and the people are gone. Su Jin held his chin with his fist and stared out the window in a daze. He talked to Sun Yaowei about the attack of the Cold Sky missiles. The attack in the city only released a small number of missiles. But even so, it still caused such tragic consequences, and the current location is not the core area of Han Xiong's attack. That night, it really felt like the end of the world, both in reality and visually. After another 200 meters, a golden skyscraper that stood out from the crowd appeared before our eyes. Su Jin's dull expression finally changed. The Dragon Scale building, the landmark skyscraper of Longshan City, would look quite high in specifications even if it were brought to Earth. This Dragon Scale building is quite sturdy. Even at such a high height, not a single piece of glass on the top 3 floors is broken, Cheng Du said in surprise. Fu Hu continued. Originally, the Dragon Scale building was a commercial building, but the top 3 floors were never rented or sold. Legend has it that they were reserved for people of high status, and even rich people couldn't live there. Director, do you know about this? Of course, the glass specifications are obviously different from the others. Su Jin smiled. Be careful ahead. There's still about a kilometer to Longxing Pharmacy. Let's go get the medicine first. Chapter 49. Meet at the pharmacy. In Longxing Pharmacy, Tan Hui's chest heaved. He took 2 breaths and looked at Yu Hao beside him. I didn't expect it to be so simple, easier than I thought. After coming out of the Yingbin Hotel, except for a brief pause behind 2 shelters, he ran almost all the way to the Longxing Pharmacy. Except for the last moment when we were about to rush to the door of the pharmacy and 2 zombies chased us, it was generally quite smooth. In addition, Yu Hao's movements are also quite charming and seem very professional. Yu Hao took a few deep breaths and said with a wry smile, "Don't be too optimistic. Although those things out there don't have brains, their eyesight and hearing are very sharp. If there are a lot of them, it won't be so easy. Hey, what did you do before? You're so skillful. I've practiced this in the army. Stand guard behind me and illuminate the room with your flashlight. This room might not be safe." Yu Hao gave some brief instructions and took Tan Hui to the pharmacy. Longxing Pharmacy covers a large area. There are rows of shelves filled with various medicines and health products, as well as a fairly large equipment sales area. The 2 of them walked forward cautiously, one in front and one behind. After patrolling the entire first floor, I didn't find any trace of anyone, so I felt relieved. Tan Hui took out a few plastic bags from his pocket and started picking up medicine from the shelves. Yu Hao remained vigilant, but asked, Tan Hui, do you want to die? Tan Hui paused for a moment and continued busying himself. Why do you ask? I feel like you're the healthiest of everyone, running around helping others. I can see you're kind, but it's a bit too much. This seems like an overcompensatory stress response. I don't want to die. I just don't know how to live. A trace of tears welled up in the corner of Tan Hui's eyes, but his hand continued to pick up the medicine. Everyone is dead. I've lost contact with my family and friends. The country is gone. What are we going to do in the future? I really don't know. I don't want to see any more dead people. I can't live alone. At this point, Tan Hui couldn't help but shed tears. Yu Hao rubbed his brows and said sadly, it will be fine. The country will come to save us. This disaster came suddenly and on a large scale. But those walking corpses are nothing to modern troops. Many troops are closed and will not be hit by rain. They've received news from outside that they're going to retake the city. Longshan must be the most important target. As long as we hold on, there's hope. Yeah. Tan Hui nodded with sobs. Needed on the first floor were quickly collected. Hao still hit them in the head with a knife. As soon as he stepped onto the last step of the second floor, Yu Hao's face changed drastically. He stretched out his hand to stop Tan Hui behind him. Don't move. What's wrong? I just saw a dark shadow flash by. Did you see it? I didn't see it. Tan Hui immediately became nervous and shone the flashlight around. Retreat. Don't take it anymore. Return immediately. Yu Hao made a prompt decision and turned around to pull Tan Hui downstairs. Just as they stepped down 2 steps, they froze again. A soft cry came from upstairs. It's a child. Tan Hui looked at Yu Hao. Yu Hao pondered for a moment, nodded, and went back upstairs. Sticking to the side of the room, he quickly scanned the rows of shelves with a flashlight in hand, searching. When they got to the middle of the scene, they found a child lying on the corpse. Yu Hao simply ignored it and continued to check other shelves. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he had checked all the locations and confirmed that there were no other living things except the child. It seems that this is the child just now. He is the only one. Let's go and take a look. The two of them stepped forward and finally saw it clearly. It was indeed a child, wearing children's clothes, crying on the body of a person who looked like a pharmacy staff member. There's no danger. After all, zombies can't cry. They both squatted down at the same time, and Tan Hui reached out to touch the child. Kid. Uff. As soon as he said this, a huge change occurred. A thin arm pierced Tan Hui's heart. Before Yu Hao could react, the small figure opened its mouth and bit his neck. Although the mouth is small, the teeth are extremely sharp. A cough. Yu Hao's eyes bulged out and blood gushed out of his throat. There was a rapid sound of flesh and blood squirming, followed by the sound of bones breaking. The child's entire face was almost buried in Yu Hao's neck, biting off his cervical vertebrae. Tan Hui was still breathing hard as he watched Yu Hao's neck being bitten, with only the flesh on the back of his neck barely pulling at his head. Until Yu Hao's head drooped, the remaining light in Tan Hui's eyes disappeared, and the pharmacy returned to silence. Inside the Yingbin Hotel, Ding Jia waited anxiously through the window gap. It's been more than 10 minutes. They should have come back quickly after getting the medicine. But there is no movement at all now. Is there any accident? Ding Jia looked outside, then turned back to look at his mother who was still in a coma. Every minute and every second is torture. As the supervisor watched, Ding Jia's pupils suddenly dilated. A car drove into his sight and stopped in front of the pharmacy. 3 fully armed men got off the car, some carrying bows and some carrying guns. The leader turned around and spoke. Ding Jia's heart started beating wildly when he saw the man's face vaguely. He turned around and shouted almost uncontrollably, "Aliens are here to save us. Aliens. Woo. Stop yelling. You've attracted all the zombies here by throwing pots around." A man with a flower arm stepped forward and covered Ding Jia's mouth. "You bitch. You go crazy a few times a day, don't you? Woo woo woo." Ding Jia pulled Huabi's hand with all his strength and said excitedly, "It's outside. If you don't believe me, just look." Huabi leaned over to look out the window, then glanced at Ding Jia unhappily. "Where's that person? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a psychopath. If you dare to fart again, I'll really spank you." Jean said dissatisfiedly in the pharmacy. "You're not wearing it either?" Chengdu pouted. "That thing is stuffy and affects my vision. I can't even spit out fire. It's not dangerous now. Let's wear it when we get to the hospital." "Yes, director, don't worry about it. We are different from you. Only you need a helmet." "Oh damn, you guys are just pissing me off. Turn on the flashlight. Go straight upstairs to get the medicine and leave after you've got it. Would you like to take some of the regular medicine? We found a ton of stuff in the neighborhood that we can't even use up. There's no need to waste time and space. You two go ahead and I'll pick up the rear. Two people took the lead. Su Jin was behind, opening the handbag in front of her chest with her left hand. With a stretch of his right arm, a row of unknown medicines were swept into the bag. Before coming out, he deliberately cleared out some space in his bag. Hearing the noise behind them, Chengdu and Fu Hu turned around at the same time and looked at Su Jin in confusion. I got scratched, it's okay, let's go. The three of them rushed to the second floor. When they reached the middle of the stairs, they stopped in tacit understanding and looked up at the same time. There's a child crying? There's a survivor. Fu Hu took 2 steps at a time and ran up quickly. Su Jin frowned, jumped up, climbed the wall sideways and jumped directly to the second floor, blocking Fu Hu. Why are you in such a hurry? Let me take a look first. That's a child. Director, what could be the problem? Chill. Check for risks first. The three of them stuck to one side of the room, quickly scanning the rows of shelves with flashlights as they searched. Finally, it stopped in the center, and 3 beams of light hit the child who was crawling on the ground and crying. There were only 3 bodies in the room, with blood all around them. It seemed that the 3 had died not long ago. This kid is so lucky. Luckily, he ran into us. Fu Hu sighed, turning to look at Su Jin. Director, why don't you take him with you? It should be fine to put him in the trunk. Su Jin took a step forward, his eyes fixed on the child, his other hand on the gun handle. Chapter 50 Zombies are evolving. After shooting the suspicious child dead, Su Jin turned and looked at Fu Hu and Chengdu. The two of them froze there in silence. After a delay of 1 or 2 seconds, Chi-Chi turned his stiff neck and looked at Su Jin. The child was still crying. I went up and shot him dead instantly. Director, he was a child. Why did you kill him? Fu Hu finally spoke in surprise. Yes. What? Chengdu's face turned pale. Su Jin's brows knitted together, and he squinted his eyes as he approached the two of them. I say, what's wrong with you two? You can't even see such an obvious problem. Let's not even mention whether the child is a potential infected person. There are 3 corpses and 1 child. What about the zombies? Zombies have no targets, so they won't move around in large areas unless there are special circumstances. We've checked upstairs and downstairs. Is there any sign of zombies? Are you two crazy? You see a child and want to save him. The two blinked and looked at each other. Chengdu hesitated and raised his finger to point at the pile of corpses. Then, the zombies are right there. One has its heart stabbed, and the other two, a man and a woman, are desperately fighting the zombies. The child is hiding, and the parents died with the zombies. He came out. Yeah, that's what I thought. Even if the child might be infected, but he's fine right now, there's no need to rush and kill him. Su Jin turned around in confusion. After taking a closer look, it's true. There was a corpse with a heart wound lying on the ground, with blood all over its mouth. It had been gnawed by the previous corpse. As for the third body, it was lying on the ground with long hair, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a woman. Su Jin scratched his face and fell into confusion. So, I didn't look carefully? Director, you must have killed someone by mistake. Chengdu said stumblingly. Manslaughter? What manslaughter? There's no manslaughter. Su Jin's eyes changed, and he looked at the two of them. I don't care if that kid is a zombie or not. He must die? We have no conditions to identify who is pretending to be infected. Remember this. No matter what the situation, once you find someone alone, as long as they are alive, kill them without mercy. Su Jin finished speaking. He walked forward to check without caring about the reactions of the two. When he uncovered the child's body, he gasped. You two come here. This, Fu Hu. Chengdu hurried over. Look at me, what the hell is this? When the two of them looked closely, their expressions changed instantly, and they felt a sense of fear in their hearts. The child had a mouth full of sharp teeth, with bits of flesh and blood between them. Obviously, he is the real murderer who eats people. Is this the disguised infected person? The body temperature is wrong. It's a zombie. Su Jin pressed 2 fingers on the zombie's neck, his face ashen. The zombies are evolving and have started to grow brains. Since the apocalypse, at this rate of development, it is almost certain that the disguised infected will merge with the zombies in the near future. This message must be brought back, and we must speed up and establish a firm foothold. Lower your head and continue observing. Su Jin separated the 3 bodies. The woman had been dead for a long time, and the 2 men must have died not long ago. They came out to get medicine. They must have been a group of people gathered together, including the elderly. Staring at the 2 male corpses, Su Jin helplessly touched the corpses' open eyes. They were tricked by the zombies. They might be good people for taking risks for the team. There will be fewer and fewer people like them in the future. Fu Hu and Cheng both felt the same way. You two, be careful. I still say the same thing as before. Once we're outside the community, keep out of our vicinity and kill anyone who comes near us. After scolding them twice, Su-jin still felt it wasn't enough and looked up at the two of them. Hiss. I'm wondering how you two can be soldiers. Your risk awareness isn't as good as mine. That's right. Fu-hu muttered. How can I compare to you, Chief? After all, I was on a mission overseas. I served in the army for 2 years, but I was discharged after breaking my back during training. You know that too. What about you? You should be fine, right? Su-jin looked at Chengdu. Chengdu's face froze. I haven't fought in a war either. In fact, I was a soldier halfway through and quit. Why? Nothing. I was sleeping in the middle of the night when someone woke me up and kicked me out the next day. Fu-hu approached with suspicion. Are you kidding me? Can I chase you away just for sleeping? That's right. My comrades were also driven away. Alas, maybe we have low emotional intelligence and offended others. Chengdu hesitated. All right, stop talking nonsense and find some medicine. Let's get going right away. After getting the medicine, the three of them got in the car and continued on their journey. Su-jin pointed forward and said, a little further ahead is Longshan Middle School. There may be a group of zombies. Pay attention to avoid obstacles and speed through. Okay. Fu-hu gripped the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed forward. Less than 1 kilometer away, we have reached Longshan Middle School. When the scene before them came into view, Su-jin and the other two felt their scalps tingling. Zombies. The number of zombies far exceeds the expected number. There were about 100 zombies stranded on the streets during the heavy rain. Umbrellas were scattered all over the ground. The zombies' attire doesn't look like that of students at all. When the car appeared, the zombies in front collectively changed direction and ran towards the car along the road. Fu-hu turned the steering wheel sharply and rushed towards the zombies' weak point. It's raining heavily. Why are there so many people on the street? Are these parents picking up their children? Chengdu grabbed the car's side armrest, his expression shocked and angry. Damn it. There's such a thing. Su-jin's face was gloomy. Hold on. We can go straight over. Isn't the sidewalk wide enough? Go across. Okay. Fu-hu gritted his teeth, turned the steering wheel to avoid the group of zombies, and drove to the sidewalk. In a short while, the group of zombies was left dozens of meters away. Su-jin turned around and carefully memorized the distribution of the corpses. The zombies moved very fast, running at a speed of about 20 kilometers per hour, but without external stimulation, the displacement changes would not be too large. You will have to return the same way you came later. Remember the location of the zombies in advance so you can plan your route. Inside the school on the side, you can see densely packed zombies moving around inside through the iron railings. Be careful, Chengdu suddenly shouted. There was a loud bang from the front of the car. A zombie wearing a school uniform and holding artificial flowers was already lying on the front of the car. Judging from his attire, he should be a student responsible for welcoming leaders at school. He turned into a zombie and strolled out by himself. Damn it, welcoming zombies. Brake quickly, Su-jin yelled. Fu-hu slammed on the brakes, and the student zombie was thrown several meters away. Quick, start it. The vehicle started again, and the group of zombies was left far behind. Su-jin, still in shock, turned his head to look at the pale-faced Fu-hu. Old Fu, are your driving skills any good? How could you have hit the zombies just now when there weren't many in front of you? Originally, the zombie was still some distance away from me. Don't blame Lao Fu for this. That zombie ran too fast, much faster than ordinary zombies. He must have been a sports student when he was alive. Chengdu interjected. How do you know he's a sports student? Su-jin asked, turning around. I know it as soon as I see it. Stop talking and don't distract old Fu. Chapter 51. Everything goes well. Everything went smoothly on the rest of the journey, and the vehicle slowly stopped at the gate of Longshan Medical University. The door was closed. He simply observed the car and confirmed that there were no zombies around. Su-jin got out of the car and ran quickly to the school gate. A shot shattered the door lock and opened the iron doors on both sides. After successfully driving into the school, the car stopped on the playground and the three people got out. Looking around, Su-jin pulled out the map given by Sunya from his chest and said, the situation is not bad, better than expected. But according to the information given by Elder Sun, there's quite a lot of student activity inside. It's quite dark inside, so old Fu, you'll take the lead and take good protection. Chung and I will cover you from behind. From the teaching building, it's only less than 200 meters away and we'll reach the stairs leading underground. Even though I have a gun, it's better to use it as little as possible. Using a gun makes too much noise, and I'm afraid it will attract zombies from other floors. I'll use a bow whenever possible. I've said everything I need to say. If you have any questions or concerns, please share them. No. The two responded in unison. Okay, we'll set off soon. Wait a little longer. Su-jin looked up at the sky. What are you waiting for, Director? Wait for the clouds to come. The three of them lined up one after the other, observing each step as they approached the teaching building. When he reached the door of the building, Su-jin took a deep breath and walked in quickly. Opposite the door is a wide staircase. The three of them hid under the corner of the stairs and leaned out to observe the corridor on the right. There were about 10 zombies standing crookedly in the corridor. This road is the only way to the underground laboratory. Director, how can we get through this? We can't do it without a fight. The noise will definitely be huge. Why don't we go upstairs and observe first? Shoo. The more you move, the more unexpected things will happen. Su-jin put his finger to his lips and turned his head to observe the corridor. I'll attack first this time. You guys support me with bows and arrows. If necessary, help me attract the zombies' attention with flashlights. Su-jin said as he took off his shoes. Chengdu glanced down, a hint of confusion in his eyes. 3 layers of socks. The director actually wore 3 layers of socks. There is also something like a non-slip rubber pad on the forefoot. Su-jin held his breath and gently placed his shoes on the ground. He slowly took off the small parts on his body that might cause the shaking sound and handed them to Fu-hu. Director, what exactly are you going to do? Fu-hu asked in a low voice. I'll go around. Let's attack these zombies from both ends. Of course, it would be best if I could take care of them all by myself. Su-jin finished speaking. He stepped forward with his right foot and leaped upwards. He lifted his foot and stepped on the wall, and actually jumped straight to the top. Then, like a gecko, he swam around the corner, repeatedly stepping on both sides of the corridor to move forward, until 2 zombies appeared beneath him. Su-jin retracted his feet and landed, then pulled out 2 polished screwdrivers from his waist and inserted them steadily, accurately, and fiercely into the zombie's heart. Thanks to the large number of dissected and hunted zombies, as well as the speed bonus in the dim environment, it is almost impossible for this attack to fail. The 2 zombies fell to the ground in an instant, and Su-jin had already stepped on the wall and returned to the roof again. The sound of the first 2 zombies falling to the ground had obviously attracted the attention of other zombies. Su-jin wandered around the rooftop and rushed directly to the very end of the small zombie group. He descended again and quickly stabbed 2 zombies to death again. Chengdu hid in the corner, watching the black shadow move in 3 dimensions, continuously harvesting the lives of zombies. His face was a little stiff. Oh my god, is the director so powerful? Don't doubt it. The director is stronger than the 2 of us combined. It's still daylight now, and this isn't his strongest state. Fu-hu spoke quietly, but his eyes never left Su-jin's figure. The bow in his hand was already fully drawn and ready to go. You don't know, the director only sleeps 3 or 4 hours a day, and the rest of the time he's either hunting zombies or practicing his skills. I think he's in good spirits. It seems like he can quickly regain his energy by basking in the sun during the day. I think his strongest form might even surpass mine, but he probably can't take as much damage as me. While the 2 were talking, more than 10 zombies fell to the ground. Chengdu and Fu-hu looked at each other and walked out from the corner. Su-jin stood still, with sweat slightly on his forehead. This corridor is on the shady side, and there are clouds in the sky, but the brightness is still sufficient. This operation was indeed a bit forced. If it was a completely dark night, I wouldn't be so tired. Director, that's awesome. Chengdu still lowered his voice and gave a thumbs up. Su-jin nodded and said, these ordinary zombies are no longer a threat to us. It's mainly a matter of numbers. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Don't let your guard down. We got our abilities from zombies. No one knows if zombies with the same abilities will appear. After saying that, Su-jin lowered his body and said, I looked ahead and saw only 2 or 3 kittens. I'll take care of them. But the situation inside the house isn't very good. Bend down when you pass by the window to avoid being discovered. We'll be done once we get to the end. Everything went smoothly and arrived directly at the laboratory door. Looking at the tightly closed door, Su-jin reached out and tried to pull it open. I felt like I hadn't opened my heart and was suddenly shocked. The steel door in front of me is of high specifications and is equipped with a small explosion-proof window. According to Mr. Sun's guidance, although there is a backup power supply here, it should be out of power at this time anyway. The outside door is automatically unlocked when the power is off. If we can't open it now, there is basically no possibility of scoring. What's wrong, director? I don't know. The door can't be opened. It shouldn't be like this. Su-jin looked anxious and raised his head to look behind the explosion-proof window. The interior was a mess. After a little thought, Su-jin raised his hand and knocked on the window. A few seconds later, an overjoyed face appeared behind the window. Su-jin's face suddenly froze, and he turned around to look at Fu-hu and the other 2. You 2 guard the stairs and don't let the zombies in. Then he turned back and explained to the people behind the house with his lips. I'm here to save people. Two more faces soon appeared behind the explosion-proof window, 3 people, an old man and 2 students. The 3 of them hurriedly started working behind the door to lift the blockade. Soon the door was opened. Su-jin hurried in and quickly closed the door again. The 3 people in the room immediately gathered around, tears in their eyes due to excitement. Are you from the army? Are you here to rescue us? What's going on outside? The old man asked questions rapidly. Su-jin nodded. Don't worry, how many people are there here? There are only 3 of us. Fortunately, we have food and water in here, so we can hold on until today. In 2 days, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it. A student choked up. Are the lab mice still alive? Are the fluorescent sodium and the portable UV lights still there? A number of our experimental mice have died. Now there are only about 80 or so, and the others are also there. Help me find them all, and then we'll set off immediately. The 3 of them started to pack up happily without any hesitation. Just a few minutes later, he was standing in front of Su-jin with something in his hand. Give me the things. My teammates are outside. You go first. After checking that the supplies were correct, Su-jin pointed to the outside world. The 3 of them thanked him quickly and walked out the door. Next second, 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 bodies fell to the ground. The blood spread. Su-jin's body swayed slightly. He closed his eyes and sighed, picked up his things, and slipped out. Chapter 52, 100 Meters of Danger. Putting the sodium fluorescent and portable ultraviolet light into the briefcase on his chest, Su-jin walked out of the laboratory, carrying the cage. Fu-hu and Chengdu immediately came forward with serious expressions. Chengdu spoke first. Director, there are survivors inside. Did you kill anyone? Although the laboratory door was thick, the 3 gunshots were still difficult to cover up. Su-jin was silent for a moment and nodded in agreement. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the 3 people, and he had even judged in his mind that they were basically safe. But there shouldn't be a lot of food in the laboratory, which means that these 3 people hid in the laboratory after the disaster. There is no way to verify what happened in between. We are all medical students. Even if someone is slightly injured by rain, they will never admit it in order to survive. However, infection mutation has a lag effect. Besides, even if there is really no problem, I have no conditions to rescue. Because there's a big problem. No seats. There are only 3 seats in the car, and the rest of the space is filled with miscellaneous items, leaving no extra space for 3 more people. Of course, you can squeeze in by forcing yourself, but it will definitely affect Chengdu's performance in the back seat. Adding another car would increase the risk. If you put people on the roof, the 3 of them might get scared and scream. I have Fu-hu and Chengdu, and I must not add any risk to the journey home. No matter from which angle you look at it, those 3 people will only die. This is the best help I can provide them. At least they will be full of hope and without pain before they die. One of those 3 men is injured, so I have no choice but to kill him. Also, I've told you, before you return home, kill any living creature you see without mercy. If you feel you can't bring yourself to kill, you can be more flexible and assassinate him from behind. That was just an example. You should do what I do. Don't be so soft-hearted. The 3 of us are carrying the lives of hundreds of people in the community. Let's go. Su-jin finished speaking. He lowered his head and glanced at the mouse in the cage. There are more than 80 mice in the cage, and it's not small. If the mice move around too much, the noise they make might attract the attention of the zombies. But I had no choice but to go ahead. As long as I left the teaching building, the mission would be 90% successful. Return to the first floor via the stairs and retrace your steps. Su-jin glanced at the mice in the cage from time to time. Fortunately, these mice were malnourished and curled up quietly, so they were quite quiet. Just when they were halfway through the journey, a muffled sound accompanied by tinkling sounds came from above the central staircase opposite the gate. The 3 of them froze, stopped walking, and looked forward. I watched helplessly as a guitar-playing zombie slipped and fell from upstairs to downstairs. The guitar was crushed at the last blow, and the decibel level clearly aroused a reaction from the surrounding zombies. Su-jin quickly turned his head to look at the window. The zombies in the classroom next to him were already moving towards the door and starting to bang on it. The chain reaction caused by breaking down the door triggered the activities of other zombies. For a moment, the entire corridor was filled with noise. Go through the window. Su-jin gritted his teeth, smashed the window next to him with his elbow, and jumped out. Fu-huching immediately followed and ran out the window. The sound of glass breaking continued to ring out. Su-jin was at the front, and he took the time to look back, and was shocked. Dozens of zombies upstairs actually broke through the window and jumped downstairs. Several of them were in uniform, moving extremely quickly and with noticeably abnormal agility. You can tell at a glance that it is another special evolved zombie. Based on a cursory observation, The three of them might not be able to outrun these mutated zombies. Fuck, it's the student union zombies. They're too fast. Chengdu screamed and cursed as he ran wildly, pulling out the trip rope from his waist and throwing it behind him. However, while running, the situation was urgent and he could not stop and throw it forward, so all 3 trip ropes he threw failed to succeed. Damn it, he's still so disgusting even after death. Sujin's heart was burning. There is still a distance of dozens of meters, which is barely safe, but there is a high possibility of being caught up. It would take time for the car they were driving to accelerate, and it would be troublesome if zombies caught them in this gap, so they had to leave enough room for the car to accelerate. Thinking of this, Sujin made a quick decision and threw the rat cage in his hand to Chengdu. He yelled at Fu Hu, "Old Fu, if you get in front of me, I'll kick you out." What? Fu Hu could react. Sujin lunged forward with all his might, rolled down, and supported himself on the ground with his hands over his shoulders. Use your core to exert force. Lift your back and waist into the air and bend your legs ready to go. Fu Hu reacted suddenly, jumped up, and landed on Sujin's feet with his knees bent. The 2 men, known for their strength, exerted their strength at the same time and kicked each other with their 4 feet. Fu Hu was kicked hard and flew into the air, hitting the ground and rolling, and actually slid directly in front of the car. Without any hesitation, he took out a bow and arrow and shot at the zombies. When he bought the bow and arrow, Sujin asked him to buy some small accessories as well. This compound bow also comes with a repeater and can load 7 arrows at a time. After 7 arrows, not a single zombie died, but the 2 leading zombies were shot to the ground. At this moment, Sujin had quickly stood up and was running parallel to Chengdu. "Chengdu, turn around." Chengdu understood and turned around. Sujin grabbed his collar and threw him towards the car. At the same time, Chengdu's ability was activated. The scene before him instantly shocked Sujin to pieces. Although Chengdu was indeed gliding backwards at a low altitude, the expected mouth-breathing flame propulsion acceleration did not occur. On the contrary, the shape is extremely elegant and sexy, with one leg stretched out and the other leg tilted back. It's like a master of light skills in a martial arts drama flying backwards. "Director, I'll help you stop it. It's not a big deal." Chengdu glided without forgetting to hold the rat cage tightly, and with his other hand he pulled out the trip rope from his waist and threw it at the zombie. This time, when facing the zombies head-on, his accuracy was greatly improved. With 2 tripwires, he directly knocked down 2 more zombies. Seeing the 2 men approaching, Fu Hu quickly put away his bow and got into the driver's seat. The next moment, Sujin and Fu Hu got into the car at the same time, started the engine, and left the zombies far behind. Inside the car, the 3 of them gasped at the same time, their eyes blank. After a pause, Chengdu turned to look at Sujin. "Director, isn't that cool? Was that move I just made cool? I didn't even tell you. I practiced it privately. So handsome. It would be even more handsome if you didn't have fire coming out of your nostrils. You're so handsome that fire is coming out of your nostrils. How is that possible? I cleaned it before I came out. How about you wipe your chin? What the hell? Why is it half dry and half watery? It should be baked dry. Don't pull those useless things. Let's see how the mice are doing." Sujin snatched the cage and checked. Seeing that the mice were still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. This trip has yielded a huge harvest. The situation in the city is far worse than we expected. Sujin took a sip of water and said sternly, "The speed of zombie evolution is beyond imagination. The chances of us encountering them are too high. We really can't stay in the city for long. After we return, we'll speed up and try to organize a convoy to the military zone within a week. Old Fu, be careful when you pass by the campus on your way back. I think that might be the last hurdle." Chapter 53. A New Species, the Terrifying Student Zombie. "What do you mean, Director?" Fu Hu concentrated on driving. Sujin said, "When we arrived just now, the zombies in the school had already started to move. I was worried that something might happen if they ran into the cars outside the school gate. There are a lot of parents picking up their children, and there are also many cars on the roadside. There are too many zombies in the open air there. If we make any noise, I'm afraid all the zombies in the school will come out in droves. If it were just ordinary zombies chasing us, it would be fine, but judging by the number of evolved zombies we've discovered so far, there must be a few hiding in there with the number of them on the school playground. Special species are the biggest potential threat to us. Don't we have an alternative route? Yes, we'll have to judge the situation at that time, but the risks are difficult to measure. Judging from what we saw on Central Avenue, the accumulation of debris on the side streets must be very serious, and the noise from driving will definitely be quite loud." Sujin finished speaking, he sighed and said, I discussed with Elder Son at the beginning whether we should develop a base in the city or establish a base in a small group in the military area. It was only after we discovered potential infected people that I decided to agree with Elder Son's plan. But now it seems that I was wrong from the beginning. There are too many unknown risks in the city that we can't predict at all. It's really a dilemma. Fuhu sighed. The vehicle returned along the original route. They were approaching Longshan Middle School. The three people in the car were all tense and focused their eyes on the front. Fuhu pursed his lips unconsciously and gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The situation ahead was not too good. Just as Su Jin predicted, he lured out some of the zombies in the school when he came. Many welcoming zombies, holding flowers and wearing small hats, emerged from the school gate, twisting and turning, searching for the target. But there is still a road on the side that can be passed quickly. Thanks to the high speed of the vehicle, it was not difficult to pass through successfully and get rid of the horde of zombies. The situation is not bad. Looks like we don't need to take the small road. Lao Fu, be careful of the gym zombies. Don't get hit again. I know, Fuhu said, and stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle accelerated and rushed towards the group of zombies. When the welcoming team at the school gate saw a vehicle coming from a distance, they rushed over, waving artificial flowers and squeezing each other. The zombies rubbed and collided with each other, and the overall agitation suddenly rose to a higher level. The zombies in the school suddenly rioted and ran out of the school together. Many of them even rushed straight to the iron railings and climbed over the wall. What's going on? Su Jin's face changed drastically. Something was wrong. The sound of the vehicles running was not enough to drive the zombies to such a violent level, and it was verified when I came here before. Even if the noise of the vehicles became louder, the zombies in the school shouldn't have made such a big move. We have missed the path for a long time now, and there is a group of zombies in front of us. It is too late to break and change the route. Jean was still thinking about countermeasures in a hurry, but Chengdu had already opened the car window and started cursing without even sticking his head out. Me. Shit. These zombies were recruited by those welcoming zombies. Su Jin's face changed instantly, and he immediately realized the root of the problem. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. A local ditty accompanied by joyful shouts came into my ears. Extremely piercing and clear on the quiet street. Su Jin glanced over and suddenly saw several welcoming zombies with loudspeakers hanging around their waists. Must have been turned on by the collision of the zombies, and there was a plastic bag covering it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be usable until now. Su Jin held the gun, his facial muscles twitching constantly, and his heart was filled with rage. There is such a thing. It's really fucking weird. That bastard who made students hold a meeting in the rain. I hope nothing happened to him. Hit it. Su Jin gave the order, and Fuhu stepped on the accelerator. The zombies had already started to move abnormally, with many of them running onto the sidewalk. Although it will affect the movement of vehicles, fortunately there are not many of them, only a few. When the car appeared at full speed, it knocked two zombies away on the spot. There was no time to avoid the rest of the garbage and debris on the ground. The three people in the car were shaking continuously, and their heads were hit hard, making a thumping sound. Su Jin held the cage tightly with his right hand, trying his best to protect the mouse. Fuhu's hands, gripping the steering wheel, had turned white. After a few breaths, he roared, "Success!" Just ahead. Before he finished speaking, a shrill sound was heard. The entire vehicle began to skid at high speed, causing the route to become twisted and uncertain. Fortunately, Fuhu still held on to the steering wheel tightly, and the vehicle gradually stabilized. A large number of zombies behind the car are still tracking the target. Chengdu's face was pale as he asked, "What's wrong, Lao Fu? Is there something wrong with the car?" Fuhu's face turned grim. It seems something is stuck in the wheel hub. If we continue driving, the car might get stuck. Slow down. Su Jin looked back and gave the order in a deep voice. I can't slow down. It's too dangerous to slow down now. There are some fast-running zombies among them. What if they catch up with the car? Slow down when I tell you to. Su Jin shouted. Fuhu had no choice but to calm down and gradually release the accelerator. The vehicle slowed down, but the zombies behind it were still chasing it. Although judging from the current situation, it is completely unrealistic to catch up with the car. But considering the condition of the vehicle, it's hard to say what will happen next. Fuhu and Cheng were both worried, but they did not dare to refute Su Jin's decision. After a moment, Su Jin gave another order. Chengdu, go to the back and activate the bomb and drop it. Set the timer to 1 minute. Do you remember how to operate it? Remember. Chengdu responded, leaned half of his body out of the rear window, and started operating the timer on the gas tank. After a simple operation and setting the timer, Chengdu pulled out the knife from his waist and cut the rope that bound the gas tank bomb. Dong, dong, dong. The gas tank bounced and rolled towards the group of zombies, but was soon submerged by the zombies and disappeared. Seeing the bomb placed, Soo-jin turned around and squinted his eyes at the rearview mirror. Originally, a group of parent zombies should have been in the front row, but at the call of the welcoming zombies, the zombie students who climbed over the wall had already taken the front seats. Although they were all moving at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, the student zombies were obviously faster than the parent zombies. Fu-hoo and Chung-do were so nervous that sweat was pouring down their foreheads. At this moment, a light flashed in Soo-jin's pupils, and he clenched his fists tightly. Fall. As soon as the word fall down came out of his mouth, the group of zombies stopped, and the zombies fell forward and backward, and a large number of them fell over in an instant. The group of zombies that were originally moving at high speed suddenly slowed down. In an instant, the crisis was greatly reduced. Oh my god, Fu-hoo and Chung-do were both shocked. Director, how did you do it? Do you have other abilities? Is this telekinesis? Chung-do asked expectantly. Fu-hoo's frozen face. What a powerful ability. You're worthy of being the director. How could you have hidden such a trump card until now? It's not the ability, it's the zombie pants that ran away. Chapter 54, The Horrifying Tide of Zombies. The zombies' biggest weakness is their pants. After all, you won't be able to lift your pants, so your mobility will decrease as your pants slide down. This phenomenon was discovered by Soo-jin in the process of hunting many zombies. It is an obvious problem. This characteristic is very useful for his ability to improve his flexibility and speed at night. Sunya had suggested that he take action while the weather was cold. He rejected it outright. In addition to ensuring the safety of Fu-hoo and Chung-do, he also had this consideration. The zombies' ice hasn't melted yet, so their pants won't fall off easily. Now that the group of zombies behind them consists of students, this weakness is greatly enhanced. Students' school uniforms are already baggy. They fall down to their crotches after just a few runs. With the zombies' extreme running speed, their shoes would probably be thrown off if they ran for a while longer. Now his original discovery can be said to have been perfectly verified. The vehicle was still moving, but the body of the vehicle was obviously unstable, and I didn't dare to go too fast. It is impossible to get off the car to find out the specific situation now. It could be zombie limbs or clothing stuck in the wheel hub, or other damage caused by debris on the sidewalk. No matter how you look at it, the current situation is not good. The vehicle may break down at any time. Fu-hoo drove nervously and asked, Director, what if the car breaks down? Abandon the car and walk. Let's hide in the building and move through. Let's run as fast as we can to shorten the distance to home. If the zombies' severed limbs affect the car, continuing to drive might wear out the muscles. Soo-jin had just finished speaking. There was a loud explosion behind me. Soo-jin and Chung looked back at the same time and saw that the time bomb that had been set before had exploded. The group of corpses was overturned, and the zombies that were still chasing the car were immediately attracted by the huge sound source. Beautiful. Chung-do waved his hand excitedly. Soo-jin also smiled. It seems that carrying a sound source in advance to attract the zombies' attention was indeed the right choice. Director, there's a problem. Fu-hoo shouted in panic and instantly stepped on the accelerator. What are you doing? Soo-jin and Chung-do turned around at the same time, and the scene before them was like falling into hell. Perhaps it was because of the loud noise caused by the gas tank explosion just now. A large number of zombies broke through the windows of the residential and commercial buildings on both sides and jumped out of the buildings with a crackling sound. A chain reaction was soon triggered, with glass flying in all directions and zombies raining down. The zombies that jumped down from the building, without the attraction of the sound source, immediately set their sights on the high-speed car. Wrong decision. Soo-jin's mind buzzed, and only these 3 words flashed through his mind. Chung-do, quickly set the timer for the second bomb. Set it for 10 minutes. Chung-do's hands were trembling, and his face was pale as he leaned out to set the bomb. Zombies continued to jump out of the buildings on both sides, and the noise was as dense as an explosion in a glass factory. The virus continued to spread, and zombies began to jump out of the building in front. Most of the zombies jumped off the building, breaking bones and tendons, but they still crawled madly to chase the car. A small number of them seemed to be a little special. They jumped out of the building and directly jumped into the middle of the street. The zombies are gathering. A large zombie tide is brewing. Looking from above, zombies began to appear on the interconnected paths. The lonely car seemed to be fleeing from a dark cloud. There were a dozen or so zombies with abnormally fast speeds scattered behind the car. Soo-jin held on to the handrail tightly. The vehicle had begun to shake violently due to excessive acceleration, and the speed was forced to slow down. If this continues, coupled with the piles of debris on the streets, a breakdown is a certainty. Even if they don't lie down, they can outrun some zombies with abnormal speed, and this is the biggest threat. If they are dragged down by the special zombies and overwhelmed by the zombie tide, the three of them will surely die. Fuhu. Su-jin searched the area until he locked onto a shopping mall. He made a decisive move and shouted, "Full speed ahead. Stop the car at the mall. The two of you take your things, get out of the car, and walk back to the community. If there's no chance to return, then we'll act when the time is right." After saying that, he took out sodium fluorescent and a portable ultraviolet light from his chest and handed them to Chengdu in the back seat. "Then what are you going to do, Director?" Chengdu asked anxiously. "While the car is still intact, I'll help you lead the zombies away. As long as I can get inside, I'll be safe." Su-jin said hurriedly, "Don't worry, these zombies are so agile in the dark that they can't hurt me. As long as I hide until dark, I can get home safely. Don't ask any more questions, just follow my plan." Fuhu said nothing more and went straight to the mall. In half a minute, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. The three of them didn't say a word. Chengdu and Fuhu went straight into the mall, and Su-jin moved into the driver's seat. Looking back at the tide of zombies behind him, Su-jin turned the steering wheel and returned to the main road. The sound of car horns echoed in the street. Su-jin was trying to do two things at once, driving and looking in the rearview mirror at the same time. The zombie tide was already following him, with special mutant zombies jumping and chasing him one after another. Find a suitable branch road, turn into it, and hide inside the building. Su-jin raised his eyes and scanned both sides of the street. Suddenly I was startled and blinked several times. For figures seemed to appear on the roof of a commercial building ahead, 3 big and 1 small, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. I don't know if I saw it wrong, but there was obviously no time to think too much now. Seeing a branch road with relatively good road conditions, Su-jin turned the steering wheel and drove in. There were residential buildings on both sides. Less than 100 meters along the branch road, the car suddenly stopped. Squinting at the rearview mirror, he saw 3 zombies leaping forward in pursuit, only 100 meters away. After just a glance, Su-jin quickly took out a steel pipe from his chest and pressed it against the car horn. He opened the door and quickly evacuated, running towards the residential building on the left. There was dead silence in the Ingbin Hotel. A tide of zombies passed by the hotel door, shocking everyone inside. Everyone covered their mouths tightly, afraid of making any sound. At a dining table, Ding Jia had his mouth gagged and was tied to a chair, twisting and struggling constantly. After a long time, Huabi stood up first, walked carefully to the window, and stuck his head out. When he saw the street scene, he closed his eyes in pain. There are zombies wandering everywhere. Before, just a few of them on the street scared people enough to leave their homes, but now the whole street has become like hell. From any angle, there is no possibility of escape. How could this happen? Who the hell is racing on the street and honking his horn? This bastard. With a thud, everyone in the room was startled and turned to look towards the source of the sound. It was Ding Jia who fell to the ground and kept crawling towards his mother. After trying hard for a few times, he finally got close to his mother and put his face against hers. A cold touch came to Ding Jia's face. Tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. Huabi was furious. He stepped forward and grabbed Ding Jia's neck, growling, "If you make any more noise, I'll kill you first. Do you understand?" "Wow." Ding Jia kept shaking his head with tears in his eyes, glancing at his mother. Huabi followed her gaze. His eyes twitched a few times, and his heart ached. "Hey, I'll untie you. Can you just keep quiet?" Chapter 55 Hotel Murder. Ding Jia nodded, and Huabi stepped forward to untie the restraints. As soon as the rope was untied, Ding Jia slapped Huabi's face with a snap. The man with the tattooed arm was hit so hard that his eyes were dizzy. Huabi was stunned, and everyone else in the room was also stunned. "You bastard. I saw an alien. If it weren't for you, my mom wouldn't be dead. I'll kill you." Ding Jia rushed forward madly and started biting Huabi. "Shut her up," someone inside the house shouted. "You've already killed 2 people, and I'm letting you go, and you're still excited, right?" Huabi was furious and threw Ding Jia to the ground, raising his foot to kick him in the face. His foot froze in midair before it even touched the ground. Everyone in the house looked towards the back. Just now, there was a sound of glass breaking. The glass upstairs shattered inexplicably. Huabi swallowed and fixed his eyes on the stairs. Soon, the sound of footsteps gradually became clearer in the ears of everyone in the house. At the stairs, 4 figures appeared from bottom to top. 3 girls and 1 boy. There were 2 women. One was extremely beautiful and neatly dressed, while the other was plain-looking but had an unusually alluring charm. The man was tall, fierce-looking, and had extremely broad shoulders. As for the little girl, she looked like an ordinary 5 or 6-year-old child who was just playing with a strange-shaped insect the size of her palm. Seeing that it was not a zombie, everyone in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. But I couldn't help but feel a sense of weirdness. These 4 people did not seem to have experienced any disaster. They were dressed neatly and had rosy complexions. The thin man crawled forward on the ground, approached the flower-armed man's feet, gritted his teeth, and tears welled up in his eyes. "Brother, I really can't survive this time. These 2 women are the best. Let's each take one. I can't take it anymore. I really want to give them a blow. I'm going to react. I want to die quickly after I'm done." His tattooed arms and face were distorted. It's a bit shameful to say, but he actually got Baki. In this environment, my body is inexplicably taken over by the cerebellum. And it was not directed at the most beautiful woman, but at the plain-looking woman next to her. This woman seems to have some magical powers. "Aliens, where are the aliens?" The tall man turned his head to look at Ding Jia and spoke first. "Speak more quietly. What bullshit are you asking? Where did you guys come from?" Huabi asked angrily in a low voice. Seeing that the man was still moving forward, Ding Jia hurriedly said, "What I said is true. There really are aliens. I've seen him before, along with a little girl. They knew there would be a doomsday. They're here to save us. They just drove by here." The man stopped and looked back at the 3 women. The beautiful woman walked down the stairs and asked with a smile, "Oh? Then do you know where he is?" He should be living in the Talent Residential Complex, but I don't know if he's still there." "I'm fucking talking to you. You didn't hear me." Huabi was halfway through his words when his head exploded and his brain splattered. The man clenched his fist and shook off the sticky blood plasma on his hands. The sudden scene shocked the entire audience so much that they couldn't breathe. The next second, someone started screaming. The beautiful woman casually pointed her finger into the air and shot through the screaming man's throat. "Whoever screams, I'll kill first." The whole audience fell silent, and they fell to the ground exhausted, crying in despair. The people who come here are definitely not good people. They are far more terrifying than zombies. What is going on? Why are they killing each other? The room returned to calm, and 3 women and 1 man gathered around Ding Jia. "Tell me in detail about that little girl and the aliens you mentioned." Ding Jia opened his eyes wide, his whole body shaking like a sieve, and looked at the 4 people in despair and confusion. "Why? If you want to live, tell me now." The man leaned over and smiled slightly, wiping away Ding Jia's tears. "I said." Ding Jia trembled as he told the whole story. After hearing this, the 4 of them looked at each other. This sounds quite interesting. Those 2 might be quite nutritious." The little girl said playfully. "I could sense the aura of the driver just now. His aura was very strong and sweet. No ordinary person could compare to him. How about we go to the talent community now? I know where it is, about 3 or 4 kilometers away." It's too far. I want to clear this area before going over." The man thought. "That's fine, but if I want to go first, I won't wait for you. I want to go too." The 4 of them completely ignored everyone else present and began to discuss. A few minutes later, the little girl pointed at Ding Jia and said, "I've finished asking. You don't want to do that anymore, right?" None of the 3 spoke. The little girl smiled and hugged Ding Jia's head with her hands. The next moment, he took a bite and sucked the brain juice in big gulps. Ding Jia's eyes bulged out, his skull cracked, and he eventually died. At the same moment, the ordinary-looking woman moved, rushed into the crowd, and started killing everyone. As they walked past, blood splattered and life was cut off. The beautiful woman leaned over and picked up the stiff, thin man on the ground, and her plump and moist red lips gradually approached the other person. The thin man's crotch was dripping with urine. Before he could make a sound, he was pierced through the heart by a palm and his Adam's apple was bitten off. The thin man's body fell to the ground. The woman opened her mouth and looked at the man flatteringly, showing the bloody gristle in her mouth. The man grinned, opened his mouth wide, and moved closer to the woman and sucked on her. Soon, the hotel lobby was littered with corpses and the floor was stained with blood. Those who drank blood drank blood. Those who ate meat ate meat. And 2 people rolled in a pool of blood, not knowing what was happening in heaven and earth. In the dark corridor, Su Jin ran upstairs, panting. In the end, he was caught up by 2 mutant zombies. But fortunately, the corridor was dark enough and the other party was not as fast as me. Moreover, he had an absolute advantage in flexibility and killed 2 mutant zombies in one fell swoop. The car horn downstairs is still responding, which must have attracted a lot of zombies. The car may be torn apart in a while. First go to the rooftop to bask in the sun and recover. Then you should be able to run back to the talent community soon by midnight. A smile appeared on Su Jin's face again. This outing was full of twists and turns, but the results seem pretty good so far. As long as there is no problem with Chengdu Fu Hu, everything will be fine. There should be nothing to worry about Fu Hu and Chengdu. They are both strong enough, and there are not many zombies on the remaining road. When I reached the 5th floor and was about to rush to the 6th floor, something strange happened suddenly. Su Jin's hand just touched the security door on one side. There was a loud bang, and the entire security door seemed to be violently knocked open by something. The security door and its frame came straight towards Su Jin, directly hitting the security door opposite. Su Jin felt severe pain all over his body. His eyes were blank, and he vomited blood. He instinctively pushed open the security door that had fallen on him, drew the gun from his waist, raised his hand, and shot. It was only in the interval between shots that he suddenly realized the creature that was attacking him. A big muscular zombie wearing a vest and sweatpants, and was gathering strength to charge towards him. 2 balls of black blood exploded on the zombie's body, without affecting its movement. Zombies are rushing in. Su Jin crouched down, kicked the security door behind him, and slipped through the crotch of the muscular zombie into the house opposite. Chapter 56, Second Evolution, Strength Leaps Up. After sneaking into the house, Su Jin rushed to the window and quickly pulled up the curtains. Fortunately, the curtains in the other rooms seemed to be drawn. As the living room curtains closed, the room immediately became almost completely dark. In absolute darkness, his speed and agility will reach their peak. Logically speaking, when dealing with this kind of zombie, one should rely on illumination to increase strength in order to cause effective damage. However, in this kind of environment, the light brightness cannot be increased very high. Instead of doing that, it is better to switch to night mode completely and maximize the speed and flexibility. Jin jumped onto the roof, grabbed the lamppost of the chandelier, held his breath, and looked down. The living room has a very high ceiling, and the muscular zombie has turned back from the door, spinning continuously in search of its target. Su Jin's heart immediately tightened. This situation was extremely abnormal. Ordinary zombies will sway slightly and wander around without any external stimulation if they lose their target. It would never show such flexible movements. This zombie has a strong sense of finding the enemy. With the air in his lungs exhausted, Su Jin swung his right hand and threw the small object he had picked up from the table before pulling the curtains into the distance. The muscular zombie heard the sound and ran towards the bedroom. Just when he turned his back to Su Jin raised his gun and shot. One shot hit the back, corresponding to the heart position, but it sounded like it hit the bone. The zombie suddenly turned around, broke the bedroom door into pieces, and threw the door handle towards the chandelier. The chandelier fell directly to the ground. The zombie grabbed the door. Su Jin had already let go and dodged down. Taking advantage of the sound of the chandelier hitting the ground, he rolled sideways and hid behind the sofa. When he landed safely on the ground, the scene before him frightened him to death. The zombies were still searching for their targets in the darkness, but one of their hands had already covered its heart. Actively searching for enemies, using tools, and knowing how to protect weaknesses. This is the most evolved zombie he has ever seen. The muscular zombie was still searching around. Su Jin gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and aimed at its waist. A shot severed the elastic band of the zombie's sweatpants. He put away his gun and walked away, stepping on the wall and running directly to the diagonal position. The position was right at the bend of the wall, and Su Jin spread his legs and leaned on the corner of the house. The zombie pounced on the sofa but missed, losing its target again. Su Jin slowly reached for the briefcase on his chest, took out a box of medicine, and threw it to the ground. The zombie ran towards the source of the sound and raised his fist to attack the medicine box. Then medicine boxes began to fall down one after another. The zombies then pounced left and right, making the whole room shake. By the time the 15th medicine box was dropped, the zombie's huge butt crack was already exposed in front of Su Jin. After 3 more medicine boxes were taken, the sweatpants on the zombie's legs finally began to slide down faster. Just as he was attacking the 3rd medicine box, the muscular zombie tripped and Yarao fell to the ground, crushing one of his arms. When the opportunity arose, Su Jin did not hesitate. Holding his breath, he climbed the wall and flew towards the zombies. At the same time, he pulled out the screwdriver from his waist, and using the gravity of his falling body, he stabbed the screwdriver into the zombie's vest. One strike, and it's a success. The muscular zombie lay on the ground, motionless. Su Jin had no expression of joy on his face. He knelt on the zombie's back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body tilted and slid to the side, coughing continuously. Blood spots fell all over his face. Su Jin raised his hands to cover his face. At this moment, the bitterness in his heart was even greater than the pain in his body. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. I think I am capable enough. But the zombie just now seriously injured him with just one blow, and he didn't even have the ability to withstand a second blow. Indistinguishable, disguised, infected people, rapidly evolving zombies, and the zombie hordes that almost occupy the entire world. How can such a war be won? Thermal weapons are still effective, and very effective, but can humans rebuild industry in the future? Any modern product relies on global collaboration to produce. Endless zombies have disrupted all production chains. Even if there is a ready-made arsenal to be recaptured, what about the raw materials? Industry is difficult to recover, and human evolution requires a large number of hunting creatures stronger than itself. The chaotic thoughts in his mind lasted for an unknown amount of time. Su-Jin picked up the silver spear and looked at it in front of his eyes, muttering to himself. Company, I'm working for you anyway. Please give me some help. How can an internship be so difficult? Don't ask what the company has done for you. Ask what you have done for the company. Fuck. Suddenly, a line of large characters flashed before his eyes. Su-Jin ignored the pain and stood up straight. At this moment, all distracting thoughts disappeared from my mind, and there was only a ghostly fire rushing straight into my heart. Looking around, Su-Jin yelled, "You guys have been fucking here all along, haven't you? You guys are watching me shit? Speak up." There was nothing in front of him. Su-Jin blinked and fell into a trance. Something is wrong. Although the notifications from the company will disappear, they will never just flash and disappear. Moreover, the company would never respond to questions like the one just mentioned. I often talk about the company when I have nothing to do. When I was most desperate, the company didn't make any move. The most important thing is the speaking style. The company has always been cold and indifferent, which is definitely not the style. Could it be that I just lost too much blood and wanted the company's help so much that I was hallucinating? Too awesome that this kind of content popped up in the hallucination. Feeling dizzy, Su-Jin covered his head and shook it, then began to take deep breaths. Hallucination. It might really be a hallucination. My physical condition is too bad now. After this interruption, Su-Jin completely lost all distractions and looked down at the corpse on the ground. He took out a sharp knife from his briefcase, squatted down, and began to cut the muscular zombies back one by one. Skillfully cut the tendons and pick out the bones. The heart was exposed. Su-Jin reached out and dug out 2 lumps of flesh. Looking at the 2 balls of flesh held at his fingertips, Su-Jin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder this muscular zombie is so strong. It can actually grow 2 meatballs on one corpse. But these 2 meatballs really look like. Jin used his knife to cut the fascia connecting the 2 meatballs and picked up one of them, caught in a dilemma. The current condition is very bad, and using another meatball will definitely produce some wonderful changes. There is a high probability that the situation will change for the better and your own strength will become stronger. But if there is a strange mutation in the body, then I won't even be able to be a human anymore. And there is also the possibility of falling into a coma overnight. No need to. Given the current situation, it is difficult to return to the community. Soon, the decision was made. Su-Jin put away one meatball, held the other in his hand, and walked to the window. I opened the window and saw the setting sun outside was as scorching as fire. Has it been this long? Su-Jin lowered his eyes to look at the fleshy ball in his palm, then squeezed it hard. The meatball exploded, and the burning energy instantly penetrated into the body. Su-Jin widened his eyes, fell to his knees, and his eyeballs quickly became bloodshot. As a low, hoarse gasp came from his throat, the muscles beneath his skin twitched violently, as if hundreds of earthworms were entangled and rolling. Every bit of flesh and blood seemed to be ignited by flames. Su-Jin tore the clothes apart with his hands, revealing his sturdy upper body. The second change was completely different from the first. It was clear and intense, without a trace of trance in my mind. Jin's back suddenly swelled up in surprise. The scorching sun shone obliquely on the gnarled back muscles, casting a hideous shadow, like the face of some ferocious beast roaring between the muscles. Well, Su-Jin growled, threw a side punch, and slammed the wall. The tiles shattered and slowly peeled off, leaving only a deep fist mark on the wall. Chapter 57: Determining the Future Course. On the 6th floor of the talent community, the atmosphere was depressing. Fu Huqing has already returned and successfully brought back the necessary supplies. But the backbone did not come back. Fu Qingdai kept looking towards the door anxiously. It was already late at night, but Su-Jin still hadn't shown up. It shouldn't be like this. Fu Hu glanced at his daughter, slapped his thigh, stood up, and said, "How about I go out and look for the director?" "You're crazy," Sonia shouted coldly. "You don't have any brains. You won't live without Shaoli. You're still going out? It's pitch black outside. What else can you do besides being a dish for zombies?" Sit down. You guys think the director won't die, right? Chengdu said in a muffled voice, covering his face. No one in the room dared to answer. If it hasn't appeared by this time, it feels like death is not far away. But no one wants to admit this reality. Finally, it was Sonia who spoke up. Even if he's dead, we still have to continue on the rest of the way. We've already got the things back, so let's not let his efforts go to waste. You guys should get some rest early. Regaining your strength is more important than anything else right now. That's what Old Sun said. Old Sun and I still have some experiments to arrange. If you don't have anything else to do, go to bed early. Wei said, don't worry too much about Shaoli. He's not an ordinary person, unlike us. He must have some special skills, and he won't die easily out there. Maybe when I wake up, I'll see him the next day. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Everyone in the room's pupils lit up instantly, and Fu Qingdai jumped up and ran to the door. When he opened the door and saw the person in front of him, his eyes suddenly became moist, and he rushed over. Elder brother. Su Jin smiled slightly, stroked Fu Qingdai's hair, and then looked at everyone. I haven't slept yet. I'm sorry to have worried you. There were some twists and turns in the middle, but it's nothing serious. After saying that, Su Jin raised his hand and picked up a plastic bag. On the way back, I saw a cake shop. It was quite high-end. They even had vacuum-packed cakes. I brought some for you. Everyone's eyes turned to the plastic bag, and Sun Ya's mouth curled up. You little brat. You still have the mood to make cake? Come on in. Director, you even took the time to change your clothes. Chengdu looked at Su Jin up and down with disbelief on his face. He changed into a pure white sportswear and white socks. He must have picked them up from some clothing store. He looks very energetic. Okay, let's eat something and relax. The 6th floor was brightly lit with candles, and 8 people were sitting around the table. A plate of cake was placed in front of each person, and everyone ate it with their mouths full of cream, feeling the sweetness in their hearts. No one spoke, just occasionally looking at each other. Eating cake under candlelight, a brief and rare feeling of happiness ripples in this small space. Sunya was also enjoying his meal, and turned to look at Su Jin, who was observing everyone with a smile. Fu Qingdai had almost finished the cake on the plate, and Su Jin pushed his own untouched cake to her. Brother, why don't you eat? Fu Qingdai asked with cream on the corner of her mouth. I don't like hydrogenated vegetable oils. Ahem, I'm not full either. Chengdu lowered his head and sniffed. Sunya glanced at Chengdu and said, You still think you can eat this? There are noodles in the kitchen. Go down there. Chengdu curled his lips and said nothing. Su Jin said, Everyone, please put away the food now that we've finished eating. I found another meatball, and this time I'm going to give it to Qingdai first. Everyone heard the sound and immediately started to clear the plates. Soon, the round meatball was placed in the middle of the table. Su Jin looked at Fu Qingdai and felt very nervous. The company's chosen client, or she might very well be the savior. Although it is not clear what is special about Fu Qingdai at the moment. But I believe that as long as you absorb this meatball, you will definitely discover its extraordinariness. Fu Qingdai pursed her lips tightly, but her breathing through her nose couldn't help but quicken. She reached out and held up the ball of flesh, and Su Jin pierced it directly. Fu, who was already prepared. He picked up his daughter, who had fainted as expected, and carried her to the bedroom. The others collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone who needs to rest should go and rest. I still have some things to discuss with Mr. Sun and Mr. Wei. Su Jin waved his hand to send people away. After a while, the living room was cleaned up and only 3 people were left. Shaoli, you should have made some important discovery? Sunya asked. Well, is there any problem with the experimental equipment? Do you know everything that happened before Fu Hu and the others got separated? Su Jin asked back. There's no problem with the experiment. It can be started tomorrow. Just tell us what you want to do. Okay. Su Jin nodded. After I separated from Fu Hu and the others, I made 2 strange discoveries. When I was on the street, I saw 4 dark shadows on the rooftop. The situation was urgent at the time, so I thought it was an illusion. But thinking back, I shouldn't have had such an illusion given my condition at the time. Are they survivors? Wei asked. If they're survivors, then there's nothing to say. Su Jin said. Those 4 people were clearly standing on the edge of the rooftop, with a tidal wave of zombies below them, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's impossible for them to jump off the building. This is definitely not something survivors would do. So I think it's very likely that they are disguised as infected people. These 4 people may even have special abilities. Zombies will also attack those who are disguised as infected. If they don't have any courage or confidence, they won't stand there so brazenly. I think the fake infected people may have formed a team, which shows that they have a certain degree of group coordination. But how much coordination is there? It remains to be seen. Sunya frowned. Anything else? I also encountered a zombie who was consciously protecting his heart. His intelligence has improved beyond my imagination. He's evolving too fast. Sujin sighed. We must expedite our actions. We must immediately organize our personnel into teams and then form a convoy to head to the military zone to establish a firm foothold. Once we've successfully established ourselves in the military region, I think we should immediately organize a group of heavily armed forces. Then, we can use sound to create a zombie tidal wave and wipe out a whole group of zombies. By then, we might be able to create a super-powered army, and we can work on the rest more slowly. Feel free to share your plans. This time, bad news keeps coming one after another. It's so difficult. Sunya sighed, but quickly adjusted his mood and said, That's not what I thought. I wanted to rest in the military area first, and then try to modify the radio to broadcast. The electromagnetic environment is very clean now, and the signal is easy to receive. The underwater troops and the troops in the bunkers should still be safe. Let's communicate with the professional troops before taking action. No. Wada shook his head. Old son, your idea is completely unworkable. The suburban military area doesn't have the necessary facilities. To achieve the desired broadcast range, we need to rebuild the tower, and we don't have the necessary experts. If marine life can be infected, they will mutate the fastest, and the underwater forces will surely be wiped out. If they stay underwater, the propeller's kinetic energy will surely attract countless zombies, and the pump jet propulsion system will be blocked by the corpses. Forget about the small ground forces. They're short on supplies and don't dare touch the meatballs without experiments. There's also a high chance of encountering animal zombies. I don't think there's much hope. The city is actually the safest place. I fully support Xiaoli's plan. This is our only option. Advanced evolution drives subsequent evolution, achieving group evolution, and then restarting industry. Chapter 58, Fu Qingdai's Changes. Sunya sighed. Now that things have come to this, I don't have much to say. But when I think about how a bunch of gorillas like us have to be used as special forces, I'm really worried. There's no other way. We have to go. Su Jin slammed the table and said, You two should get some rest early. Tomorrow, as soon as you wake up, we'll start heading to the various buildings to conduct experiments. We'll have everything sorted out in 3 days at the latest. We'll finally have a team to rely on. From now on, the team will be handed over to you. I'll go out and hunt zombies. If there's a chance, it would be best to get a fake infected person. We still need to learn more about this thing's killing motives and behavior patterns. Sunya and Wada nodded at the same time. Then Sunya said, Xiaoli, the equipment is complete. We'll begin the experiment tomorrow. After all, we'll need the women to join us. They're all aware of their personalities and their attitudes towards you and the team. I think it's time to tell them the whole story. Okay, I'll announce it to everyone tomorrow. Sujin nodded. The two elders nodded, stood up at the same time, walked to the sofa and looked at the sleeping Fu Qingdai, their eyes full of expectation. A prophet of doomsday. I hope she can create another miracle. The next day, the sky was bright. Su Jin stood on the balcony, closed his eyes, stretched his arms and basked in the sunshine. The muscles all over my body felt a strong pumping sensation, and the clothes on my back even moved slightly. Just as he was experiencing the pleasure of increased strength, he heard Fu's exclamation from behind him. Woke up. Su Jin quickly turned around and walked to the sofa and squatted down. Fu Qingdai slowly woke up and was startled when she saw a group of people staring at her. Daughter, how do you feel? Do you have any special abilities? Fu asked hurriedly. Fu Qingdai rubbed her messy hair and blinked continuously. The feeling. I can't explain it. I don't seem to have that sense of energy you're talking about. Dad, give me the bow so I can try it out. Fu quickly took out 3 bows. Fu Qingdai picked up the 50-pound one and pulled it open easily. Everyone's smiles gradually spread. The top 70 is still a piece of cake. Everyone smiled even more. Until he could easily pull away 90 pounds. Fu finally couldn't help but say, Great. This strength has really increased a lot. And this is not the limit. Fu Qingdai's mouth couldn't help but tremble. I am finally not a useless fog anymore. But on second thought, the corners of his mouth drooped again. So what about the pig feet I used to eat? Su Jin's face was a little stiff. He stepped forward and asked nervously, Qingdai, don't you have anything else besides strength? Increased strength is a standard effect after eating meatballs. It's just a matter of more or less. Great strength is of little use. Special abilities are the key. No, I don't have any other feelings. Fu Qingdai responded weakly. Seeing a circle of disappointed eyes, I suddenly began to understand. Outsiders, and even my parents placed their hopes on me, waiting for me to develop special abilities. But now, he seemed to have no ability at all, and was even the most useless one among all those who had used the meatball. The good mood of having just gained strength completely dissipated. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale, and she slowly looked at Su Jin. Brother, am I useless? No, that's not the case. Su Jin put his arm around Fu Qingdai and whispered to her in comfort, unable to hide the bitterness on his lips. Perhaps you still need to explore your abilities. Now your strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Remember, it doesn't matter what you can do. The most important thing is that you are here. Fu Qingdai was filled with depression and was about to nod when her eyes suddenly shot towards Chengdu. The look is extremely fierce. Chengdu shuddered all over, holding his hands to his chest, and asked in shock, Qingdai, are you okay? Fu Qingdai's eyes gradually relaxed, revealing a hint of confusion. Just now I felt a chill emanating from Chengdu, but he disappeared in an instant. What's wrong? Su Jin let go of Fu Qingdai and asked. It's okay. I want to be alone for a while. The people in the room dispersed with a sense of loss in their hearts. An hour later, everyone had breakfast. Su Jin glanced at everyone one by one, and finally stood up and said, Everyone has finished eating, and now there is something I need to formally explain to everyone. This time I am mainly talking to our female comrades. Everyone else knows. I know you must be secretly curious why Lao Fu and I went to such great lengths to go out for a whole day, only to bring back a cage of rats. Actually, this matter is of great importance. Su Jin told everyone about his disguise as an infected person. The expressions of the women in the room kept changing, but eventually stabilized. That's the thing. Mr. Sun, Mr. Wei and I have already thought of a solution. As long as we can get through this last hurdle, we can build a team and establish a new home. I tell you this because you are trustworthy, and it is also for your safety. I require you to strictly abide by confidentiality. Once this news leaks out, it will cause major obstacles to our subsequent team organization. Su Jin punched the table and looked at the three women. Do you three understand? Zhang Wan nodded seriously. Don't worry, Director. I won't let them talk too much. If there is any problem, you can come to me. Su Jin nodded with satisfaction. After the doomsday broke out, Zhang Wan became more silent, but she was still responsible for all the miscellaneous items and resources in the house. Needless to say, Fu Qingdai is her daughter. Sister Lu, who has always had little presence, has long been obedient to her. Excellent. Rest for a while, we'll get started right away. Starting from building number 1, Su Jin took a few people to building 201. According to the notebook in Zhang Wan's hand, number 201 is a bachelor. When the door was knocked open, the man in a vest inside the house stuck his head out in surprise. Seeing Su Jin and the others, he immediately spoke excitedly. Can we go out now? Has anyone from the country come? Su Jin raised his hand and pushed the man back into the room. Back to the toilet. Pushed back to the bathroom anxiously and leaned against the basin. Zhang Wan and others quickly took action to check the surrounding environment, reducing the number of places where rats could easily hide and be found, and also blocked the entrance to the squat toilet. You guys, what are you doing? The man said hesitantly. Su Jin smiled. You're right. The country is here to rescue you, but at the request of the higher-ups, you need to stay in a confined space for a day to observe the situation. Firstly, to maintain team stability and order, and to test your obedience and mental endurance. Secondly, we want to observe you for another day. After all, the infection has an incubation period. Until we come tomorrow, you can only stay in this toilet. You are not allowed to go anywhere else. If you want to relieve yourself, use a plastic bag. The sewer opening is blocked to prevent the entry of infected small animals and harmful gases. There's already a precedent in the community, so you absolutely cannot open it. During the closure period, remember not to touch any snakes, insects, rats, or ants, even if you hit them, to avoid the risk of infection and other diseases. We'll seal the door, but we'll leave you a day's worth of water and food. Remember, if the seal is broken, the organization will automatically assume that you have given up the chance to rescue. Chapter 59, Exposed Infected Person. Thank you, country. I will obey your orders. The man thanked repeatedly and took the water and food handed to him by Su Jin. While the man was not paying attention, Zhang Wan placed the mouse hidden in her sleeve in the corner of the toilet. After taking the key to room 201, several people left the room and locked the outer door. Su Jin handed the key to Zhang Wan and said with a smile, This isn't that difficult, right? We'll do it this way from now on. Don't get the keys mixed up. Let Chengdu Fuhu accompany you to handle the rest. I'll go outside to hunt zombies and try to find meatballs to greatly enhance your abilities. Do you have confidence, sister-in-law? Zhang Wan lowered her head and smiled. Don't worry, Director. I can't be wrong. As dusk fell, Zhang Wan and others walked out of the building exhausted. It takes too much time to run back and forth to get supplies, and there are still 2 buildings to be completed. But I will go back and rest for a while, and then work overtime in the evening, and it will be almost done. Just as they were walking towards home, Soo-jin appeared with a huge backpack on his back. He also had a tired look on his face, his white clothes were already stained with blood, and his whole body was extremely dirty. After accidentally running into a few people, Soo-jin took off his coat and the plastic gloves on his hands and threw them away. You came just in time. I found something good when I went out today. As he spoke, Soo-jin opened the briefcase hanging in front of him, took out several pistols from it, and gave one to each person. Holding the pistol, Chung-do was stunned and asked, "Director, where did you get this gun?" Soo-jin smiled wickedly and pointed his thumb behind him. "We went to the police station to do something, and each of us got a gun to protect ourselves. I have a lot of equipment in the bag behind me, so we won't be short of firepower in the short term. We can talk about the rest later." Reunited on the 6th floor, Soo-jin changed his clothes and sat at the dinner table. Zhang Wan reported the situation one by one, and Sister Lu occasionally added to the information. The 2 elders listened quietly. Fu Hu and Chung-do were absent-minded, constantly trying to circulate the power in their bodies. The 2 of them have basically accepted that they are thugs and do not participate in any intellectual activities. The only person in the audience who looked listless and in poor condition was Fu Qingdai. Based on today's pace, we should be able to arrange for all residents by tomorrow morning. However, considering the limited number of mice, we need to remove the mice without any problems and distribute them to the next group for further experiments. Zhang Wan finished speaking, and Sunya took over. The toilet is so enclosed that rats have little chance of hiding. According to our previous speculation, the disguised infected people are very bloodthirsty and won't tolerate a single night in such a private, enclosed space without taking action. This means we can screen out some of them tomorrow. The total number of people tested is 238. Those who are screened will be accommodated at the Community Activity Center, which has ample space. We will centralize resources, make arrangements, and eat and sleep together. After a brief orientation and training session, we'll dispatch a group to search for vehicles on the streets. We'll strive to stock up on vehicles and fuel as quickly as possible. Soo-jin clapped his hands and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Sunday. I will accompany you for the screening and inspection tomorrow. After this is over, I will go to a few bureaus to get some arms. We will issue guns to those who are reliable. There is nothing else. If no one wants to replenish, then everyone can rest." No one had any more objections, and everyone dispersed to rest. Only Fu Qingdai hesitated and remained in her seat, with her head lowered and not saying a word. Soo-jin asked, "What's wrong, Qingdai?" "Brother, what should I do? I'm just going to sit here and watch, and then accompany you guys everywhere." At this point, Fu Qingdai looked up and begged, "Brother, please find me something to do." Soo-jin sighed softly and stood up, putting his arm around Fu Qingdai's shoulders and comforting her kindly. "Qingdai, it's just that you don't have any special abilities. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Being responsible and having brains is better than anything else. I have something very important for you to do later, and it's something only you can handle." "What's the matter?" Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up. Soo-jin said seriously, "You predicted the future. We're all familiar faces in the community, so many people must know about it. Now that the team is formed, take a shower and change into new clothes. From now on, you will be the savior saint, the hope that everyone holds on to. Isn't it still a puppet? There's nothing real about it." Fu Qingdai said aggrievely, "You're wrong. We need faith in everything we do. A country needs a flag, and a company needs a trademark. You are the people's faith, so how can you be called a puppet?" Soo-jin continued to comfort him. "Without you, it's like fighting a war without a goal and life without a purpose. Nothing is more important than this. Anyway, I feel like a vase." Fu Qingdai said in a muffled voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Qingdai suddenly turned around and looked towards the corner. Half of the head in the corner suddenly shrank back. "Isn't that Qingdu?" Soo-jin glanced at him puzzledly, then turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Qingdai frowned, feeling very puzzled. "Brother, I have a strange feeling. Do you think I have superpowers, but they are different from yours?" "Feeling? What kind of superpower?" Soo-jin suddenly became nervous. "When Brother Qing looks at me, I always feel a chill, as if something is wrong, but I can't see what's wrong." Soo-jin was disappointed and whispered to Fu Qingdai, "To be honest, sometimes I get chills just from watching him. There's something wrong with this kid. I've always felt like there's something wrong with him, and it's not just been a day or two. He threw a pair of socks at the head of my bed early this morning, as if he was sick. Even your dad thought he was sick. But he must be fine, otherwise I would have died long ago." "Oh." Fu Qingdai pouted and counted her fingers. "I thought I had superpowers, but it turned out that Chung was abnormal and everyone could see it. The next day, everyone went out together again. Start the investigation from room 201, building 1. Entering 201, the seal on the toilet was intact. When the door opened, the man was sitting obediently in the corner. As soon as he saw someone coming, he immediately stood up and shouted excitedly, "You're here at last? There's a mouse here, right in that corner. I haven't slept all night, for fear that I might encounter it. Is there anything wrong? We can only know if there is any problem after checking. Stretch out your hand." Sujin picked up the portable ultraviolet light and checked the man's hands, feet, mouth, and other parts. There was no glow at all. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you've passed. Take your bedding and go to the Community Activity Center to wait for arrangements. Here's your hand." After saying that, Sujin handed over a card with the number 001 written on it. The man was overjoyed and walked out of the house, holding his personal belongings, looking back every few steps. After checking and collecting the rats from the first household, the same procedure was followed. The second household, the third household, the fourth household, everything was normal until the 25th household. "Thank you. Thank you. You finally came to save me." A man with an excited face kept thanking Sujin and others. Sujin picked up the ultraviolet light and shone it on the man's mouth, and he was stunned for a moment. The light around the man's mouth had become a blur, and it was obvious that he had eaten the mouse. Sujin's mouth drooped, and his eyes began to look up and down. Chapter 60: The Gradually Perverted Director. In a flash, Sujin broke the man's limbs and stuffed his mouth with a light bulb. He took a rope, tied it up tightly, and finally threw it in the middle of the living room. Mr. Sun and Mr. Wei, who were observing along, looked at each other with complicated expressions, including joy and sadness. The good news is that the plan designed previously was effective, and we caught a living disguised infected person, so we can get some advanced understanding. What worries me is that there is really no abnormality in this thing. If there are any omissions during the collective inspection, it will be very troublesome. Looking at the man lying on the ground, Sujin said, "Old Fu, take the others and continue the screening. If anyone is found pretending to be infected, kill them immediately. If there are other people in the room, kill them immediately. Anyone who lives in the same room with the pretending infected will be treated as infected. Chengdu, stay here. You and I will protect Elder Sun and Elder Wei together. We will personally interrogate this infected person." "Good." After a brief handover of work, Sujin pulled over 4 chairs and placed them in an arc in front of the man. Tears welled up in the man's eyes, and he kept whimpering and begging for mercy. There was a muffled sound of clicking. Sujin raised his foot and knocked his back foot down, directly smashing the light bulb in the man's mouth through his face. The man's mouth was full of broken glass, and he rolled on the ground in pain, blood spurting out of his mouth. "I ask questions and you answer them. If you say something wrong, I will kill you." Sujin had no expression on his face and spoke concisely. The 2 old men and Chung were so frightened that they trembled all over. "Why? What did I do wrong?" The man wailed, broken glass constantly spewing out of his mouth. Bang! With a gunshot, the man's ankle was shattered by a bullet, and his right foot flew out with the bone fragments, leaving a thick and long line of blood on the ground. Fortunately, the broken part was below the knot that bound the ankle, and the rope was tied very tightly, so the subsequent bleeding from the broken wound was not too heavy. "I haven't started asking yet. Don't interrupt." Sujin lowered his eyes and said coldly. Chengdu and the 2 old men swallowed their saliva together. Sujin raised a finger. "First question, why do you eat people?" "Oh, maybe you haven't eaten them yet. Then let me ask it another way. Why do you want to kill people?" "I didn't eat anyone. I never thought of killing anyone." The man burst into tears. You're just being stubborn, huh?" Sujin turned towards Chengdu and pointed at the man. "Go take his pants off and castrate him." Chengdu was panicked for a moment. After taking a look at Sujin's gloomy expression and seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he gritted his teeth and walked forward to pull off the man's pants. At the same time, a dagger was thrown to the ground by Sujin with a clang. "Cut!" Chengdu picked up the knife tremblingly, looked at the small piece of flesh in front of him, and poked it twice. He turned back to look at Sujin, forced a smile, and said in a trembling voice, "Director, it seems a bit difficult to cut this length into 8 pieces. 2 cuts and 3 pieces at most. How about forgetting it? Then cut it vertically first, then cut it horizontally. If you don't understand how to cut it, chop it into pieces." "What the hell are you doing?" The man struggled violently and shouted. Sunya stared intently at the other man's pupils, then turned his head and whispered to Wei De. "His pupils are contracting abnormally. He has a very obvious fear reaction, and it doesn't seem like he's faking it." But he's only showing this obvious reaction now, so perhaps his fear is relatively mild. Su Jin showed a meaningful smile. That's great. I was afraid that they would be like zombies and have no fear. You're scared now. Su Jin stood up and looked down at the man. Would a normal person eat a rat alive? We know everything, so there's no need to pretend. Answer the questions honestly, and we'll give you a quick death. Tell me, why do you want to kill people and eat living things? As soon as these words came out, the man's body suddenly stopped, and he looked at Su Jin fiercely. You're hungry and want to eat. Do you need a reason? Do you still think you are a human being? Wait asked. Human. The man's eyes rolled, his face grim. Could I be that low-level creature? When did you come up with this idea, and why did you come up with it? Wait asked. How should I know? If I fall into your hands, you will kill me or cut me into pieces. The man said as he began to bite off his tongue. Half of his tongue had just been bitten off and was hanging in his mouth when Su Jin raised his gun and shot. The man lost everything. The yolk broke and Chengdu's face was covered with it. Tue, puff, just shoot and say hello. It all hit my face. Chengdu wiped the egg white and yolk liquid off his face, shocked and angry. I'm sorry. Su Jin raised his hand to apologize, turning to look at the two elders. It seems he can't speak anymore. Do you think there's any more research worth doing? Sunya and Weida whispered to each other and shook their heads with gloomy expressions. They have fierce personalities, a desire to survive, little fear, and a strong desire to kill, but their mental distortions cannot be explained by science. They are simply living zombies that retain the intellectual activity habits of humans. I don't think there is anything to ask. Well, I'll leave first. Weida stood up, covering his mouth. Sunya followed closely and patted Su Jin on the shoulder. Shaoli, I know you hate these monsters to the core, but your mental health is also important. Su Jin turned his head and gave Sunya a reassuring look, saying, Chengdu, escort the two elders out. I'll study it further. The three of them walked out one after the other, and finally stopped in front of the closed security door, all listening attentively. Stupid dog, you think you can kill yourself by biting your tongue? Don't worry, there are only two of us left now. I will personally teach you how to die. Ugh. Oh. Hearing the terrifying roar coming from the house, the three of them couldn't help but feel cold all over and their scalps tingling. Looking at each other in bewilderment, Weida said with difficulty, I didn't expect Shaoli to be so ruthless. He might get so excited about killing people that he might kill us too one day, right? That can't be possible. There are enough zombies on the streets for him to kill. Hiss. But we really need to pay attention to his mental health. But you know what? The director really feels safe like this. Chengdu sighed, stroking his chin. The two old men looked at each other. Sunya spat on the ground and looked at Chengdu with contempt. Bah, you're not in your right mind. You stole Xiao Li's socks early this morning because you needed socks. Hey, did you see that? I was giving him socks, don't get me wrong. That night, the 8 people reunited at the base camp, and Zhang Wan was holding a small notebook with a report. Today, we tested a total of 176 people. In addition to the latent infection case discovered by the director, we found 2 more cases, both of whom have been killed. The remaining 173 people are currently being housed in the Community Activity Center. The rest of the people who have not yet been tested will also be tested tomorrow. As for after this is over, Su Jin continued. As for what's next, the most important thing is to organize the personnel and establish mutual supervision. We'll organize the convoy as quickly as possible. And Qingdai, the most important task will soon be handed over to you. You will be responsible for mobilizing and inspiring everyone. Chapter 61 Group Mobilization Meeting. Mobilize. Fu Qingdai immediately panicked. Brother, I don't know how to do it. Then what can you do? Chengdu raised his eyebrows and interrupted. Aye. Fu Qingdai was embarrassed for a moment and blurted out a word with a choked voice. I will collect the class fee. Chengdu, are you kidding me? My daughter is still a child. Fu Hu was furious. Su Jin's smile faded. Qingdai, listen carefully. You don't need to do anything tomorrow. I just want you to take a shower, change into new clothes, and stand in front of the crowd looking down at everyone. Don't be stage frightened or show any expression. I'll take care of the rest. You will have other tasks after this, but they won't be too difficult. I will teach you personally. Fu Qingdai nodded slowly. Su Jin continued. Everyone, we have reached a critical moment today. This is a crucial time that will determine our future. I hope you will take this seriously. You must complete any task I assign you, and report any problems you find promptly. Fu Hu and Chengdu, you two go practice your abilities first. Sister-in-law, take Qingdai and Sister Lu back to organize the files. At the command, several people responded and went back to their rooms. Sunya and Weida half closed their eyes and waited for Su Jin to speak. After a while, Su-jin said, "You two followed the process more carefully than I did. Were there any omissions in this inspection?" Sunya shook his head. "No, but Lao Wei and I have compiled a list of suspicious individuals, and we will focus on them for you later. Also, we found a stethoscope in a resident's home, and I would like to talk to everyone individually later." By deceiving them with words, listening to their heartbeats with a stethoscope, and observing their pupil reactions, you can draw more detailed conclusions. Wada looked up at the slightly disappointed Su-jin. "Shaoli, it's not easy to achieve what we've achieved today. We will do our best to improve the accuracy of the inspection and eliminate as many hidden dangers as possible. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to worry too much. Just go ahead and act boldly." "I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Go and get some rest as soon as possible." The next day was another busy half-day. All personnel were screened and no extra disguised infected people were found. All the residents who were still trying to survive in their houses were gathered in the Community Activity Center. A total of 235 people. Talent communities were high-end communities prepared for talented people in society in the past. The specifications of the entire activity center were also quite impressive. Of course, this impressiveness refers to the period of that year. Nowadays, it looks quite old and outdated. But there is one good thing, that is, the space is definitely big enough. Chairs inside were cleared out and replaced with beds on the floor, which could easily accommodate more than 200 people. Perhaps the thick layer of ice in the core area of the cold dome attack has not yet melted completely. Even though the weather has turned warmer, there are still occasional cold snaps in the air. With alternating temperatures, many people are afraid of catching a cold and being mistaken for being abnormal, so they continue to wear heavy clothing such as cotton and down jackets, while others wear thin and cool clothes. At this moment, the activity center was crowded with people, and it looked colorful and messy at first glance. Although no one dared to speak loudly, the whispers never stopped for a moment. "I haven't had any contact with the outside world for a long time and live alone in a small building." Even without mentioning the huge crisis brought about by large-scale zombie infection, the lack of water and electricity, the hopeless future, and the lonely atmosphere are enough to cause serious psychological problems. Ordinary people facing the apocalypse at this moment are rescued by the army and reunited with old friends. Finally, I experienced the rare feeling of breathing and the long-lost sense of security again. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. There is a space not occupied by bedding on the northernmost wall of the Community Activity Center. Instead, he built a small platform, contrary to his usual practice. When Su-jin and a group of people walked into the Community Activity Center, the whole place immediately fell silent. Fu-hu and Chung-du stood guard at the entrance of the community and locked the door. All eyes were focused on Su-jin. Most of the people present had seen Su-jin before. Although they were not sure of his specific identity, after a brief contact and observation, almost everyone could understand. This person was the leader of this rescue team. Su-jin ignored everyone, walked directly to the north side, and stood on the platform. The whole audience followed closely. Su-jin looked down, picked up the horn, and knocked on it. "Hello, hello, hello." The sound of the horn echoed in the hall, and Su-jin looked up at everyone again. "Although I usually speak to others in meetings at work, most of the time I report work to my team members or leaders. This is indeed the first time he has organized something of this scale. But it's not difficult. Just talk about emotions instead of practical matters, and use criticism first before praising." After preparing himself for a while, Su-jin raised his loudspeaker and said in a deep voice, "Hello everyone. I think most of you here have seen me before, but you don't know who I am. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Haoqing, Director of the National Critical Risk Intervention Implementation Bureau. You can also refer to it as the National Bureau for short." Everyone in the audience looked puzzled and asked each other in a low voice. Su-jin coughed and continued, "I know you don't know much about this department of the state. The National Cadre Bureau is a secret department affiliated with the top leaders and has never been unveiled to the public. The tasks it handles have never been made public, so only a few people know about it." Su-jin turned aside and pointed to Sunya, and Wade is standing beside him. Old Sun and Old Wei. Many people in our community should know these two seniors. They both served briefly for the National Cadre Bureau and can testify for everyone. Yes, we did work briefly in the National Cadre Bureau as technical consultants. There is no doubt about this. Sunya took a step forward and said, then stepped back. The crowd's restlessness gradually subsided. No Sunya and Wada. Although the identities of the two elderly people are not 100% known in the community, they are definitely highly respected. Su-jin took a deep breath and said, "Before I continue to explain the specific work of our department, there is one thing I must confess to everyone. You have always believed that we are the country's rescue, but you all received text messages before that the country has already considered itself destroyed. This seems contradictory. I am telling you all clearly now. The nation has indeed perished. This disaster came with extreme suddenness, and all nations in the world have suffered a devastating blow without distinction. The national strength you hold in your hearts has completely collapsed. The whole audience stopped breathing, and more than 200 people looked at Su Jin in disbelief, and most of them even began to feel heartbroken. After experiencing the destruction of their country and the ruin of their family, someone appeared in the name of national rescue. They have been tossing and turning in the name of hope and confusion for many days and nights. Now, this person who appeared in the name of the country actually said that all these hopes were false. Chapter 62, Mayan Warrior Elegy. But this matter is not that simple, and we are not just waiting to die here. What we are organizing now is not a hasty rescue, but a planned and purposeful gathering of you all. This is a brand new world war, and we still have a great chance of winning. That's enough. A young man broke down, tears streaming down his face as he stood up and yelled, "Liar! You're all liars. It's over, it's all over. Without a country, what can we do? The whole world is full of monsters. Tell me how we can win. Listen to what I have to say." Su Jin knocked on the speaker. "What are you talking about? I don't want to hear it. What else do you have to say?" Su Jin immediately frowned, looked at Fu Hu, pointed at the young man, and said angrily, "Go, slap him twice." Fu Hu strode towards the crowd. The people around him wanted to stand up to stop him, but seeing how fierce he was, no one dared to stand up. Fu Hu glared at the young man, slapped him twice on both sides, and started cursing. "If you don't want to win, get out." The young man's eyes were covered with flies after being hit, and Fu Hu threw him to the ground. When the violence broke out, everyone in the audience fell silent. Su Jin said coldly, "What I'm going to say today concerns the fate of everyone present, including me, and even the future of all mankind. This is by no means an exaggerated joke. If we really had no hope, I wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to rescue you. Let's get back to the point. The country has perished, but not completely. This brings us back to the National Bureau of Personnel Management, where I work. The Bureau was originally established to specifically address issues and risks that cannot be explained by science. We have been established for over 30 years, searching the world for ruins and deciphering mysteries. Through years of national research, we have discovered a crucial ancient civilization, the Mayan civilization. The ancient Mayan civilization was incredibly advanced. Thousands of years ago, their astronomical calendar was already comparable to our current level of development. Most importantly, the Mayan civilization fell in the same process as we did. Everyone in the audience widened their eyes, feeling suffocated. The Mayan civilization, was there any ancient civilization that also suffered such a disaster? If you say something like this in peacetime, people will just sneer at you and treat you as a liar. But after experiencing mysterious disasters that destroyed the country and people turning into monsters, the Mayan civilization doesn't sound outrageous at all. You must be thinking, the Mayan civilization is dead. So what does that have to do with our survival? Su Jin's face was stern, and his voice was high. Although the Mayans are dead, the world has not fallen into the hands of those zombies, and we can't be the descendants of zombies. This fully demonstrates that the Maya brought hope to future generations and won the war. Although we still haven't figured out why Mayan civilization was lost afterwards, we also discovered a device left behind by the Mayans in the ruins and were able to decipher the contents. Su Jin held up the Mi-6 in his hand and showed it off continuously. Although this device is small, from our perspective it's closer to a supercomputer. According to the National Bureau of Cadre's research, its technological approach is completely different from ours. We call it Zona technology, after the name of the excavation site. This device contains an important recording left by the Mayans before their death. Since the country no longer exists, I think it's time to officially display it for everyone to see. Please listen carefully. With Su Jin, every day were stunned by what they heard. Especially Sunya and Wada, the two were whispering to each other. Maya is his country, or the name of a planet. That Zono. I don't know. I can't tell which of his words are true, but he's definitely an alien. Su Jin was fiddling with his phone, feeling anxious. A lot of fabricated content seems useless, but adding complicated and difficult to understand details can play a significant role in the current situation where people's hearts are unstable. More importantly, everything is paving the way for Fu Qingdai's predicted identity as the savior, adding to the sense of reality. But why is it so difficult to find a suitable sound to play now? The music is inappropriate, and the video with BGM is inappropriate. Just find any talking video. Anyway, no one in this world can understand what is played on the phone. But when he deleted the movie, he also deleted the serious movie on his phone, and he forgot about it. Frowning, Soo-jin suddenly had an idea. TikTok cache. TikTok also has video cache. Open TikTok and fiddle with it, and instantly lock onto the right video. More than 200 people held their breath and blinked their eyes, waiting for Soo-jin to release the ancient mysterious information. As everyone waited, Soo-jin picked up his phone and pointed it at the speaker. Please listen carefully to this audio clip. This is an important message left by the Mayans before they died. Although we may not speak the same language, our emotions are connected. I will explain it to you in detail later. After waiting for a while, everyone heard a recording of a strange language. My friends, there's nothing I can't do, except what you can't imagine. Although not at the same time, but at the same evacuation station. I'm taking on the poop eating challenge again. Oh. After the recording ended, Soo-jin observed the crowd's reaction. His face flushed as he gritted his teeth and slowly closed his eyes with difficulty. The whole audience felt sympathetic and shed tears. Although no one could understand what the recording said, almost everyone felt the same way. The emotions in the recording have perfectly restored the scene at that time. The owner of this recording must be preparing to fight the zombies to the death, and he is still shouting to encourage himself after leaving his last words. But it's obvious that if the desperate fight fails, his throat might be bitten off. It's too tragic. Soo-jin put down his phone, cleared his throat, and said, "We've finished listening to the recording. I think everyone has felt the same way. But you don't understand enough. This was a Mayan warrior who sacrificed his life to protect a crucial figure within the Mayan people. Based on our reference to numerous other Mayan records, we determined 10 years ago that the person being protected was the prophesied son and savior of the Mayan people. This person is the key figure in ending this entire disaster." Based on the above information, our National Bureau of Investigation and Statistics had already formulated a doomsday plan 10 years in advance. However, due to the rapid development of science in recent years, the country has not paid much attention to it. However, this does not mean that our National Bureau of Investigation and Statistics has done nothing. Over the past 10 years, we have made extensive preparations for the plan, and now we just need to put it into action. The end of the world has come, and the prophesied child, the Savior, has appeared in our world. Many of you here may have seen or even recognized her. Chapter 63: The Successful Mobilization Meeting. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room looked at each other. Some looked puzzled, some looked suddenly enlightened, and some even spoke out excitedly on the spot. "I know. Isn't that the daughter of the old Fu family? She told everyone that the end of the world was coming, and she ended up being sent to a mental hospital. I've heard that too. She even told me herself." The hall suddenly became noisy. Seeing that the initial effect was achieved, Soo-jin felt more at ease. He simply pressed the phone twice, raised the speaker and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. Everyone, please be quiet." After several consecutive commands, the room returned to silence. Many of the faces that were originally depressed and dejected have now regained their radiance. Soo-jin smiled and was about to pick up the loudspeaker to speak when a clear ringtone rang out from his hand. Hundreds of eyes instantly focused on the phone. Soo-jin remained calm, picked up the phone and answered it, the voice coming through the speaker and reaching everyone's ears. "Please confirm your identity. 9527 Li Haoqing. Director Li, the Combat Readiness Command Center has notified us that Doomsday Plan Dawn Zero has been activated. Please reorganize your forces within 3 days, equip them with live ammunition, and assemble at the first military base in the northern suburbs as soon as possible. The branch's troops have already begun the cleanup and will rendezvous with us once the operation is complete. Please repeat. Over." Soo-jin glanced at the crowd and held his phone close to the speaker. "Please inform the center that we have initially organized our manpower, but the conditions are difficult. The people are in poor physical condition and lack equipment, so we can't reach the northern suburbs base within 3 days. I will continue to report to the center. Over." There was a delay in the voice on the phone before a reply was finally issued. "Roger that. Over." After a simulated call recorded in advance by Chung Du was made, the people below began to swallow their saliva one after another, and their bodies trembled slightly. "Phone. There's actually a working phone? The army has already launched a large-scale cleanup operation. The country really has a doomsday plan, and it's already in action." Soo-jin raised his phone and said calmly, "Everyone has heard what I just said, and I don't want to waste time explaining it to you. As for why my phone is still working, it's actually very simple. The Mayan communication equipment doesn't rely on communication-based stations, but rather point-to-point communication. The country has another such device. Well, let's get back to the point. Many of you here have already guessed who the savior of Mayan legacy is, so I won't keep you in suspense any longer. This person is right here in our neighborhood. Su Jin pointed towards the door. Fu Hu and Chengdu looked at each other and opened the door. Fu Qingdai was wearing a white dress and light makeup on her face, and she walked in calmly from behind a gate. Among a group of people who have not been washed for a long time, Fu Qingdai's extraordinary face was radiant. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, and a faint fragrance filled the room, making her look like a celestial being. More than 200 eyes were fixed on him, tears welling in his eyes. Savior, there really is a savior, and his temperament is so extraordinary. Fu Qingdai looked at Su Jin, completely ignoring the existence of others, and walked straight to the platform. Su Jin smiled slightly and extended his hand towards Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Then she smiled, took Su Jin's hand, and stood on the platform. TSK, getting married here. Chengdu muttered. Can you please keep your mouth shut? Don't let anyone hear us. Fu Hu cursed softly. I'm telling you. Do you have a problem with my daughter? If you cause trouble again, I'll strangle you to death. Oh, how dare I? On the high platform, Su Jin and Fu Qingdai stood side by side. Su Jin turned his head and said, Let me introduce her to everyone. Her name is Fu Qingdai. She was discovered and confirmed by the National Bureau of Cadres as the savior. She showed her talents before the end of the world. The country and I firmly believe that she will help us and the country overcome this disaster. And I can tell you clearly that she once again predicted the future after the apocalypse. Faced with so many fiery gazes, Fu Qingdai's throat tightened for a moment, and she finally mustered up the courage and opened her red lips. I have seen the future. This disaster will eventually pass, and the country will be rebuilt. But everything depends on everyone's joint efforts. Papa Papa. Su Jin led the applause. The core team members on the 6th floor began to applaud together, and with someone leading the way, the entire audience immediately burst into thunderous applause. Some overly sentimental people couldn't help but cheer excitedly. The activity center has turned into a sea of applause. Su Jin's face flushed, and he threw the loudspeaker away. She exclaimed loudly, I know everyone is happy, but if it's just the prophecy that Qingdai discovered, it's too unconvincing. The miracles surrounding her have begun to manifest, and under her guidance, we have gained abilities beyond common sense. This is a crisis, but with every danger comes opportunity. Next, we will show you the new changes brought about by the Savior. Chengdu, Su Jin called out. Chengdu immediately ran onto the stage excitedly. Stretch out your arms and unleash your superpowers. Intense flames burst out along his arms, dazzling the entire audience with a strong visual impact. The whole audience exclaimed, and a new climax broke out again. At this moment, the fear in people's hearts is almost zero. The road to evolution has begun, Su Jin said in a rapid and high voice. Under Qingdai's guidance, each of us may possess this unique ability in the future. We will no longer be ordinary people, and with the help of the army's firepower, our chances of victory will be greatly increased, and each of you will survive and become a hero of the new world. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to win this war? Yes, yes, yes. The whole audience waved their arms and cheered. Can you protect Qingdai? Yes, yes, yes. Can we win this war? Su Jin shouted excitedly. Win, win, win. The mobilization had reached its climax, and the activity center was almost overturned by the cheers. Su Jin took 2 steps back, staring at Fu Qingdai's back, his eyes focused on the crowd below. Fu Hu and others did not fall into the group emotion, but looked at themselves with tears in their eyes. Seeing this, Su Jin couldn't help but let the tears flow down his eyes. It's not just the mobilization that was successful, there's also so much that I can relate to. He had been suppressed for too long and had seen too many people die. This rotten and smelly world makes people disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. The rare hope nowadays is like a ray of light in the darkness. Even if it is born from lies, the possibility of survival in the future is still slim. But I would rather die under hope than be defeated by despair again. Even if it means flying like a moth into a flame, I am willing to do it. The cheers gradually died down over time. Su Jin asked Fu Qingdai to leave the stage, wiped away the remaining tears on his face, and spoke in a deep voice to the crowd. From now on, we will reorganize the team. You must manage yourselves as professional soldiers. Everyone should report your specialties. We will reorganize and arrange activities based on this information. Anyone who violates orders will be expelled from the team. I hope everyone will cooperate with us and organize a convoy to go to the military region as soon as possible. Chapter 64 Murder in the Dark Before Dawn. A hand as soft as jade loosened the corpse's shriveled neck. With a thud, The corpse fell to the ground. Jiang Yu looked down at his blood-stained collar. She let out a sound of disgust, tore off the blood-stained area, revealing her beautiful spring scenery. Yo yo yo, when will you change your misophobia? A mocking voice came from the side. You don't even mind the dirt when you're rolling around in a pool of blood with a man. Jiang Yu turned his head and saw a little girl leaning against the store door. She narrowed her eyes and asked, Ding Ling, are you done? What do you want to see me for? Of course. Ding Ling responded casually, turned around, and walked towards Jiang Yu with a smile on her face. I want to discuss something with you. What's up? These past few days we've been looking for ordinary people, nothing interesting. The man driving the street the other day was the alien the nurse mentioned. There was also a girl who could predict the future. I've never forgotten them, so I wanted to discuss it with you. Let's go and take a look together. You and me? Jiang Yu laughed softly. Then what are you going to do with Liang Cui and Gao Tianfang? We're a team. Team? Huh. It's just an accident that we all got together. When can we be considered a team? If you really come across a good commodity, would you not grab it? Ding Ling approached step by step. Although it is the body of a child, it gives people a strong sense of oppression. In particular, the strange-shaped insect that was as long as her forearm was constantly wriggling on her arm. Since we are a team, why did you go to the talent community to scout the way in advance? Don't lie, you can't hide it from me. After Ding Ling finished speaking, she weighed the strange insect in her hand. Are you following and monitoring me? Jiang Yu's face suddenly turned extremely gloomy. If I don't follow you, shouldn't you have all the good stuff to yourself? Ding Ling continued, unyielding. But I don't understand. You've already investigated the situation. Why didn't you take action and instead just come back? If I'm not mistaken, the situation is probably too difficult for you to handle. But with me in it, it's different. Can't the two of us handle that man? Having said that, Jiang Yu stopped hiding her feelings and sneered. If it was just that one man, do you think I would have returned empty-handed? He's no ordinary person. He's already gathered a large team of over 200 people, and there should be 2 others with special abilities among them. More than 200 people? Don't you have any of the same kind? Ding Ling asked curiously. With so many people, there should be some. Jiang Yu slowly shook his head. I didn't notice anything, nor did I sense anything. I didn't dare get too close, and my observation time was short. That's great. Ding Ling smiled and clapped her hands. They can have it now. You can't chew this hard bone by yourself anyway, so why don't you and I work together? Let's sneak in together and take this piece of fat meat. You don't have to tell Lao Gao about this. If he goes, we can only eat the leftovers. As for that slut Liang Cui, there's no need to bother with her. You've been annoyed with her for a long time, right? Gao Tianfang went far away and may not come back for a day or 2. That bitch Liang Cui is not here either. How about just the 2 of us? With your status and abilities, and mine, destroying this group and having a feast shouldn't be a problem. We might even gain a significant boost in strength. Jiang Yu lowered his eyes in thought, then raised his head and said, That man is mine. The girl who can predict the future is also mine, and the rest are all yours. Why? Ding Ling raised her eyebrows and became displeased. Just because I have the status, you can't get in alone. The two confronted each other, and Ding Ling was eventually defeated. She sneered, Female stars are amazing, so be it. But if you don't have the ability, don't blame me for taking action first. Then stop talking nonsense and set off now without further delay. Wait a moment. Ding Ling stopped him, looking him up and down. You're too clean. It's better to disguise yourself so that no one can find out. If anything happens, I won't care about you. You'd better not implicate me. The activity center of the talent community is crowded with people and busy. 2 days had already passed, and the teams had already been formed and were beginning to plan their actions. The smallest unit consists of 5 people, and they act in groups. Each person provides a daily report and monitors each other's behavior. Suppress possible disguised infected persons in the team to the greatest extent possible. There have been no issues so far, and things are progressing very quickly. A part of the team has now been dispatched to the outskirts of the community to search for vehicles. In one day, more than 20 cars with good configurations and several large freight trucks were parked outside the community. A large amount of oil was taken from other low-quality vehicles as a backup. The work of reorganizing and transforming some materials and sewing clothes is also continuing in the activity center. Su Jin was not idle either. He raided several police stations in succession and obtained a large amount of arms. We dare not distribute these weapons to the team for the time being, but we have already thought of a relatively safe way to use them. The guns were distributed only when the convoy set off, and crude gun limiters were installed on each vehicle so that the muzzles could only shoot outwards. In this way, firepower and safety are guaranteed. In addition, during the fire preparation process, a meatball was also harvested. But this meatball was preserved for the time being and placed in his space briefcase. Originally, I wanted to give it to Mr. Sun and Mr. Wei, but they directly refused. The reason is simple. The effect of using it when you are older may not be stable, and even if you increase your strength, it will be less than that of young people. As for Zhang Wan and Sister Lu, they are not good at fighting, not suitable for going to the battlefield, and the cost-effectiveness of using meatballs is also very low. Leaving this opportunity to others can bring greater value. After discussing with Mr. Sun and Mr. Wei, we decided to keep it. After sufficient observation, choose a young, strong, and reliable person to use. As for Fu Qingdai's work, it is simple and busy. There is only one thing. Responsible for serving meals to everyone in the activity center every day. Wearing new clothes every day and walking among the crowd with fragrance all over her body. Her simple words and smile can give people motivation and hope. After 2 days, no one could treat her as an ordinary girl anymore. At this moment, Su Jin was sitting beside the platform in the hall, bending over to polish the weapons needed for battle. From time to time I look up at the lively scene in front of me, and I feel full of motivation. A few days ago, it was a small team of only 8 people, but now it has expanded to a large team of more than 200 people. Orders are enforced, everything is well organized, everything is full of energy. Although the living environment is still extremely difficult, but the old world full of vitality and the scene of all things competing to flourish are still before our eyes. Protect the client to survive the early stage of the apocalypse. The mission ends when the client has the ability to survive independently in the apocalypse. Once I successfully set up camp in the military area, my mission might be completed. If this doesn't count as completing the mission, then you can't wait until you get through the end of the world to count it as completed, right? Thinking of this, Su Jin felt more motivated. At the same moment, 3 team members walked in from outside the activity center. He stood directly in front of Su Jin and saluted him. Reporting to the director, we discovered 2 female survivors, a child and an adult while on duty in the community. Please give us your instructions. Chapter 65, Stunning Female Star. Found 2 women. Su Jin paused. He turned his head to look at Chengdu, who was also sharpening the blade beside him. Chengdu blinked and said, I've already told the director not to bring outsiders in. After saying that, Chengdu looked at the 3 team members who reported the news. What's wrong with you 3? Didn't I tell you to chase away any strangers who appear? One of the team members opened his mouth dryly and said, It's Captain Cheng, but these 2 people are a bit special. What's so special? Su Jin frowned immediately. There's nothing special about the little girl, but the older one is Jiang Yu. The team members winked. Even though she looks different from what we saw on TV, we've asked around and she's definitely not wrong. Jiang Yu? Who is Jiang Yu? Su Jin looked at Chengdu. Chengdu was surprised at first, but then he looked bewildered when he heard Su Jin's question. Director, you don't even know Jiang Yu, that famous singer. She's so famous, the dream girl of so many men. But I think his singing is just SOSO. He's basically based on his looks, not real talent. Maybe he got there by selling his dick. Su Jin thought for a moment, then stood up and said, Let's go and take a look. He brought Chengdu and followed his 3 teammates to the door. Jiang Yu held Ding Ling in his arms. Both of them were dressed in tattered clothes, and they lowered their heads to hug each other on the steps. The 2 accompanying team members were excited and sympathetic and kept comforting him with kind words. Raise your head, Su Jin said. Jiang Yu looked up immediately after hearing that. When he looked up, Su Jin's heart skipped a beat. Even though this woman's face was dirty and messy, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. She is really beautiful to a certain extent. She can't be compared to a greenhorn like Fu Qingdai. Compared with the little celebrities on Earth who became famous by using beauty filters or backdoors, they are much taller than me. Plus that widow look. To be honest, it really tickles his apricot fetish. But at this level, he was not in the mood to look for a woman, let alone the courage to have sex with a woman. Who knows if you'll get alien cauliflower? The origins of these 2 people are too suspicious. How did they get here when it's so dangerous outside? Are you Jiang Yu? The singing star? Su Jin asked. Jiang Yu nodded miserably. Brother, my sister and I accidentally fled here. Could you please take us in? We can work, and all we need is a bowl of rice to eat. Su Jin stared and observed. Seeing that he didn't respond, Jiang Yu immediately knelt on the ground, grabbed Ding Ling beside him, and cried, Brother, please have mercy on us. We don't have much to eat, and we will definitely not cause any trouble for you. Director, this is too pitiful. Let's accept it. It doesn't matter if there are 2 more people. The 2 team members standing beside Jiang Yu echoed. Su Jin was furious. Do you 2 still want to get away with this? Go back to your duty. Remember this, everyone. You are soldiers now. No one is allowed to act on their own without my orders, let alone interfere with decision-making. If you do this again, you will be expelled from the team. The 2 team members immediately turned pale, saluted, and returned to their duty. The other 3 team members swallowed and straightened their chests. Su Jin took a deep breath and focused his gaze on Ding Ling. What's your name? Ding Ling. Ding Ling said timidly. Her surname is Jiang. Your surname is Ding. Are you 2 sisters? It's not a kiss. Observing Ding Ling coldly, Su Jin felt a bad feeling rising in his chest. The other day, I was racing on the street and saw 3 dark figures and 1 small one. The small one looked like a child. Zombies are rampant, and 2 women accidentally run into a talent community with a child. Is it such a coincidence? Regardless of whether it was a coincidence or not, directly doing it to these 2 women was the best option. But it would be a bit troublesome to do it directly. This woman is a celebrity, and if someone sees her, the news might spread. There is no reasonable reason for the military to be unstable. And now there are lab rats that can be used to test the safety of these 2 people in a closed environment. Su Jin looked at Jiang Yu, and his gaze softened unconsciously when it fell on her face, and then he moved his gaze down to her chest. Chengdu looked at Su Jin from the side, then at Jiang Yu. The corners of his eyes twitched twice, and the roots of his teeth began to itch. Damn, a little talisman is annoying enough. Now here comes another busted sweetie. She used to be a star. The director be completely bewildered? He doesn't have time to mess around with women now, otherwise the team will be disunited. No, I won't agree. Everything should be based on the overall situation. Thinking of this, Chengdu immediately pointed at the team members and said in a deep voice, we can't recruit any outsiders now. Who knows if they might have infectious diseases? Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Get these 2 women out immediately. Su Jin glanced at Chengdu in surprise and was greatly impressed. Chengdu seems a bit unreliable, but I didn't expect him to be so cautious at this critical moment. Not bad, really good performance. It seems that I have underestimated him. Brother, Jiang Yu burst into tears and hugged Ding Ling, who was beside him, begging her repeatedly. Even if you can just take my sister in, I beg you to be kind, just like raising a kitten or a puppy. No hurry, first tell me how you got here. Su Jin asked, tell me in detail, which street you came from, and what happened along the way. Tell me everything clearly. We came from Wushan Road. Jiang Yu explained everything, while Ding Lin kept wiping her tears beside him. After listening to the story, Su Jin nodded. He had memorized all the nearby road maps very well, as this was a matter of life and death. Judging from Jiang Yu's description just now, it makes sense. There are also family members who die or have accidents, and the supplements are all very appropriate. Overall, no problems. How many days have you not eaten? Su Jin asked again. I haven't eaten for 5 days. I ate a little, but not much. I didn't dare to drink water. I just drank bottled water outside. Jiang Yu sobbed and wiped her tears, looking adorable. Brother, could you please give us some food first? Jiang Yu begged. Su Jin turned around and glanced inside the house. It was dinner time, and the aroma of food wafted out the door. Jiang Yu and Ding Ling kept swallowing their saliva. Seeing Su Jin's hesitation, Chengdu stepped forward and said sternly, Director, what are you still considering? I don't think these 2 are reliable. They're extremely dirty. They'll only be a burden if they stay. They won't be able to accomplish anything. Just kick them out. After that, he leaned over to Su Jin's ear and whispered, Director, you absolutely cannot touch a woman like that. I'm telling you, those in this circle are a complete mess. Who knows how many people she's slept with? She's got a lot of problems all over her body. If you touch her, you'll be screwed. Seriously, I'm not kidding you. Slow down. Su Jin stopped him, his eyes moving up and down, sweeping over Jiang Yu's graceful body. Then he waved his hand and said, Go. Cook 2 bowls of rotten meat noodles. Take these 2 women outside, and let them watch me eat. Chapter 66 Interrogation of a Female Celebrity. Set up a small table at the door. Su Jin sat aside waiting, turning his head to look at Fu Qingdai busy making food in the house. Not long after, Chengdu brought 3 bowls of noodles and placed them on the small table. She glanced disdainfully at the sisters who were still waiting at the door. After setting the bowl of noodles, Chengdu said attentively, Director, I cooked this noodles myself and added canned beef. How about trying it? Su Jin nodded, picked up the chopsticks, and ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. Chengdu sat happily opposite and started eating too. While eating noodles, Su Jin would turn his head from time to time to observe the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters looked at him eagerly, their throats moving constantly. But it seemed that not only had he not eaten for a long time, he had not even drunk much water. My lips are dry, and I guess I can't secrete much saliva. After slurping down 2 large bowls of noodles, Su-jin breathed a sigh of relief. Comfortable. Nowadays, being able to eat noodles with meat is a great blessing, although it can't be said to be very delicious. Moreover, his appetite is much bigger now than before, and he only eats half full after 2 bowls of noodles. The entire community doesn't have much food and water left, but it's enough to last for the next 2 days. After all, we won't be staying for long, so we should be able to set off after some more preparation. Turning his head to look at the 2 hungry sisters, Chengdu exclaimed in admiration, "Director, you eat so fast. You must be really good." Su-jin curled his lips, stretched out his chopsticks, and picked up a handful of noodles from Chengdu's bowl. With a paw sound, it was thrown in front of the 2 sisters like dog food. Noodles falling from the sky. Jiang Yu quickly threw himself to the ground, grabbed the chopstick of noodles, and nervously fed it to Dingling. What a loving sisterhood. Su-jin raised his eyebrows. Just pretending to be awesome. Director, let me tell you, this actor is the best at acting. Chengdu said disdainfully. Chengdu, I didn't realize before that you are really cruel. After complaining, Su-jin stood up and walked towards the 2 sisters. Director, I'm not cruel. I'm just considering the overall situation. Chengdu hurriedly chased after him. The 2 stood side by side in front of the 2 sisters, looking at Jiang Yu. Su-jin raised his hand and pointed at the landscape tree not far away and said, Chengdu, take this little one to the woods and tie her up and keep a close watch on her. Don't leave for a moment. I want to personally interrogate the older one. Chengdu's eyes kept jumping between Jiang Yu and Su-jin. Director, this isn't necessary. How about letting me interrogate you? I'm telling you, I'm an expert at dealing with women. Chengdu, will never show mercy. Shut up. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just do what I tell you to do. Su-jin glanced at him and then hooked his finger at Jiang Yu. Get up and come with me. After saying that, he took Jiang Yu to the residential building in the community. Looking at Su-jin's receding back, Chengdu stomped his feet hard. Damn, could the director really be moved? That woman is famous and has good looks. Who knows? Maybe the director really has some ideas about her. No, that's not right. The director is not that kind of person. It should be fine. But if it is that kind of interrogation, the director will be manipulated in the future. Big brother. Chengdu was struggling with his left and right brains, and Dingling raised her head and spoke pitifully. Big watery eyes, as if discharging electricity. Chengdu looked down, and the muscles on his cheeks trembled. Bang! With lightning speed, he slapped Dingling in the face with a big slap, and then Chengdu grabbed her pigtail. Fuck your mother. No one is worry-free. Come with me. What the hell? Dingling covered her swollen right cheek and gritted her teeth as Chengdu led her away. Damn, the situation is not what I imagined. Why is it so difficult to deal with? Be patient for now. Wait until you integrate into the team and then kill this bastard. In the abandoned residential building, Jiang Yu was in front and Su-jin was behind. After looking around the room, Su-jin finally took the woman into the bedroom and closed the door. Jiang Yu sat on the bed anxiously, covering his chest with one hand. Su-jin leaned against the wall, looking at her with a smile on his face. Brother, Jiang Yu spoke tremblingly, tears mingling in his voice. What on earth do you want to do? Su-jin smiled, looked up and walked to the bed, stroked Jiang Yu's hair with one hand, and sighed. In this chaotic world, how can weak women like you 2 sisters survive? Jiang Yu's delicate body trembled violently. Su-jin's big hand stroked down along her head, directly touching Jiang Yu's cheek, jawline, and then continued downwards. Women always need a man to rely on, don't you think? As he spoke, Su-jin's hand had already touched his collar. Jiang Yu suddenly shrank back, hugged his chest, and said in fear, Brother, please don't do this. Su-jin withdrew his hand and looked at Jiang Yu with a half-smile. You are also in the entertainment industry, don't you understand what I mean? You have to understand, I have such a large family to support, and the supplies I have are limited. Even if I add 2 more people, the pressure will be huge. We are a team. If I add someone, I have to consider the impact on others. If you want to join, you have to give something. Su-jin paused and sneered. Besides, you brought a useless sister with you, which would be even more troublesome. I want to help you solve the problem. You have to show me your sincerity. Besides, I don't think you want your sister to starve to death on the street, right? Jiang Yu was desperate and slowly closed his eyes. Can you let me wash first? I don't have that much water to waste on you, and I don't have time to wait for you. Take it off. Su-jin crossed his arms, his eyes flashing with nervousness and excitement. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and unbuttoned his shirt. As his clothes fell off piece by piece, Su-jin's breathing became rapid and his pupils shrank suddenly. Perfect, just perfect. These are not ordinary red beans. They are exactly the red beans in Wang Wei's poems. I never touched a female celebrity in my previous life, but this time I became a top star in one go. Jiang Yu was still trembling and waiting with his eyes closed. Su Jin had already taken off the briefcase from his chest and placed it on the ground. After a quick rummage inside, he pulled out a box of oiled plastic products. Next to the tree, Chengdu squatted on the ground, staring at the entrance of the residential building where Su Jin disappeared. Behind him was Ding Ling, who was tied to a tree like a dumpling with a thick rope. The sun was shining directly on Chengdu, and he kept waving his hands. Sweat had already begun to form on his forehead. Chengdu licked his lips, feeling anxious. It's been so long. Why hasn't it come out yet? Why the hell is it so troublesome to review it? It can't really be like that, right? Jiang Yu is a professional, so he must have sucked the director's soul away, right? After thinking it over, Chengdu slapped his knees and stood up. Glancing around, Chengdu saw a group of patrol officers in the community and immediately waved his hand to call them over. All of you, keep a close eye on this little girl. She's dangerous and in big trouble. If you dare to leave even a step, you'll be kicked out of the team immediately. Yes. The 5 team members saluted together and surrounded Ding Ling. Chengdu nodded and strode towards the residential building. No, I have to go take a look. For the sake of the overall situation, the director must not take any risks. Chapter 67, The Beastly Director, Fu Qingdai's Special Ability. I jogged all the way to the front of the building. Chengdu walked into the corridor nervously. Seeing that the security door on the first floor was open, he tiptoed in. The moment I stepped into the door and saw the entrance, Chengdu's whole body stiffened, and he stood still as if struck by lightning. A very clear groaning sound was coming from inside the house. What? Chengdu's face turned pale. He squinted his eyes and continued to walk inside with stiff steps. The sound was very clear and came from the master bedroom. After about 10 steps, Chengdu was almost next to the master bedroom door. The sound inside became louder and louder, and there was even a hint of crying in it. He swallowed and looked up. There is a small window on the master bedroom door, and there was originally a curtain hanging on it. But the curtain was halfway down, and one could clearly see the contents of the room by just leaning out the window. Chengdu kept adjusting his breathing. Take a look. It's not like that. There must be something else going on. No matter what, you shouldn't make judgments too hastily. After all, the director is not the type of hungry ghost who can't walk when he sees a woman. I didn't see him having such thoughts before. Why did he suddenly go crazy? Could it be that the director is too thoughtful and I can't see it? After another round of brain beating, Chengdu clung to the wall and slowly stuck his head out the window. Inside the room, Jiang Yu was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Su Jin's face was ferocious, his naked body was covered in sweat, and his muscles were tense and moving constantly. There was a bath towel thrown beside the bed. What else could it be? The two of them have long been pursuing the ultimate perfection of life together. Well, Chengdu was shot in the heart, the blood drained from his face, and his lips moved twice. He retracted his head and slid down the wall helplessly. Finally, he walked out of the residential building in a daze. Under the scorching sun, Du stopped and stood there, feeling cold all over. After holding it in for a while, I finally couldn't hold it in anymore and covered my face with my hands. I didn't expect that the director was really this kind of person. My deep affection for him was wasted. Animals, just fucking animals. Just rub it dry with a bath towel and start cleaning. There is no regard for hygiene at all. After finishing the last meal, Fu Qingdai smiled in response to the numerous thanks. I picked up the notebook and made some marks on it. He turned around and looked at Fu, who had been accompanying him, and said, "Dad, there are still 5 people who haven't received their meals." Well, he should be on patrol outside. He hasn't come back yet. Fu replied casually, and then said, "Let's go out and take a look. The smell in this room is too strong. It's a good time to get some fresh air." Fu Qingdai nodded and followed Fu out. "Dad, there are too many people in here. Will we get sick if the weather gets hotter?" "Of course. If things keep piling up like this, something will go wrong sooner or later. But the director said it'll only take a day or 2. We have everything ready now, so we can leave soon." The father and daughter stood at the door, breathing in the fresh air. There were more than 200 people in the house who didn't take a bath, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating in the same hall. You can imagine the smell. Especially since Fu Qingdai now needs to take a bath frequently. This environment is even more unbearable. Fu put his hands on his hips and looked around, his eyes fixed on 5 people not far away. He shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Have you eaten? Report to Captain Fu. Captain Chengdu asked us to guard a child." He said that this person is very dangerous and we must keep a close eye on him. The voice of the team member came from afar. Fu Hu looked carefully at the child who was trapped tightly in the tree, with a look of surprise on his face. It's not surprising that the child was tied up. After all, he could be a disguised infected person. He was curious about how such a big child came to the community. Dad, let me take the food to them, Fu Qingdai said. Fu Hu nodded and said, go get the food. Stand behind me and don't come forward. I don't know if the director knows about the child's condition. He was tied up so tightly. Maybe Chengdu discovered something wrong. Not long after, Fu Qingdai prepared 5 portions of rice and water and followed Fu Hu to the small tree. When the 5 team members saw Fu Qingdai coming to deliver food, their expressions that were originally a little uncomfortable due to the heat quickly disappeared, and smiles immediately filled their faces. He straightened his chest unconsciously and took the food and water with gratitude. Fu Hu put his hands on his hips, looked Ding Ling up and down, and asked the 5 team members, what's wrong with this kid? Do you know what's going on? One of the team members replied, Captain Fu, we don't understand. Captain Chengdu told us to keep an eye on her, but the child seems weak and out in the sun. I think something bad will happen if we keep her tied up like this. Fu Hu observed carefully. Ding Ling's lips were chapped and her eyelids were weak. She was basically dying. Sensing Fu Hu approaching, Ding Ling slowly opened her eyes and said weakly, Uncle, they have to be tied up too. Chengdu's orders are the director's orders. You must strictly and unconditionally carry out the director's orders. Fu Hujing stood up and said seriously, remember, the reason you are trusted by the organization is that you have been tested and observed. Now, any outsider may be carrying the virus. The virus has an incubation period. If one of us is infected, everyone may be infected. I'm telling you, I've been there. Take it all to heart. But then again, this child is truly pitiful, but once the director verifies she's all right, we'll definitely save her. But if she can't make it, well, that's her fate. Alas, sometimes passing away isn't necessarily a bad thing. In this world, living is more painful than dying, let alone a child. That makes sense. What Captain Fu said makes sense. The 5 team members looked at each other and nodded. Damn it. What's wrong with these people? Don't they have any compassion? Ding Ling's eyes turned red. She lowered her head and cursed in her heart. No, these beasts are too disgusting. If they are tied up again, they will lose control and start to attack. Just as I was thinking about it, a faint fragrance wafted to my nose. Ding Ling sniffed hard twice, slowly raised her head, looked past Fu Hu's figure, and looked at Fu Qingdai behind her, with a hint of greed in her eyes. This girl hiss. The smell is unusual, very special. It looks delicious. It looks delicious. Moreover, his identity is not ordinary, and he seems to be easy to deal with. Fu Qingdai was hiding behind Fu Hu, secretly observing Ding Ling. Just as Ding Ling looked up and their eyes met, Fu Qingdai was suddenly stunned. Goosebumps all over my body and hair standing on end. The light of the surrounding world seemed to be fading away at this moment, being swallowed by an extremely cold and malicious murderous intent. Under this powerful influence, Ding Ling's cute and innocent face also became distorted and hideous in the visual sense. This is not an ordinary feeling, it has begun to take shape, and it is definitely not something an ordinary person can feel. Fu Qingdai's body was shaking constantly, with great fear mixed in with her joy. Even if she was slow to react, she realized the problem at this moment. I really have an ability. It turns out to be perception. The feeling Chengdu gave her at the beginning was not an illusion. Although it was unclear why Chengdu also had ill intentions towards him, the aura revealed by this girl was completely different from Chengdu's, and was not on the same level at all. She wants me to die? She is a fake infected person. Chapter 68, The Tragic Ding Ling. Sister, I'm hungry. Ding Ling raised her head and looked at Fu Qingdai weakly. Fu Qingdai forced a smile. Fu Hu patted his daughter's shoulder and whispered, Qingdai, the director will handle this matter. Let's go. Fu Qingdai pursed her lips and shook her head, her brows full of anxiety. No, this disguised infected person is too dangerous, so he deliberately sneaked in here from outside. And maybe he has some superpowers. I don't know where my cousin is, but the longer I wait, the more troublesome it will be. Fu Qingdai thought about it. Her breathing began to quicken, and she kept thinking about Su Jin in her mind. If someone makes you feel uncomfortable, kill them. I have tried to kill zombies, but I have never killed a human. She is exactly the same as an ordinary person. Can I do it? It's not a good idea to let Dad do it himself. There are still 5 people present, and there are quite a few people in the activity center behind. Taking direct action may have an impact. Fu Qingdai bit her lower lip and fell into deep thought. But at this moment, Ding Ling pleaded again weakly. Sister, Save me, I want to drink water. She's still pretending. Fu Qingdai secretly clenched her fists, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. The little hand reached into the pocket of her dress and pulled out a plate of chocolates wrapped in a handkerchief. She always carries with her the things Su Jin gave her. He broke off a piece of chocolate that had softened slightly through his handkerchief and handed it to a team member, saying, "Give her a piece of this chocolate. You're on a mission out there, and your hands aren't clean. Take it through the handkerchief. This alien chocolate is highly toxic and will cause a severe allergic reaction if it comes into contact with the skin, as she has already seen." The team member quickly took the handkerchief and picked up the chocolate to feed Ding Ling. "Thank you, sister." Ding Ling's eyebrows curved into two crescent shapes, and she took a bite. The soft and smooth little piece of chocolate slid straight down my throat. Huh. Ugh. Cough. Just 2 seconds after the chocolate entered her stomach, Ding Ling's eyes bulged out, as if a piece of hot charcoal had slid directly from her throat into her stomach and exploded. Under the severe pain, the whole person began to twist violently, almost uncontrollably. This sudden change shocked everyone present. "What's wrong with you? Speak," a team member asked. "She's infected." As Fu Qingdai spoke, her right hand quickly swept across the hem of her skirt, pulled out the pistol tucked into her fair thigh, and shot at Ding Ling's forehead. Gunfire erupted, hitting right between the eyebrows. Ding Ling's head tilted back violently and hit the tree trunk, causing her to see stars. This sudden scene shocked everyone on the spot, and Fu Qingdai was also frightened. The warhead is stuck. The bullet was stuck in her forehead, shining brightly in the sunlight. "This is not dead." Bang, bang, bang. Fu Qingdai closed her eyes tightly, and the entire magazine of bullets was empty. Several bloody holes appeared on the target's chest and abdomen, and blood continued to flow out. Her internal organs were in severe pain, and her vitality was rapidly fading. Ding Ling widened her bloodshot eyes, moved her lips, and looked at Fu Qingdai in disbelief. "Did she poison me on purpose? What the hell did I do wrong? Which step went wrong?" "Gah fuck you," cough. Before she could finish her words, Ding Ling coughed up a mouthful of blood. His head tilted, and he died. The people present watched Ding Ling die, and at the same time turned their heads to look at Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale. She swallowed secretly and put on a stern face again. He looked at the 5 team members and said, "She is infected. Some incubation periods are very secretive and difficult to detect, but it can't be hidden from my eyes. If a stranger appears next time, remember to tie her up and bring her to me immediately. I will check her and deal with her separately. Do you understand?" The 5 team members felt not only admiration, but also gratitude. So powerful, he is worthy of being the savior and the son of prophecy. It was easy to discover that the other party had been infected. I watched for such a long time and didn't notice anything wrong. But as soon as she appeared, the abnormality was exposed. Moreover, she acted swiftly and without any hesitation. If it weren't for her, I might have been in trouble. "You guys go back. Leave the body here. If someone in the house hears gunshots, tell them not to panic and maintain order." At Fu Qingdai's order, the 5 team members saluted and returned to the hall. Seeing the 5 people enter the activity center, Fu Qingdai's legs went weak and she collapsed in Fu Hu's arms, trembling uncontrollably. "Dad, I killed someone." Fu Hu was also a little scared as he held his daughter. After comforting her, he asked, "Qingdai, how did you know she was infected?" I can see. Fu Qingdai came back to her senses and looked up at her father, fear mixed with excitement. "This is my ability. We no longer have to worry about not finding the infected. I can sense them as soon as they show any malicious intent. Our current team is very clean, otherwise I should have discovered it long ago. I have the ability." "Oh my God, you actually have such a talent." Fu Hu murmured to himself while holding his daughter, feeling both joy and heaviness in his heart. "My daughter's abilities will undoubtedly become the core pillar of support for everyone. She is no longer a packaged saint, but will truly become everyone's hope and everyone's eyes. But she is still a child. Such a responsibility is too heavy and too dangerous. I have to tell my brother this news immediately." After a long while, Fu Qingdai calmed down, pushed Fu Hu aside, looked up and asked, "Where is he now?" "I don't know. Let's look for it." Fu Hu sighed, feeling a little lost. Brother Tian was in front and behind, and he was trembling with fear after killing someone. Dad is still here, busy looking for brother. Fu Qingdai glanced at Ding Ling's body and couldn't help but take 2 steps back nervously. He pulled out a new magazine from his leg, replaced it, and put the gun back in his hand. "Dad, let's go. Hurry up. There was a gunshot just now. There must be a problem at the center." In the residential complex, Sunya ran in small steps, while Wada followed behind him, panting and staggering. Just as he ran to the main road of the community, Sonya suddenly stopped. There was a man squatting on the ground not far away. Leaning over to take a look, Sonya clapped his hands twice and said anxiously, Chengdu, what happened? Why are you crying? He cheated, he cheated. Chengdu said in a muffled voice. What the hell are you talking about? Who cheated? Sonya cursed. Speak clearly to me. Slutty woman came outside and seduced him, and now they are making love in the room. I said she should be kicked out. Our team is broken up, the morale is broken, and it's hard to lead the team. He's crying out loud. Shut up. Sonya glared and cursed. Are you fucking drunk? Is he that kind of person? Is he in the mood right now? Besides, what does his affairs with other women have to do with you? You're acting like your husband has died. You psycho. Let me ask you, what was that gunshot just now? What gunshot? I don't know. Chengdu said in confusion. Forget it. It's completely useless. Sonya was furious. Where's Shaoli? Where's Shaoli? Didn't I tell you? He's been making love with women. Is this true? You weren't talking nonsense just now. Sonya was shocked and looked back at Weida. Weida also found it incredible and unbelievable. Chengdu looked at the two elders, stood up, and said sadly, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it clearly. They were both naked and doing it. They even squirted. I can't believe he did that. I clearly came first. What the hell are you talking about? Where is he? Take us there quickly. Chapter 69, Jiang Yu's tragic death. Seeing Sonya was angry, Chengdu did not dare to delay and hurriedly led the way. If Su Jin is the pillar of the entire team, then Sonya is another pillar. Although he is old and has a bad temper, his knowledge and ability to take action are top-notch. Chung was running in front, and the two old men were shouting at him to slow down from behind. Halfway through the run, a voice came from behind the three of them. Old son. The three of them stopped and turned back at the same time, and saw Fu Hu and Fu Qingdai running towards them. The five of them gathered together, and Fu Hu got straight to the point. Where's the director? We have something important to report. What's the big deal? Was it the gunshot just now? Sonya asked immediately. Fu Hu nodded seriously. Yes, we found the disguised infected person, but he has been killed. Qingdai? Qingdai's ability has appeared. She can detect the malicious intentions of the disguised infected person. What? Sonya and others were instantly ecstatic, and their eager eyes made Fu Qingdai's neck shrink. Oh my god, there are two women. If the younger one has a problem, the older one must have a problem too. Chengdu slapped his thigh and cried out. The director is having an affair with a zombie. This time it's really bad. Fu Hu's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Chengdu. What nonsense are you talking about? Chengdu didn't say anything, turned around, and ran towards the residential building. Sonya and Weida looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. Just Improved disappeared in an instant. Fu Hu chased after Chengdu, leaving only Fu Qingdai standing there in the sunlight. Chengdu Fu Hu was the first to enter the residential building. Right in the bedroom. I'm going to kill that bitch. After Chengdu finished speaking, he was about to rush in, but was pulled back by Fu Hu. You're crazy. You're really pretending to be infected. The director was caught off guard. If you provoke him like this, he'll be dead. Fu Hu dragged Chengdu back to the corridor. The director is not an ordinary person. He is more vigilant than the rest of us. I'm still confused about what's going on. Please explain it to me quickly. Chengdu nervously kept looking into the inner room, gritted his teeth, and said, Two women came to the community, one big and one small. The director took a fancy to the older one and brought her into the house and raped her. You're talking nonsense. Is the director that kind of person? The big one is Jiang Yu. What? Is it really Jiang Yu? That's true, but the director. Really? I saw it all. I wasn't that cruel, even when I pinched a fish's gills, and both of them were completely naked. Chengdu said resentfully. I never thought he would be this kind of person. What are you two doing? Where is Shaoli? While he was talking, Sonya and Weida had already walked into the corridor, panting. The director is in the room. He's with the fake infected person. I'm afraid if I rush in, I'll alarm her. Fu Hu turned around and asked, What should I do, Mr. Sun? What else can we do? Look quickly. Take out the gun, aim and shoot. Sonya took out the gun and walked into the house. When he reached the bedroom door, he saw Xiao Chuang squatting down slightly and waving his hand behind him to signal others to be quiet. He could still hear faint noises in the house, and Sonya leaned his head towards the window with a worried look on his face. As soon as I saw it, a strong feeling of nausea suddenly rushed into my heart, and I almost vomited on the ground. The entire bedroom was almost covered in blood, with blood splattered in every corner of the house. Lying on the bed was a female corpse with a graceful waist, but the upper part of her back was almost hollowed out. The white spine and shoulder blades were all exposed. There was a pile of flesh by the bed, as well as several bath towels and fingers that were completely soaked in blood. Sonya's pupils trembled. Was that woman rubbed to death? Su Jin was covered in blood, kneeling naked on the bed, turning the female corpse over. The female corpse had a knife stuck in her throat and her body had been cut open. Su Jin inserted his hands deeply into the chest and abdominal cavity of the corpse and groaned. All the internal organs were dug out, and intestines were scattered all over the bed. Looking at the internal organs scattered all over the bed, Su Jin pulled out the knife from the corpse and began to examine them carefully. Vomit. Seeing this, Sunya bent over and vomited violently, vomiting out all the food he had eaten at noon. Seeing this, the others hurried forward and looked through the small window. Weida then vomited all over the floor. Fu Hu and Chung Du's faces turned pale, and they were at a loss. Is this what you meant by doing this? Fu Hu asked angrily in a low voice. I don't know. When I saw it, they did it. How did it develop into this? Chung Du felt a chill in his heart. Jean in the room suddenly turned his head, jumped off the bed, and opened the bedroom door directly. Seeing that there were 4 acquaintances squatting at the door, his expression eased a little. What are you guys doing here? Sunya's face turned pale, and he didn't dare to look directly at Su Jin. He waved his hand and said with difficulty, Let's talk outside. You should pack up first, and then go outside and talk. Chengdu, why are you here? Where's that little girl? Su Jin's gaze suddenly turned to Chengdu, his tone urgent. Go. Kill that little bastard for me. She's a disguised infected person. Director, don't worry, they've already been killed. Ugh. Fu Hu suppressed his discomfort. I'll tell you more later. We'll wait for you outside. Put something on first. Hearing that the little girl was dead, Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief, looked down, and turned back to the house. Outside the building, 4 people squatted on the ground and fell silent at the same time. Scratched the ground with a small stick he picked up. Fu Hu hugged his legs and stared at the gravel on the ground. After a long pause, Sunya said in a deep voice, Shaoli is too scary. We really need to keep an eye on him. He's usually under too much pressure, and now he's like this. I think he'll turn into a zombie in a few days. Indeed, he's scarier than a zombie. Weida looked at Fu Hu with a distressed expression. Tell Qing Dai to stay away from him. Don't stick to him all the time. I'm afraid something might happen. Fu Hu nodded slowly. Then, the director must have his reasons for doing this, right? It's not too late to draw a conclusion after listening to his explanation. Chengdu muttered. Just then, Fu Qingdai came jogging over. Seeing this, Fu Hu quickly stood up and said, Qingdai, go back to the center and wait for us. What happened to Dad? Fu Qingdai asked hurriedly, looking sideways towards the corridor entrance, and said anxiously, Is my brother still there? No. Your brother killed the infected a long time ago. It's too bloody inside. It's not suitable for you to watch. Listen to Dad and go back first. Is that so? Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up again. I can't go back. I have to tell my brother the good news. Do I really need you to announce the good news? You have no right to interrupt an adult. Or am I just being useless? Fu Hu was furious. Get back here. Fu Qingdai felt uneasy when her father was angry. He stole another glance at the corridor entrance, then walked away reluctantly, looking back every few steps. Not long after, Su Jin walked out of the building, dressed neatly and cleanly. His face was simply wiped clean, except for the red area below the neck. Seeing this, the 4 of them immediately stood up and gathered around and walked forward. Chapter 70 Great Director, dedicated to humanity. Sunya immediately prepared to speak. Su Jin raised his hand to stop him and looked at Chengdu. That little girl is really dead, right? Fu Hu interjected. He's indeed dead. I saw it with my own eyes. He was shot 7 times. Su Jin was slightly curious, but he suppressed his curiosity and continued. We'll talk about this later. I have a major discovery. Mr. Sun, I told you before that I saw 4 people on the roof of a building on the street. They were suspected to be disguised infected people. Do you remember this? Sunya nodded. Su Jin said, I have interrogated this woman and found out that she is one of them. The other little girl is also one of the 4. We have been targeted for a long time, and there are still 2 people who have not appeared. How did you find out? Sunya asked with wide eyes. Su Jin felt extremely helpless. How else could he interrogate her? He used a bath towel to rub off layer upon layer of her flesh until the woman couldn't bear the pain and confessed. Of course, torture her. She will confess if she can't bear it. I have observed her body. This woman has extremely strong muscles and some special abilities. Su Jin said as he took out a plastic bag from his pocket. I opened the plastic bag and found a few fingers inside. Take one out and show it. Gently press the fingertip, and there seems to be a small skin-like cover on the top of the fingertip, which is pressed down directly, revealing the hollow structure. Her fingers have mutated into tubular structures. I suspect she can use them to launch air currents or body fluids for long-range attacks. and I found a shrunken flesh ball on her heart. The special mutation or ability of the disguised infected person may have absorbed the flesh ball that came with her. Su-jin continued to analyze. There are 4 people targeting us. For 4 people to come together, the other 2 must also have some special abilities. They're not united. The fact that these 2 women came out hunting early likely means they're very wary of the other 2. Those 2 are probably stronger than them. Have you found out the abilities of the other 2 people who didn't show up? Sunya asked. Su-jin shook his head. She died right after she confessed and didn't make it to the next question. Director, have you discovered long ago that she is a disguised infected person? Cheng-du suddenly took over the conversation. Thinking back to the bath towel stained with blood and flesh, he realized that something was wrong. Dry rubbing has no effect. Now I understand that the bath towel is not for removing mud. It is a torture device for scrubbing flesh. That's right. Su-jin nodded. While we were eating noodles, I was pretty sure that this woman was a fake infected person. How did you find out? How come I didn't notice it at all? Cheng-du asked in surprise. Did you take them off naked and find out that the dirt on their bodies was just a disguise, so you confirmed it? That's not the case. Su-jin shook his head. That woman is very thin, and even after taking off her clothes, she's dirty and has a strange smell. If this is a disguise, then I can't find any fault with it. But they overlooked a crucial issue. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 5 days, and they were under great pressure. When we ate noodles, they also showed signs of hunger that matched their situation. But normal women's breasts sag. The women in our center all have varying degrees of breast sagging. If they are not particularly small, their breasts will not maintain their normal state. Based on this alone, I could tell at once that she was a demon. After stripping her naked to verify, I was already 100% sure. Then, what if they're fake breasts? Cheng-du asked. I heard that all these rich people get high-end beauty treatments, and now they have fake breasts. What's that silicone they use? I certainly can't rule out this possibility, so I took the risk and tested it myself repeatedly. It's definitely not silicone. The 4 of them were speechless. Cheng-du pondered for a moment, then asked with a strange expression, I understand. So you've already seen it. Then why did you still do it? How do you explain it? I can't think of any other explanation except that you wanted to find a woman. You were spying on me? What did I do? Su-jin frowned. Cheng-du grunted and choked for a while, but finally couldn't help it and stretched out 2 fingers to hook them in the air. Kobe, Fu-hu and the other 3 were speechless for a while and kept looking at Cheng-du with their eyes. I stole. Su-jin laughed angrily, then turned serious and looked at Sunya and Wei-da. You too. This is another major discovery, and I made it on purpose. I discovered that the fake infected have desires, which may cause a problem. They may reproduce through mating. This is the body fluid I collected from the infected. Mr. Sun, please take it and study it. The bag of turbid, sticky water that Su-jin took out of his pocket, Sunya took a deep breath and raised his hand to swat it away. Silicone testing, Kobe, liquid extraction, torture, limb amputation, dissection. This series of things is simply not something a human can do. Shaoli, your discovery is truly significant, and I admit it's very useful. But I'm more concerned about you right now. Is this a side effect of evolution? You dig up everything. Aren't you afraid of getting a special infection? Catching a disease wouldn't be good either. Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Su-jin felt bitter. Don't you also feel disgusting and perverted? But there is no other way. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. If your opponent is evil, you must be even more evil and stronger to your opponent in order to have a chance to survive with others. In the face of the disaster of genocide, no matter how hard or difficult it is, you must overcome it. Even if you are no longer a human being. Don't worry, I only take action after I'm fully prepared mentally and physically. Su-jin said, pulling out a bag of small balloons from his pocket. I only took them out after I was wearing them. The 4 of them were speechless and looked at each other. Seeing the silence, Su-jin coughed and said seriously, a small sacrifice is nothing. I went deep into the enemy's lair for everyone, for the fate of mankind. Director Lee is so great. Wei-da applauded expressionlessly. It's my duty. No, that's not right. Cheng-du shook his head in thought and looked at Su-jin. Then how do you explain taking off all your clothes? It's simple. After I've confirmed and examined the target, I'll prepare for the autopsy. There will definitely be blood. Su-jin shrugged. I can't change clothes every day, right? I'll put them in the closet in advance to avoid getting them stained with blood. Besides, I haven't showered in a long time. It's a good chance for me to take a shower. Bath. Shadows covered the faces of Cheng-du and the other 3 people. He's still a pervert after all. Hasn't he noticed it himself? Everyone, you all understand the situation on my side. What's going on your side? Su-jin asked everyone. What problem did that child reveal that made you kill him? Fu Hu quickly perked up and looked at Su Jin with sparkling eyes. Director, I discovered my daughter's special ability. She can sense other people's malicious intentions. Chapter 71 Su Jin in the Noon Sun. What? Su Jin's heart skipped a beat. He moved closer to Fu Hu excitedly. Is this true? Really? Of course it's true. Fu Hu's emotions began to rise. I couldn't believe it at first. Qing Dai shot the child dead on the spot. She knew at a glance that the child was a disguised infected person. And Qing Dai said that our current team is very clean and no one has any ill intentions towards her. We can arm and distribute guns without worry. This is really so good, so good. Su Jin lowered his head in a daze, muttering to himself. Time passes day by day, but there is always more bad news than good news. Of disguised infected people and zombies is comprehensive yet, but through every contact, I can feel a deeper despair. A stable and promising team and future, the dawn has finally appeared. I really hope it's Qing Dai. The company chose her for a reason. Su Jin suddenly looked up. The remaining 2 disguised infected people are very likely to appear, and we have no idea of their abilities. There is a danger lurking in the dark, especially Qing Dai's safety. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Although our preparations are not completely complete, they are sufficient. I've decided not to wait any longer. I'll load all the supplies onto the truck tonight, and we'll set off for the military zone at dawn tomorrow. Do you have any objections? No. Okay, let's go check on Qing Dai and the little girl first, and then make arrangements right away. The group returned to the small tree at the community activity center. Fu Qing Dai was also called out from the center. Looking at Fu Qing Dai, Su Jin smiled. Qing Dai, do you really have the ability? Fu Qing Dai nodded vigorously, smiling like a flower. Brother, I really sensed it, and it was clearly malicious. When I saw her, even her face changed. Yes, I remember you told me before that something was wrong with the process. I didn't take it seriously at that time. That was... Su Jin glanced at Chengdu. The other's eyes followed suit. Chengdu immediately shrank his head. Hey, don't look at me. Qing Dai must have just mastered the ability and is not familiar with it. So she made a misjudgment. Qing Dai, take another look. Take a closer look. Is there something wrong with me? Fu Qing Dai looked at Chengdu and shook her head. No problem. Even if I felt the situation before, I didn't feel it was dangerous. Maybe it really was a mistake. You. Su Jin raised his hand and pointed at Chengdu. You kid, stay away from Qing Dai from now on. If I find anything wrong, don't blame me for being rude. Chengdu said with a bitter face. Director, you make me so sad when you say that. I was just concerned about you. I really have no problem. I also think you're fine, so I'm just observing you. If it were someone else, I would have shot him dead long ago. Chengdu's face fell, and he fell into autism. Su Jin finished speaking. He walked closer to Dingling. He took out a knife and reached into her arm, saying, I'm going to give her a simple cut to see how strong her muscles are. If you feel you can't handle it, you can go back. We may not be able to fully understand the abilities of these 2 disguised infected people who appeared with premeditation, but observing their muscle strength is still very valuable. This little girl's body is obviously abnormally strong. Her skull can even hold a bullet. She is no match for ordinary people. This alone cannot be underestimated. Seeing that Su Jin was about to cut directly, Fu Qing Dai immediately covered her face and looked through the tiny gaps between his fingers. Su Jin's blade cut into Dingling's upper arm. Fu Qing Dai's pupils immediately contracted. That cold feeling reappeared and permeated the air once again, and it was emanating with extraordinary clarity from Dingling. It's just much weaker than the first time. Without the slightest hesitation, Fu Qing Dai exclaimed, Be careful, she. Before he could finish his words, Su Jin had already changed his right hand and stabbed Dingling's neck with a knife, breaking her cervical vertebrae. His left palm was like a sharp blade, reaching into the bullet hole in his abdomen and grasping his spine. With a snap, it was broken directly. The right leg attacked at the same time, with a direct and violent knee strike that shattered the hip bone. Dingling's whole body shook, and her upper, middle, and lower bones were completely broken. After a large waterfall of blood gushed out from under her body, she died completely. In less than a second, Su Jin's ruthless and swift combo stunned everyone on the spot. Several incredible gazes were focused on him. What kind of reaction speed and power is this? Fu Hu was even more surprised and looked up at the scorching sun above his head. He had seen with his own eyes how hard the little girl's bones were, but such hard bones could actually be shattered by the director's knee. The sun is shining brightly now. Is this the director's strongest state? The opponent was killed, and Su Jin turned around and looked at Fu Qing Dai. What's going on? Fu Qing Dai closed her eyes and took several deep breaths before saying, I don't know either. I shot her with 7 bullets, and she's clearly dead, but I don't sense any ill will from her. But when you stabbed her with a knife just now, that feeling came back. Maybe it's because she's not dead, she just fainted. Maybe. The boundaries of your abilities still need a lot of testing before you can grasp them steadily. I'll find a zombie to try later. If zombies don't work, I'll find a way to catch you a living infected person. Sujin finished speaking. His eyes swept over everyone one by one. That wasn't a bad thing. At least it taught us a lesson. These disguised infected people with special abilities can't be judged by common sense. To be safe, it's best to remember to finish them off after they lose their ability to move. Hit the heart, then chop off the head, and finally confirm death. Make a note of this and write it down in the playbook for the other team members to see. This rule of finishing off the enemy after they die must be strictly followed. It's not over yet. Sonya suddenly shouted. Xiao Li her arm. Sujin suddenly turned around and locked onto Ding Ling's forearm. The originally smooth and normal left arm suddenly had a flesh-colored strange insect, as long as a forearm separated from the lower half. The strange insect was extremely fast. By the time everyone came to their senses, it had already landed on the ground. Its 8 claws moved like phantoms as it crawled quickly into the darkness. Sujin decisively pulled out his gun and fired, but 5 shots missed, and the strange insect had already run away. Old Sun and Old Wei. Take Qingdai back to the center immediately and block all the gaps in the doors and windows. Old Fu, Qingdu, follow me. Sujin was furious, and he kept giving orders while running after him. It's rare that there is some good news. Things didn't go so smoothly as expected. Problems came one after another, simply endlessly. This infected organism can survive by splitting into parts. I wonder what's going on with that bug. If it's just a bug growing out of the infected person, then the problem isn't that big of a problem. But if it has the consciousness of the original owner, then it will be a big trouble. The 3 of them drew their guns and shot at the monster insect at the same time, rushing 100 meters in one breath. The insect moved like a snake in the shadows, its flesh-colored skin subtly changing in the light spots filtering through the leaves. After another 10 meters, it disappeared from the ground in the blink of an eye. Sujin stopped, anger burning between his brows. Lost. It seems that the insect has the ability of mimicry and camouflage, otherwise it would not have been lost. Director, what should we do? Fuhu asked anxiously. Go back to the center immediately and tell Mr. Sun, Mr. Wei, and the others to seal the gaps in the doors and windows so no one can touch the walls. Sprinkle flour on the ground. If there's any movement, have Mr. Sun shoot with his shotgun immediately. Fuhu turned and ran towards the activity center. Chengdu, you and I. Sujin stopped talking halfway and shifted his gaze from the ground to the roof. Chengdu followed his gaze. An enchanting figure was standing on the edge of the rooftop, her skirt fluttering, facing the wind in the sunlight. Sujin's facial muscles twitched, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. Another one provoking you? You're looking for death. Chapter 72. The director was restrained. Here comes another potato skin. Chengdu's eyes were cold as he stared at the target and was ready for battle. He kept asking, Director, what should I do? Sujin was about to reply, but immediately narrowed his eyes because the beautiful figure upstairs had fallen down. Judging from the movements, the woman's body seemed very light and her posture did not look like she was jumping off a building at all. A second later, the woman adjusted her body in midair, and her toes touched the iron flower bed extending from the 5th floor. He flipped his body lightly and landed directly on the 3rd floor this time. He stepped on the wall of the 3rd floor and fell directly to the ground. Seeing the figure disappear from his sight, Sujin ran dozens of meters quickly and jumped forward with his legs bent. The muscles in his legs bulged, and he stomped on the ground, suddenly bursting out with strange power. There was a muffled bang. A small airwave spread out, and the floor tiles shattered and flew everywhere. Under Chengdu's shocked gaze, Sujin jumped up, swung his right hand in the air, and in an instant landed heavily on the rooftop platform on the 2nd floor of the Community Activity Center. Oh my God, is the director so powerful? Chengdu was dazed for a moment, then hurried to the activity center. On the rooftop platform, Sujin lowered his eyes and looked down. The woman on the rooftop not only did not disappear, but was now coming towards him at a very fast speed. In just a few seconds, the woman had jumped onto the platform by stepping on the green trees in the community. Standing at the edge, more than 20 meters away from Sujin, the woman was looking at him with a smile. Sujin stared and observed. This woman has an ordinary appearance, but her expression is extremely relaxed, which is definitely not the expression a normal person should have. If an ordinary person from the outside world evolved into a superpower, it would be impossible for him to express such emotions. A disguised infected person for sure. I can jump from the 6th floor to the 1st floor easily, and I have this ability, but I can never be as light as her. Judging from the sense of strength, the opponent is far inferior to himself, perhaps because of his ability to excel in speed and physical skills. The best way to hit her is with a gun, but the silver gun has run out of bullets and will not be able to shoot again for a while. The large number of guns seized from the police station were given to Mr. Sun to arrange the firepower deployment, and he did not have any extra guns on him. She's a bit difficult to deal with, so locking her down as close as possible is the best option. In 2 or 3 seconds, Su Jin had made a judgment. There are 4 of you. 3 are here. Where's the other one? Su Jin asked tentatively. The woman's eyebrows curved. Oh, you know a lot. You smell strongly of blood. I think you killed those 2 bastards, right? You're all in the same group, right? You all spawned on the rooftop, right? That woman isn't dead yet. She mentioned you to me. Su Jin secretly exerted force with his right hand, and the small pieces of bricks that were splashed by the jump were crushed into pieces with one hand. Just as the woman was listening attentively to the speech, a handful of gravel in his hand was thrown towards her. The dense gravel shot out like a shotgun, hitting the woman's face. At the same time, Su Jin's legs exploded and he rushed forward. The other side started fighting without saying a word. The woman was shocked and began to retreat as Su Jin moved his right hand. However, the stones were flying too fast and moving in the wrong direction, so a large number of stones hit his body. The clothes were torn, leaving a bloody pit. The woman screamed as the stone pierced her right eye, leaving her blind. However, due to the force of the stone hitting her, the woman's retreat speed also increased. Half of his body had already slipped out of the 2nd floor platform and fell backwards. But just as he was about to flee downwards, Su Jin had already rushed over. He leaned over and grabbed the woman's slender ankle tightly. He swung it back with great force, and with a bang, the woman fell heavily onto the concrete floor and bounced back up. The woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, spraying it all over her face. When she opened her eyes, Su Jin's right hand, which was holding the woman's calf, did not relax at all, but forcibly bent her into a split position. While his other hand was not idle either, a murderous punch was already coming towards her face. In the woman's terrified pupils, the other party's bursting muscles had already torn the forearm sleeve. At the critical moment, the woman's potential was stimulated and she tilted her head hard. He dodged the fatal blow, but blood splattered on the side of his head, and one of his ears was smashed into a pulp. Seeing the woman dodge, Su Jin exerted force with his right arm and prepared to swing again. Right now, a fragrant breeze seemed to be blowing all over the woman's body. Su Jin was in a trance for a moment, and his right hand loosened unconsciously. The flaw was exposed, and the woman immediately seized the opportunity, bent her legs, and kicked Su Jin. He slid back a few meters to create distance again. As the woman stood up, something sticky splashed on her face, instantly blinding her vision. Su Jin attacked again with murderous intent. But after taking a few steps, another fragrant breeze blew by, and I stood there in a daze. The woman closed her eyes and backed away frantically, wiping something off her face. When he saw what was in his hand, his white teeth almost broke on the spot. The one eye twitched wildly, and hatred surged to an unprecedented level. Ear. This is my ear. That bastard picked it up and smashed it in my face. We had just met and hadn't even finished saying 2 sentences when he lost an eye, lost an ear, had a large back fracture, and his crotch was stretched. Was this beast a wolf in his previous life? After 2 mistakes, Su Jin became nervous and stared at his opponent, not daring to move forward rashly. The prediction was wrong. This woman's ability is definitely not as simple as speed and physical skills. It may be an impact on her mental aspect. If I continue to burst out with all my strength and remain unaffected, I can kill her easily. But the opponent is now prepared, and with the ability to interfere with his mind, he could die if something goes wrong. Although the abilities are fully enhanced in all directions under the scorching sun, they are all based on the strengthening of the basic qualities of the human body. If a weak point is hit, one may still be killed in one blow. After all, this is not a game, and he doesn't have any particularly strange mutant abilities. He still has the fatal flaws of the human body. The two were in a standoff. The woman laughed hatefully. Okay, you're so cruel. I was thinking of running away, but now it seems there's no need. Remember my name, Liang Chui, and from now on you're my dog. Su Jin looked at him coldly. Liang Chui was beaten like a dog by him, yet she still dared to speak such nonsense. Her support must be extraordinary. Haha, you must be guessing what abilities I have. Then let me tell you, it's actually very simple. Any man will fall at my feet, especially a man like you. You will understand immediately. Liang Chui walked away, keeping a distance. A faint fragrance floats in the air. I see. Is it through the smell that this influences us? Su Jin calmly took out a pair of socks that had not been washed for more than 10 days from the briefcase on his chest, tore them into 2 pieces, and stuffed them into his nostrils. Liang Chui was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. You are such a pervert. Naive. Su Jin was too lazy to listen anymore and was about to step forward and take drastic measures, but his steps stopped again. Liang Chui's face in front of him gradually changed, and a feeling of heartbeat emanated from his heart. Su Jin's lips moved twice. The murderous intent in his heart slowly dissipated, and his muscles relaxed. When I looked down, I found that the place that should have been loose was suddenly not loose. Chapter 73. Reinforcements arrive. The director temporarily leaves. Director. The door of the small room in the rooftop passage was suddenly pushed open, and Chengdu rushed in. The entire scene of the 2 people confronting each other was visible. The woman was covered in wounds and was clearly no match for the director. Following Chengdu came Fu Hu. After Fu Hu came Fu Qingdai, Zhang Wan, Sister Lu, and Old Sun and Old Wei. Chengdu immediately ran forward and stood beside Su Jin. Fu Hu closed the door of the passage hut, and before closing it, he reminded them, "Don't get involved. It's very dangerous here. Go back downstairs and guard it." After saying that, he also ran to Su Jin's side. Hurrah! I thought it was another idiot, but it turned out to be a disabled, ugly bastard. Chengdu spat loudly and started to scold without any manners. But when he looked down, his eyes froze, and then he slowly looked up at Su Jin, whose face was flushed. My heart ached, and I said in astonishment, "Director, are you kidding? You're actually interested in this kind of bastard? Or did Jiang Yu just piss you off? Your reaction is way too slow. What's going on with these socks?" Chengdu reached out and pulled the socks out of Su Jin's nostrils. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't move. Be careful of that woman." Fu Hu stretched out his hand to block Chengdu and Su Jin, his eyes locked on Liang Chui. "Director, what's wrong with you? I've been tricked. Don't look her in the eye. Her ability is to seduce men." Su Jin spoke with difficulty, caught in a battle for control of his brain. "I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it to her. Mind control, I don't know how it works. Smell, sight, I might be affected. What kind of fragrance does she have? How can she seduce men?" Chengdu was stunned for a moment, looking at Liang Chui with disdain. "But the more I look at this woman, the more disgusted I feel." "I understand. Director, are you okay?" Fu Hu asked. "Why is Chengdu okay? Did he bring a gun? Kill him. Damn. Just leave me alone." Su Jin growled angrily, crouched down, and ran away. "It's over. It looks like the director is in serious trouble. We're not as strong as he is, so we must be careful." Fu Hu whispered. "That woman hasn't come forward yet. She must be up to something bad. My pistol is empty, and I forgot to reload. Where's yours?" "It was too hasty for me to do that." Chengdu replied in a low voice, but it seems that the director took the initiative and beat her severely. She is still bleeding. We can't be so defeated that we can't even defeat a one-eyed, half-crippled person. As they spoke, Liang Chui kept her distance and observed the 2 of them with a frown. How strong these 2 newcomers are, but that's not the point. They are within their capabilities, so why are they not affected? The guy they call director is no longer good enough. It would be a shame if he leaves now. I have been treated so badly that it will be difficult to find an opportunity to take revenge later. Let's observe and see. If it doesn't work, we will have to retreat. Superior. Chengdu shouted and rushed forward first. Flames began to burn on his body, and Fu Hu followed closely by hardening his heart and fists. Looking at the 2 people running forward, Liang Chui sneered and took the initiative to meet them. 2 losers. Just looking at their speed, they are already far slower than that man. Even if I was injured, I was still faster than the 2 of them. Separate. Seeing the enemy coming to attack, Fu Hu shouted softly, and the 2 of them split into 2 groups to prepare for a pincer attack. Liang Chui was entering the room, and her slender arm hit Fu Hu directly. Avoid the iron fist and strike the center with a palm. Fu Hu groaned, shook his body a bit, and continued to punch Liang Chui. On the other side, Chengdu also started to attack. The flaming arm threw out a hook punch, sending out a flame nearly 10 inches long. The blow was so sudden that it burned off Liang Chui's bangs. "It smells like burnt pig hair. Ugly sow." Chengdu mocked loudly and attacked repeatedly. Fu Hu missed his 2 attacks and began to get anxious. The woman was too fast, and it was difficult for me to produce effective results. Instead of doing this, it would be better to let Chengdu play the main attack. Thinking of this, Fu Hu completely gave up the idea of injuring Liang Chui and instead focused on blocking her. Liang Chui kept resisting, occasionally fighting back, and watching the 2 men's attacks with anger in her heart. These two people must have practiced cooperation, and I thought it would be easy to defeat them. But it seems to be more difficult than imagined. The older man currently seems to have simply had his strength enhanced, adding some defensive capabilities, with no other special features. But the fire controller could spit fire from his left and right nostrils, and his head and body swayed left and right. With the help of the old man, he was very difficult to beat. And he may have other tricks up his sleeve. As for why two people haven't been infected yet, generally speaking, every man has different tolerance for his own abilities. The stronger and more muscular a man is, the faster he will be affected. These two men look quite normal. Why haven't they reacted yet? Especially the younger one. His foul mouth keeps spewing shit. After fighting for nearly half a minute, Chengdu saw the opportunity and opened his mouth to deliver a fatal blow. At the moment when the fire in her chest was about to erupt, Liang Chui made a lightning-fast move and hit Chengdu on the chin with a palm. The flames that were about to burst out were instantly beaten back. Liang Chui snorted coldly. "Oh, I knew it. That's all you two have." After saying this, Liang Chui quickly pulled away and ran towards the direction where Su Jin disappeared. "I am injured and cannot take down the two people in a short time. If I delay any further, there will be big problems. The strongest director has been tricked, and his identity is not ordinary. The best option is to use him to disrupt the two people's formation first." Seeing Liang Chui escape and run towards the direction where Su Jin disappeared, Fu Huqing immediately understood what was going on and was shocked. Without any hesitation, he immediately flashed and chased after her. However, Liang Chui was faster than both of them, and seeing that she could not catch up, Chengdu yelled. With a puff, flames spurted out of his butt, and he accelerated directly by spraying nitrogen through his pants, and in an instant he surpassed Liang Chui by a body length. "What?" Liang Chui turned her head to look at Chengdu, who was inexplicably half a body length taller than her, and was shocked. The next second, Chengdu's hook punch hit her in the face. Liang Chui raised her arms to block the flames, but the flames burned through her sleeves, leaving a charred area on her fair skin. "Where are you going?" Fu Hu opened his eyes and roared, following closely and blocking Liang Chui's way again. The three of them started fighting again in a group. After more than 10 breaths, Chengdu finally couldn't help but yell, "Director, are you okay? Where are you?" Fu Hu's heart trembled, and he quickly realized the problem. Chengdu's abilities are unique and flexible, but they also consume a lot of energy. He has been setting fires continuously throughout the battle, so I'm afraid he won't be able to hold out for much longer. If the director could join the battle now, he could defeat this woman with just a little help. He is the key to victory or defeat. As Chengdu called out Su Jin, the three of them couldn't help but start looking around for Su Jin. After several rounds of fighting, as the three of them moved, Su Jin's figure finally appeared in front of them. In the shadows on the side of the small hut on the rooftop passage, Su Jin was busy, hunched over, with an anxious look on his face. The three of them looked at each other with crooked mouths and squinting eyes. He's kidnapping Guanzi. Chapter 74. The Three Phantom Gods versus the Succubus on the Rooftop. Come out. Come out. Su Jin's eyes were blazing with fire, and his arms moved like the wind. My mind is obviously full of lustful thoughts, so it should be easy to express them. But now the sun is hanging in the sky, my body is fully strengthened, and no matter how fast I speed up, I just can't get out. Hiding in the shadows would theoretically be a little better, but it seems to have no effect at the moment. Sensing the three people appearing from the side, Su Jin suddenly became anxious. He quickly lowered his head to protect his weak spot and shouted, "Lead that woman away. Get out. If you look at me again, I'll be completely ruined." Chengdu and Fu Hu changed positions and stood in front of Su Jin. At this moment, fear finally burst out in Liang Chui's eyes. No. The fight was so intense. How could he dare to do such a thing? You know your own abilities very well, and the impact is highly correlated with the changes in the physiological state of the target. If he really gets out, it will be difficult to control him. By then I will definitely die. You two pieces of trash. Get out of here. Liang Chui screamed, and regardless of the pain all over her body, she tried to force her way in and take Su Jin's life. However, the two people in front of him had changed their fighting tactics. Fu Hu was the main attacker, and he stood in front like an iron tower. The sun's position in the sky changes. Su Jin continued to pump air to increase the pressure while looking up at the sky. He followed the shadow with his pants held up and finally leaned against the iron door of the passage. Damn it. Come out quickly. If you don't come out, I'll chop you into pieces. Su Jin's eyes were bloodshot, and he was sweating profusely from anxiety. Another 100 cycles passed. Su Jin took 2 breaths and shook his head vigorously in an attempt to shake off Liang Ziyue's attractive image and strong emotional influence. He reached into his chest bag and took out his cell phone. Su Jin was breathing heavily and operating the screen with one hand. Unlock. Open hidden folders. Open Thunder. Fuck. Where's my movie? Looking at the empty Thunder download list, Su Jin was so angry that he almost dropped his pearls. He gasped and calmed down, then started swiping the screen again. It's okay. It's okay. It can't bother me at all. I also have pictures and novels. In the corridor of the cabin, Zhang Wan, with her women, Sister Lu, and Sun Yaoida were all waiting anxiously. Did you hear the noise? My hearing is not good. Sun Ya's face was full of worry. I heard it. The sound seemed to get louder just now. Someone must be coming over. Fu Qingdai frowned. There was no gunfire. They didn't carry guns. Why don't you send a gun over there? Wade whispered. As soon as the words came out, the iron door slammed twice. No, they are fighting at the door. If we go in at such a close distance, we will become a burden. Sunya immediately rejected it. Hold on a little longer. I'll be fine soon. Su Jin's anxious voice reached the corridor through the iron gate. Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up instantly, and a plan came to her mind. Brother is at the door, so my dad and brother Chung should be somewhere else. With guns. Sunya hurriedly handed over the shotgun at hand. Fu Qingdai took the shotgun and shouted through the door, Brother, I'm here to give you a gun. What? Su Jin suddenly looked up, cold sweat running down his forehead. He quickly opened the novel and read it aloud, then stuffed it into his pocket and used his free arm to hold the door. Qingdai, don't come in. There's a war going on. Did you hear what he said? Sunya asked hurriedly. I didn't hear clearly. It seemed like Brother Chung was breathing fire just now, and the sound was drowned out. Fu Qingdai pursed her lips and said, But I heard clearly what my father was shouting. The 2 of them were quite far away from the enemy, and my brother was at the door, so he must be alone. Then there's nothing to say. Just push the door open, throw the gun to him, and we'll leave immediately. Fu Qingdai nodded and reached out to push the door. After pushing twice with no response, he turned around and looked at Sunya. Sunya got anxious and glared at me. Why are you looking at me? This old door is rusted. Come on, force it open. With a bang, the door behind him was slammed. Fuck. Su Jin's whole body shook and he staggered violently, falling to his knees with a gun in his hand. He slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes looking behind him, his phone still playing the novel. Tonight I'll wear my hair straight, cascading down to my waist, in a short dress. The 5 people were dumbfounded, their eyes shifting from the ditch to his face. Su Jin's lips trembled uncontrollably, and a feeling of shame and indignation surged in his heart, instantly suppressing all other emotions. The next second, he roared in anger. What the hell do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? I said we should fight. Who let you in? Fu Qingdai's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she dropped the spray gun in her hand as if it were burned. Brother, give you a gun. As soon as he finished speaking, he was taken away by Zhang Wan. Several people hurriedly retreated to the corridor and slammed the iron door. Su Jin gritted his teeth, stood up, straightened his clothes, and his face was covered with blood vessels due to anger. He shook his head a few more times, then looked at Liang Chui with a fierce look in his eyes. After all that trouble just now, I suddenly feel much more sober. After all, this ability is not completely controlled. It is because of one's lack of self-control. I guess I'll be attacked again soon, so I have to fight quickly and decisively. Thinking of this, Su Jin picked up the shotgun on the ground and rushed towards Liang Chui quickly. You two, get out of the way. Su Jin's shout was like the sound of immortals, penetrating into the ears of Fu Hu and Chengdu. Liang Chui looked at Su Jin with horror. Seeing him coming with a gun, she immediately got into close combat with Fu Hu. The other fire-breathing one no longer has much firepower, and this big guy is slow, so he is perfect for blocking gunfire. Liang Chui taunted Su Jin. You're so cruel. This is the first time I've fallen into a man's hands. I lose this time, but I have to take one with me even if I die. Shoot. Let's see if you can hit the target. Fu Hu immediately roared. Director, don't bother with this bitch. Shoot. I'm going to gamble my life with her. Let's see who's stronger, her or me. In the corridor, the 5 people looked at each other. Hadn't recovered from what had just happened yet, and when she heard Fu Hu's roar, her face immediately turned pale. Sister Lu hurried forward to comfort her. Wan, you found a good man who is responsible. Old Fu Fu has a long life, so he will definitely be fine. Hee hee. What the hell are you doing pretending to be a man? Liang Chui sneered. I've seen through it a long time ago. No wonder you're not affected by my ability. You're a fucking sheep. And who else is that? A fucking homosexual. You risk your life, and still have the mood to look at others' rewards. What? Chengdu you. Director, I really didn't. Chengdu defended loudly. While Liang Chui was fighting, she kept whispering to Su Jin, I've met a lot of men, and this guy definitely has a crush on you. But you should thank me today. Even if he has a special sexual orientation, he will be affected by my ability. It's just a matter of time. Shoot me now. If you shoot now, you still have a chance to kill me. If you wait any longer, you won't have the chance. That lecherous idiot will even help me kill you. Ha ha ha. Juan, it's okay. Men are like this when they get older. In fact, it's not interesting. Sister Lu continued to comfort. Sister Lu, please stop talking. Zhang Wan said in a muffled voice, covering her face. Su Jin's forehead was covered with sweat, and he was hesitant about holding the gun. The shotgun's impact area was too large, and not only could Fu Hu's hardening ability not react in time, the hardened area was also insufficient. The probability of accidental injury if a shot is fired is extremely high. This woman is still tempting him to shoot. She may be confident that she can use Fu Hu as a meat shield. I didn't dare get close to him. Now my condition has recovered a little, but it hasn't completely disappeared. This ability of hers must emanate from her core. The closer you are to her, the greater the impact. But even if he doesn't get close, if this goes on, he will return to his previous state. What should I do? Just when Su Jin was in a dilemma, Dudu suddenly said in panic, Director, I smell a fragrance. Ha ha, it's almost there. Liang Chui continued to pester Fu Hu, confusing Su Jin with her words, why don't you shoot? It will be too late if you don't shoot now. Su Jin turned his gaze urgently to Chengdu, only to see that the other party had a dazed look and had completely withdrawn from the battle. His heart sank, and he dared not hesitate even a moment, letting out a deafening roar. Chengdu, don't be fooled by this bitch. I can sleep with you too. Hearing the roar, Chengdu turned his head, and his eyes instantly became clear. Su Jin was holding a gun, with his arms crossed, leaving only his shorts and socks on his body. Liang Chui opened her eyes wide, full of disbelief. I thought you were so capable. That's it. Give up. You can't beat me in terms of beauty. Su Jin said, quickly unloading the shotgun bullets and throwing them hard at Liang Chui's face. Qingdai is okay. The director had no choice but to do this. He definitely doesn't like men. Sister Lu comforted her kindly. The two old men looked at the three women's performance with expressionless faces. Fu Qingdai's expression kept changing, and finally she gritted her teeth, turned around, and ran downstairs. Chapter 75, Dangerous Peak, Snow Battle on the Rooftop. With Su Jin's powerful throw, the shotgun bullet shot towards Liang Chui. However, Liang Chui had seen the bomb disposal operation clearly, and she had already been prepared in advance. Su Jin dodged before the attack and quickly hid behind Fu Hu. After the attack missed, it was extremely difficult for Su Jin to use the same trick again. Chengdu, who was standing by, came to his senses and rejoined the battle between Fu Hu and Liang Chui. The battle situation fell into a stalemate again. Su Jin frowned, and his vision began to blur. Liang Chui's charm once again ripples in my heart. Huh. Su Jin panted, not caring about the bulge on his body, and kept pinching his thigh. Difficult. 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 This special type of opponent is far weaker than oneself, but is naturally one's nemesis in actual combat. Fu Huqing can't die. Is there no other way except to castrate himself? He is in a huge dilemma of whether to castrate himself or not. The small passage on the rooftop was knocked open again. The shouts of Zhang Wan and others also came into his ears. Qingdai, you're crazy, don't make things worse. Su Jin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and immediately turned around. I saw Fu Qingdai carrying two bulging plastic bags in her hands and rushing towards this side with her head down. When it was about 10 meters away, it began to spin in place like a small top. Su Jin suddenly became anxious and yelled, Qingdai, what are you doing here? Go back. Fu Qingdai said nothing and continued to spin forward. The small top spun very fast, and in a blink of an eye it was next to Su Jin. Su Jin was about to stop him. Fu Qingdai shouted, Dad, Brother Chum, get out of the way. As soon as she finished speaking, the two bulging plastic bags in Fu Qingdai's hands were thrown towards Liang Chui at high speed like shot put. After spinning and accelerating, the bag became heavier, and its speed was no less than that of Su Jin throwing a bullet. Fu Hu and Chengdu heard Fu Qingdai speak. They instinctively chose to retreat and dodge. Liang Chui glanced at the incoming object and saw that it was just a plastic bag filled with something. She snorted coldly and continued to entangle Fu Hu. When the plastic bags flew over, he immediately reached out and punched through both bags. With a loud splash, a huge amount of sticky substance and liquid in the plastic bag exploded. A huge amount of feces and urine came like a torrential rain. Liang Shui and Fu Hu were soaked in water, and Chengdu's pants were soaked in water. The three of them were stunned at the same time. Su Jin was instantly ecstatic and looked at Fu Qingdai in shock. The plastic bag used by the team members in the center to hold their shit. She actually has such quick wit. Great. Liang Shui must have failed now. Even if she is a succubus, no matter how powerful she is or how lowly she is, she can't be horny to a piece of shit. Well done. Su Jin shouted excitedly and swung his fist towards Liang Shui, determined to beat her until she was covered in blood and urine. You deserve it. I taught you a lesson. Fu Qingdai let out a vicious breath, stood there and cursed inwardly, then ran back into the corridor. After a brief delay, Fu Hu was the first to react among the three. He swung his fist at Liang Shui with the soup and water in it. Liang Shui raised her hand to resist in a daze. The two arms crossed each other in a slippery and sticky manner. Fu Hu, who had been unable to attack, finally slid a punch and hit Liang Shui's chin with the help of everyone's hard work. In slow motion, the tip of Fu Hu's retracted fist became sticky and stringy. Corn kernels splashed in the air, and brown and yellow vegetable leaves and curry flew together. Liang Shui's face was extremely distorted. Her cherry-like mouth was wide open, but she closed it again the moment she regained her senses. There were a bunch of fluffy things hanging on his face. The movements were too big, and everything went into his mouth. Although they are infected, they still retain most of their human habits. After all, not even zombies eat shit. Feeling extremely nauseous and under the threat of life and death, Liang Shui's alertness has exceeded the limit. Jin's figure was caught at a glance. Not daring to delay even a moment, Liang Shui raised her palm and urinated to repel Fu Hu, then turned around and sprayed feces from her mouth to force Chengdu back. At the same time, he kicked hard, splashing a yellow spring that rushed towards Su Jin. I didn't expect the opponent to be so cunning and vicious. With the raging waves and boiling water coming towards me, it was too late to break. Su Jin's eyes were bloodshot, and he raised his arms to cover his face first, but his body was soaked. What was even worse was that he stepped into a manure area. His steps became unstable, and he swayed and slid forward. In a moment, the foul smell and fishy wind filled the air. Liang Shui's superb performance and dirty tactics directly turned disadvantage into advantage, forced back three masters in one fell swoop, and forged a way to survive in desperate situation. While the three of them paused, Liang Shui looked deeply at Fu Qingdai with her one eye filled with hatred, then burst out with all her strength and leaped downstairs. It stepped on the wall of the activity center, fell into the distance, and disappeared outside the community. Wait until Su Jin stands firmly and puts down his arms. His eyes were already red and the muscles on his face were twitching wildly. Looking at the direction where Liang Shui disappeared, he burst out with great strength, chased the dung on the roadside, and jumped away. Several people in the corridor stared at the scene in front of them in shock. Watching her man transform into a dung monster, Zhang Wan grabbed Fu Qingdai's ear and angrily scolded him. You bastard! What the hell are you meddling in? What have your dad and the others done to you? Can't you see your brother is mad as hell? Fu Qingdai's face turned pale, and she kept shrinking her head. Mom, I was wrong. I didn't expect it to be like this. It's okay. It's okay. The child's intention was good, but the execution was bad. Just wash it, and it will be fine. Go back and get some water. Sister Lu hurried out to smooth things over. More than 10 minutes later, Su Jin returned to the top floor platform of the center, feeling depressed and covered in debris. The others had already returned to the first floor, while Fu Hu and Chengdu were still waiting on the rooftop. Their bodies almost dried out and hardened. Seeing Su Jin return, the two of them immediately looked over. Su Jin shook his head and said angrily, "Let that bitch get away." Damn. Alas, this time the opponent is too vicious. There is nothing we can do. Fu Hu said helplessly. Sister Lu went to get some water. She will be back soon. Soon, Sister Lu came up with 3 basins and a plastic bag of towels under her arms, carrying a large bucket of water. Place the 3 basins separately and fill each with water. Sister Lu looked at the 3 disheveled men, swallowed her saliva, took a few steps back, and said, "Hurry up and clean it up. There's not much water, just wiping it should be enough. There's still a lot of perfume, so you can spray more." That director. Sister Lu hesitated to speak. Su Jin said dejectedly, "Sister Lu, we are all family. If you have something to say, just speak directly." Then I'll be frank. Sister Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "Director, you're only wearing a pair of shorts, and I think you need to rub them thoroughly." Su Jin was annoyed, anxious, and embarrassed. "Sister Lu, Please stop talking. Can you please get us some clothes? Thank you. Ah, good. Sister Lu smiled awkwardly, turned around, and trotted downstairs. There were only 3 people left on the platform. They all looked gloomy and picked up basins of water to find a place to wash. Su-jin looked at the clothes and briefcase he had taken off before on the ground and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, I was well prepared and had a lot of Coke in my briefcase, so I could use Coke if water was not enough. Using Coke to clean the toilet is a surefire way to get it clean. It'll even give you enough clothes to change into. Carrying the basin of water, he came to the passage of the cabin. Su-jin leaned forward to make sure no one could see him, then placed the basin on the ground like a thief. He stripped completely naked, then lay over the basin and frantically did one-handed push-ups. Thanks to the brothers for providing inspiration for this chapter. Chapter 76, The Shameless Trio. Half an hour later. Exposed in front of people, Sheep Wei and Address Book sat side by side on the edge of the rooftop. The 3 of them looked into the distance with hopelessness. After a long while, Fu Hu, who was sitting in the middle, was the first to speak woodenly. Chengdu, it's just a basin of water. How come you don't smell? I roasted it over fire to sterilize it. What about you, director? Why do you still wear some incense? I washed it carefully. Su-jin replied expressionlessly. Why do I smell like that? Chengdu hesitated for a long time, stretched his head to look at Su-jin, and asked tentatively. Director, you said before. Get out. Su-jin cursed. Destroy? Don't even fucking want to live. Chengdu was so scared that he shrank his head and dared not say another word. Fu Hu sighed and said, Chengdu, when did you get this disease? Why didn't you go to the hospital? Since I was a child. Is that a fucking disease? How uneducated. Isn't that normal? Su-jin said helplessly. And he went to the hospital? Even a good person got sick. Director, do you understand me? Chengdu's eyes flashed. Get lost. Su-jin cursed again, then turned to look at Fu Hu. Old Fu, how come you're only in your early 40s and already have this problem? Why haven't you gone to the hospital? Hey, don't you have hardening? Even superpowers can't cure this problem. It has to be tangible to harden. If it has no shape, I'll just harden like a cocoon. Fu Hu said with a dark face. Can't you just lie on the parallel bars and wait for them to hang down before hardening? I took off all my clothes outside to find the parallel bars and then walked back home. The hardening was only 1/3. Director, can you please stop asking? Fu Hu stopped talking and couldn't help getting angry. I'm in good health and there's nothing wrong with me. I just haven't been in good shape in recent years. I just need to take care of myself. Then can you replace your wife with Jiangyu? Jiangyu will definitely be able to do it. No, the 3 of us are already like this today. What difference does it make whether we are weak or not? That's true. Su-jin scratched his chin, and the 3 of them fell silent again. After a long moment, Su-jin let out a long sigh and said, All right, let's get down to business. The situation is too dangerous right now. I don't know how many more disguised infected people like the one just now are in the city. We were targeted by 4 people, 2 died, 1 was injured, and 1 is missing. That woman probably won't be back for a while, but I'm afraid she'll ask the remaining 1 for help. You 2, tell everyone to load all the supplies and get ready to go. We'll leave at daybreak tomorrow. Director, the giant meatworm hasn't been found yet. It's dangerous for our people to be out there. Su-jin put his hand on his forehead, feeling a terrible headache. I forgot what happened after the fight, and I don't know where the fleshworm ran off to. Then let Zhang-wan have 2 rosters. Let those without any skills do the work, and the useful ones stay in the house to guard it. Su-jin finished speaking. Fu Hubung and Cheng-du did not respond and remained silent. I know this is cruel, and I don't want to do it, but sometimes I have to. Su-jin also lowered his head, feeling extremely sad. The world has become like this, and we must make choices. Our opponents won't give us the opportunity to talk about equality and peace. We must survive, and we must ensure the survival of as many people as possible. Hey, let's act. I won't go in yet. I'll leave the things inside to you. Let's get some fresh air outside and give orders and monitor at the same time. Su-jin slapped his knees, stood up, and jumped to the first floor. The temporary crisis was over, and mobilization began quickly while it was still light. More than 70 people were selected and collectively left the center to move goods outdoors. Everyone else gathered in the center of the hall, and a thin layer of flour was again applied around the crowd. Su-jin's command. The processes outside were carried out in an orderly manner. The center has limited space, and most of the supplies are placed on the first floor of the nearest residential building. So it is convenient to move. Before the sun sets, the overall work has been almost completed. Seeing that only some finishing work was left, Su-jin returned to the activity center. Standing at the crack of the door and looking inside through the glass, I was met with Fu Qingdai's apologetic gaze. Jin smiled and waved his hand, then shifted his gaze to Fu Hu and pointed upwards. Fu Hu understood what he meant and stood up and walked upstairs. Standing on the rooftop, Fu Hu said to Jin, who had walked to the side, "There's no problem here. The people boarding the vehicles and the vehicle numbers have been assigned. We'll take away the remaining supplies before we set off. Director, there's one more thing you need to understand. The woman who just came here has even greater abilities than we imagined. Her abilities have a wide range and can even penetrate walls. When we were on the rooftop, all the men below were affected, but perhaps because of the distance and the wall between them, the severity of the attack wasn't as severe. There was chaos down there for a while, but Elder Sun has calmed it down." Mr. Wei said that the current situation cannot be analyzed and suggested wearing an iron basin on the head, which might be a defense. "Succubus Professor X, this is..." Jin muttered with a headache, then raised his voice and said, "Got it. Be careful and guarded. The two elders are the most professional. Prepare everything according to their advice." "And others?" Jin was speaking. A scream suddenly came from the center of the hall. Fu Hu and Jin's expressions changed drastically at the same time, and they ran towards the hall one after another. As he pulled the door open, Jin's heart tightened and his pupils contracted. Weida, who was in the crowd, had a look of pain on his face and seemed to be in great struggle. Sunya was holding his body with a panicked look on his face. "What's wrong?" Jin strode in, and the crowd automatically made way. Sunya gritted his teeth and said, "Take him to a private room first." Jin immediately picked up Weida and walked towards his temporary independent office on the second floor. Fu Qingdai and other close friends followed closely behind, and only Zhang Wan stayed behind to maintain order. When I entered the room, there was only a simple table and chairs and a mattress. Gently placing Weida on the mattress, Jin hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Bug," Sunya said in shock. The bug appeared and burrowed into Old Wei's body. "How is that possible? The room is covered with flour. The distance left should be enough for you to react." "I don't know when the bug got in. It fell from the roof and hit the people below," Sunya said regretfully. "It didn't land directly on Old Wei's head, but he accidentally got hit. I saw the bug crawl into his chest." "Qingdai." Jin looked at Fu Qingdai. "Didn't you sense anything at that time?" Fu Qingdai said with a sullen face, "I sensed it, but I only sensed it when the insect attacked. It was fast and weak, and by the time I could react it was already too late." Jin said nothing more and tore open Weida's shirt. As his shirt was torn open, a blood hole half the size of a fist appeared on his chest, and his entire upper body was covered with blood-red lines like spider webs. When Jin saw this scene, he was extremely anxious. The current situation is simply not something that can be solved with the current medical level, and Mr. Wei is so old. "Mr. Wei, how do you feel?" "It hurts." Weida was in so much pain that he burst into tears. He reached out and grabbed Sunya's sleeve, shaking it continuously and pointing his finger in one direction. What does he mean?" Jin asked hurriedly. I understand." Sunya held Weida's hand and looked at Jin with tears in his eyes. Old Wei was afraid that something might happen to him, so he left notes in advance. He wrote down the operation methods of those weapons in the notes. "They are in his home." Weida stammered silently and quietly released the hand that was holding Sunya's sleeve. Chapter 77. Namekians don't tell the truth. Tears welled up in the eyes of everyone in the room. Jin's whole body was tense, and he was filled with hatred. My own actions were not sufficient. Too slow. Too weak. If we had been more careful at the beginning, this loophole would not have occurred. Mr. Wei is crucial and an absolute hero in the team. Even when faced with something like this, he's still trying to solve the problem. We can't just give up like this. Weida's moans became quieter and quieter. Jin suddenly widened his eyes, moved quickly, and started searching through his briefcase. Of an eye, a ball of flesh appeared on his hand. He put the meatball in Weida's hand and took out a knife to pierce it directly. Soon after the light merged into Weida's palm, Weida immediately fell into a coma. Sunya said anxiously, "What are you doing? How can this thing be effective if you give it to him now? The strange insect is still inside him. What if something else goes wrong? What else can we do? We have to give it a try. This is the only solution," Jin said in a deep voice. Sunya's lips twitched, but he finally lowered his eyes and said weakly, "What I mean is, you shouldn't waste such resources on him. Success or failure is uncertain, and he will hinder our progress. We both don't have much time left to live anyway. There's no need to burden you young people." He left notes, but who knows if anyone can understand them. He has to teach everyone step by step. Jin sighed. "I know what you mean, but people are all made of flesh and blood. I can't always be rational. If it was a stranger, I wouldn't save him. Old Wei has been with me from the beginning until now. I won't watch him die, and neither will you. Sunya also sighed. There's no need to be on guard against insects now. You guys can go out first. We need more people to take care of things down there. Someone else can go get Lao Wei's notes. I'll call you anytime he wakes up or needs anything. Time flies, and it's getting late. All personnel arrangements have been completed, and guns have been distributed to a group of reliable people according to the daily report summary. All the supplies are loaded onto the truck, and we are ready to set off at daybreak. In the room next to Wei De where supplies were originally stored, Su Jin simply made a bed on the floor and looked at the notes left by Wei De by candlelight. The door quietly opened a crack. Fu Qingdai came in, quickly closed the door, and lay down beside Su Jin. Su Jin put down his notes, looked at Fu Qingdai, and forced a smile. Why are you here when you're not with your parents? Fu Qingdai gently leaned on Su Jin's shoulder and spoke after a long while. Will Grandpa Wei be okay? Yes. Su Jin said succinctly. You have to have faith. He will get better, and even better than before. Even if there are any problems, we can help him solve them. Fu Qingdai's eyes were wet. Brother, I'm sorry for today. I didn't mean it. Su Jin smiled softly and reached out to stroke Fu Qingdai's hair. You really saved my life today. Everything else is just a small problem. You did nothing wrong. You did very well. I am speaking from the heart. Fu Qingdai's small nose twitched. Today I killed someone. I knew she was infected, but she looked like an ordinary child. As she spoke, her voice began to choke. Su Jin's eyes were deep as he patted her back twice. You must do this. You must show no mercy to your enemies. Qingdai, your status is extraordinary. You can't just cry when you encounter something. How can you carry the banner if you keep crying? Jean with her bright eyes, and spoke slowly. If you weren't here, I wouldn't be crying. Their eyes met, and Su Jin said seriously, what if one day I'm no longer around? Where can you go? Fu Qingdai still looked at him stubbornly, but her hands were tightly grasping the corner of his clothes. You said the spaceship crashed. Maybe someone will come to pick me up, or maybe I will die. What will you do then? Su Jin asked back. Fu Qingdai was about to answer, but Su Jin held her lips. It's not that I don't feel sorry for you, but you must be able to hold on and become the pillar of the team. Sometimes you have to use kindness, and sometimes you have to give it up. In fact, management is not difficult. To deal with smart people, you have to collude with interests. To deal with stupid people, you must never tell them the truth. You must hypnotize them in the form of religion and make them think that what you ask them to do is right. Su Jin narrated slowly. The rest is easy. Be close to the virtuous and stay away from the villains. Then appoint people based on personal connections. There will definitely be people in the team who don't have enough to eat. If they are useful, you give them some meat and develop them into your confidants. If they are useless, throw the problem to them. Say that they don't have enough to eat because they don't work hard enough. Blame them for not working hard enough, and let them continue to work hard for you. What I said is very important. You have to remember it. Maybe it will be useful in the future, but these are not comprehensive. There is also. Su Jin lowered his head, and his eyes met Fu Qingdai's again. The girl's eyes moved, but her gaze did not move an inch. Continuing to look down, Su Jin reached out and pushed aside the long legs that had been placed on him at some point. And the most important thing is, you can't have any improper thoughts about me. I'm an alien, and this is seven-shaped love. I didn't. Fu Qingdai lowered her head angrily, and her hand clutching the corner of her clothes began to tremble and turn white. The moment Fu Qingdai lowered her head, Su Jin clenched his knuckles tightly, then smiled faintly. I have experience, but I'm afraid you won't believe me. A workplace elite like me, clean and elegant, confident and generous, well-mannered, and gentle in speech, always makes young girls feel at ease, warm and comfortable. What about the boys your age? They look unsophisticated, have limited financial resources, are impulsive, behave erratically, and often irritate others. They're far inferior to me. Brother is like opium. Although it can make you feel comfortable physically and mentally, for the sake of your future happiness, you must quit. You are shameless. Fu Qingdai hit Su Jin's ribs with her forehead. After the teasing, the smile on Su Jin's face gradually faded. He looked at the roof and murmured, to be honest, I have a lot of girlfriends. Fu Qingdai quickly raised her head and stared at Su Jin. I'm not kidding. We Namekians practice polygamy. I have a whole building full of women. As soon as I walk in, they line up in droves to see me. If I don't like anyone that day, I'll just switch to another batch. Sometimes I'll go through several batches before picking one. I only accompany one person at a time. Sometimes when friends come over, I'll pick a few girlfriends to keep them company. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale. She pursed her lips and stared at Su Jin's eyes carefully, looking for flaws. Really? I don't believe it. Of course it's true. Have you forgotten that we Namekians never lie? Su Jin said, no longer daring to look directly at Fu Qingdai. He immediately pushed her away and said, you go to sleep first. I'll go see how things are going over there, Mr. Wei. Fu Qingdai watched Su Jin leave in a daze. After a long time, her eyebrows raised, she clenched her fists and punched the wall hard. Lie to me. Namekians never lie. There's never a word of truth from his mouth. Chapter 78. Are you an alien? Entering the room where Sun Yue Da was, Su Jin gently closed the door and walked forward. Wei was still in a coma. Su Jin whispered, old Sun, how is the situation? Has there been any change? Sun Yue shook his head and sighed softly. Based on the time it took for him to regain consciousness, it will probably be some time before he wakes up. It's a good thing he hasn't experienced any unusual symptoms yet. I checked his heartbeat and pulse, and they're both normal. It's very likely that the worm inside him fell asleep with him. But that's exactly the problem. If Meatball also strengthens that strange worm, Old Wei might not have any chance of survival. Then let's wait a little longer. It's still early before dawn, Su Jin said, and sat down beside the mattress. Looking at the untouched food on the ground, he turned to look at Sun Yue. Old Sun, eat your meal. I really can't handle another one. Although he had no appetite, since Su Jin had said so, Sun Yue did not refuse. He picked up the bowl and started eating in small bites. Halfway through the meal, Sun Yue paused and whispered, Shaoli, there are some things I don't want to say, but I'm afraid I'll end up like Lao Wei one day, so I might as well ask you directly. What's up? The two looked at each other, and Sun Yue said word by word. Are you an alien? Su Jin was stunned and forced a smile. Mr. Sun, you are really weird. Why do you ask that? Your speaking habits are very unique. Perhaps even you haven't noticed. When you spoke to me, you spoke with a Longshan accent. But during our investigation, we met with many residents in the building, and some of them spoke dialect, and your accent also has a dialect tinge. And sometimes you'll blurt out some written language when you speak, and occasionally you'll explain some common things in a strange way. It's like you have a universal translator. Su Jin's expression froze. He never thought that Sun Yue was so sharp. Besides, no one had ever mentioned this to him, and it was impossible for him to discover it himself. The company's translation is really. Before Su Jin could come to his senses, Sun Yue continued, I didn't start to doubt you from here, but after seeing your communication device. From our observations, the device appears to be civilian equipment, and the icons inside are highly entertaining, which further supports this assumption. Lao Wei and I have both come across cutting-edge technology that hasn't even reached the market yet. The device you're holding, this world simply can't produce it. We don't even have the capacity to do so. If you're not an alien, or have come into contact with alien technology, this is impossible to explain. Lao Wei and I have had our doubts for a long time, but seeing you busying around, we never dared to speak up. Can you give me an answer now? There was a long silence, until Su Jin's palms were slightly sweaty, and he finally spoke. You guessed right. I am indeed an alien. We are not creatures from the same planet, but we should be the same species. When he got a positive answer, Sun Yue's heartbeat immediately accelerated. And you? I know what you're asking. I have no idea how I came to this world, and since arriving here, I've mastered your language. Just think of it as a cosmic accident. My world isn't much more technologically advanced than here. Perhaps in another 20 years or so, this world will become exactly like my hometown. I have no idea what's happening to this world. I'm trapped here and just want to survive and help you survive, that's all. Then why did you come into contact with Fu Qingdai? Sun Yue continued to ask. It can be considered as a sense. I can see the essence of Huiyu. She can foresee the future. Maybe a civilization from a higher dimension wants to save the world, so they brought me here. Su Jin lowered his head with bitterness in his heart. If there really is a civilization that wants to help us, why don't they do it themselves? Sun Yue felt very disappointed. Who knows? Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe they don't have good intentions. Maybe I'm being set up by aliens. If you could be set up by aliens, then your identity must have been extraordinary. I'm just a salesperson. My life is pretty good, and I have a lot of things going for me. Sigh. Su Jin closed his eyes helplessly. Let's not talk about it anymore. Seeing Su Jin's low mood, Sun Yue changed the subject and said, Then tell me about what's going on over there, okay? Okay. Su Jin smiled, then took out his cell phone and began to talk slowly. I won't talk about the distant past. It's just a fight between primitive people, no different from this. I'll just talk about the recent past. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Maybe I will die tomorrow, or maybe the two old people won't be here anymore. Secrets, identities, everything, have long been insignificant in the face of survival. Sun Yue listened quietly, his expression sometimes dull, sometimes admiring, and sometimes regretful. Finally, just as I was about to ask a question, An unexpected voice interrupted me. It sounds like the future is pretty good, but it won't be very happy either. Haha, the faster the development, the bigger the desire. Mr. Wei. Su-jin was shocked and immediately lowered his head to look at Wei-da. Wei-da woke up at some point, but he was still lying in bed, motionless. She was just looking at him with a smile. Shaoli, you really are an alien. Old Wei, stop talking about useless things. How are you? Sunya hurriedly helped him check his body. Dense red blood network on Wei-da's chest still existed, and from the surface it seemed that there was no change. Wei-da exhaled, looked at the ceiling and said, I don't know. My body doesn't hurt anymore, but the worm is definitely not dead. It's still inside me. I don't know if it's asleep or something, and I can't feel its location. If it wakes up, I probably won't survive. What about your ability? Can you still move? Su-jin asked. Wei-da blinked. I don't know what abilities I have. I don't have the chi you mentioned. I can't move at all right now. My body seems to be regaining strength, but it feels like it's been sucked away, so that's why. Shouldn't we set off? Just take me with you. I haven't finished writing my notes yet, so I'll dictate and you can find someone to record. Su-jin and Sunya looked at each other. Mr. Sun, you have a deep understanding of medical treatment. Is there any way to solve this situation? Sunya pondered. There's a parasite inside the body, and it's quite large. Logically, we should just remove it. But without a sterile environment, even if we perform surgery, we might wake up the parasite inside the body, and then there's really no hope. Life and death are determined by fate. Don't force it on me. I don't have much time left anyway, Wei-da said. Find someone to help me continue transcribing the notes. You have the notebook, right? Read it to me, and I'll continue. Sunya ignored Wei-da's words and suddenly looked at Su-jin and raised his head. There is a way to save him. It's very feasible. Chapter 79, Dragon Scale Peak, MRI gambles life. What method? Su-jin quickly cheered up. MRI, that bug is quite large. We can definitely detect it with MRI, find its exact location, and kill it with one blow. Sunya swung his fist vigorously. Su-jin's eyes quickly dimmed. Don't be silly, old Sunday. Where can you get an MRI? Wei-da shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't waste time. Notes are important. Do you want me to die in vain? As Sunya was about to speak again, Su-jin's deep voice echoed beside him. Mr. Sun, I know you're eager to save people, but using an MRI is simply impossible. There's no electricity, and it's been out for so long. Even if I find the machine, would it still work? The hospital environment is undoubtedly extremely polluted right now. No, you're wrong. I'm anxious, but I'm not stupid enough to forget that the actual conditions don't allow it. Sunya's eyes flashed. The hospital won't work, but there's definitely a place that will work. Where? Su-jin asked immediately. The Dragon Scale building is the tallest skyscraper in the city. The top 3 floors aren't for ordinary people to live on. The 99th floor is for living, the 98th floor is for medical care, and the 97th floor is for logistics, Sunya said. The 98th floor boasts some of the best medical facilities in the country, and even the world. The MRI equipment inside is custom-made. What? Su-jin was surprised and asked immediately, but the power has been out for so long. Even if the conditions are good, it will take at least a week or 2 to restart it. The machine needs to be replenished with liquid helium, and we don't have the conditions for that right now. Hey, you know a lot. Sunya was a little surprised. I used to sell medical equipment, so I know a little about it. Mr. Sun, please tell me quickly. Su-jin urged. Sunya nodded. The MRI equipment in the Dragon Scale building is custom-made. I personally debugged it, and the temperature control structure is far superior to military standards. The machine also has power-off protection, a dual helium tank structure, and an off-grid thermal stabilization system. With top-notch medical personnel maintaining it, the machine is guaranteed to remain in perfect condition and will most likely remain in a superconducting state. After the Cold Sky launch, the outside temperature dipped below -50 degrees Celsius. The temperature on the top floor of the Dragon Scale building must be even lower, and the rate at which the liquid helium is lost will be much slower than normal. Most importantly, the building has a local reserve of liquid helium and a backup power source. The conditions are ideal, and we can restart the MRI in just 3 hours. Sunya said solemnly. We can still perform surgery on site, but forget about major surgery. Old Wei's physical condition should have improved significantly, otherwise he wouldn't react so normally with such a large foreign object in his body. We found the bug and killed it with a needle. Old Wei was barely saved. Oh my God, who lives there? Su-jin exclaimed. What kind of capitalist is he? Sunya looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Capital? What the hell is that? It's for the nobles. How much? The most expensive. All right, Su-jin suddenly said. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. We don't know the status of the worms in Elder Wei's body, so there's no time to waste. I'll drive out first to explore the road and lure away the zombies on the street. Then I'll return immediately to pick you up and take you to the Dragon Scale building. You two are crazy, Wade yelled angrily. Don't waste your time on me now. You can't make assumptions based on ideal situations. What if this trip is in vain? Old Wei, can't you see through Little Lee? He won't give up unless you cooperate. Sunya sighed. Stay alive, you still have some use. After saying that, Sunya looked at Su Jin again and said, Shaoli, we can all see your abilities. We need to explore the way first, but you'd better go to the Dragon Scale building first. Although we can pass through the fire escape safely and the upper 3 floors are unused, I estimate that there may be about 20 people in there for maintenance. These people will turn into zombies and need to be cleared out in advance. I understand. I'll go now. Su Jin rushed out the door. Many people were already asleep in the lobby on the 1st floor, and Fu Hu and a few others were on guard duty. Seeing Su Jin rushing out, Fu Hu suddenly felt something was wrong and stepped forward to ask, Director, what's wrong? Mr. Wei has woken up, but he needs to go to the Dragon Scale building for treatment. There is a good treatment environment there. I'm going out to divert the zombies on the road, and then come back. Please prepare a few usable loudspeakers for me, and get me a few barrels of gasoline. Su Jin said as he walked out the door. It's late at night. If we turn on the headlights, the zombies will be attracted here. Will the horn be useful? Fu Hu asked anxiously. As he spoke, Su Jin had already walked to the front of the car, opened the door, and turned back to say, I can see at night now, so there's no need to turn on the lights. After I go out and lure the zombies away, I'll be back to pick them up. I have to take care of both of them and climb the stairs, so it's safer to bring Chengdu with me. I'll have them wait for me on the 1st floor. I'll leave the defense of this place entirely to you. It'll only be a few hours, so don't let anything go wrong. It'll be almost daybreak by the time we're done, so we might be back late. The nearby streets have already been cleared, so get the convoy out there and be ready to go. This is the final hurdle in building our new home. We'll all make it to the military district safely. Fu Hu licked his lips and nodded vigorously. Okay, great. Give me 2 minutes. I'll go get the horn for you. By the way, what do you need the gasoline for? Never mind, just go. Old son, you're crazy. How is this any different from gambling? Wade murmured. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I have nothing to regret, even if I die. What if I fail, and you want me to go to hell with shame? Sunya said calmly. We must live as long as we can. The notes you left behind don't even cover the operation of the weapons. What will you let others do when the weapons are used up? Let them find books and learn on their own. You understand the military industry and even production. We'll need to restart the factory in the future, and you won't be enough. I'm not even a little bit worse than you in this area, so you must stay alive. Wade was speechless. Sunya continued. We're both old now, and all our family members are dead. Death is nothing. It's just a matter of passing away. But what about our descendants? Shaoli has traveled light years to our planet. An alien, with no selfish motives, treats our lives as if they were his own. What kind of spirit is this? He risked his life to save you, but you still don't want to live. Are you worthy of him? Listen to me. The most important thing for you right now is to shut up and stop interfering with our operations. Wade's expression changed, and he finally laughed bitterly. Aliens, they really are aliens. We were really saved by aliens. That's right. I can tell what he said is true. He himself doesn't understand how he ended up here. Perhaps it was God's will. Maybe he is our savior. Haha, it has to be him. Wade's expression finally softened, and he turned his eyes to Sunya. Old son, I didn't hear what you said before. Tell me again. I was just about to tell you. They've made nuclear bombs over there, and many countries have them. But they don't have weather weapons like the cold sky. It seems their environment is quite different from ours. Amazing. What about Fu Qingdai? Was Fu Hu actually cheated on by aliens? Was it aliens who did this to him, as he's so young and weak? Damn, old bitch, you really deserve to die. Chapter 80 Doomsday Luxury in the Refrigerator. 40 minutes later, Su Jin drove back to the activity center. Chengdu had already heard the news and was standing at the door waiting alone. Seeing a car returning, he immediately went to meet it. Su Jin didn't get out of the car, but stuck his head out and said, I've cleared all the lines up ahead. Hurry up and get the 2 elders in the car, and get 2 more shotguns as backup. Director, I'm so touched. I didn't expect you to be so brave as to talk to me alone. Stop the fucking nonsense and go. Chengdu jogged all the way, quickly carried Wade out of the house, and got into the car with Sunya. The vehicle stopped for only 3 minutes before setting off again. Su Jin and Sunya sat in the front seat. Sunya asked, Are there any problems on the road? Would I have returned so quickly if there was a problem? Su Jin said with a smile. Everything went well. I checked out the Dragon Scale building. There were only a dozen ordinary zombies inside, and I took care of them all. The environment was very clean, and the equipment seemed to be in good condition, but I didn't dare to check the details. Mr. Sun, do you know where the emergency power supply is located? I know. When I went there to test equipment for someone, the owner showed me around all over just to show off. Sunya sighed. I've been to a lot of great places, but the top floor of the Dragon Scale building is truly impressive. No one says they all want to climb up the ladder. Su Jin smiled helplessly. I just took the wrong path and decided to work in the marketing field. If I had taken a different exam back then, I don't know how many people I would have benefited. Oh, then your brain will follow your butt. Don't you want a big house? I'm not greedy. I'm just responsible for living. I don't need a house. It can be seen that you are indeed the material. Chengdu was watching over Wei De in the back seat. When the car turned, Wei De's limp body began to tilt. Mr. Wei, are you comfortable in this position? Can I help you adjust it? Don't touch me, pervert, Wei De shouted angrily. You're such a grown-up, and you don't even know to go to the hospital when you're sick. Hey, I'm telling you who's crazy. I'm not attracted to you. Why are you taking it out on me? I served him with good intentions, but was scolded as soon as I got there. Chengdu rolled his eyes in anger, crossed his arms, and looked out the window. Sunya snorted coldly and began to attack again. It's not right to treat it as a disease, is that right? There are things a grown man likes that are not good. Do you think you can live up to your parents by liking men? You are unfilial. Hey, okay, you two old men are really something. Even Chung came to help, and you're still saying this. Is that a disease? What backward social concepts? Su Jin taunted while driving. We'll have to carry you upstairs later. Otherwise, can you walk up to the 100th floor by yourselves? You still look down on me? Chengdu laughed and patted the front seat. The director is really considerate and open-minded. Shut up and don't talk to me. Drive to the bottom of the Dragon Scale building. Su Jin and Chengdu got out of the car at the same time, carried Sunya and Wei De on their backs, and quickly rushed into the building. The road has been explored in the early stage, and the route is clear. The four of them went all the way to the 99th floor. After placing Wei De on the bed in the luxury ward, Sunya jogged to turn on the power. Chengdu looked out the window and suddenly exclaimed, What's going on? The building across the way is on fire. The whole downstairs is on fire. What a huge fire. Is there anyone else there? Stop shouting, I set the fire. Su Jin said as he adjusted the bed. Why? Before Chung could finish his words, the backup power supply started up, and with a few clicks the entire floor was brightly lit. Su Jin raised his hand and pointed upwards. Why else zombies also react to light sources? It will be troublesome if they gather downstairs. Come with me to turn off all the other lights on the upper and lower floors. Only one will be enough. We will take action when Elder Sun comes back. The director is so cautious. I didn't expect. Shut up. Not long after, Sunya returned and entered the ward, saying, I'm going to the MRI scan room. Anyone who wants to come with me can follow. If you don't want to, just stay here with Old Wei. Su Jin stepped forward to accompany Sunya to the MRI scanning room. The intact machine was placed indoors, and the surroundings were also tidy. After taking a quick look around, Sunya immediately began to check the machine. While Su Jin was waiting anxiously, he couldn't help but marvel at the environment. This private MRI scanning room is much larger than the one in the hospital. It's so big that there's no room to use it. It's really awesome. After a busy period, Sunya clapped his hands heavily. Good. The magnets haven't quenched, and the helium level is still 36%. As long as the cold head temperature control stabilizes, we can restart within 3 hours. That's great. Whoever ordered the launch of the Cold Dome missile was really helpful. The situation is better than I imagined. Huh. Su Jin was completely relieved and said, That's good. Mr. Sun, please stay alone for a while. Chung, and I will go turn off the lights on the other floors. Okay, go ahead and don't worry about me. On the top floor, Su Jin quickly walked through each room, turning off the lights one by one. Although the world as a whole is backward, the top floor of the Dragon Scale building did shock him, a country bumpkin from Earth. The decoration style does not look rustic at all, and every piece of decoration reveals luxurious quality. The walls and carpets are all in red and gold, and the unique crystal chandeliers are stunning when they light up. He discovered a messy watch cabinet in the huge master bedroom, and found a good watch in the corner that Su Jin went downstairs satisfied. At the same time, Chengdu also returned to the MRI scanning room, holding a basket in his hand, and walked forward with a happy face. Director, look what I found downstairs. Several huge refrigerators connected together, all filled with fruit. They've been there for so long, and they still look as good as fresh. This is amazing. Su Jin picked up a familiar fruit and took a bite. He opened his eyes and nodded deeply. Sweet. Damn sweet. After chewing twice, he suddenly realized the problem. He asked Sunya in surprise. That's not right. The refrigerator should have been out of power long ago. How come the fruit is still so fresh? Sunya said calmly. All the equipment here is custom-made. I remember the refrigerator uses a dual-circuit refrigeration system. In addition to the compressor, it also has a closed-loop liquid nitrogen cycle and a phase-change cold storage layer. It can maintain a temperature below -10 degrees Celsius even after a power outage for a month. This kind of thing is simply not available on the market, and you might not see it even in 20 years. I don't understand what you are saying. Or rather, being rich is good. Let's get a taste of rich people's life. Chengdu ate the fruit happily. Rich? There are some things you can't do even if you have money. Sunya sneered. Hey, how can I say this? I can't buy it even if I spend money. Some things, if others use them, you can't use them. It has nothing to do with money. TSK. I don't care. Anyway, we got to experience it today. Sunya kept working and jokingly asked, so, would you rather experience the life of a rich person here, or go back to being a security guard in the residential complex? After hearing this, Chengdu slowed down his chewing speed, gradually feeling that the food tasted like wax. He said sadly, if I could go back to the past, I would be a stray dog. Hee, I would be so happy if I could die yesterday. Sunya smiled. Su Jin put down the fruit in his hand, sat quietly aside, closed his eyes and rested. All right, 2.5 hours later, the two stood up at Sunya's call. The machine has started to start, and there is a noise. Su Jin was about to step forward when he suddenly felt a pulling sensation on his side. He quickly reached out and stopped Chengdu, who wanted to go forward to check. Don't go over there. That's right, stay away from the machine. If any metal objects on your body get sucked in, all my efforts will be in vain. Sunya's reminder sounded. Okay, one of you two will get ready and push Lao Wei in. Chapter 81 Mr. Wei's new ability. Make some simple preparations and make sure you don't carry any metal objects that can be inhaled. Chengdu went to the ward, examined Wei Da as well, and then carried him into the MRI scanning room. Su Jin stood beside the computer with Sunya, waiting to view the images. As Wei Da was pushed into the machine by Chengdu, the computer screen began to change. Sunya immediately stepped forward and looked at it carefully with narrowed eyes. Su Jin crossed his arms, and his expression became serious. Although he has some knowledge, he is definitely an outsider in medicine. But even an outsider like him could see how serious Wei Da's situation was at the moment. As expected, the big worm was indeed lying inside his body, motionless. A huge shadow appeared inside the abdominal cavity. This monster's claws can extend even further, and they've already entangled Old Wei's internal organs. Sunya muttered. Old Wei is still alive and feeling no pain, which shows that his body has indeed undergone tremendous changes. The question now is what to do, Su Jin said seriously. How do we kill this bug? It's not a normal creature. Can we analyze where its fatal point is? Sunya shook his head, his expression slightly heavy. Although everything has been going smoothly so far, the most critical step can only be achieved by gambling. No one has ever seen this kind of creature, and killing it with one blow is extremely risky. Normally, the head is usually the fatal point, but this creature probably isn't that simple. You should pierce the insect's torso 3 times at a time, from head to toe. This should be the safest way. Sunya analyzed. If we fail, Old Wei will definitely feel pain. We should have a second chance to observe and try to kill the bug. Pull me out. Just do it. Don't worry about me dying. Wade's voice came from the machine. Sunya and Su Jin exchanged a glance, and Su Jin said, let's make a bet. I'll do as you say. Help me find the tools and tell me how to stab. Sunya nodded and turned to look at Wei Da, who was carried out by Chengdu. Take him to the operating room first. The 4 of them went to the operating room, and Wei Da's upper body had been stripped naked. In order to prevent him from moving around and causing accidents, he was tied tightly to the hospital bed. Sunya stood beside the bed and said to Wei Da, that bug is lying diagonally inside you. It looks like its head is located between the 8th and 10th ribs on the right side. This area is close to the liver and adrenal glands. If pierced, it could cause severe pain and nerve paralysis. Old Wei, just bear with it. Isn't there any anesthetics, sedatives, or something like that here? Wade asked palely. That kind of stuff will numb your senses. The most important thing for you right now is to stay awake. If there are any problems, report them promptly so we can handle them. Just bear with it. After Sunya finished speaking, he replaced the tweezers in his hand with a sterile marker and drew 3 circles between Wada's ribs. Applying some iodine, he looked at Su Jin and said, there are 3 puncture needles on the plate next to you, with scales on them. We don't know how tough the insect's skin is, so you must be strong and ruthless when you insert the needle. If you fail to pierce it with one blow, Lao Wei's life will be in great danger. Remember, the scale is 17 centimeters, no more and no less. How about you practice it first? Su-jin picked up the long puncture needle from the plate and stabbed the air a few times with a stern face. Then he slowly exhaled. I understand. Turn off all the lights. I can move more accurately in the dark. Don't we really need to practice anymore? Wada asked hurriedly. It's better not to practice it. It will affect your feel. Su-jin stared at the puncture needle and said, Don't worry. I have plenty of experience in dissection now. Even medical students may not be as good as me at dissection. And in the dark, my movements are quite precise. Don't scare me, Shaoli. That wasn't an autopsy. It was just corpse abuse at best. Wada closed his eyes in pain. Sonia glanced over angrily and said, Shut up. Tell us exactly what you're feeling right away. I'm turning off the lights. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadowless light on the operating table turned off. The entire room was plunged into deep darkness, and the different breathings of several people could be clearly heard. Su-jin held 3 needles in both hands, aimed at the piercing position, and inserted them hard. In the darkness, the scale on the puncture needle was clearly visible in Su-jin's eyes. 17 centimeters, just right, no more, no less. At the same moment the needle entered his body, Wade let out a hoarse scream, and his whole body began to twitch violently. Sonia immediately turned on the light and looked at the bed with a look of joy on his face. Old Wei, what's wrong with you? Speak. Wada was speechless and struggled and roared, but the dense blood network on his chest was quickly receding. Next second, the 3 puncture needles that were still inserted in his body suddenly flew out of his body, and 3 streams of orange-red blood spurted out of the wounds and directly onto the ceiling. Unknown liquid spurted out and splashed all over the ceiling. Fortunately, Su-jin was quick-witted and grabbed the stainless steel sterile tray next to the operating bed to block Wade's wound. All the subsequent unknown liquids were blocked, which prevented the 3 people from being affected too much. After a few breaths, as Wade's last groan disappeared, Su-jin quickly threw away the stainless steel plate. When the 3 of them looked at Wade's face, they saw that he had fallen into a coma. Hurry, send him for another scan. Sonia shouted without hesitation. Chengdu was closest to the door, so he grabbed the bed and ran towards the MRI scanning room, putting Wada back into the machine as soon as possible. Sonia hurriedly operated and waited for the computer to generate an image. Jean, who was accompanying him, both showed joy on their faces. The bugs are gone. Yeah, it disappeared. Was that liquid that just spurted out a bug? Sonia muttered to himself. That shouldn't be the case. How did it turn into water? Or did Old Wei have superpowers and expel the bug from his body? Okay, pull Old Wei out for me to check. Sonia gave the order again, and several people moved to the nearest room. Wada was still in a coma. Sonia went forward to check his wound and was shocked when he saw it. Look, is it my poor eyesight or am I seeing things? Why are there no wounds at the locations where the needles were inserted into his body? You're not mistaken. There are no wounds. Su-jin's throat moved slightly. Could it be that Mr. Wei's ability is self-healing? That's easy. Why not just give him a knife and try it out? As soon as Chengdu spoke, he was immediately glared at by Su-jin and Sonia. Sonia turned around and ran back to the operating room, took a knife and handed it to Su-jin. Without saying a word, Su-jin made a superficial wound the size of a fingernail on Wada's ribs. Tisk! Chung sneered in annoyance, rolled his eyes, and moved forward to check. The tiny wound on Wada's waist had completely disappeared. Chapter 82 The Mutant Soldier King is coming. Damn, he really can heal himself. If this old thing wakes up, he won't have the ability to be immortal, right? Sonia sighed. It's a blessing in disguise. It's really a blessing in disguise. But don't be too optimistic. Let's wait until Mr. Wei wakes up. Su-jin reminded. Yeah. Sonia's face immediately turned worried again. If he doesn't wake up, he'll become a vegetable. Isn't it difficult to wake him up? Chengdu smiled. What should we do? Su-jin asked nervously. Chengdu said nothing and reached out to pinch Wada's nose. Su-jin and Sonia were stunned on the spot. Within 2 or 3 seconds, before anyone could step forward to stop him, Wei Detting suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes still filled with fear. Look, that's what I said. Chengdu crossed his arms, with an expression that showed it was as it should be. Old Wei, how do you feel? Sonia immediately stepped forward and asked. Wei swallowed his saliva, looking a little dazed. After a pause, he said, Have you checked? Is the worm still in my body? It's gone. You probably digested it and excreted it. Ah. Wei gasped, stunned for a moment, and raised his hands to check. He muttered to himself, I feel amazing, like I'm 20 years younger. I feel so full of energy. Did you know that you can heal quickly? Sonia stretched his head and asked with envy. I don't know. Wei said blankly, How do you know? As he spoke, Su Jin drew his knife with the swiftness of the wind and cut another 5-centimeter cut on Weida's waist. Weida screamed in pain. Xiaoli, you are crazy. Look, look at your wound. Sunya pointed at Weida's wound and shouted. Weida looked down and saw that only 2 drops of blood had flowed out of the wound, and the superficial wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's really amazing. I feel the wound is warm, but nothing else. Weida muttered to himself. Why do I have this ability? When the bug burrowed into me, all I could think about was getting it out quickly to relieve the pain. Fu Hu is dying and has acquired a hardening ability? Does that have something to do with how people think? Sunya fell into deep thought after hearing this question. That sounds quite reasonable. That ugly bastard on the rooftop clearly looks like she's in need of a man. But Xiaoli, Chengdu, and that little girl who released the bugs, that doesn't make any sense at all. That makes sense. We don't know that little girl, and Chengdu might want to be a man. Men are of the fire element. Chengdu's face twitched twice, and he turned around silently. Old Wei, are you still a scientist if you say such things? Sunya scolded angrily. It sounds like it makes some sense, but how do I explain my abilities? I can't say that I want to be a hermaphrodite, right? This guess is unreliable. Su Jin shrugged. Jin with surprise, I understand, director. This may mean that you can find a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Don't force me to leave you down from the upstairs. Su Jin's face was full of disgust. What the hell? I've never encountered this kind of thing on Earth, but I ran into non-tung on outer space. No, I'm going to give up Sichuan cuisine when I go home next time. Okay, let's stop researching for now, Su Jin said. Since Elder Wei is awake and in good condition, let's take a car back first. It's not too late to discuss other things tomorrow. We can go, but we shouldn't have come here in vain. There are a lot of good things here. Old Wei can leave on his own now, so one of you can take all the useful and high-value materials in the building. Just as Su Jin nodded and was about to agree, there was a sudden sound in the corridor. The 4 of them stood still and slowly turned their heads to look at the door. The lights in the corridor came on. You two don't move. Chung and I will go out and take a look. Su Jin reached into his briefcase and took out 3 small balls wrapped in plastic bags and hung them around his waist. After receiving the trolls thrown at them during the process, the 2 of them faced each other and walked towards the corridor. I went out and turned left, and at the end of the corridor, a tall figure was walking towards me at a leisurely pace. At a glance, the man was probably about 2 meters tall. He was wearing a black tactical uniform and had an extremely strong physique. His drooping hands swayed slightly, and he exuded a murderous aura. He comes with bad intentions. He is not a human being. Su Jin gritted his teeth. Upon seeing this person, Chengdu's face lost all color. He couldn't help but take a step back and said in a trembling voice, Gao Tianfang. Who is Gao Tianfang? Do you know him? Su Jin turned around and asked anxiously. What does this person come from? Broken Arrow Squad, the king of soldiers. Chengdu paused for a moment, then began to speak rapidly. I've heard of him a long time ago. He's a true Superman. Equipped with 25 kilograms of combat gear, he managed a 50-kilometer mountain raid in less than 6 hours, including 10 kilometers at an altitude of 2,300 meters. He can hold his breath for 7 minutes, is proficient in hand-to-hand combat, and is skilled in all kinds of firearms. He has a hit rate of over 90% against a 400-meter moving target at night. He has countless brilliant achievements. But I remember he wasn't this tall. He was a shorter guy. If he gets infected and mutates, then his strength will be enhanced. I can't even imagine it. What should we do, director? Su Jin felt a chill in his heart. The mutation, the opponent was like a monster. After the mutation, he retained all his memory skills and was strengthened again. It is really hard to imagine. Judging from his body, he is most likely a strength-enhanced type. I don't know if I can defeat him in the sun, but it will definitely be difficult in my current state. But since I have a gun, I may be able to fight. Chengdu, follow my instructions. Take the 2 elders and leave immediately. I'll deal with him. At night, I'm definitely faster and more agile than him. Director, go. You must be careful. Chengdu struggled in his heart, turned around, and went back to the house, quickly pulled the 2 elders away and ran to the other side of the corridor. Gao Tianfang didn't seem to care, still walking forward slowly, but he finally said, I thought there was no one alive around here, but now I find a surprise. I think we've met before. My woman must have gone to kill you without telling me. Since you are not dead, it means you killed my woman. Your woman? Su Jin raised his eyebrows and pulled out a steel knife from his waist. Do you still have such a concept between you two? After saying that, Su Jin took the initiative to move forward. I've killed so many beasts, I don't know who you're talking about. But since you asked, I might as well take a guess. Su Jin's voice was filled with murderous intent and extremely cold. Are you talking about Jiangyu? That bitch who I ripped out her internal organs and dug out only her skin is your woman. You really did kill her. Gao Tianfang paused, looking at Su Jin as he approached with an expressionless face. It seems you're very powerful. How many zombies have you killed? Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten? The steel knife scratched a long groove on the wall, making a sharp sound. And there's that little bastard whose spine I broke. Is she your daughter? Su Jin continued forward, his eyes fixed on Gao Tianfang. You've come just in time. I'll deal with you all today, and let the three of you bitches be reunited in the underworld. After saying that, Su Jin stopped and raised his knife towards the enemy, leading to a standoff. Chapter 83 The Saint Walks Alone. Hurry up, hurry up. In the fire escape, Chengdu frantically urged Weida while carrying Sunya on his back. Weida was panting and groaning, and the flashlight in his hand was shaking violently. I'm in good health, but not as good as you. What's the situation with that person? Very strong. Too strong. It's not daytime now, Director. There's no way he can beat him. Chengdu said hurriedly. I have to send you two there first, and then go back to help him, otherwise I'm afraid he will die. Then why are you still caring about us? Don't waste your energy here. We can get down the stairs by ourselves. Put me down. Sunya kept patting Chengdu's shoulders. Chengdu continued running downstairs. No, I have to get you to the car myself. There might still be zombies wandering downstairs. If anything happens to you two, the director will hate me forever. After Chengdu finished speaking, he looked back. Weida was already more than 10 steps behind him. Seeing the old man running down tremblingly, Chengdu gritted his teeth and put Sunya down from his shoulder. He put his hand on the zipper of the buttocks and tugged it. The curtain behind the entire buttocks fell down, revealing a complete jujube flower bun. Weida swept his flashlight over and immediately hugged his shoulders in horror. What do you want to do now? No way. Stop talking nonsense. Chengdu moved both hands, picked up an old man at each end, and jumped straight to the platform below the stairs. At the moment of falling, with a puff, Chengdu activated his ability and sprayed fire to cushion his landing. Alas! Under the strong feeling of weightlessness, the two old men were shocked and pale. At the same time, they stretched out their hands and clamped Chengdu's hips tightly. What are you doing? Chengdu asked angrily, tilting his head. Hold it for you. We're afraid you might spray it in the wrong direction. Talent Activity Center. Fu Qingdai sat on the steps between the first and second floors, silently maintaining her bow and arrow, occasionally looking up at Fu Hu below. Fu Hu was distributing guns with several team members at this moment. The plan had been set long ago, and those who were given the guns were the most reliable people who had been observed and assessed daily. But there are basically no women. Given the current dietary conditions, women are not qualified to use guns at all. After wiping the bow, Fu Qingdai put her legs together, supported her hands on her knees, held up her cheeks, and looked straight ahead. It will be dawn soon. As long as my brother comes back, we can set off for the military area. Nothing should happen in between. Once we arrive at the military area, everyone's safety will be guaranteed. Plenty of food, water, and weapons. When the time comes to allocate accommodation, well, I have to choose a better location. As if she had thought of something, Fu Qingdai's pretty face flushed and her eyebrows curved. In the quiet center, only the sound of gunshots could be heard. Immersed in fantasy, Fu Qingdai couldn't help yawning and stretching her arms. But the moment I raised my hands high, it was like an electric current running through my whole body. Fu Qingdai suddenly froze in place, her lips trembling as she slowly looked up. Malice and murderous intent seeped down from the rooftop endlessly. And this aura is the woman from yesterday, Liang Chui. She's back again. How is that possible? She's clearly covered in wounds. How could she come back so quickly? This doesn't make sense. Fu Qingdai swallowed. What should I do? She doesn't seem to be planning to show up yet. Is she afraid the people down there might have guns? Wrong. Thinking of this, Fu Qingdai's pretty face quickly turned pale again, and her eyes showed panic. Her ability to control men. The guns have been issued, if these people are controlled. Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth, stood up immediately, and walked downstairs. When I reached the first floor, I suddenly looked up. The murderous intent above was following him. The other party seemed to be coming towards him. After calming herself down, Fu Qingdai walked in another direction, and the murderous intent above her moved with her. He changed directions several times in a row, but the murderous intent was always with him. At this moment, she was completely certain that the other party's target was her. But how did she lock her position through the roof? Fu Qingdai looked around, and finally her eyes locked on the vehicle outside the glass door, the car window. Everyone in the room was wearing dark clothes, except for her pure white outfit, which made her stand out. The other party was locked on through the reflection of the car window, although the blurry image contained no information to ordinary people. In other words, although her senses are extremely sharp, she does not have any special insight abilities. The special situation must be notified in advance, or at least the gun must be taken back. Fu Qingdai pursed her lips nervously, her eyes searching for Fu Hu. The other party may be around the corner and cannot be seen in the hall now. Tell Mom? No, she panics too easily, and any unnecessary noise might be noticed by her superiors. Let's go find Dad. Fu Qingdai took a step forward, but after just 5 steps, she stopped again. A thin layer of sweat seeped down Fu Qingdai's forehead, and her heart was filled with anxiety. This time, the murderous intent that had been following him did not move. Why didn't he move? Did she notice him when he was looking out the window? While thinking, Fu Qingdai glanced across the entire room. Some of the men in the room began to scratch as if they were itching. Although the movement was not large, this scene combined with the situation upstairs was definitely not a normal situation. We can't put it off any longer. We have to find a way to solve this problem. No one here is her match at all. The opponent's abilities have already begun to take effect. Once the showdown is revealed and launched with full force, the people below may fall quickly, and they will be in a dead end regardless of whether they have guns or not. There is only one way, only one safest way. Lead her away yourself. Fu Qingdai's silver teeth trembled, and finally, she closed her eyes tightly twice, mustering up the courage to walk towards the nearest male team member. He turned around with his back to the glass door, squatted down, and whispered, "Don't talk to me. Give me your gun. I order you to check your gun for me." The team members didn't understand why, but they couldn't refuse since Fu Qingdai had asked. He picked up the submachine gun hanging on his chest and handed it over. Fu Qingdai nodded, took the gun and hung it on her chest, then walked towards the next person with a shotgun on her chest. With bows and guns ready, Fu Qingdai clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and walked towards the back door. The moment he pushed the door open, he ran towards the nearby residential building. There is no need to look back, as your malicious perception is enough to detect the other party's location. My shooting skills are not good. If I run out of bullets, I can only enter the building. The woman was definitely not as familiar with the environment in the building as he was, and he was fully capable of using the terrain to counterattack. Even if the opponent is injured, you may still win if you fight alone. As expected, the other party followed closely. After running for only a few dozen meters, a voice was heard behind Fu Qingdai. "Little bitch, it would have taken me some time to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be so sensible and run out on your own. What a coincidence, I was looking for you too." After Fu Qingdai finished speaking, she turned around, submachine gun already in her hand, pointing the muzzle at Liang Chui. What? Liang Chui's eyes were about to burst. Gunfire suddenly erupted, and the shooting was intensive. Chapter 84: The Terror King. The gunfire continued to blaze, and Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth and continued to sweep the gun. Although the murderous intent perception is accurate, the opponent's malicious killing intent is too strong, and the overall perception area is very large. Therefore, observation with the naked eye is the most reliable. The world has come to a standstill, and the moonlight is now exceptionally clear and brighter. With the brightness of the moonlight, she could vaguely see the other person's figure moving wildly in the darkness. But the magazine of bullets was almost used up, and the opponent showed no signs of death. It's only 20 to 30 meters away. How come the shot hasn't hit him yet? This isn't how it's portrayed in the movies. Beads of sweat kept oozing from Fu Qingdai's forehead. She retreated into the building while continuing to shoot. Finally, the magazine of bullets was empty, and Liang Chui's exasperated voice rang out from the front. "Little bastard, you're out of bullets. Let's see how you can stop me." Fu Qingdai continued to retreat, touching her back with her right hand. A cold, murderous intent came towards him. 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. When they were 5 meters away, Fu Qingdai suddenly pulled out the shotgun that had been thrown behind her and shot. Bang, bang, bang. In one breath, all the bullets were fine-tuned and fired, and the entire murderous area was almost completely covered by steel balls. In the darkness, Liang Chui let out a loud scream and started cursing again. "Little bitch, you're looking for death. You stinky woman, you want to fight me? I think you've eaten too much shit during the day." The bullets were empty. Fu Qingdai didn't even look at it, just taunted him and turned to run into the building. Liang Chui is definitely not dead, but she must be injured. The chance to win lies inside the building, in the corridor on the 98th floor of the Dragon Scale building. Interesting, really interesting. Gao Tianfeng lowered his eyes and looked at Su Jin with a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. "I've hunted many people, but none of them could arouse my interest. I hope you can satisfy me this time. Before I kill you, tell me your name. Su Jin smiled faintly and said, this may be the last name you hear in your life. Remember, my name is. He stopped talking halfway. Su Jin reached back with both hands to throw away the steel knife and grabbed the small ball in the plastic bag behind his waist with one hand. The other hand gripped the shotgun handle. He threw the plastic bag filled with lime powder into the sky. At the same time, the shotgun was taken out and the trigger was pulled. Bang! A dense stream of marbles flew, exploding lime powder and attacking the enemy. Su Jin took action. Gao Tianfeng raised his arms to cover his face. All the steel balls hit him almost at the same time, tearing his clothes into pieces. But Gao Tianfeng himself hardly moved. Is he not afraid of bullets? The joy on Su Jin's face disappeared in an instant. Your cleverness won't work on me. Gao Tianfeng still raised his arms to cover his eyes, and with his other hand he tore off the black tactical uniform on his body. With a tearing sound, the horrible body was clearly exposed to Su Jin's eyes. Gao Tianfeng's entire body had completely lost its human features, and the areas that should have been skin were instead covered with large areas of bone armor. Even the joints are covered with flaky bone scales, making movement and turning unhindered. Eyes are his weakness. Ordinary guns are not powerful enough. Perhaps the silver gun can also cause damage to him. After a quick analysis in his mind, Su Jin fired again, this time with a clear aim straight at the opponent's head. Gao Tianfeng still raised his arms to cover his eyes and walked towards Su Jin with steady steps. You think my eyes are my weakness? I just don't want to get hurt. What else do you have? Use your abilities. Su Jin retreated quickly, his heart burning with anger. Is playing tricks on him now, but it is just as he said, he doesn't have many bullets left. Thinking of this, Su Jin raised his gun and kept shooting at the chandelier above. The lights went out one by one, and the corridor returned to darkness. The speed of retreat then increased. Gao Tianfeng's ears twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth turned up. It seems to be the same type of ability as mine. But your ability is modulated by light. The slightest change in light will alter your physical qualities. Of all the abilities I've seen, yours is the most unstable. After saying that, Gao Tianfeng lowered his arms, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and his legs created a strong wind, rolling towards Su Jin like a tank. The opponent's exaggerated running posture and violent momentum almost made Su Jin breathless. In a dangerous situation, Su Jin decisively stepped onto the wall and hung in the air. Your ability is the most useless. Gao Tianfeng jumped up and threw a heavy punch while laughing wildly. The blow hit Su Jin's chest. With a bang, Su Jin flew backwards and hit the wall head-on, spitting out a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground. The clothes on his chest were torn, and the briefcase that had been firmly sewn to his chest fell to the ground. Gao Tianfeng stood where he was and stopped attacking. With a hint of mockery on his lips, he tilted his head and waited for Su Jin to get up. You're so naive trying to rely on the environment to fight me. You'd better show me some other skills, or I won't waste so much of my time. Su Jin knelt on the ground, vomiting blood, coughing incessantly, and his pupils were dilated. Strong, too strong. If it wasn't for the briefcase blocking his chest, he would have died from this punch. There are almost no shortcomings. If all the lights go out, I might be able to survive by maneuvering at a speed. But if I continue with the current situation, I am afraid I will surely die. The other party hasn't killed me yet, so it's likely that he doesn't want to play a game of catch the mouse, but wants to study my abilities. Jin stood up staggeringly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and smiled bitterly. Okay, don't worry, I can play with you all day long. Gao Tianfeng narrowed his eyes and shrank his head. He was amused. In an instant, Su Jin pulled out the silver spear from his waist and shot at the opponent's torso. Whether it's combat experience or physical fitness, Gao Tianfeng is not someone he can challenge. There is also a strong sense of protection for the head. Aiming for the head is of course the best option, but the chance of missing is too high. Only the torso is the best shooting point. After 2 shots were fired, Gao Tianfeng, who had not dodged or avoided, suddenly changed his expression. The chest armor was broken and bone fragments flew everywhere. 2 bloody holes were shot in his chest, and blood was gushing out. Realizing the threat, Gao Tianfeng immediately dodged, entered the nearest room, and asked sternly while leaning against the door. What kind of gun is that? Kill your gun, get out here. Su Jin became bolder and stood up and roared. He didn't even bother with his briefcase and ran towards the fire escape. As soon as I ran to the corridor, I ran into Chengdu, who was coming towards me with a flashlight. Chengdu was overjoyed. Director, did you kill him? What the hell? What are you doing back here? Run. Su Jin was so angry that he dragged Chengdu downstairs. Who told you to come back? Where are the two elders? I came back after I sent them both to the car. You definitely can't deal with Gao Tianfang alone. If I don't help you, you'll be dead. The two of them ran downstairs in a hurry. As soon as I got down one floor, the sound behind me was already echoing in the corridor. Su Jin suddenly looked up and glanced, then looked at the stairs below. No, not in the corridor. If the other party catches up, we'll be caught in a trap. Thinking of this, Su Jin pulled Chengdu into the logistics area. Chapter 85. Try your best, but still can't win. The lights on the 97th floor are not on. In the darkness, Su Jin sped up and pulled Chengdu through the corridor. As he scanned the area, he whispered, Gao Tianfang is covered in bone armor. Ordinary firearms are useless against him, and his strength far exceeds mine. Besides his eyes, his only weakness right now is his internal organs. We can't escape him, and there's no other way but to kill him. How? Su Jin paused, looked at the door plate of the food storage room above, and pushed Chengdu into the room. Dust explosion. Sprinkle as much flour as possible into the air. I'll be guarding the opposite door. Once he falls into the trap, you set the fire. Director. Chengdu suddenly fell silent. It's too early to sacrifice me. Who the hell asked you to sacrifice yourself? You arranged everything and lured Gao Tianfang into the house at the door. Then you hid by the door, waiting for the opportunity to come out, and set the door on fire. He's afraid of my gun. I'll force him inside immediately. If he dares to come out, I'll shoot him. If he doesn't come out, we'll blow him up. Su Jin picked up the silver gun and said, Hurry up. He should go to the main control center to turn on the lights. We still have some time. Just remember not to set fire to the house. Okay. Chengdu hurried into the house to look for flour. Su Jin was at the opposite door, hiding by the wall, holding a gun in both hands, ready for battle. Thump, 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 thump. In less than a minute, the entire 97th floor control panel was turned on and all the lights were turned on. Chengdu was still in the house, scattering flour frantically with a bag, but he stopped immediately when he saw the light come on. He placed his hand on the iron rack where the bowls and basins were placed and pulled it hard. Pots and bowls fell, making a clanging sound on the ground. In the corridor, Gao Tianfang kept checking the rooms. Hearing a noise coming from a room, he snorted coldly and rushed forward. The sound of Gao Tianfang sprinting could be clearly heard in the corridor, and Su Jin's heart was in his throat. Hissing sound, the carpet was torn, and Gao Tianfang stopped between the two doors of the corridor, facing the food room. Looking at the turbid air in the room, he took 2 steps back and squinted his eyes to observe. At this moment, Su Jin seized the opportunity, dodged, and pulled out his gun to shoot. 3 shots hit Gao Tianfang's heart on the back, breaking his bones and flesh. The situation was urgent. Gao Tianfang instinctively fell forward and then rolled sideways. Why? Chengdu was hiding by the door and couldn't help but shout. Then he stepped on Gao Tianfang's face and escaped from the room. Fire! Su Jin opened his eyes and shouted. Upon hearing this, Chengdu, who had already slipped out of the door, turned around and threw a fiery uppercut into the room. With a violent swing of his right arm, the flame flew straight into the flour-filled room. The moment the front end of the flame entered the flour suspension zone, the air seemed to be squeezed to the limit. An invisible line of fire quickly spread and moved in the dust layer. Every particle in the air seemed to be endowed with life, carrying a certain hidden frenzy, and they were connected and lit up one by one in a flash of lightning. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from inside the door. Flames instantly burst out from the house, followed by a huge ball of white flames bursting out, twisting the door frame and blowing away countless debris in the house. The remains of iron basins, knives and forks, and flour bags were spinning in the fire. Sharp metal pieces were inserted into the wall, and flames jumped to the ceiling. Gao Tianfang's figure was engulfed by flames and disappeared in the core of the explosion. A deafening sound spread, and Su Jin and the other man covered their ears tightly, but the invisible shock wave was still vibrating and wandering in the corridor, scratching their faces and causing pain. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that Su Jin came to his senses and ran into the room where the dust explosion happened like a madman with a gun in his hand. Last hit. Last hit. Gao Tianfang might not die from the explosion just now, but his movements would definitely be greatly affected. The room was filled with smoke, and Su Jin's eyes were spinning wildly, searching for the enemy. At the innermost side, a blurry figure stood up in the dust. He coughed twice, as if vomiting blood, and then a cold sound came into Su Jin's ears. You two are useless. I should have killed you earlier, but it's not too late now. Pretending to be awesome, Su Jin raised his gun and shot at the black shadow. Clang! Gao Tianfeng pulled down the remaining stainless steel cabinet door in the room and held it in front of him. 2 bullets hit the cupboard door. Although I couldn't see the other person clearly, the blurry movements were swift and powerful. This is enough to show Gao Tianfeng's remaining strength. Not pretending. Su Jin's heart sank, and he retreated to the door, firing another shot to force Gao Tianfeng back. He walked to the door and pulled Cheng Du to run. Run. He's not dead. Go back upstairs. Shouldn't we go downstairs now? Cheng Du asked anxiously. He has plenty of strength left and can't escape. There are chemical reagents upstairs. Now we can only find a way to poison him to death. The worst that can happen is that I'll die with him, Su Jin said fiercely. The 2 of them ran upstairs regardless of everything, entered the laboratory immediately, and began searching for bottles and jars. Gao Tianfeng behind him was like a peerless, ferocious beast, rushing towards him from downstairs. As soon as the 2 walked out of the laboratory, Gao Tianfeng, who was covered in black armor, rushed towards them. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. Su Jin and Cheng Du threw all the bottles and jars in their hands at each other's faces without thinking. The densely packed bottles and jars were almost impossible to avoid. Gao Tianfeng covered his eyes and smashed more than 20 of them in one go. The liquid of unknown composition splashed on the body began to emit a pungent smell and white smoke, but it did not seem to have much effect. Su Jin raised his gun and shot again, forcing Gao Tianfeng to stop. The last chance to shoot is gone. 7 meters away, Gao Tianfeng stopped running, slowly lowered his arms, and looked at Su Jin coldly. 9 rounds. Based on my understanding of guns, your gun only has 9 rounds of bullets at most. You have no more guns to use. 9 shots. My gun doesn't use bullets. Don't you feel it? Su Jin smiled and raised the silver gun in his hand. Gao Tianfeng was about to step forward, but for a moment he stood there in shock and confusion. That's right. This guy is right. That gun is amazing and incredibly powerful. His outer armor was shot through several times, but he didn't feel any bullets staying in his body. What on earth was that thing that was ejected? No. If he still had bullets, why would he tell himself that he was cheating? You're trying to trick me. Just shoot if you have bullets. Gao Tianfeng let out a sinister laugh and continued to move forward. Su Jin and Cheng Du's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Su Jin said with a pale face, "He's vomiting blood and has internal injuries. Let's just fight him." Okay. Cheng Du gritted his teeth and the 2 of them stepped forward at the same time. After a while, the 3 of them finally took over officially. Gao Tianfeng kicked one of them over, chasing him down and laughing loudly, shaking the corridor like a beast that had succeeded. Useless. You really are out of bullets. You dare to attack me without understanding the difference in strength. You 2 rubbish don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Fuck you. Su Jin turned over, took out all the lime from behind, and threw it into Gao Tianfeng's eyes. Chapter 86. The Realm of Life and Death. In the darkness, Fu Qingdai hid in a house holding a bow. After the preliminary search, the doors of all the rooms were found to be open, so there was plenty of space available for activities. The environment inside the building was almost completely dark. Although the 2 could not see each other, she could sense the approximate location of Liang Chui, and Liang Chui had been closely following her through faint sounds. In the living room, Liang Chui kept kicking over various furniture and making threats. Little bitch, you're out of bullets, right? I know you're right here. I'm not in a hurry. Let's take our time and see how long you can hide. In the bedroom, Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth, slowly pulled out an arrow from behind, put it on the string, and pulled it lightly. When the bow was halfway drawn, a shout came into my ears from downstairs. Liang Chui's laughter followed immediately. Little bitch, it seems that everyone downstairs is looking for you. I understand. You can sense my location. No wonder you suddenly ran out. You dared to run out alone to lure me over, right? All right, then I won't grant your wish. If you want to hide, then hide. I'll kill everyone else first, and then deal with you. After Liang Chui finished speaking, she moved towards the living room door. Fu Qingdai instantly drew the bow and kicked the bed. Found you ah. The moment Liang Chui opened her mouth, Fu Qingdai had already released the string of the bow aimed at the door. The door to the room was narrow, and the arrow successfully pierced Liang Chui's shoulder. Upon hearing the sound, Fu Qingdai jumped up, stretched out his long legs, and kicked hard towards the center of the malicious, murderous intent. The power of this kick is no less than that of a strong man who has lifted weights for many years. Caught off guard, Liang Chui was kicked directly into the second bedroom opposite. Fu Qingdai suppressed her fear and continued to move forward, picking up the compound bow and swinging it hard. After waving a few times, he sensed Liang Chui's specific position and posture and pounced on her. Holding her shoulder began to twist violently, and the other hand kept hitting Liang Chui in the face. Die, 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 ah! Fu Qingdai cursed loudly, constantly venting the fear in her heart. Liang Chui was obviously stronger than Fu Qingdai. After struggling frantically for a moment, she pushed Fu Qingdai out with force. Fu Qingdai's back and the back of her head slammed against the edge of the wardrobe. She was in so much pain, but she grabbed the gun immediately. Liang Chui cursed and was about to step forward and take ruthless action. But he heard a snap, and his body stopped midway, with a trace of fear flashing across his face. This little bitch still has bullets? The next moment, the handle of a gun hit Liang Chui's cheek with great speed and force. Immediately afterwards, Fu Qingdai rushed forward again, grabbed Liang Chui's hair, and pulled it hard, while her other hand continued to hit Liang Chui's face. Until a handful of hair was forcibly pulled out, Fu Qingdai did not dare to fight any longer and retreated quickly. Little bitch, I will tear you apart alive. Liang Chui screamed in anger. I thought this little bitch would be easy to deal with, but I ended up teasing her again and again. She is inferior to me in every way, but she has the ability to sense her own position, which is a huge disadvantage. You hide? I'll deal with you later. Liang Chui cursed viciously and moved towards the door while guarding against a possible attack from Fu Qingdai. Shouts came one after another from downstairs, and everyone in the activity center was frantically looking for Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai had already retreated to the living room. Seeing that Liang Chui was really going to leave this time, she mustered up the courage to put her hand into her sweat-soaked inner pocket. She leaned to the side and stuck her head out, saying, Bitch, I thought my face was enough to seduce a man, but I didn't expect someone would need superpowers. You shit-eating, one-eyed, ugly freak. You probably have this ability because you couldn't find a man in your previous life. You fucking. Liang Chui's head buzzed, and her whole body trembled. Fu Qingdai's attack power was off the charts at this moment, poking her heart so hard that it hurt. I'll kill you, Liang Chui shouted, and rushed towards the place where Fu Qingdai spoke. Unexpectedly, the attack missed, and Fu Qingdai followed with both arms. A sticky substance with a strong fragrance was directly applied to Liang Chui's entire face. What is this, my eyes? Liang Chui screamed and moved uncoordinatedly. Liang Chui was waving her weapons and attacking randomly, but Fu Qingdai had already quickly turned on the flashlight on her body. He aimed at the opponent's figure, raised his enchanted fists, and hit her exposed skin. One punch leaves a chocolate fist mark. The strong allergic reaction, coupled with complete blindness, drove Liang Chui completely crazy. Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth. The chocolate sauce on her hands felt like burning fire, and the pain made her cry. But with a powerful enemy beside him, he did not dare to delay and continued to look for opportunities to attack Liang Chui with punches, while cursing hatefully to relieve the pain. Ugly ghost. Slut. I'll make you horny. Make you horny. Fu Qingdai's long hair was disheveled. She screamed and picked up the sofa, hitting Liang Chui again and again with all her strength. Let you. Seduce. Our. Brother. Oh. The sofa hit Liang Chui so hard that her waist collapsed and she fell to the ground, eventually breaking into pieces. When Fu Qingdai was about to lift the coffee table and smash it again, Liang Chui had already stabilized her body and dodged it skillfully by turning over. The coffee table broke and the glass rattled. Seeing Liang Chui stand up, Fu Qingdai was startled and turned around and ran away. The other party's other senses are still sharp, and he has now recovered from the initial state of blindness. You can't fight like this anymore. Once she entangles and locks you, you will still die. There is only one way to deal with her now. She is blind. Lure her to the roof and let her fall to her death. In Dragon Scale, building continues. Gao Tianfeng advanced relentlessly, while Su Jinqing fought and retreated, constantly using terrain items in each room to delay time. The entire circular corridor was almost walked through. Even so, a few brief fights still left both of them covered in wounds. Su Jin had 3 broken fingers. Chengdu had broken ribs. There were countless internal and external injuries of varying degrees. What else can you two bastards do except delay time? Gao Tianfeng's eyes were red, and he was already very annoyed by the delay caused by the two of them. The environment was dim, one of them was fast, and the other had strange movements that could spit fire. These two people were originally ordinary, but they were able to survive until now. He's had enough, he's had enough. Seeing Gao Tianfeng chasing him again, Su Jin picked up several large reagent bottles he had just found and threw them forward. The glass bottles collided in the air, and the mixture of formalin and alcohol emitted a large amount of smoke and a pungent smell. Seeing the opportunity, Su Jin pulled the extremely weak Chengdu into a nursing room, quickly locked the door, and piled heavy objects towards the door. Then he squatted beside Chengdu and shouted to encourage him. How are you? Can you still run? Hold on a little longer. Hold on until dawn. It's almost dawn. We can still win. Chengdu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Su Jin with a gloomy expression. Director, we can't win. We can't fight. Let's run away. Don't give up. Listen to me. Chengdu grabbed Su Jin's hand, his chest heaving. Director, there are some things I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Actually, I've always felt that this world is hopeless. All my relatives and friends are dead, and I will die sooner or later. Until I followed you. The world was in such a mess, but you were the only one who didn't give up and kept giving me hope. From childhood to adulthood, everyone said I was sick, but you were the only one who said I wasn't. Chengdu paused for a moment, barely taking a breath, and continued. Director, I admire you so much. I started to care about you. Slowly, I felt that I could really die for you. I'm scared myself. I feel like no one in this world is more important than you, including myself. Why are you saying this at this time? Su Jin broke out in a cold sweat and looked towards the door. The door of the room was suddenly kicked open, and the debris piled up at the door was instantly scattered. Chengdu smiled as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. I know I shouldn't say such things, but I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I won't have the chance in the future. Leave the rest to me, you go. Chapter 87 Fire God Chengdu. Gao Tianfang finally kicked the door open, and all the heavy objects piled at the door were pushed to the other end of the house. Su Jin was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Chengdu, and swung his right arm fiercely towards the door. His wrist scraped violently against the twisted and deformed edge of the bed frame beside him, causing the red flesh to curl. A handful of blood shot directly towards the goal in Gao Tian direction. Blindfolding Gao Tianfang with blood, his vision was instantly obscured. Taking advantage of his distraction, Su Jin jumped back quickly and exerted force with his legs. With a low chuckle, he stood up sideways and kicked towards Gao Tianfang's door with his legs raised. Another successful hit. However, such attacks were in vain against Gao Tianfang's strong physique. He only took 2 steps back before quickly stabilizing himself. Just as Su Jin was about to pull the bedsheet to cover the other person, further delay time, and create an opportunity to escape. Director, let's go. Chengdu, who was originally slumped on the ground, suddenly moved, let out a cry of pain, stretched out his arms, turned around, and pounced towards Gao Tianfang. Chengdu, don't. Su Jin's worried expression froze on his face in an instant, and the words he hadn't finished speaking got stuck in his throat. Instead, Gao Tianfang screamed in pain. Chengdu originally wanted to pounce on the opponent, but he was seriously lacking in physical strength, and his forehead hit Gao Tianfang. With no other choice, he opened his mouth wide and bit the other person in the middle. Chengdu's eyes were extremely fierce, like a mad dog, shaking his head left and right and biting. While Gao Tianfang was still not able to react, he reached down with both hands, grabbed his legs, and threw him to the ground. Then, as if in a flash of life, they stepped on the door frame and slid back into the corridor at the same time. 2 people were on the ground, one lying and the other kneeling. Chengdu growled again, holding on to Xiao Gao tightly while locking his knees with both arms. With a puff, a thick pillar of fire shot out from under him, pushing Gao Tianfang to slide quickly in the corridor and rush towards the elevator shaft. Su Jin rushed into the corridor with an extremely complicated expression. Chengdu's sacrifice is truly touching, but when Cheng Yaojin used the trick of pushing the cart, it really made him a little mentally disturbed. Chengdu, stop now, Su Jin yelled and kept chasing after Chengdu's back as he slid down and pushed the cart. But Chengdu had obviously made up his mind to die, and he fought with all his might without holding back. In his current weak state, he couldn't catch up at all. Finally, seeing the figures of Chengdu and Gao Tianfang getting farther and farther away, he finally crashed through the elevator door and plunged directly into the elevator shaft. Although it was a dedicated elevator, it seemed that someone used it to escape after the disaster. The elevator shaft was in deep darkness, passed through Su Jin's eyes, and fell below. Chung! A deep sadness appeared on Su Jin's face. But in the next moment, a scream came from the elevator shaft. With blood spurting out of his mouth, flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Su Jin was startled and quickly stepped forward to provide support. Chengdu was lifted up to be examined. He had half-closed eyes and his chest was severely sunken, meaning he was breathing out but not in. Chengdu, hold on. This is a hospital. Wait for me. Chengdu was on his deathbed and allowed Su Jin to carry him to a messy ward. As soon as he put Chengdu on the bed, Su Jin felt helpless. What should I do? What medication can treat this condition? Is there any adrenaline? Is there any other medication available? Just as his mind raced, thinking frantically, Chengdu raised his hand tremblingly, coughing up blood, and said, "Director, he's hanging in the elevator shaft. He's not dead yet. Let's go. There's no hope for me. If there's a chance, we can be brothers again in the next life." "Shut up. It's not your turn to teach me how to do it." Su Jin shouted angrily and took something out of his pocket. Looking at the first aid suppository in his hand, which looked like an indecent object, Su Jin had an indescribable expression. This thing was given to him by the company, and he always carries it with him. But he always felt that this was nonsense, as if someone was playing a trick on him. Normal people would never choose to use this kind of thing. There is no other way now. We can only try our best. Su Jin made up his mind and started to look through Chengdu. After this, Chengdu felt a sharp pain all over his body and became more alert. "Director, what are you going to do?" Su Jin gasped heavily and looked back. There is a noise coming from the distance. In the elevator shaft, Gao Tianfang raised his head and leaped vertically in the elevator shaft with an extremely aggressive posture. The surrounding walls and various metal parts kept falling off under the violent trampling of his limbs, hitting the bottom and making a huge echo. "No time. Chengdu, don't talk." Chengdu was completely turned over, and Su Jin grabbed the edge of his pants and pulled hard. Chengdu immediately coughed violently and cried out in surprise, "Director, I know you are loyal and righteous. I am also very touched, but now is not the time." "No, now is the time." Su Jin took the first aid suppository, adjusted the angle, and pushed it down slowly. Chengdu began to struggle with all his might, his face filled with panic. "Hurry up. What are you doing?" No. It's not like that. I'm not down there. It's a rebellion. It's all a rebellion. It's not reversing. It can't be reversing." Su Jin's hands trembled slightly, and he kept adding force to push the emergency suppository. Judging from the feeling of pushing in, Chengdu was indeed not lying. At this moment, Gao Tianfang rushed towards the ward with anger. Su Jin gave a final push and suddenly turned around, and the two of them looked into each other's eyes. Well, both of them fell into a stagnation at the same time. "Ah, cough. I'm so burned. What is this?" Chengdu cried in pain. "You two perverts, and you still have the mood. How dare you?" Gao Tianfang's facial muscles twitched, and he kicked Chengdu on the bed first. "I thought these two bastards were annoying enough. They were doing such disgusting things even when they were about to die. I really should have killed them earlier. Any extra words would be like an insult to yourself. Especially this pervert lying on the bed." Just before he attacked, Su Jin had anticipated it. Quickly bent down and pulled the bed to the side, then swept Gao Tianfang's lower body with his feet. The sweeping kick had no effect. Gao Tianfang stood still and turned around to hit Su Jin on the head. Su Jin rolled over and dragged the hospital bed to hide inside the room. Just as Gao Tianfang was about to go forward to chase and kill him, Chengdu on the hospital bed suddenly turned over and sat up. The chest that had been sunken has now recovered to its original state. Gao Tianfang stood still, his eyes wide open, his face full of confusion. Hot. Chengdu fanned his hands and shouted continuously, and a lot of white smoke began to come out of his mouth. Finally, he jumped out of bed and roared angrily. A thick flame gushed out of his mouth, reaching the ceiling and dispersing into a cloud of fire. The change was not over yet. The raging fire overflowing from the mouth continued to spread along the corners of the mouth towards the bottom of the body. Su Jin looked up from under the bed and looked at the scene in shock. In the end, Chengdu's entire body was engulfed in flames, and he had completely transformed into a raging fire, like the god of fire descending to the earth. Chapter 88. Shocking Reversal. The temperature in the entire ward rose sharply, and the air was scorching hot. Seeing Chengdu's astonishing changes, Gao Tianfang stood there in shock. That's not Ganser. What on earth could cause such a drastic change in a person in an instant? His abilities were improved in all aspects, and the power emitted by the opponent was even not weaker than his own. Su Jin were red and hot. The fabric at the corner of the bed had also started to burn. In a hurry, Su Jin hurriedly got out and retreated alone. "Chengdu, how are you?" I feel great. I have endless energy, and my strength is still increasing." "Director, what did you use on me just now?" Chengdu looked at Gao Tianfang and clenched his right fist. "Don't worry about it. Just kill him first." "Ah." Chengdu raised his fists and hit his chest like a diamond hammer. A large amount of flames burst out from the chest. Gao Tianfang took a half step back, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Interesting. I want to see how strong you are now." "You fucking die." Chengdu swung his fist, and a flame spurted out from behind his elbow, pushing forward with a heavy punch. The punch came at an extremely fast speed, and Gao Tianfang had almost no time to react before being hit in the abdomen by Chengdu's punch. With a snap, the chest armor shattered, and then he was blown into the corridor. Awesome! Chengdu cried out in excitement, his legs spewing fire as he flew forward. What the hell? Su Jin collapsed in the ward in a daze. Is this the power of company props? Is the instruction manual so conservative? This is too fucking powerful, directly evolving into an invincible god of war. If I had known it was so useful, why didn't I use it? I got beaten here all night for no reason. After recovering from his shock, Su Jin quickly ran to the corridor to check the situation. There were continuous explosions in the corridor, and two black and red figures were intertwined and fighting. Chengdu's violent attack made Gao Tianfang almost unable to raise his head, and he was repeatedly hammered against the wall. In less than a minute, the entire body of bone armor was completely broken apart. But he was not completely powerless to fight back. As a soldier king, he still had rich combat experience before being infected, and it has been comprehensively strengthened with the blessing of abilities. Cheng's attacks missed too many times, and he could only create holes in the concrete wall. Gao Tianfang also fought back from time to time, constantly pushing Chengdu back, and was even constantly adapting to the new rhythm of the battle. However, the high-temperature flames on Chengdu's body obviously caused serious damage to him. Thick black smoke continued to billow out with every strike from his fists, and a mask of pain formed on his face. That's fucking awesome. Save some money for me. Su Jin stared at the battle situation, whispering nervously. Bang, bang, bang. Cheng Gao and the other fought all the way from the middle of the corridor to the end, and then fought back again. Su Jin glared and hurried back to his room. Chengdu and Gao Tianfang followed in, and a fierce battle broke out in the room. The sounds of fighting were deafening, and the vibrations of fists, feet, and bodies hitting the walls were intense. Especially Chengdu, every time his body encountered a collision, the flames outside his body would burst out. Su Jin picked up an iron plate, covered his face with it, hid in the corner, shivered, and pretended to be invisible. This battle was no longer one he could participate in. Now I can't help even if I want to, because the two of them may kill themselves at any time. Waste. Waste. Gao Tianfang, is this all you can do? I'm so disappointed. Chengdu shouted arrogantly, and the attack like a volcanic eruption continued to attack Gao Tianfang. Where's that awesomeness you showed just now? Gao Tianfang kept dodging against the wall, and the concrete on both sides exploded. Although he could dodge the opponent's physical attacks, there were still a large number of attribute attacks that he could not offset. At this moment, his face had been burned and distorted, and his eyes were completely blind. Almost looks like a demon. I'm throwing a punch, and you can only block it? Chengdu kept provoking, trying to get the other party to release his defensive posture. A fiery hook punch hit the opponent's abdomen, and Gao Tianfang, who had been defending for a long time, finally moved. Relying solely on his perception of the wind and his hearing, he twisted his waist to avoid the attack. Then he completely gave up defense, turned around quickly, stretched out his arms, and grabbed Chengdu from behind. He raised his leg and kicked Chengdu's knee hard, knocking him to his knees. Chengdu immediately spewed out thick flames from his mouth, and the strong thrust directly and fiercely slammed Gao Tianfang into the mottled wall. Gao Tianfang spat out a mouthful of blood, but his movements did not stop. He resisted Chengdu's blows in the face, using one hand to choke him and the other to reach down. Chengdu's buttocks tightened, and he felt a chill in his heart. With a pop, it felt like something was pulled out. But the force did not slow down. Chengdu gritted his teeth and increased the speed of his attack. Gao Tianfang said nothing. His face was sunken and burned, and he no longer looked like a human. He held the first aid suppository in his right hand, reached into his pants, and shoved it in with force. Ugh! Huh! Gao Tianfang let out a hoarse groan, and the hand that was strangling Chengdu began to unconsciously loosen its strength. Taking advantage of the situation, Chengdu escaped from the predicament. He touched the ditch behind him and looked urgently at Gao Tianfang, and was immediately frightened to the point of turning pale. Director, he seems to have pulled the plug out of me and put it back in himself. What? Su Jin put down the iron plate and screamed. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Hit his weak spot. Ordinary people can use this tool, but it would be terrible if infected mutants could also use it. Upon hearing this, Chengdu immediately changed his fist into a palm and slashed towards Gao Tianfang's throat. A palm chopped down. Gao Tianfang's upper body shook and he coughed, and the flames on Chengdu's body shrank. The second palm strike followed and successfully hit the target. But this time, the amplitude of Gao Tianfang's body shaking was obviously less than the first attack. Su Jin was covered in cold sweat, as if he had fallen into hell. Chengdu was very close, so perhaps he couldn't observe it so clearly. But he could see it clearly from this distance. Gao Tianfang's bone armor is regenerating all over his body, and the first aid suppository is taking effect in his body. By the time he fully recovers, it will be almost impossible for him to survive. In a hurry, Su Jin lifted the curtain behind him to check. The sky was already turning white, and a hint of golden light began to appear on the glass in the distance. The sky is beginning to brighten. Chengdu, go. Leave him alone. Su Jin stood up, grabbed Chengdu, and ran out. Gao Tianfang's body was still recovering rapidly, the charred skin on his face peeling off, revealing the new skin underneath. Seeing the two men running out of the room, he immediately gave chase with a sinister smile. Where are you going? The two people in the corridor ran for their lives. Chengdu asked anxiously. Director, we had such a good opportunity just now. Where can we escape now? Su Jin was sweating profusely, his eyes quickly scanning through the rows of rooms, finally locking onto one and heading towards it. Don't ask anymore. You can't kill him. Do as I say. When I'm about to strike, immediately attack his lower body. Good. Quickly entering the room, Su Jingang walked forward, pulled down the curtains, and took off his coat. An extremely ferocious figure has appeared at the door. Gao Tianfang's complexion returned to normal, and his entire body of bone armor shone with metallic color, and he was still evolving. Chapter 89: The Ultimate Killer. Chengdu rushed forward with his fist to block him, but Gao Tianfang swung his arm and knocked him away. Puff! Chengdu fell against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and became weak in an instant. Gao Tianfang did not rush forward, but instead smiled. I thought you two bastards would just run away, but I didn't expect you to bring me a little surprise. Tell me what that thing is and where you got it from, and I'll give you a quick death. Shameless thing, just pick up a second-hand Gonser and use it. Su Jin licked his lips and kept moving towards the window. You're still stalling for time. Light will alter your power. Now that the sun is out, your power should be maximized. Gao Tianfang said indifferently. Even in your strongest state, it won't surpass mine before. Do you think you still have a chance? No need to delay any longer. If you don't tell me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Really? But I don't think you want to know where that thing came from. Su Jin's cold gaze passed over Gao Tianfang's shoulder and looked to the other side. Chengdu, who was lying on the ground, squinted his eyes and looked at Su Jin vaguely. The scorching sun is rising, and the countless rays of light it radiates are spreading all over the world. At this moment, Su Jin slowly stretched out his arms. With your back to the sun, you are basking in the sunshine. The muscles on the back are rising and emerging like the shadow of a ferocious beast. A feeling of blood surging is constantly attacking the brain, and the ultimate power is flowing violently in the blood vessels. In just a few seconds, his figure had swelled up, and his strong muscles like steel and iron were shining in the sun. What is that? Where can I get it? Tell me quickly. Gao Tianfang pressed. Your mother in the underworld. Hee. Su Jin laughed wildly. You're truly fearless. It seems you're very confident in your abilities. Gao Tianfang's eyes grew colder, his voice thick with anger. There's only 1 meter of sunshine. No matter how powerful your useless abilities are, how much can they truly bring to the table? Today, I'll let you die knowingly. You're wrong. Su Jin raised his hand and snarled. I won't be the one to die. Next, it won't even take a second to kill you. Chengdu, use your ultimate move. Su Jin roared, leaving 2 deep footprints on the concrete, and rushed towards Gao Tianfang on the wall. Chengdu took the lead and shoveled towards Gao Tianfang. Upon hearing the secret weapon, Gao Tianfang instinctively raised his foot and attacked Chengdu first. Su Jin crouched down, rushed forward at high speed, and knocked Gao Tianfang into the air. The two rushed out of the room, down the corridor, and into another room. The room was windowless and lacked sunlight, but its power had not yet faded. Su Jin gritted his teeth, twisted his body, and kicked the wall again, looking forward with hope glimmering in his eyes. The MRI is humming. You dare to challenge me with such power? Ugh! Gao Tianfang was halfway through his words when Su Jin hugged him tightly and threw him into the machine. A sharp pain originating from deep within the tailbone suddenly exploded in Gao Tianfang's body, as if his entire pelvic cavity was torn apart by a steel hook. With the support of the 10,000 times magnetic field, the suppository was instantly pulled with great force. The two men fell heavily inside the machine. The first aid suppository's unique shell material makes its power remain unchanged, and even doubles its power. Carrying extremely high temperature, it instantly penetrated the sacrum. Driven by the struggling and twisting flesh and blood, the broken bones twisted the nerves on both sides like a grinding wheel. Gao Tianfeng let out an unprecedented scream. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. He lost a lot of blood between his legs and suffered from urinary incontinence. Su Jin desperately needed him to finish off the enemy, and minced meat and pulp were sprayed out of the cabin. The pain caused him to immediately hug Su Jin's waist tightly, breaking several of his ribs in an instant. Su Jin stretched out his hands, inserted them into Gao Tianfeng's eye sockets, and stirred them vigorously. Even though blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, he didn't care about the pain at all. Instead, his murderous intent became even stronger. Can you block my Gunzer electromagnetic cannon? Soldier. King. On the rooftop, Fu Qingdai quickly pushed open the door. Liang Chui was still chasing after him, but because she was completely blind, her speed had slowed down a lot. The moment she arrived at the rooftop, Fu Qingdai immediately ran to the edge and looked down. Fu Hu stood there waiting anxiously. The team members around him were scattered into several teams, each one not close to the other, and it seemed that there were some people missing. A hint of joy flashed across Fu Qingdai's face. Dad is still downstairs. It seems he has guessed something. The smaller group should be looking for her, and some of them should have entered the building to search. By the bullet casings left behind by the gunfire, they could roughly determine which unit they were in. After taking a look, Fu Qingdai reached out and touched her back. Downstairs, Fu Hu was breathing heavily, his heart burning. My daughter is missing and the circumstances are unknown. But after analyzing the incident, we can probably guess. There must have been an enemy attack. Qingdai is not a person who doesn't know the overall situation. She ran away on her own to distract something. There is only one person she needs to face alone. The infected person who can seduce men during the day can take down the entire center by herself. The female players are useless, and the male players are useless. I can't run either, and I have to be responsible for managing the defense. Now we can only assign a few relatively reliable team members to go into the building for search and rescue, and the effect may not be great. Stood beside Fu Hu in a daze, and Fu Hu felt unbearable stomach pain. I want to rush in, but nothing can happen to this large group of people below. Just when he was in dilemma, an arrow suddenly fell from the roof. Fu Hu looked up immediately and saw the beautiful figure upstairs. His eyes suddenly lit up. Ching, everyone, don't make a sound. Seeing Fu Qingdai put her finger to her lips, Fu Hu quickly raised his hand and gave orders behind him. Fu Qingdai raised her hand and made 2 gestures in succession, then her figure disappeared. The rooftop door was opened again, and Liang Chui rushed in with disheveled hair. He let out a sinister smile. Little bitch, run. This time I'll see where you run. Fu Qingdai continued to retreat, and her right hand reached behind her back again. Liang Chui followed suit. Don't think I don't know what you are planning. You think I'm blind, and you want to throw me down from the building to kill me. Naive. My senses are much sharper than yours. You can act even if you can't see me. I'll break your limbs first, then peel off your skin, and let you watch me eat your internal organs. The arrow rubbed against the quiver and was slowly pulled out, and Fu Qingdai's cold voice rang out. At such a close distance, 1 arrow from me is enough to kill you. Arrow? Haha, you can try to see if I can catch it. Liang Chui smiled grimly and raised her hand to make a fist. I was hit by your arrow before, but that was just luck. If you can't kill me with 1 arrow, then you will be the one to die. Fu Qingdai stepped forward quickly, and Liang Chui followed closely behind, listening attentively and ready for battle. Shoot. Why, you don't dare? Looking at Liang Chui standing on the edge of the rooftop, Fu Qingdai slowly put down the arrow in her hand. You're already dead, idiot. What? Shooting. A burst of dense gunfire rang out downstairs, and many bloody holes appeared on Liang Chui's body. The body then fell downstairs and hit the ground heavily, a dazed expression frozen on its face. Fu Qingdai slowly walked forward, stood at the edge of the rooftop, and looked down. Liang Chui had completely died, and there was no possibility of survival. The crowd below looked up, and the sunlight shone on Fu Qingdai, casting a golden halo on her body, which was indescribably sacred. Is this still our daughter? Fu Hu took Zhang Wan's arm with a smile on his face. Upstairs, Fu Qingdai let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky. There was no joy in killing the enemy, but instead a complicated and indescribable feeling. Until I saw a strange golden cloud condensing and moving on the horizon. Fu Qingdai finally shook off her thoughts, smoothed her hair, looked down at the crowd below who were still looking up with their mouths open, and took a deep breath. It's dawn, get ready to go. Chapter 90 Mission completed. Inside the MRI scanning room, there was a pool of blood and the machine was beeping nonstop. Chengdu limped and staggered into the house. Seeing the mess on the ground and Su Jin and Gao Tianfeng lying in the machine at the same time, they immediately panicked and rushed to the side. After a waterfall of blood flowed out from under Gao Tianfeng's body, a trickle of blood continued to seep out. After being hit by Su Jin's crazy knee strike, his internal organs were squeezed out and hung near the exit. The whole house was filled with the stench of burnt food. Director, how are you? Chengdu stepped forward tremblingly and pulled Su Jin out of Gao Tianfeng's arms with force. When he saw Su Jin's eyes closed and his mouth full of blood, Chengdu became even more panicked. Director, hold on. In a panic, Chengdu grabbed Su Jin and staggered quickly to the opposite room. Sunlight. There's still sunshine. As long as he's in the sun, the director will definitely recover. Soon, Su Jin was placed near the window, and Chengdu leaned over his chest to listen to his heartbeat. A few seconds passed, and there was silence. Chengdu opened his mouth and looked around blankly. After quickly coming to his senses, he immediately stretched out his hands to press on his heart, crying out, Director, you can't die? Your whole family depends on you. How will they live if you die? You can't be so selfish. Director. Chengdu pressed on, crying out, Director, you can't die? Director. The unconscious Su Jin took a breath, suddenly stood up, and opened his eyes wide, then fell softly to the ground. Director. Chengdu felt as if electric shock passed through his body, and he was extremely surprised. Go away. Su Jin waved his hand weakly and looked at Chengdu. What do you mean? Where am I going? You're blocking the light. After realizing what was happening, Chengdu immediately hid himself to let the sunlight pass through and asked with a tear in his eye, Are you okay with your injury now? A lot of my ribs are broken, and it will take a while for them to recover. But I'm not dead and can still walk. Let me calm down, and then we'll drive back immediately. The convoy should be waiting for us, so don't make them wait anxiously. Su Jin panted slightly. Director, you scared me to death just now. My heart almost stopped beating. I never thought that the phrase fragrant and beautiful woman perished could be used to describe me. Su Jin's eyes were dull. If you say such disgusting words to me again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. I'm not a zero, but I gave you my first time. What do you want me to do? Shut up. Find my bag and gun. After a brief rest, the two supported each other and went downstairs. Su Jin suffered extensive rib fractures. Chengdu wasn't in much better condition either, with quite a few broken bones as well. Moreover, before Gao Tianfeng was knocked down, his heavy kicks still hit him a little, causing serious injury to his ankle. The two men walked up the 100-story staircase, feeling pain with every step, as if they were wearing torture instruments. After finally reaching the bottom floor with great difficulty, the two of them felt relieved and as if they had been reborn. Be careful, there may be zombies wandering around. I have a gun, you cover me from behind. Su Jin stepped forward with a gun, guarding both sides. Fortunately, the situation was much better than expected, and there were indeed 2 or 3 zombies wandering on the street. But the distance was quite far, and no one noticed the two of them. Jean staggered and trotted to a nearby car and began to try to start the car. The engine started successfully. Great. The rest of the things will be smooth sailing for us. Good things take time. Su Jin smiled and turned the steering wheel. Chengdu also grinned. The vehicle then started and drove along the highway towards the talent community. Outside the talent community, the convoy had already lined up. Fu Hu and several other senior members of the team stood at the end of the team, constantly looking towards the distance of the road. Fu Qingdai said nothing, feeling extremely nervous. Wei kept checking his watch. It's already this late. He should be back by now. Nothing's wrong, is it? No, definitely not. Sunya said calmly. Xiao Li's ability is beyond doubt. With Chengdu helping him, there's no doubt he can handle a 2-on-1 fight. But it might be hard for them to find a car when they get back. There's bound to be a lot of cars on the street that won't start, so it's normal for them to be slow. Don't worry. Yes. Hey, here it comes. Fu Hu suddenly shouted loudly, attracting everyone to look towards the distance immediately. Seeing a car coming towards them quickly, everyone's faces were immediately filled with joy. Look, they're all waiting here. Su Jin smiled at Chengdu while driving. Today is a good day. The clouds are so beautiful, so golden. Where is it so golden? Chengdu stuck his head out of the car and looked at the sky in confusion. It's right in front. There's such a big cloud, shining with golden light. Hiss, this cloud is strange when you look closely. Why is it different from the others? Su Jin focused his attention and began to look at the clouds in the sky in surprise. After just one look, Su Jin immediately opened his mouth in shock. Golden clouds in the sky suddenly opened up, and a golden line shot straight down from the sky, vaguely seeming to connect to Fu Qingdai's head, but in an instant it disappeared along with the clouds in the sky. Mission completed. Please evacuate to the designated location. The company's prompt appeared inexplicably, and an obstacle appeared in front of him. Su-jin turned the steering wheel in shock. The tires made an unbearable screeching noise and left a long tire mark on the ground. Finally, it hit a telephone pole, sending up clouds of white smoke. "Director, how are you driving? It hurts so much." Chung-do cried out in pain. Su-jin raised his head, panting, and looked forward. The mission complete notification faded, replaced by a string of numbers. 00:5:00, 00:4:59, 00:4:58. Su-jin looked to the left urgently and saw Fu Qingdai and others running towards him with anxious looks on their faces. Looking to the right, a red dot was flashing in my eyes at the street corner not far away. Su-jin's face froze and his mind was in turmoil. I woke up from dreams so many times, and every day I fantasized about completing the task and returning home. But when the scene in his dream came true, he felt nothing but panic and confusion, not a trace of joy. How could this happen? How could this happen? So suddenly. I am not prepared at all. Su-jin's breathing became more and more rapid, and finally he slammed the steering wheel and roared angrily. "You can't do this. I'm helping you guys, but you can't treat me like this. You let me do this without saying a word." Su-jin's voice choked, and he rested his head weakly on the steering wheel. "Give me a little more time. Please give me a little more time. At least, let me say a few words to them." 1 hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 59 minutes and 58 seconds. "Thank you." Su-jin thanked him in a trembling voice and raised his head. "Director, did you hit your head? Are you okay?" Chung-do asked with concern. "They're here. Let's get out of the car and check." "Okay, let's get off." Chapter 91. The hardest thing is separation. The two opened the car door and got out. Fu Qingdai was in front and had already run to a distance of about 20 meters ahead of the two of them. See Su-jin and Chung-do get off the car safely. Fu Qingdai's face lit up with joy. She quickened her pace and threw herself into Su-jin's arms. Su-jin groaned and reached out to hug the other person. Chung-do walked towards the other people silently. "Brother, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Realizing that something was wrong, Fu Qingdai loosened her arms and looked up at Su-jin. Su-jin's eyes were red, and he smiled faintly and shook his head. "It's just a minor injury. It's okay." Fu Qingdai felt relieved and quickly said, "Brother, that woman came again when you were away, but I killed her." "Really?" Su-jin was immediately surprised. He reached out and stroked Fu Qingdai's head, saying with great satisfaction, "Great. Well done. It seems you don't need my help anymore." Fu Qingdai smiled. "You did such a good job. I'll give you a gift." Su-jin picked up his phone, made some simple settings, and removed the SIM card. Finally, it was stuffed into Fu Qingdai's hands. "Although it's not a good thing, it's the most expensive thing I have." Su-jin grabbed Fu Qingdai's hand, turned on the front camera, forced a smile, and took a photo. Fu Qingdai's smiling expression with her hands covering her face was frozen on the screen, while Chung-do and others behind her were happily chatting about something. "Brother." Fu Qingdai frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. She held the phone carefully and said, "This thing must be very important. I don't understand how to use it. Why did you give it to me?" Su-jin was about to speak. Sunya came forward with several other people. With a refreshed look on his face, he said, "Hey, we're all back. Then don't just stand here. If you have anything to say, let's go back to the car and talk. Aren't you and Chung-bu injured in the bones? Let me check and bandage you too." Su-jin raised his eyes and stared at Sunya. "I'm afraid I can't accompany you on the rest of the journey." Everyone had different expressions, but they were all frozen on their faces. Sunya frowned. "Shaoli, what do you mean?" I should go home. Someone come and pick me up." Su-jin's face was stiff. Everyone was shocked for a moment. "Brother." Fu Qingdai suddenly raised her head and looked at Su-jin in disbelief. "You're kidding, right? You said you couldn't leave." "I'm sorry, I lied to you." Facing everyone's gaze, Su-jin said with difficulty, "Even my name is fake. My name is Su-jin." "Director, you're out of your mind." Chung-do rushed forward, but was stopped by Sunya, who had a heavy expression on his face. Sunya turned to look at Su-jin and said, "Shaoli, I'm still used to calling you that. Is it okay for me to tell them about your matter?" Su-jin nodded. Sunya sighed and pulled the others a little further away. "Don't go. I don't want it anymore. I'll give it back to you." Fu Qingdai burst into tears and hurriedly stuffed the phone into Su-jin's hand. "Qingdai, don't do this." Su-jin kept pulling his hands back, but was finally hugged by Fu Qingdai again. "Hey, why are you always crying? How can a leader cry all the time? How can he win the support of the people?" Su-jin tried to push him away several times, but he was still held tightly. He sighed helplessly. "This is the last time. You told me before that you wouldn't cry when I'm not around. When I'm gone, you have to take up the responsibility. Without you, no one else can organize. Fu Qingdai's hands, clutching Su Jin's clothes, gradually turned pale. She raised her head and sobbed. I don't want to be a savior. Brother, I can't hold on without you. Can you please not leave? I'm sorry, I have a family too. As soon as these words came out, all the words in Fu Qingdai's heart suddenly became stuck in her chest, and tears kept flowing. The two hugged each other in silence for a long time. Who listened to Sun Ye's explanation of the situation all looked in this direction silently. The people in the convoy in the distance got off the bus one by one and looked up, not knowing what was going on. After a long while, Fu Qingdai sniffed and whispered, Brother, do you like me? Didn't I tell you long ago that I'm an opium addict? You need to quit as soon as possible. What if I can't quit? Su Jin was speechless. Seeing no response, Fu Qingdai stopped asking and continued to murmur, Brother, will you be okay tomorrow? I don't know, Qingdai, I don't want to lie to you. Can we meet again in the future? I have no idea. Fu Qingdai closed her eyes tightly and hugged Su Jin's waist tightly. Su Jin's face turned pale, and he whispered, Qingdai, my pickup person is waiting for me, and I don't have much time. I'll finish talking to the others, and you can't cry anymore. I want you to order the convoy to leave immediately. Can you do it? Fu Qingdai buried her head in Su Jin's chest, her tears soaking her clothes. After a while, she gently pushed Su Jin away and stood aside. Fu Hu and his wife stepped forward, looked at Su Jin and said, Director, are you really an alien? Su Jin smiled and nodded. Fu Hu forced a smile, his eyes red. Oh, that's not important anymore. Will we be able to meet again in the future? I don't know, maybe. Director, thank you for saving our family of 3. Zhang Wan stepped forward with tears in her eyes. Su Jin shook his head. Don't say such things. Without you, I wouldn't be alive today. You must take good care of Qingdai from now on. She is still far from being able to deal with personnel issues. Fu Hu, a man who was nearly 50 years old, finally burst into tears. Director, take care. Director. Cheng Du stepped forward quickly, wanting to say something but was speechless for a moment. If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. I don't have much time. Cheng Du twitched his lips, tears streaming down his face as he said, I've told you everything I need to say. Actually, I don't have much to say. How did you suddenly become an alien? Is this true? This is ridiculous. Are those 2 old men kidding me? It's true. I am indeed an alien. Are there any homosexuals among you aliens? Cheng Du asked in a tight voice. Su Jin's expression was indescribable. Yes, there is a province and a city in our area that are all homosexuals. People there won't even poop without eating chili peppers. Director, please don't tease me. I really. Woohoo. Cheng Du burst into tears and reached out to hug Su Jin. After a brief hug, Su Jin walked towards the 2 elders, Wei De and Sunya. You 2 are old. Please be careful not to overwork yourself. Qingdai and the others have important matters that depend on you too. The 2 elders sighed deeply at the same time. Sunya said, Shaoli, you've said everything you need to say. I don't have any more questions. I'm really happy for you that you can still go home. If we can't see each other again, you don't have to worry too much. Just live your life well. Take care, Shaoli, Wei De said briefly, lowering his head and giving a bitter smile before turning around and saying, If you have the chance, you can come and see us. I know. Get ready early, you can go now. Su Jin took a few steps back, his eyes swept over the people with tears in their eyes, and finally fixed on Fu Qingdai's face. The 2 looked at each other. Fu Qingdai wiped away her tears and walked towards the convoy. The others followed her one after another. Everyone in the convoy was already standing on the street, looking up at the situation here. Seeing Fu Qingdai coming, everyone's eyes shifted from Su Jin to her. It was not until they reached the front of the convoy and Fu Qingdai stood on an open-top off-road vehicle that everyone's attention finally focused. Turning around and looking at Su Jin's figure who was stopping and staring, Fu Qingdai stammered a few times and finally looked back at the convoy. Set off. The convoy moved towards the light, and Su Jin stood and stared at the street. Vehicles disappeared one after another in the blurred vision. Until the last car disappeared, it became unbearable. I took a breath and tears fell on the street. I pray every day to leave this world. But when this moment really comes, there is a piercing pain. I can no longer protect everyone. What will they do? Will tomorrow be okay? Everything is unknown, and I can only pray. After his tears dried up, Su Jin straightened up, wiped the remaining marks from his face, and looked back. He tightened the silver gun in his hand and walked resolutely towards the corner of the street with his briefcase. The company. I can finally face the company head-on. What kind of demon or monster has tortured me to this state? I will know it as soon as I see it. Chapter 92, A Glimpse into the Company. At the door of a shop at the corner of the street, Su-jin looked inside. The red dot is right in front of you, and you can see the interior through the glass at the door. It's just a messy supermarket, nothing special. After thinking for a moment, Su-jin reached out and tried to push open the door. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, the door opened automatically. A breeze blew through, and Su-jin couldn't help but close his eyes. A tingling sensation like electricity flowed through my body. This feeling is particularly noticeable between the ribs. The remaining blood on his body flakes off with the wind and turns into dust. When he opened his eyes again, all the injuries on his body had disappeared without a trace, and he was full of energy. Su-jin was amazed and took a step back, looking inside the store. As the door opened, the interior became like a luxurious five-star hotel, a completely different world. He adjusted his breathing, glanced left and right, then raised his gun and walked forward. The hall was empty, and there was a door at the end of the corridor ahead. Is anyone there? Su-jin approached the gate at the end cautiously. No one responded along the way, and I successfully touched the door handle. Su-jin exhaled quickly, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. He pushed the door open and rushed in. But when I first entered the room, it was still empty. What I saw was just an ordinary, even slightly old-fashioned office, with a sofa and a coffee table on the left and a star map hanging on the wall. On the right is a large desk with 4 large characters hanging above the wall. God rewards hard work. There are many small items placed in other places in the house, as well as some other paintings. Among them, only the one on the side wall is a portrait, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Overall, it looks like the decoration style of a nouveau riche boss on Earth. Su-jin's nervousness eased a little. He closed the door and began to explore the room carefully. Why should I be so nervous when I get to my office? A deep and steady male voice sounded, and Su-jin's muscles immediately tensed up. Who's talking? Come out. As soon as the question was asked, under Su-jin's shocked gaze, the man in the painting on the wall stretched out his hands and came out directly. He straightened his collar and stood calmly in front of Su-jin. Su-jin's breathing stagnated, his eyes widened, and he suddenly raised his gun and pointed it backwards. Are you a human or a ghost? You've been through a lot, and you're still yelling at something like this? The man glanced at him nonchalantly, walked to the desk, and easily leaned back in the executive chair. He extended his hand and gestured, "Sit down. You have a lot of questions. I think we can talk about them." After thinking for a moment, Su-jin sat down opposite the desk. The man then spoke. "This building isn't the company's headquarters. It belongs exclusively to you. I'm neither human nor ghost, but was created to serve the owner of this building. To put it simply, you can think of me as a painting, a brick, a robot. Usually, the owner here calls me the butler." Butler? Su-jin pondered for a moment and then said bluntly, "I just want to know what's going on with the company, what's going on in this world, and why you chose me." "Don't worry, let's discuss each matter one by one." The butler raised his hand. "I don't know much about the company's affairs. After all, I don't work directly for the company, but I can still explain it to you in general. This is a unique organization. We call ourselves a company because we want to present ourselves to you in a way that you can best understand. It is made up of the top powers in all the worlds." Su-jin's expression gradually became dull. As for the disasters in this world, they're also closely related to the company. The universe was originally a harmonious and integrated whole, with order and chaos coexisting. But by chance, this natural order was completely disrupted. The powerful had long since noticed the changes in the world, but they didn't intervene, believing that nature would return to normal. But as time went on, things didn't develop as expected. The situation spiraled out of control, order was on the verge of collapse, and all worlds were devastated. That's when the powerful decided to unite to fight this natural disaster. Your colleagues were fighting the root cause of this disaster head-on, while the problems facing this world were merely the aftermath of this war. Wait a moment, let me explain it to you. I don't quite understand. Su-jin had a headache. You actually understand such a simple thing, but you just can't accept it. The butler smiled slightly. You want to analyze who the powerful people in the company are, what is the root cause of the disaster they are fighting, and what form they exist in. All this is meaningless, because even I know very little. No, what does this have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary person working there. Could it be that I'm the reincarnation of some employee? Su-jin was very confused. You are indeed an ordinary person, but you are not ordinary in some ways. In a way that you can understand, your destiny is different. The clients you save are not because they have special talents, but simply because their destiny happens to be highly compatible with the world they live in. Through them, The company can deeply connect with the world. The butler stood up and pointed at the star map opposite. The picture surged and suddenly turned into an ocean. Sujin looked back, his eyes trembling. On the endless coastline, marine creatures with festering skin appear one after another, endlessly swarming towards the shore. A super-large tide of corpses is heading towards the land. Trees fell in large areas one after another, and a tide of corpses began to flood the streets, knocking down buildings like a torrent of wind and rain. This is what will happen in a month, according to the company's deductions, the butler said calmly. In fact, no matter how hard the people of this world try, their destruction is inevitable. The entire ecological chain has been disrupted and cannot be restored. But your appearance changed all that. During your missions, you continuously accumulated power for your client, provided strength and a safe environment, and continuously strengthened her destiny, thus allowing the company to maintain a stable and lasting connection with this world. This world is currently in a state of semi-takeover. The company will promote ecological restoration and suppress the escalation of disasters. Of course, the company is only providing assistance. Ultimately, they still need to rely on their own efforts. Perhaps within a few generations, the world will return to normal. The company is so powerful. Since you want to save them, why don't you solve the problem in one go? Sujin asked with a frown. The company's core strength is focused on resolving the root cause of this disaster, so the power it can allocate to each dying world is limited. It's impossible for us to directly help them solve all their problems. The butler knocked on the table and looked at Sujin. Sujin, it seems you haven't understood the nature of your job. If we compare it to a commercial company on Earth, your current position is the company's cleaner and the only cleaner. What? The highest levels are paying close attention to your function. Chapter 93, Passing on the Torch. What do you mean? Sujin was confused. He had imagined what a mysterious existence the company was. But I never expected that the job I was doing, which was so exhausting, was cleaning, which was so outrageous. The butler stood with his hands behind his back and continued. Even if thousands of worlds were destroyed, it wouldn't affect the company as a whole. But they later discovered that the situation wasn't that simple. The butler spoke calmly. Strong men are forged through countless battles, tempered by blood and iron. The strong men in the company have emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although they claim to be saving the world, deep down they actually enjoy the battle itself. Life and death are of no concern to them. When the company was founded, there was a strong core that connected everything and coordinated the overall operation. As the battle dragged on and deepened, the underlying violence grew stronger, affecting the central nervous system's operations. We are already fighting against destruction and disorder. This problem will become a major threat to the organization in the future. Therefore, the top management has joined forces to create this position, internally known as the Flame. This plan was extremely successful. The 2 generations before you carried on the torch and saved countless worlds. The vitality and order created by these new worlds greatly reduced violence. Unfortunately, the previous 2 generations all died in battle, so they are now looking for you. Why did you choose me when there's only one cleaner? Sujin's scalp tingled. There's no one else in the entire universe, right? Although your talents are nothing special, your destiny is rare and compatible with almost all life planets, the butler said mercilessly. You are the most suitable person to carry out this mission. Even if you fail your mission and remain in the mission world, you will be assimilated into that world over time. The company can establish a perfect connection with your world through you. You said I was so important, but in the end, I'm just a pawn who can be sacrificed at any time? Sujin asked with wide eyes. Is this your first day on the job? The housekeeper looked back. If you're capable, everyone will look up to you. If you're not, no one will care. The company will just find someone else. But then again, only one person will be chosen from all the worlds. This also means that the company will spend a huge amount of money to train a unique and powerful person. In fact, Xinhua is recognized by the entire company as having the best chance of obtaining the company's highest management power. You are indeed qualified to be this candidate. The reason why the company chose you is not unrelated to this. The butler once again pointed to the star map on the wall. The star map changed again, and Sujin's expression was indescribable. This time it was himself who appeared in the picture, on the night when the Cold Sky missile exploded. This chart was left behind by the second-generation Xinhua, specifically for post-mission review. Only you and I can view its contents, the butler said calmly. Your mental state fluctuated greatly that night, and it's recorded. After your mental breakdown, you spent a mere 5 minutes retesting the performance of the company's firearms. It takes an hour to accurately test and confirm all the performance of the gun, and then we start sharpening the knife and preparing the equipment. Excellent warriors have all experienced setbacks, pain, and collapse to varying degrees. The reasons for this vary, but every strong warrior who stands out will invariably make the same choice after a brief period of loss. What? Prepare for the next battle. The butler looked directly at Sujin. You are growing very fast, your leadership is unquestionable, and you possess the mind of a top warrior. The company can help you make up for everything else you lack, as long as you work hard enough. The butler paused and continued. Sujin, this is all I can tell you. If you want to know more, you must inherit the name of Xianhua. The company recruited you, and you successfully passed the company's test. Now the choice is in your hands. But I don't think you have anything to worry about. This kind of great thing is something most people would only dream of. The butler smiled and walked back to the desk. A contract automatically popped out of the desktop printer. The butler picked up the contract and handed it to Sujin with a smile. No need to sign. As long as you agree in your heart, from now on, in the name of Xinhua, this building will completely belong to you. Moreover, the treasures here are the accumulation of 2 generations of Xinhua. It is so abundant that everyone will be jealous. You will never imagine how powerful it is. Why are you so powerful, but always use this ancient way to sign contracts? Sujin picked up the contract and wondered for a while. It's the tradition of the previous generation. He was very particular about life and liked to have some sense of ritual. The butler said, looking at the contract in Sujin's hand with a frozen expression, you are unwilling to accept this inheritance? Sujin silently pushed the contract back. I'm sorry, but I think I'd better not consider it. What you said is beyond my comprehension, and I can't verify its truth. It sounds like some kind of conspiracy, and I just want to be an ordinary person. Conspiracy theory. Do you think a company like this would deceive a mortal like you? To be honest, I've always thought that only idiots are keen on conspiracy theories, and there's no way you could be lying to me. Sujin shook his head, his tone firm. But I still want to be an ordinary person. Oh, interesting. Suddenly, the housekeeper raised an eyebrow. Go away. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who are willing to do it. Go home. I think you are more suitable to be a piece of dog shit. Sujin's eyes widened. Why are you suddenly so mean? I'm sorry, I was created by the first generation, and my personality has been tainted by him. If he saw you acting like this, he would definitely scold you. The butler shrugged helplessly. I'm trying to control myself. The butler then pushed the contract back. Take this. According to the rules set by the second generation Xinhua, you'll have 1 month to consider joining after you return home. There are also many benefits and rewards for completing tasks. I can only deliver them after you confirm that you have joined the company. It sounds like the second generation Xinhua seems like a good person. There's no doubt he was a true gentleman, full of compassion. The butler sighed. He felt the pain of others dying and the sorrow of others being hurt. Even though he witnessed many tragedies during his tenure, his heart remains filled with grief. Perhaps death would be a relief for him. What about the first generation? That's the other extreme. The first generation isn't as strong as the second generation, but he's incredibly mobile. He can complete tasks 10 times faster than the second generation. Why did you complete the mission so quickly despite your lack of strength? Sujin was surprised. Disgust washed over the butler's face. Because he's a true beast, completely without mercy. He starts by killing a client's entire family, then plays the villain himself and forces them to grow. Most of the clients he's dealt with have gone insane. Even his superiors can't stand it and send people to question them. I stand here and take the blame for him every day. It's a good thing he died early. Sujin looked speechless. To be hated so much by his own creation, this first-generation Xinhua must be quite something. Sujin, I respect all your choices, but out of kindness I still hope that you will consider it carefully. After all, seeing others' mistakes is like seeing your own mistakes, and you have already experienced the pain of others. The butler changed the subject and his expression returned to normal. What do you mean? Sujin's face changed drastically, and he slammed the table and stood up. It's meaningless. I can't predict the future. But you are a smart person. Smart people don't pin their hopes and future on others. That's all I have to say. After the butler finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and a gate of light suddenly appeared and enveloped it. Sujin's eyes flickered, and in a trance, he appeared in the familiar rental house with a contract in his hand. Chapter 94: The Joy of Returning to Earth. I haven't finished asking my question. Sujin stopped in the room with his mouth open. In an instant, the scene changed. My mind has completely forgotten everything else and is occupied by the familiar things in front of me. After swallowing several times, Sujin's lips trembled and began to curl up uncontrollably. I rushed to the window, opened the curtains, and took a look. There were lights from thousands of houses outside, and a bustling crowd in the night market in the distance. I'm back, I'm back. I'm back. Ecstasy instantly overwhelmed his rationality. Sujin lay on the bed, covering his face and crying and laughing. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure, but he still had a naughty and smug expression on his face. He rolled his eyes and instinctively reached into his pocket to check for messages on his phone, but found nothing. Suddenly, I remembered that the cell phone had already been given to Fu Qingdai. When he thought of Fu Qingdai, his mood sank again. The corners of Sujin's mouth slowly drooped as he fell into deep thought. It was like a dream. I had no idea where they were now, whether they had reached the military area or whether they had already set up camp. But I can't help anymore. He looked down at his hands, one of which was still tightly holding the company's employment contract. After intentionally moving his body, Sujin began to look around. The ability is still there, and my body is still extremely light. But I don't know when the briefcase and pistol disappeared. They must have been taken back by the company. Apart from these, I always feel like I have forgotten something. What is it? Sitting on the bed, Sujin fell into deep thought. After a long moment, he looked shocked and slapped his forehead. Grass. I lost my money. I didn't get it when I came back. The company has currency exchange. A bag of gold before leaving, but things happened in a hurry and I didn't take anything. Completely forgot about this matter and just wanted to go home. There were some local specialties in the briefcase, but they were all food and could not be exchanged for much money. Moreover, the briefcase has been recycled by the company, so it is still unclear whether I can get the money. I am penniless now. Thinking of this, Sujin began to rummage through the boxes and drawers. After searching for cash in vain, he found a bank card. I ran all the way downstairs until I reached the nearest ATM. With trembling hands, he inserted his bank card to check the balance. Jean saw the numbers popping out of the machine. He suddenly let out an excited groan in his throat. 1059237. 1,050,000. The company's exchange has finally arrived. 1,500,000. Where does the money come from? Sujin frowned slightly. Having money is certainly a good thing, but the amount of nearly 1.06 million is really too much. I don't have anything so valuable on me. After thinking about it carefully, Sujin suddenly realized. Surface. The dragon scale building in his bag when he and Chengdu packed up and went downstairs. Moreover, the dial of the watch was broken during the battle with Gao Tianfang. The company was able to replace such a broken watch that was stolen by someone else for nearly 1.06 million. Wow, how much would a new watch be worth? After recovering from his shock, Sujin looked at the time on the ATM. After some mental calculation, he realized that it had been more than a month since he left, which was about the same amount of time he had spent in the other world. Fortunately, I wasn't away for too long. Sujin took out his bank card and began to think. I'm not in the mood to think about company matters right now. I've been gone for more than a month, and I don't know how much information I've accumulated. Just don't let your family report you as a missing person and call the police. You need to buy a cell phone right away. It's only 7 o'clock now. There's still time to go. Thinking of this, Sujin pulled out his SIM card and quickly rushed towards the commercial street where mobile phone stores were clustered. An hour later, after hesitating for a long time between the Now phone and Xiaomi, Sujin decisively bought the Redmi K80 and also bought 2 Xiaomi 15s as backup phones. I haven't changed my phone in many years, and after graduating from college and starting to earn money, I completely lost interest in digital product reviews. Although he didn't know much about mobile phones, the salesperson of a certain brand was obviously trying to fool him, constantly switching apps to try to prove the phone's awesome performance. Even if he doesn't have any contact with digital products, he can tell that this is a waste of time and it's more reliable to buy Xiaomi. After adjusting his cell phone, Sujin quickly called home. After a few rings, a familiar female voice sounded. Son, what big project are you working on? You can't even reply to a message, and now you remember to call. Sue's mother asked bluntly, Are you done with it? If you don't send a message, your father and I are going to call the police. Sujin's chest tightened. Mom, it's a big project. It's definitely a big project. Now that it's done, I made money. Over 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Xiaomi sales hall looked at him sideways, expressing admiration and sympathy, with a few faint whispers mixed in. It's rare to see such a filial beggar. Does this beggar have parents? Speak softly, or he'll tickle you. Look at everyone using this. Who the hell buys Xiaomi? Change the brand. This is too embarrassing to show off. Well, I'm really not bragging. Just tell my dad. I'll be home in a couple of days. If you need anything, just call me. That's it for now. After hanging up the phone, Sujin felt relaxed both physically and mentally. He stood there for a while to be watched by people before carrying the bag and walking towards the night market. Looking at the people walking around, His face was filled with joy. The corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears, and he couldn't close them. The value of life can only be highlighted in the face of death. Such an ordinary and everyday scene had a lasting and intense impact on his mind, making him forget all distractions and worries. What company? What doomsday? Just a bustling crowd. Su-Jin wiped away her tears and found a noodle stall to sit down. Boss, give me 2 bowls of banh mi on, 1 wide and 1 thin, both with noodles and 2 eggs, lots of chili peppers, and 2 chicken legs. I'll get a big bottle of iced black tea. Pay the bill first. After scanning the code, Su-Jin sat in his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and waited happily. Soon, the meat was all over. Smelling the aroma of flat noodles, Su-Jin couldn't help but start to laugh foolishly. He picked up the noodles with a big chopstick and stuffed them into his mouth. The familiar, rich, and strange aroma filled his taste buds, and Su-Jin leaned back suddenly in excitement. Then he started eating without restraint. Return of the Doomsday, eating action expression display. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Su-Jin calmed down a lot. While eating, he took out his mobile phone to pay the debt, and then logged into WeChat to check. A large number of unread messages popped up all at once. At first glance, I found that many of them were former colleagues looking for me. The leader is the former boss Lao Li, and the information has piled up to 99 plus. And when he opened it and checked it one by one, it was obvious that Lao Li's emotions were escalating violently. From the initial tough order for him to come back and apologize, to the subsequent severe threats. Su-Jin, I fuck at. Are you fucking worthy of me? You've ruined the entire company. Stop playing dead, hurry up, at. After reading through all the items, I realized that it was almost all cursing, and he was even cursing 3 days ago. Su-Jin watched and laughed. The general situation was pretty much figured out. The stupid client named Wang couldn't find any trouble with him, so he started taking it out on Lao Li. It seems that old Li has been severely punished, otherwise he would not have lost his composure like that. The cups and bowls on the table were smooth and shiny. Su-Jin was swiping his phone with a relaxed look on his face, a faint smile still on his lips. It's time to pack up and go back to my hometown to recuperate. Before leaving, I need to go to the company again. This time, I want to get back everything I lost. Chapter 95, The Urban Dragon King Returns. Lao Li, I'm here this time to ask you to pay me the half-month salary and commission you owe me. Pay me the money, and we'll be even. In the office of his former company, Su-Jin was dressed smartly and sitting in front of Lao Li with a smile on his face. How dare you come to see me? Old Li slammed the table and stood up, his face filled with anger. Su-Jin, you've given me a hard time. That Wang Yuntong took out all his anger on me. Now that the company's business is suspended, he's a gangster. He's almost blackmailing me. What does it have to do with me? Su-Jin shrugged. Don't try to pass the buck here. If you're out there, you'll have to eat if you're capable. If you're not, you'll have to eat shit. Is it wrong for me to be brave and do what's right? You're brave enough to do what's right. Old Li suddenly stretched his neck, his face flushed. How can you be so shameless? It's just to show off, isn't it? You're the one who's so stubborn. Is this your first day out in the world? You can't afford to offend Wang Yuntong, and neither can I. How can Xiao Jing afford to offend him? She's from the countryside. What can she do? Didn't she just give in? I'm telling you, you're a fucking clown. If you had the guts to leave evidence, I'd have stood up for you and fought through it all. You have nothing, so why are you still pretending? Don't drink my tea. Su-Jin took a sip of tea and said, why are you saying so much? It's all over. Pay me my salary and commission as soon as possible. Huh. Old Li was so angry that his eyes turned black and he trembled. Su-Jin's business has been shut down. You've hurt me like this, and you still want a commission. Do you have any conscience? You're a graduate from a crappy university. Who brought you into the company? Who was the first to bring you to Shanghai? Are you grateful? Old Li clapped his hands with the back of his hands and kept scolding. How simple was this matter originally? Okay, even if you beat someone up and left no evidence, what's wrong with you paying a little money to apologize and settle it? It's just a small matter, and you've been training you for so many years. You shouldn't have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings, right? You have the nerve to tell me that, don't you? Su-Jin raised his eyebrows. I'm telling you, I really don't have any savings. You should know this. I'm never included in the company's entertainment expenses. I'm not reimbursed for clubbing. I pay for things for the company myself. But with that kind of spending, what savings do you think I have? Ultimately, this is all your fault. It's all your own fault. If you had used money to corrupt me sooner, I wouldn't have to live such an upright life. You've forgotten what the hell you did, haven't you? Old Li spat, his voice agitated. We registered you for the first 2 years, but why did we stop you later? Don't you have any idea? The customers have all taken taxis, and you're still there, ordering 2 at once. Why should I give you the price? I won't bring clients next time, right? If a new person comes, I have to try it out for the client in advance. Su-jin responded lightly. Old Lee's face turned pale with shock. He took a step back and pointed at Su-jin in disbelief, saying, "Where did you go for training? You don't care about your dignity anymore, do you? Hey, Old Lee, let's handle this business impartially. You, a capitalist, don't try to get close to me. How many years have you been exploiting me?" Su-jin narrowed his eyes and said, "I've been in the company for so many years, I should have been promoted long ago. Why do you still want me to run sales? How can I give you a promotion when you are so capable?" Huh, you're telling the truth, right? I knew it a long time ago. You finally spoke out what's in your heart. Su-jin pointed at Lao Li excitedly. Yes, absolutely. Old Li glared. I really am treating you like a beast of burden. I'm using you like 3 men. It's so cool. How's it going? All right, you're awesome. Su-jin laughed angrily. Don't think I don't know about your shit. Last year, I hired that little secretary to blow you under the table. You're playing it in front of everyone, right? You think I didn't see it? You're blowing like a fucking giant wearing lipstick. Aren't you afraid of getting infected? I'm telling you, I kept it a secret from you when your wife came to the company to check on her. I was saving your face, Old Lee. And I understand you. Your wife's face is as wrinkled as a sauce-flavored pancake. I'll strangle you to death. Old Lee was so ashamed and angry that he roared and rushed towards Su-jin. Su-jin pushed Lao Li casually, and Lao Li sat on the chair in a daze. He seemed to realize that he could not do anything with his thin arms and legs. In the end, he could only light a cigarette silently. Su-jin also took out a cigarette and started smoking. The two of them were speechless for a moment in the muffled smoke. In the silence, a slight sound came from the corridor outside the office. Although the room was well soundproofed, Su-jin's hearing was already very good at this time, and he could clearly hear the sounds outside. Mr. Wong, Mr. Lee is really not here today. If you need anything from him, I can help you contact him. Go away. I want to discuss something with your CEO, Lee. Su-jin knocked on the table and looked at Lao Li. Lao Li, Wong is here to see you. Is he really trying to blackmail you? How did you know he was coming? Old Lee looked up with a bad look on his face. Su-jin didn't answer and directly transformed into a desktop cleaning master. He suddenly stood up, raised his arm and swept away the documents and decorations on the desk, then started yelling, "Lee, if you don't pay me the money today, I will never let you go. You want to kill me. I want to see who dies first today." As soon as he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a greasy face was standing at the door in a daze. The person who came was Mr. Wong, Wang Yuntong. When Wang Yuntong saw Su-jin's expression clearly, his eyes immediately turned fierce. "You kid, you finally showed up, didn't you?" Su-jin's neck. He angrily pointed at Wang Yuntong and then at Lao Li. You teamed up with Lao Li to smash my house. I'm telling you, Mr. Wong, you two want to kill me. Aye. Su-jin searched the ground for a while, picked up a glass trophy, and rushed towards Wang Yuntong. I'll fucking kill you first. Old Lee was possessed by divine power, and he rushed forward and knocked Su-jin to the ground. Boss Wong, hurry up and leave. Leave this little bastard to me. Okay. Old Lee, you're good. You little bastard, you dare to hit me? Just wait for me. Wang Yuntong's face was shaking with fat, and he quickly left the office angrily. Fuck, I'm going to beat you to death. Old Lee looked crazy and slapped Su-jin in the face with his big cunt. Su-jin raised his leg and gave a light push, and Old Lee fell sideways to the ground. Sitting on the ground, Su-jin said with a smile, Old Lee, everyone has run away. Do you really want to beat me up? Don't think I will thank you for this. Old Lee pointed at Su-jin and cursed angrily. Su-jin showed the payment code. Hurry up and pay me my salary commission. It's too slow to use the official account. Also, give me a cigarette, or I'll rush over to find Wong. Old Lee grunted a few times, scanned the QR code, and finally sighed to the sky. He took out a cigarette from the drawer and threw it at Su-jin. Get out. I never want to see you again. Lao Li, to be honest, I haven't seen you for more than a month. I really miss you. Roll. Inside the office building, Wang Yuntong rushed downstairs. Hey, old Lou, give me some guys. That little bastard I told you about last month is out to fight me again. If I don't give him a good beating, he'll have nothing to do with his life. That's right, bring a few more people, immediately. Chapter 96. The Dragon King is trapped in a corner. Wage claim successful. Jean went downstairs feeling relaxed and wandered aimlessly on the street with a cigarette in his mouth. Although I had nothing to do, the faint joy in my heart never dissipated. After walking a short distance, Su-jin stopped and looked back slightly. A fat figure was following him secretly from behind, and had been doing so for some time. No need to think too much. You can tell who it is just by listening to the footsteps. Su-jin scratched his head and smiled. Wang Yuntong is such a weird bastard. Even after so much time has passed, and he has the upper hand, he can still keep pestering for such a long time like a dogskin plaster. It's not just ordinary grudges. But I really don't have the mood to pay attention to him now. After going through so much trouble in these troubled times, it seems that there is nothing I cannot accept, and now I can't get angry at all. As long as this bastard doesn't bother me, he can do whatever he wants. Wandering on the streets and looking at the dense traffic, Su Jin felt a little moved. Maybe it's time to buy a car. I'll pack up today, go out for a meal in the evening, and find a good bar to have some drinks. Go home tomorrow. Now I have a lot of money. I must buy a good car, a luxury car, a sports car. In the 4S store. Sir, after looking at so many models, this one best meets your requirements. It has strong power, is fuel efficient, and definitely has enough space. The salesperson introduced while holding a document in his hand. How's the off-road performance? Su Jin thought, touching his chin. The salesman scoffed. Brother, you're kidding. Our Jean Bay is so fancy, and it's only 50,000. Are you hauling goods, or using it for something else? I can recommend a different model. I just want the kind that can carry a lot of things and adapt to various terrains. It's sturdy and durable enough to travel around the world. I feel safe driving it. Su Jin said thoughtfully. Brother, you want to be a travel blogger, right? The salesman said with a strange expression. Then you should buy an RV. A good RV costs more than tens of thousands. But this model of ours is not bad, and it's eye-catching if you modify it yourself. Look at this chassis. Thank you. I'll take a look. Su Jin responded casually and turned to leave the 4S store. Not long after leaving, he sat down on the steps of a shopping mall facing the street. Employment notice from his shirt pocket and stared at it in surprise. The sword of Damocles was always hanging over my head. I clearly wanted to buy a sports car, but for some reason I ended up buying a van. What is my subconscious thinking? I am still instinctively preparing for the crisis. Deep down, do you want to join the company? But if I really want to join the company, why doesn't this piece of paper react? When you see someone else's mistake, you should feel it as your own mistake. What will this world become in the future? Su Jin looked up at the sky, and his already foggy thoughts were shrouded in gloom again. Why? After feeling melancholy for a long time and losing all interest in buying a car, Su Jin continued wandering the streets. It was getting dark. After eating snacks from 5 stalls at the night market, Su Jin walked home with a bag of snacks. As we left the night market, the lights around us gradually dimmed. Seeing a small alley appear in front of him, Su Jin turned straight into it. Before reaching the end of the alley, several dark shadows were already following from behind. Su Jin turned around, and several people took up their flashlights and flashed them in his face. Boy, you always hang out in crowded places during the day, but you're quite good at choosing places at night. Wang Yuntong pushed aside the people in front of him and walked in front of Su Jin, with a fierce gleam in his eyes. Boss Wang. Su Jin trembled, feigning panic. What are you doing? I'm telling you, this is a society ruled by law. Don't mess around. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed. Poor bastard, do you think you can deal with me? Wang Yuntong approached with a grim smile. Little brat, I've been in the underworld for so many years, and this is the first time someone has dared to hit me in the face. I won't let this matter go until I give you my leg as compensation. Don't do anything. There are cameras here. Su Jin appeared to be a tough guy, but was actually weak. Camera? There is no camera here. I've checked it for you. Kneel down, Wang Yuntong shouted, and the 8 younger brothers behind him rushed forward together. Su Jin glanced at the corners of the walls around him, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. There really aren't any cameras, Mr. Wang. Actually, I've already forgiven you. Why are you so persistent? Besides, it's been so long. Why don't we just forget it? Hey, did you hear what this kid said? Wang Yuntong turned around and asked his younger brother in surprise. I heard it, big brother. This kid said he forgave you. I think he drank a lot just now, so he might be drunk. Brother Wang, stop talking nonsense with this idiot. Let's remove his legs first and go eat. The younger brothers around him began to threaten Su Jin. Wang Yuntong sneered and said, Why don't you kneel down and kowtow a few times? I will let you suffer less. I say you are such a vindictive person. You were not so abstract when we were talking about business. You kept calling me brother, so we are getting along well, right? Su Jin frowned slightly. Oh, calling you brother really makes you think you're a human being. Wang Yuntong raised his eyebrows, leaned his greasy face forward, and said arrogantly, You're right. I've been holding grudges since I was a child. What's the word for that? Chaoxiong, brother Wang. The younger brother behind him reminded him. Yes, Chaoxiong. I have been Chaoxiong since I was a child. Otherwise, how do you think I ended up like this? Ugh. Wang Yun covered his crotch and screamed in pain in the middle of the call. Su Jin retracted his foot and calmly put on plastic gloves. The group of younger brothers around were so frightened that they took a step back and shone their flashlights on Wang Yuntong. Su Jin dodged a kick just now. Wang Yuntong's QQ was uninstalled halfway. While the gangsters were panicking, Su Jin kicked Wang Yuntong in the abdomen. Wang Yuntong fell heavily to the ground, and then with a puff sound, he ran away. You think that's a good word, stupid dog? Putting on his gloves, Su Jin flexed his fingers and turned his gaze from Wang Yuntong to the gang of hooligans. I've cured Chao Xiong. Now it's your turn. Fuck. Brother Wang kicked the shit out of him. Fuck him. The gangsters shouted and the 8 of them moved together. In the dark alley, Su Jin moved like the wind. Aim at the knee of the person in front and kick hard. With a snap, the gangster's knees bent backwards and instantly turned into real dog legs. Before the second person stepped forward, Su Jin's heavy punch arrived, breaking his nose. The two fell to the ground almost at the same time. The gap in physical fitness between him and ordinary people is so great that it cannot be made up by cold weapons. The 8 hooligans had their legs broken and their jaws removed while Su Jin was dodging and maneuvering. They were now whimpering and begging for mercy. Seeing the mess on the ground, Su Jin felt that something was wrong. Although these wastes do not pose any threat, it seems a bit excessive. It would still be troublesome for me to call the police, even though there were no cameras in the alley. But they are everywhere outside, and it is easy for people to dig out some information by following the clues. Thinking of this, Su Jin looked at Wang Yuntong, who was still covering his crotch and moaning on the ground. He shrugged helplessly, took out his mobile phone, and started recording. Half an hour later, a group of naked thugs with yellow lips crawled out of the alley one after another like zombies. Chapter 97 3 Generations of Torch. Half a month later. Get up. Get up. Don't hang around here. Hurry up. Su Jin fell to chill, and his mother pulled the quilt off him. All you do all day is sleep and eat. Can't you do anything else? The package arrived, and you bought canned food, but you didn't eat it. The nagging sound kept lingering in his ears. Su Jin frowned, fetched the eye mask from the bedside, and put it back on. Turning sideways, he complained in a muffled voice, you're such a nag. Hurry up and get up. You bought that RV a few days ago, and your dad was so mad. Mother Su put her hands on her hips and glared. I gave you a lot of money. What on earth do you want to do? I told you to find a partner, but you didn't. You didn't go to work, and you just lay around at home all day or bought random things. How can your boss have a good impression of you if you stay at home for so long without going to work? Oh my God. Su Jin rolled up the pillow and wrapped his head tightly, mumbling with a look of pain on his face. Mom, please stop nagging me. It's really killing me. Why should I sleep? It's vacation time. Bang. A slap hit Su Jin hard on the waist. Just be lazy. Make some money, and I think you'll be successful. Isn't it for you too that I make money? Don't worry. Your dad and I don't need your money. Just live a good life. If you don't ask your dad and me for money when you get married, we'll be thankful. You're still asking for money. I'll pay for it in full and buy it myself. Do I need you too? That's great. I'll be able to look good when I go out with your dad. Mother Su was happy, then added, with the way you're spending money, I don't think you can save any money. Get up and return the RV and the canned goods. Listen to your dad and don't waste your 2 cents every day. I can't retreat. This is all for the future. If the world ends one day, don't eat my canned food. You're crazy. The meal is ready for you. Get up and eat. Of the noise gradually faded away. Su Jin put down the pillow, lay down with his limbs spread out, and continued to relax. The past half-month passed extremely peacefully, and there was no reaction from Wang Yuntong. After all, he had recorded the video of the group Snow playing Explosion. If this gets out, I'll be in trouble no matter where I go. After that, I go home to reunite with my family and rest. But the comfort didn't last more than a week before I started to be disliked and bullied by others. I am also a cheap person. I can't help but want to buy an RV as some doomsday preparation. Basically, I spend every day wasting my time sleeping, eating, and browsing my phone. Just as I was about to fall asleep, the phone suddenly rang next to my ear. TSK, who is it again? Su Jin picked up the phone in a daze. Brother Hui, are you still asleep? This is Lei Dong. My mom saw your mom yesterday and told her that you went home. Are you home now? Lazy, don't you work in Nanjing? Su Jin stood up and rubbed his face. I've taken a leave of absence and am home. Come out for a meal, a few drinks, and a massage in the evening. It's my treat. Okay, let us go to the usual place. Su Jin exhaled, got up and washed. Lei Dong was his best friend in high school, and they kept in touch after graduating from college. There are not many opportunities to meet each other normally, so now when I meet acquaintances, I will naturally accept everyone who comes. I went back to the room, put on my clothes, and looked at a piece of notice that had been on the table for a long time. Su Jin sighed helplessly and finally picked it up and put it in his pocket. Hey, Brother Hui, I heard you made a lot of money. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Su Jin was simmering slices of meat. He looked up at Lei Dong and smiled. Who told you that? I heard it from my mom. She was showing off when she was square dancing. Lei Dong raised his eyebrows and smiled. She said that after your mom said that, the old ladies who were doing square dancing were jealous. Some people even introduced you to a girl. How much do you earn? About 100 or so. Fuck. What do you do to earn this much? Lei Dong asked with wide eyes. I took on a project for a new hospital and sold a lot of equipment, but the money wasn't easy to make. After I finish this job, I'm going to quit and stay home. That's nonsense. What can you do in our small city? You won't rely on those 100 or so people for your whole life, right? Lei Dong's expression showed obvious disbelief. It's not impossible. It's also good to be a waiter or deliver takeout. Su Jin said seriously. Did something happen to you? Lei Dong poked his head out and asked suspiciously. It's not the money you earned from selling ditch goods, but you've been traumatized, right? I'll admit it, even if I can be a prostitute. That job is even worse than prostitution. Su Jin laughed angrily. Don't talk about me. How about you? Are you still working at the observatory? Just do it. The salary isn't high, but I just want a stable job. I'll need help from my family in the future. Lei Dong said helplessly after taking a sip of wine. What else do you want? You're a great scientist. How many people envy your working environment? What scientist? Why are you acting like those ignorant old women? Lei Dong pointed at the table and said, I work in image processing and drawing. I'm not an astronomy major. Every field is different, like a mountain apart. Then why don't you work with a group of scientists? It sounds high-end. Is it interesting? What's interesting about that? Lei Dong smiled bitterly. It's the same thing every day, but you said it was interesting. Before I came back, I actually heard 2 interesting things. They were quite weird. Oh, tell me about it. Su Jin said casually while eating meat. I don't know the details, but at the observatory in Lijiang, 2 people went crazy while observing space. And not only in China, but also in several observatories abroad, people went crazy and attacked people everywhere. What a coincidence. It's like Cthulhu. You know what Cthulhu is, right? There are also stars that we clearly observed before, but we can't find them anymore. I don't know if they're blocked by something or just disappeared. Isn't that weird? Su Jin's body trembled slightly, the chopsticks in his hand stopped, and he slowly looked at Lei Dong. Is this true? Fuck. What's that look in your eyes? You look like a murderer. You scared me. Lei Dong's expression was a little unnatural, and then he said, Really? Why would I lie to you? This matter has been on the news. I have it on Douyin too, and the stupid marketing account spread it like a ghost story. Well, that's what marketing accounts are like. Su Jin changed the subject and continued eating. Lei Dong narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Hui, I think you've really run into trouble. What kind of setback did you suffer? You're not happy even though you've made a lot of money. You need to stand up straight. Where's your previous energy? I'm a little confused about what path I should take in the future. Su Jin took a deep breath and looked at Lei Dong. Lazy, if you had to choose, would you rather be a coward for the rest of your life or be a hero for once? Who isn't a coward in this world? And I've been a coward for a long time. What childish questions are you asking? Me too, let's go. The 2 clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. It started to rain outside the window. Then the rain became heavier and the noise grew louder. Su Jin turned his head to look out the window and suddenly felt the air was a little damp and cold, and his stomach twitched slightly. It's raining. Let's go play billiard later. It will rain in the evening. I'll estimate. Lei Dong said halfway and hurriedly picked up the trash can and handed it to Su Jin. Finally, the sound of rain reached his ears, and Su Jin's stomach began to cramp uncontrollably, feeling like it was churning. Fortunately, all the bitterness was suppressed in the end. Lei Dong put down the trash can and took a deep breath. What's wrong with you? Why is everything wrong with you? Ahem. Heh. Su Jin wiped the corner of his mouth and gave a bitter smile. The after effects. I've been feeling a little unwell lately. Can you drive me home? On the balcony of his home, Su Jin held a cigarette in his mouth and looked up at the sky. The heavy rain is still pouring down. I looked back and saw my parents sitting in the living room watching TV. Looking back at the lights of thousands of houses in front of him, Su Jin's eyes were up and down. For more than half a month, I wanted to forget the past and numb myself. But the body and behavior are completely out of control. Seeing others' mistakes is like seeing your own mistakes. Even if you don't want to accept it, the reality has already shown signs. My eyelids slowly drooped, and my consciousness seemed to have traveled through another world. The buildings in front of me had turned into a desolate place. When he opened his eyes again, Su Jin reached into his pocket. Fear is a reaction, courage is a choice. I have conquered my fear and made my choice before. There is no need to delay and deceive myself this time. The repeatedly folded company notice had not yet been unfolded when it turned into flying fire and penetrated into the back of his hand to form a flame emblem. 3 generations of the company. Welcome to join us. Chapter 98. The new owner of the office. 2 hours. 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 1 hour 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 2 hours of preparation time. This is the countdown to returning to the office to prepare for the next task. Su Jin stared at the time, hesitated for 10 seconds, and then turned back to the bedroom. He took down 3 huge boxes from the top floor of the wardrobe and opened them one by one for inspection.